Rod believed he could quietly serve as a minor lord on the frontier, however. With the rise of chaos and the rampant green-skinned creatures, he found himself on an irrevocable path of saving the world. Chapter 1. On a winter night. Since the beast is dead, let us depart, urged Lawrence, the forest ranger, as the frigid northern winds howled around them and dusk crept in. They had been pursuing the creature through the forest for 2 days and nights, only to find that it was not the hunters' spears or swords that had slain the beast, but a more ferocious being, the werewolf. "Skin it, we must report this to our lord," remarked Walter, another scout, as he glanced at the beast lying in the snow, its blood already congealed. As a seasoned scout, Walter was no less capable than Lawrence when it came to dealing with such matters. They were old companions, working together under the lord of Blackhammer Fortress. This was not their first venture into the vast forest to gather intelligence on the beasts. However, this year, indications suggested that the scale of the beast was greater than ever before. Consequently, their superior took the matter seriously and dispatched them deeper into the woods to investigate. The beasts of Karas have never appeared so frequently. Moreover, judging by the wounds on the carcass, most were inflicted by werewolves and the claws of beastmen, Walter observed. The increase in beasts correlates with a rise in mangled corpses, which can only imply that the bloodthirsty werewolves and beastmen are multiplying, Lawrence added. If that were the case, the situation was indeed grim. With urgency, they spurred their horses onward, navigating through the dense forest as they journeyed southward. The pale, ghostly moon hung above them, casting an eerie glow upon the ground. In the past, hunters and rangers relished nights illuminated by the white moon, as it prevented the darkness from becoming too oppressive. Yet now, the moon was gradually becoming rounder. In the north, a full moon was an ominous sign. It heralded the imminent emergence of werewolves, beastmen, and various other creatures. 3 days later, when Rod learned that the beast had reached the outskirts of the fortress, it was already too late. Scouts Walter and Lawrence had painstakingly collected the pelts of the beasts and presented them to Lord Rod, who realized that this winter would be more arduous than any before. The burgeoning numbers of beasts, alongside the gathering of beastmen and werewolves, heralded dire news for Blackhammer Fortress. He expressed his gratitude to the 2 brave souls who had ventured into the forest, instructing his servants to prepare sustenance and warm water for them before retreating to his office to examine the damaged carcasses. Rod was but a minor lord in a remote locale, presiding over the ancestral Blackhammer Fortress. The history of this fortress stretched back centuries, having been established during the era of the devout Magnus. It had stood for over 200 years. In those days, the north was besieged by chaos, culminating in the third invasion of the Old World. Commander Magnus led the coalition forces against the chaotic legions in a grueling 3-day battle, ultimately vanquishing them. The scattered remnants of the chaotic soldiers fled across the northern reaches and gradually withdrew from the icy kingdom to defend against future incursions from the northern chaos and barbarian forces. The Ice Queen allied with the Empire to erect a series of town fortifications south of the Black Forest, bestowing lands upon the knights who had distinguished themselves in battle. Rod's ancestors were among those fortunate knights. Blackhammer Fortress lay at the northernmost edge of the Kingdom of Kislev, bordered by the vast Claw Sea to the west and endless snow-covered forests and plains to the east. It could be said that being granted a fief in such a desolate location was hardly a blessing. Rod could hardly fathom how his long-forgotten ancestor had forged a life in this barren land. Fortunately, through generations of development, it had evolved into a modest town, with the grand fortress now visible at its center. It was said that the construction of this castle took a full 25 years to complete, built atop a hot spring that provided warmth even in the coldest winters, ensuring Rod did not suffer from the biting chill indoors. As for the forest beasts that troubled Rod, they were remnants left in the wake of the chaotic invasion. These armored demons, engulfed in malevolent flames, had tainted everything they touched, casting a dreadful gray pall over the land. In the forest corrupted by chaos, numerous flora and fauna had mutated. Deer sprouted a third antler and became aggressive, while once beautiful sunflowers transformed into terrifying man-eating plants. Wild dogs grew a second head, evolving into monstrous hellhounds. These were the abominations referred to by Rod's men. Situated on the fringe of the Kingdom of Kislev, Blackhammer Fortress was frequently besieged by beastmen, werewolves, and other vile creatures. If hunters or travelers went missing for 3 days, it was likely that they had been devoured by these beasts. However, the very remoteness of the fortress granted its lords considerable autonomy, albeit at the cost of receiving little aid from the capital. They were left to contend with the menace of the beasts independently. Rod found himself reborn into such an era, with few options available. Although circumstances were dire, he was fortunate to possess a relatively intact domain and a loyal retinue. Chapter 2. The Lord of Blackhammer Fortress, Part 1. We followed the claw marks all the way to the Blackwater River, only to discover that these strange beasts had not crossed the river. Instead, they veered along the riverbank and continued their flight into the forest. Many of the beasts left behind only bloodstains, with no corpses in sight, likely dragged away to lairs by the beastmen or werewolves. Are there many corpses? Rod inquired earnestly from his designated seat, referring to both the strange beasts and ordinary animals. Yes, more than in previous years. Moreover, it appears that many of the prey were not slain by ranged weapons, but rather directly hacked or bitten to death, came the response, mirroring Rod's concerns. Recent intelligence had been disheartening, prompting him to take precautions early. He commanded that the fortress sell off additional or reserves to procure more bows and javelins, preparing for the inevitable siege by the beastmen, so they could repel the attackers with ranged weaponry. The fortress stood as the people's most formidable line of defense, yet the citadel Rod guarded was modest in scale. Situated in the barren northern wasteland, its food supplies were inherently limited. Thus, when the malevolent moon arrived, and the beastmen and werewolves launched their massive assaults, the number of refugees it could accommodate would be scant. This was the reason many had departed the small town long before winter's arrival. Nearby, a deep pit mine served as the sole attraction for the common folk. As their lord, Rod offered decent wages and rewards, which accounted for the several hundred residents still inhabiting Blackhammer Fortress. Beastmen, werewolves. By the way, Muros, have there been any updates regarding the trading ship dispatched to the Empire this autumn? Rod inquired, shifting the conversation to another matter after gleaning the situation from his subordinates. This task had been assigned to his steward, Muros, an elderly man in his 50s who had served Rod's family for most of his life, thus instilling confidence in his capabilities. Rod felt a tinge of disappointment, but he could not fault himself. Blackhammer Fortress lay in an impoverished region, with the mine being its only source of income. After deducting labor costs, any profits from a year's excavation would only accumulate by autumn, making the acquisition of firearms from the Empire a significant expense. In truth, Blackhammer Fortress possessed potential for growth. Rod understood that despite the harsh climate, ample fertile plains surrounded the town, which could be cultivated, yielding a harvest once a year. Additionally, the nearby Black Forest was rich in timber resources, offering avenues for development. However, the unique geographical conditions, situated at the northernmost edge of the Kingdom of Kislev and plagued by remnants of chaotic old powers, prevented the fortress from sheltering many civilians. Consequently, every winter saw a mass exodus of the populace to larger towns in the south to evade the beastmen and werewolf attacks. This high population turnover, coupled with the absence of permanent residents, stunted economic advancement. Rod, as a financially constrained lord, found himself unable to hire more soldiers, perpetuating a vicious cycle. Conversely, should he manage to defend the town and protect the civilians, numerous industries could potentially flourish. To this end, Rod dispatched emissaries to the Empire to procure firearms, hoping that advanced weaponry would instill a sense of security among the populace. Yet, the rampant piracy made this endeavor perilous. As for seeking support from the noble factions of the kingdom, that was a futile thought. In confronting the beastmen, firearms and magic were paramount. In a conventional clash, a single beastman could effortlessly overpower 5 adult humans. However, with firearms, a solitary soldier within the fortress could dispatch numerous beastmen. Similarly, a sorcerer could contend with a dozen or even 20 beastmen and werewolves. Kislev was not lacking in sorcerers, yet the Ice Queen proved to be a hindrance, perpetuating a century-old tradition that mandated all ice mages receive standardized training in the capital, needing the approval of the headmaster of the Magic Academy to operate anywhere. Blackhammer Fortress, a mere speck, would never warrant the queen dispatching her mages there. Rod would have gladly accepted high compensation otherwise. While the group lamented these predicaments, the sound of urgent footsteps from the guards echoed from outside. "We have captured a werewolf, my lord." The soldier, brimming with excitement, struggled to articulate his words. Yet the unexpected news prompted everyone to rise from their seats. Like Rod, the ranger Lawrence and the cavalryman Walter were eager to witness the spectacle of a werewolf being captured alive. The werewolf was confined within a cage made of iron. In the modest town square, a crowd of over 100 common folk gathered to observe, their expressions a mix of curiosity and fear as they scrutinized the unusual captive. According to the guards, the capture had not been straightforward. They had initially set a trap, using an entire sheep as bait, ensnaring the beast with a fishing net before wounding it with poisoned arrows. As the guards recounted the entire ordeal, Rod felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Capturing a clumsy werewolf required such effort. It was hard to fathom how these soldiers would fare against werewolves on the battlefield, where they would merely serve as appetizers. Chapter 3. The Lord of Blackhammer Keep, Part 2. In the realm of Warhammer, werewolves are merciless and bloodthirsty. Their savage and grotesque appearances masking an insatiable rage and a thirst for blood. Rod understood that for such creatures, darkness is their true sanctuary, the battlefield where they thrive. He cautiously approached the captured werewolf, confident that he could glean the information he sought from this beast. His transformation was not without its changes. Prior to becoming the Lord of Rod, he had been blessed by the bear god, Urson, endowing him with immense strength and resilience. Additionally, he possessed the ability to perceive the thoughts and consciousness of animals, and when necessary, to converse with them. He refrained from disclosing this to others, fearing the wrath and slaughter that might be unleashed by the Ice Queen. It is important to note that the bear god is the protector of the Kislevite people. Those who bear his blessing are undoubtedly seen as the divine's emissaries and would be met with fervent adoration from the populace, a notion intolerable to the rulers of the kingdom. The queen herself worships the Son of God? Absurd. This is the real world, where power struggles are omnipresent, and any threat to the sovereign must be eradicated. Perhaps one day he would reveal this secret to the world, but that time was not now. For now, he must remain the Lord of Blackhammer Keep with utmost discretion. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Rod stepped closer to the werewolf. Heavens, what is he doing? The Lord's actions incited screams from the onlookers. Equally concerned were the ranger Lawrence and the cavalryman Walter. A few guards hurried forward, positioning themselves in front of Rod before he could approach the cage. My lord, he is not dead yet. He remains a danger, one guard stated earnestly, his eyes betraying a mix of unease and fear. It had taken them a week to capture this werewolf, during which time some had nearly succumbed to infection from its wounds. However, Rod was aware of the risks. He appreciated the guards' concern, but commanded them to stand aside. The bear god had instilled in him a sense of confidence. Even unarmed, he could easily strangle this werewolf. Moreover, clad in leather armor, with a dagger hidden in his sleeve and a massive bear pelt draped over his shoulders, he felt invulnerable to the creature's wrath. My lord, be careful, Walter warned from behind. Rod merely gestured for silence and continued to approach the werewolf. The cage imprisoning the beast was forged from robust iron bars, the finest in Blackhammer Keep. Typically, in border regions where resources are scarce, wooden cages suffice for detaining criminals. Iron cages are reserved for the most ferocious of beasts, and the werewolf clearly fell into that category. A terrifying legend circulated in the Black Forest. It was said that deranged werewolves would strip the skins from hunters to fashion their own armor, earning them the title of skinwolves. To hunters, these creatures appeared only superficially human, devoid of any humanity beyond their semblance. Rod approached the cage, his imposing figure rivaling that of the bloodthirsty wolf before him. The werewolf, wild and feral, crouched low, its wolf-like head straining against the iron bars, revealing sharp fangs as it barked furiously at Rod. Rod noted that its skin remained relatively intact, unlike the chaotic werewolves of legend, whose hides were often covered in grotesque, corrupting filth. Nonetheless, the signs of mutation were unmistakable. Fragments of bone, flesh, and cartilage grotesquely clung to the remnants of the clothing it once wore. Clearly, this creature had once been a normal human, perhaps a farmer or a hunter, but who it had been mattered little now. Before Rod, it could no longer utter a single human word. In the midst of the werewolf's frenzied howls, Rod slowly crouched down, locking eyes with the beast, compelling it to meet his gaze. This was the most primal form of communication. Since the creature could not articulate its thoughts, Rod, blessed by the bear god, could comprehend the emotions of animals. The werewolf, caught between humanity and savagery, shared many common emotions. In an unexpected turn, This bloodthirsty creature felt a rare sense of calm in the presence of its human leader. "Come now, my friend, tell me, what has brought you to this state?" Rod communicated telepathically with the werewolf. To onlookers, Rod's behavior appeared somewhat erratic. They could not fathom his intentions. One man, one wolf, squatting on either side of the iron bars, locked in a curious gaze. Strangely, the once feral werewolf gradually quieted before their lord. "Relax, relax. I know you are lonely. You do not wish to be in this predicament. It is chaos. It is those twisted dark magics that have transformed you into what you are today. Trust me, no one will harm you now. You only need to tell me what has transpired on your journey. How many others like you are on their way here?" Rod urged softly. "Relax, relax. You know you were once human, and you still retain some semblance of humanity. Do not allow your inner bloodlust to consume you. Come now, share with me. Perhaps I can assist you, help you break free from the grasp of chaotic power." In the silent square, Rod patiently conversed with the injured werewolf as if training a wild beast. The crowd watched tensely, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. When had their lord learned to tame beasts? A few guards gripped their spears and shields tightly, standing protectively behind Rod. "Guards, unlock the iron cage." As the crowd observed, Rod issued an even more astonishing command, instructing the guards to open the cage that held the werewolf. The mood among the spectators shifted from mere curiosity to palpable fear. Despite the archers stationed atop the tower and the guards surrounding Lord Rod, the werewolf's strength and fearsome infection instilled deep trepidation in the onlookers. At the moment Rod commanded the cage to be unlocked, many civilians fled in panic. A single werewolf might not be so terrifying, but should those it bites rise again as new werewolves, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the castle gates were locked, leaving the crowd with nowhere to escape. "Everyone, do not panic. Trust me, he is not to be feared. We can handle him," Rod assured the crowd. Simultaneously, the guards trembled as they began to unlock the cage. In that moment, the guards encircling Rod tightened their grips on their swords. Ranger Lawrence, too, readied his arrows, prepared to shoot the werewolf should it lunge for his lord. "Do not treat him so. I can manage the situation. Now, sheath your weapons." With the werewolf released, Rod commanded the guards behind him to lower their arms. He needed the creature to feel safe, not threatened by the countless hostile gazes surrounding it. Chapter 4. The Lord of Blackhammer Fortress, Part 2. The colossal werewolf arched its back, towering nearly 2 meters high. Even though Rod was tall, he still appeared diminutive in comparison. The pallid sunlight cast the werewolf's shadow upon the square. Its astounding stature alone was sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of the onlookers. Yet, Rod stood composed before the beast. Before him was a werewolf that still retained a semblance of reason. "Relax, child. You can do this," Rod murmured softly. From their earlier conversation, he had gleaned that although this werewolf looked fearsome, it was, in fact, a mere 15-year-old boy before his transformation. At 15, in Kislev, one has just reached the age of conscription, while in the Southern Empire, a 15-year-old remains blissfully sheltered under parental care. However, in this forsaken north, a boy of that age must accompany his father deep into the woods to hunt, enduring agonies that his peers could scarcely fathom. Rod could sense the dual torment, both physical and mental, that the boy had suffered since becoming a werewolf. Only when the chaotic power surged within him did that pain subside, albeit momentarily. Yet, this alleviation came at a cost, leading the werewolf further into depravity and madness, eroding his sanity. Rod felt the boy's feeble resistance against this force, a struggle suppressed by overwhelming emotions. Suddenly, a child's terrified cries pierced the air, igniting chaos among the crowd. The tumult caused the werewolf to lose control once more. No longer bound by a cage, the creature became exceedingly perilous. "Stay calm. It's all right." Rod attempted to rein in the werewolf. However, the child's fearful wails and the clamor of the crowd only drove the beast deeper into madness. Its eyes blazed crimson, and its claws extended from its muscular hands. As the situation spiraled toward catastrophe, a guard atop the tower could no longer restrain himself and loosed an arrow at the rampaging werewolf. The arrow struck the werewolf's chest with a swift whoosh. Yet, it was not fatal. Instead, it ignited the beast's bloodlust. A ferocious roar erupted from the depths of the werewolf's throat as it prepared to pounce. In that critical moment, Rod sprang into action. As a lord, he could not allow harm to befall his subjects. The werewolf opened its maw wide, letting out a frenzied howl as it lunged at the humans before it. However, before the guards could react, Rod swiftly pivoted, maneuvering behind the young werewolf, and with remarkable speed and strength, seized its throat. The formidable bloodfang werewolf was momentarily unable to break free from this man's grasp. The guards stood in stunned silence, witnessing their lord combating a raging werewolf with bare hands, and shockingly, he appeared to hold his ground. Amidst the werewolf's violent thrashing, Rod felt the connection between them weaken. As the last vestiges of humanity within the boy were gradually consumed by primal instinct, the taint of chaos was irreversible. Finally, before the guards could intervene, Rod drew a dagger from his sleeve and swiftly slashed the werewolf's throat. The motion was clean and decisive, and the creature's dark blood gushed forth. The two guards nearest to the werewolf instinctively recoiled, their faces pale with shock. This blood was tainted, and should it seep into any open wounds, the risk of infection loomed. Fortunately, the werewolf was efficiently subdued. Within mere seconds of the throat cutting, the once rampant creature began to weaken. Rod released its body, his wrist stained with blood. The guards hastily produced water flasks to cleanse their lord's hands. This brutal execution left the onlookers in stunned silence. They had just witnessed their lord dispatch a bloodthirsty werewolf in mere moments. Such prowess in battle was astonishing. It became evident that Rod's declaration to protect the town was not mere bravado but a testament to his formidable abilities. This was precisely the impression Rod sought to convey. Of course, merely slaying a werewolf would not lead the populace to associate their lord with the son of the bear god. That comparison was far-fetched. In the minds of the people and soldiers, the son of a deity was a lofty figure, wielding a golden spear, clad in silver armor, and towering 3 to 4 meters tall. Rod, however, was merely an ordinary man. He informed me that there were at least 500 werewolves in the forest. Driven to increasing ferocity by the arrival of the cursed moon, only blood could satiate their insatiable hunger. Within the castle's hall, Rod convened a military council. Though termed a council, there were only 5 individuals present: the ranger captain, the chief knight, the elderly steward, and the captain of the archery guard. After all, Blackhammer Fortress was not a large castle, with fewer than 100 soldiers. Everyone had witnessed the earlier scene in the square, leaving no room for doubt regarding Rod's assertions. The number of werewolves was not insignificant, and while 500 represented a 1/3 increase over previous years, it remained within the realm of expectation. The earlier display had bolstered the soldiers' morale, yet Chief Knight Virgil spoke candidly. "With all due respect, my lord, we may still struggle to retain the civilians. Werewolves and beastmen have posed threats that only a formal army could address. Gaining the trust of the townsfolk to remain here is a formidable challenge, as the terror inflicted by those beasts is profound. Furthermore, as you are aware, we cannot accommodate so many within the castle. Even if we had ample rooms, our provisions would fall woefully short." Virgil's words resonated, as he was one of the few high-caliber warriors at Rod's side and an invaluable aid. Given that Blackhammer Fortress was situated in the desolate northern frontier, its economy was already precarious. The harsh and frigid climate deterred many warriors from coming here. Even doubling the wages would scarcely attract retired soldiers from the kingdom, let alone mercenaries from other regions. The guards currently stationed within the castle were comprised of inadequately trained soldiers from nearby towns. "We require manpower, as well as a fortified wall. Only then will the civilians feel secure," remarked Ranger Lawrence. Chapter 5. The Ice Wall. Recently, the Lord seems to be lost in thought. Constructing such earthen walls is utterly futile against werewolves and beastmen, who could easily breach them with a collective charge. Even we find it hard to believe in the efficacy of these mounds, so how could we expect the common folk to accept such folly? Yet, we must comply, for he is our Lord, and this is an order we cannot defy. Outside the Blackhammer Fortress, the town's castle guards and a scant number of miners labor to erect a wall. To the eyes of the guards and workers, this is merely a laughable heap of dirt. For the beastmen, towering nearly 3 meters tall and as strong as oxen, these earthworks are a source of amusement. Nevertheless, it is an order, and they have no choice but to carry it out. In the early morning, after finishing his breakfast, Rod arrived in the town to inspect the progress of the wall's construction. Hundreds of castle guards and miners were toiling under the misty dawn, sweat glistening on their brows. The earthen wall is neither tall nor wide, and in the short term, Rod harbored no illusions of achieving anything substantial. Of course, constructing a proper wall around the town is not out of the realm of possibility. Upon arriving in this world, Rod had searched through his memories and discovered that neither Kislev nor the Empire, nor even the distant kingdom of Bartonia to the west, had developed cement, this revolutionary building material. With the knowledge he possessed, he realized that, given the current timeline, it would take at least half a year to create cement and utilize it for actual wall construction with the manpower of Blackhammer Fortress. However, with the impending arrival of the evil moon, time was a luxury he did not possess. As for the earthen wall, Rod had devised a plan. The northern forests, following the onset of winter, were growing colder by the day, though not yet at freezing temperatures. According to reports from the learned officials, temperatures would plummet below freezing within a month, just days before the arrival of the evil moon. At that time, normal water flow would freeze. By pouring water into these hastily constructed earthen walls, and with the sudden drop in temperature at night, the walls would become frozen. The combination of ice and earth would render the structure exceedingly robust, practically an ice wall. It is said that the palace of the Ice Queen is encircled by a wall of ice stretching for several kilometers, a hallmark of the Northern Kingdom of Kislev. Rod was merely leveraging the local climate and natural conditions to his advantage. Though he lacked the splendid armor of high-ranking generals and nobles, the chainmail he wore offered decent protection, unadorned yet durable. More importantly, it was a family heirloom. Well, this armor had been worn by two former lords of Blackhammer Fortress, and he was the third. Rod could only imagine how many beastmen and monstrous beasts' blood had stained it. But such is the tradition of weaponry in this world, he must adapt to local customs. His purpose for this journey was distinctly clear. He aimed to reach Heidelberg, 100 miles away. The Ranger Lawrence had previously mentioned that to retain the common folk and encourage them to settle permanently in the town, a wall and manpower were essential. While the issue of the wall could be temporarily addressed with the ice wall, the question of manpower was one Rod could not conjure from thin air. The northern defense line of Kislev is a continuous stretch of castles and fortresses. Some of these fortifications are vast, capable of housing thousands of soldiers and storing provisions for over 3 months. Others are quite small, like Blackhammer Fortress, which can accommodate only a meager 300 soldiers. Due to his financial constraints, Rod could afford to hire a mere 100 soldiers. Coupled with a handful of impoverished volunteers willing to fight, the total barely exceeded 200. This constituted his entire fortune. Though the town's population numbered around 600 to 700, they were free citizens and could not be conscripted unless commanded by the queen. In such a desolate land, relying on the queen seemed futile. Thus, Rod had to seek aid himself, targeting the nearby small castles in close proximity to Blackhammer Fortress. Father, clad in chainmail and gripping his long sword, he was preparing to depart when he heard the voice of his daughter, Denise, calling out to him. In searching his memories, Rod realized that for the past 3 years, the Lord of Blackhammer Fortress had been living in close companionship with his little girl. The notion of marrying off his daughter to another lord's child or a count's daughter in this harsh land was but a fantasy. Consequently, he had been living alone for the most part. "Oh, my darling, what brings you here?" As he watched his daughter run toward him, Rod leaped from his horse and embraced the little girl. He gently kissed her cheek, the stubble on his face lightly pricking Denise's fair skin. Yet, she relished this sensation, wrapping her arms around her father as she questioned him, slightly discontented. "When will you be back?" "A week, or 4 or 5 days. My dear, while I am away, you must heed Uncle Virgil's advice and refrain from wandering about. The evil moon is approaching, and the castle gates will soon be closed. You must not venture into the town anymore, understand?" Rod cautioned her tenderly, as if cradling a precious gem in his hands. Nearby, the knights and guards stood quietly, waiting for the father-daughter farewell to conclude before continuing their journey. The chief knight, Virgil, exchanged glances with his comrades. The lord had entrusted him with the dual responsibilities of safeguarding the castle and protecting his daughter, both an honor and a heavy burden. Before his transmigration, Rod had been a 30-year-old man who had not yet experienced the joys of parenthood. Now, having crossed into this world with a little daughter, he felt as though he had compensated for that significant regret. Denise was particularly attached to her father, and gazing at her innocent demeanor, Rod experienced a moment of surreal nostalgia, as if Denise were the child he had yet to welcome into the world back on Earth. Chapter 6. The path of the envoy. The Ice Queen had issued a decree. Those who committed crimes could attain clemency by slaying greenskins, beastmen, or werewolves in the wild. This proclamation may have seemed implausible, yet there was no alternative. Kislev lay at the northernmost edge of the empire, serving as the front line against the chaotic incursions. Danger pervaded the land, and each kill contributed to the struggle. Moreover, while the promise of pardon sounded enticing, the likelihood of humans surviving encounters with beastmen or werewolves in the wilderness was exceedingly low. Thus, this alleviated the burden on the kingdom concerning these offenders, at the very least diminishing the food requirements of the prisons. The steeds trod softly as the lord, ranger, and guards gradually departed from the town, the heavy gates of Blackhammer Fortress closing behind them. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, creating a crisp patter against Rod's armor. The path became muddy and treacherous, enveloped in mist that obscured visibility. Rod was aware that, should the opportunity arise, he would need to renovate this route, enabling the products of Blackhammer Fortress to reach the more prosperous southern markets, thereby yielding greater profits. Otherwise, they would remain at the mercy of nearby nobles and merchants, perpetually relegated to the lowest echelons of commerce. Damn it, how long will this wretched weather persist? On the road, the incessant rain finally provoked Lawrence into grumbling. His clothes were drenched, and he could only wonder when they might dry. The damp, chilly sensation was most unpleasant, invoking memories of his homeland. In that distant seaside town of Tyler, along the coastline where sunlight was never scarce, he reminisced about a childhood surrounded by sweet fruits and bread framed by seagulls, fishing boats, and the enchanting hues of dusk. 3 to 5 days, perhaps. We might have to endure this weather for the next few days. Instead of complaining about the elements, it would be prudent to seek shelter from the rain, caves, tree hollows, or any other refuge. They had a minimum of 3 more hours of travel before they might find a cave suitable for resting. Let us hope it is unoccupied by bears or other beasts. Lawrence, share with us tales of your homeland, Tyler. I am eager to learn about the customs and traditions from the other side of the continent. Did I not mention it before? Indeed, but not in great detail. Please, enlighten us, so we may bask in the warmth of the southern lands amidst this biting cold. Seizing the opportunity to alleviate the monotony of the journey, Rod urged his companions to recount stories from the old world. After all, to assimilate into this realm, he needed to grasp the intricacies of the Warhammer universe. His memories were fragmented, the remnants of 2 lives intertwined, resembling a mosaic of disjointed recollections. Rod was aware that several formidable human nations existed upon this vast continent: the Kingdom of Kislev in the north, the Empire in the center, the Kingdom of Britannia to the west, and the Republic of Tyler to the south, along with the Kingdom of Estalia. Lawrence hailed from Tyler, a unique nation composed of numerous city-states, frequently besieged by pirates due to its proximity to the wastes. Mercenaries were renowned there, as many nobles and affluent individuals would hire enforcers to maintain order and ensure safety. In that land, governmental authority was exceedingly limited. Misu Island, my homeland, is perpetually bathed in summer. One can savor delectable fruits at any hour. Snow is an alien concept there, and its inhabitants may never witness it. Sunshine and rain nourish the land. However, due to rampant piracy and isolation from major towns, my home offers scant opportunity for growth. Fishermen and farmers toil for a year's yield, only to have it pillaged by a single pirate raid. The journey, though not lengthy, was tedious. Lawrence's narration undeniably alleviated the tedium, allowing the group to momentarily escape into their imaginations. In fact, it was during such tumult that I was forced to flee my homeland. When I reached adulthood, the pirates returned. The men of the village chose capitulation, knowing resistance would only invite a bloody massacre. Those unable to flee surrendered to the pirates or joined their ranks, abandoning their possessions. Yet, the pirates sought not only crops and savings, but also people. They sought to violate my mother, and so I took my father's bow and slew them. Afterward, I escaped. I wandered the world, taking refuge wherever I could find it, constantly learning and laboring in exchange for experience and capital. Tyler is a chaotic land, truth be told. It is not much better than Kislev. Trust me, we often lament our countries and our circumstances, yet others may not fare much better. The cold clung to them, the horses' hooves leaving a trail of uneven footprints in the mud. Lawrence's tale brought relief from the tedium and gloom of their travels. Britannia is often regarded as the most romantic of realms, yet what you may not know is that those tales of romance and legend belong solely to the nobility. The common folk endure a life of poverty, devoid of rights. An absurd law mandates that farmers surrender 90% of their harvest annually to local nobles and lords in exchange for the protection of their knightly lords. It is worth noting that with such a demand, farmers can barely sustain themselves, let alone rely on any form of protection. They continued onward upon their northern ponies, Lawrence's tails momentarily banishing their fatigue. The landscape shifted around them, from dense forests to desolate plains, as they traversed the winding path. Beside Rod lay the unfathomable depths of ravines and cliffs, while on the other side stretched a vast expanse of withered grasslands. Chapter 7. Perils in the Forest, Part 1. Horses are invaluable resources. They assist farmers in tilling the land during peaceful times and serve as steeds for cavalry in times of war. When expeditions are necessary, it is preferable to utilize mares, as they can provide milk and thus directly contribute to the soldier's sustenance. I concur with this sentiment. However, the quality of horses from Kislev is subpar. While those from the Empire and Britannia are commendable, yet both nations seldom engage in long campaigns. The Empire is rife with internal chaos, and Britannia's system is flawed, leaving no lord with sufficient resources to sustain his troops on prolonged expeditions. In the frigid, shadowy woods, a few individuals gathered to converse. Lawrence had procured a frozen rabbit from some unknown source. It appeared unaffected by the chaotic winds, retaining its normal size and characteristics. Nevertheless, 5 burly men and a single rabbit were evidently insufficient for their needs. Yet, in this icy realm, any meat is preferable to none. The flint sparked with a sharp crackle, and dry wood quickly ignited, providing a precious warmth amidst the cold. Rode pulled his bearskin cloak tighter around himself to combat the biting chill. The others huddled near the fire, relishing this fleeting warmth. Their hands, long exposed to the harsh cold, had become rough and cracked, resembling parched earth, struggling and yearning for moisture. Rabbit meat, wild greens, flour, pepper, and herbs. This constituted their finest fare, as noted by the mercenary Hu Fu. A retired veteran from Kislev, he had once served in the Ice Queen's Falcon Legion, becoming accustomed to slaughter and bloodshed. Unable to find meaning in civilian life, he rejoined the military as a mercenary. Arguably, aside from the chief knight Virgil, Hu Fu was Rode's most formidable warrior. He produced a large spoon and filled a bowl with rabbit soup, presenting it to Rode. Steam rose in white wisps, swirling upwards. Boiling the rabbit for soup was not a culinary delight, but it was the sole means to maximize the use of their meager provisions, though each man carried rations. In this harsh northern landscape, dry food was often difficult to swallow. Rode accepted the bowl and took a sip of the rabbit soup. The blood had not fully cooked out, leaving the broth with a strong metallic taste that rolled uncomfortably down his throat, a flavor that was nearly indescribable. Compared to any broth he had consumed in his past life, this one was particularly unpalatable. Yet, this was the common fare for the people of this world. Despite his distaste for the soup, Rode endured the unpleasantness, knowing that hot broth was a vital source of warmth in such frigid conditions. Across from him, Hu Fu slurped the soup heartily while gnawing on a piece of dark bread he had brought along. The crunch of his teeth on the hard bread echoed in the air. This sustenance, composed of flatbread, nuts, and dried fruit, had become a staple for most northern soldiers due to its long shelf life. However, with food scarce, many loaves contained little more than the husks, germ, and bran from wheat milling, baked together with wood shavings and dirt. Though easy to preserve, over time, the hardness could rival that of tree bark. Consequently, every vagabond and soldier bore teeth as sharp as a wolf's. Although Rode had the means to enjoy better nourishment, he chose to share in the hardships of his warriors, often eating the same rations as they. With one bite of the bread, a flurry of crumbs scattered, indistinguishable as flour remnants or the dust of wood and dirt. Thud, thud, thud. Could you keep your eating noise down? The night fell, shrouding the woods in an eerie darkness. Before Rode, soldiers Carrot and Hu Fu had begun to bicker over a trivial matter. Rode typically demanded little from them, aside from the necessary respect he required, which fostered a sense of camaraderie without significant barriers. Thus, even in the presence of their lord, they appeared unrestrained and informal. "It's your chewing that s loud," retorted the disgruntled soldier Carrot. However, Lawrence, a ranger accustomed to patrolling the forest, stood alert, his deep blue eyes scanning the trees, sensing an unsettling presence approaching. Rode too felt a shift. More accurately, it was the dormant power of the bear's spirit within him that instinctively warned him of the lurking danger. He could sense the presence of beasts in this land, yet something distinctly abnormal was drawing near. Hush as the sound drew closer. The earth itself seemed to tremble uneasily. Rode lowered his head to the ground, straining to hear the vibrations emanating from the other side. It was a disquieting rumble, akin to that of a beast. On guard. Before the guards could react, Rode unsheathed his great sword, shouting with fervor. Grabbing a piece of firewood in one hand and wielding his cold-forged sword in the other, he fixed his gaze on the surrounding trees. Before Carrot and Hu Fu could comprehend the situation, a massive shadow lunged from the darkness. Just as the shadow pounced upon the veteran Hu Fu, Lawrence released an arrow from his bow. In an instant, the air was pierced by the sound of the arrow embedding itself in flesh, accompanied by the beast's growl. A horned beastman knelt, injured, merely 2 meters from the veteran Hu Fu. Yet before anyone could arm themselves, a second and third beastman charged forth from the woods. Their blood-red eyes, muscular arms, and crude, oversized axes provoked a primal fear among the soldiers, had they not served in a regular army. Many of Rhodes' men would have already succumbed to terror. With a pained howl, the beastman warrior, struck from both sides, attempted to retaliate. However, Rode would not afford him the opportunity. Drawing his blade with force, Rode crouched low and cleaved through the beastman's calf, the sword biting deeply into muscle. When he withdrew the blade, warm blood splattered across the ground. Such was the nature of slaughter. The kneeling beastman, eyes wide with terror, faced a man of immense stature, wielding a bloodied sword that swiftly pierced his throat. In an instant, crimson sprayed forth, staining the beastman's chest. Chapter 8. Peril in the Woods, Part 2. Though Huff had anticipated encountering beastmen or werewolves within the forest, he had not foreseen their numbers exceeding those of the Blackhammer Keep contingent. Beastmen, a menace to both the Empire and Kislev, posed a grave threat. The mere presence of 3 to 5 beastmen would trigger alarms in villages and castles, while a band of 10 to 20 would compel local lords to secure their gates. Awaiting investigation by patrol units. A warband exceeding 50 beastmen would necessitate the deployment of Kislev's regular army for extermination. The beastmen encircling them numbered at least 7 or 8. Ranger Lawrence was compelled to relinquish his bow and engage in close combat with his short sword. The Lord himself was beset by 3 or 4 beastmen, while their comrade, the soldier Carrot, was instantly hurled through the air, colliding with a tree trunk and suffering grievous bleeding. The priest, White, cowered behind a boulder, muttering his ineffectual scriptures. Huff, barely having seized his shield, was sent reeling by a beastman's hammer blow. He felt a numbing sensation throughout his torso, his arm trembling as if fractured. The sturdy shield shattered, rendered useless. Yet, the assailant remained enraged and unrelenting. Huff discerned the creature's visage, a malformed, bestial humanoid corrupted by chaos energy. The beastman before him had shed all semblance of humanity, its feet transformed into grotesque hooves. Gripping its hammer, its crimson eyes fixed upon the prone, battered Huff. With a roar, the beastman lunged forward. In desperation, Huff drew his short sword. However, just as he resigned himself to his demise, a lithe figure descended from above, tackling the beastman to the ground. Indeed, a tackle. Could a human possess the strength to fell a beastman? Huff could scarcely believe his eyes. Yet, upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as his lord. A frigid gust swept through, causing the Blackhammer Keep lord's disheveled hair to dance wildly. He moved with the ferocity of an indomitable bear and the agility of a swift leopard, weaving among the hulking beastmen, disemboweling them and leaving them to bleed to death. Warm breath escaped from Rod's nostrils, forming plumes of vapor. In the frigid night, the human lord's sanguinary slaughter did not deter the beastmen. Rather, it inflamed their senses, driving the frenzied beastmen into an even more savage frenzy. They surged towards Rod, the bonfire casting monstrous shadows of the beastmen. Rod sheathed his sleeve blade, gripping his ancestral cold iron sword with both hands. The blade was already slick with crimson blood. Clang! A crisp metallic clang reverberated through the air. In the moonlight, Rod's greatsword parried the beastman's blade. The thunderous strike was effortlessly deflected by the human lord. The priest, White, Lane, who was hiding behind the stone, was stunned. The scene before him was simply a miracle to him. Yet, the battle raged on. Beside the sputtering fire, the beastman bellowed, raising its battle axe once more, and bringing it down upon the diminutive human. Though Rod was of considerable stature among humans, he appeared frail in the eyes of the beastman. Nevertheless, it was this seemingly frail human who once again thwarted the blow. The beastman's all-out assault failed to strike Rod. Instead, as the battle axe became embedded in the earth, Rod planted a foot upon the crude weapon, leveled his long sword with both hands, and thrust it forward with force. A flash of crimson. The beastman was impaled through the abdomen. Upon withdrawing the blade, bloodied entrails spilled from the gaping wound. The enraged beastman emitted a bellow akin to that of a wild bull. Abandoning its battle axe, it lunged at Rod, attempting to crush him with its massive frame. But Rod's footwork proved nimbler. He sidestepped the assault, seizing the blade as the beastman lunged, and forcefully plunged it into the beastman's spine. The sound of fracturing bone echoed from within the beastman's body. Its cumbersome form, bereft of support, collapsed. At that moment, the beastman chieftain charged forward. With a furious roar, Rod was hurled against a tree trunk. Darkness momentarily enveloped Rod's vision, and he felt his bones on the verge of shattering. Yet, the sensation was fleeting, lasting barely a fraction of a second. As the beastman chieftain roared forward once more, Rod regained his senses. The cold iron sword lay within reach. Without rising to his feet, Rod grasped the blood-soaked greatsword, and in the instant before the beastman brought its warhammer crashing down, he gripped the sword with both hands and plunged it into the beastman's neck. The keen blade pierced flesh and muscle, exiting from the beastman's nape, and blood gushed forth. The warhammer remained suspended in midair, and with the beastman frozen in place, Rod effortlessly pushed the creature to the ground. There was no dazzling display of magic, no elaborate array of maneuvers, merely a sanguinary contest of strength and speed. Within a span of 5 minutes, the corpses of 8 beastmen lay strewn across the ground. The display stunned the onlookers. They were aware that their lord possessed martial prowess, but not to such an extent. On this day, they had witnessed a formidable mortal warrior. Gasping for breath, Rod remained silent. He knew that the time was not yet ripe to reveal his origins to his subordinates, though they were loyal and devoted followers. No living soul could be entrusted with such a secret. Rod was loath to divulge his heritage prematurely, lest he attract unwanted attention. Thus, in the face of his subordinates' astonished expressions, the Blackhammer Keep Lord maintained an expression of serenity. He withdrew the long sword from the beastman's corpse. The blade coated in the enemy's vile blood and shattered viscera. "Ah, my lord, are you unharmed? Allow me to tend to your wounds." In the aftermath of the bloodbath, the attending priest, White, emerged from behind the large stone, his deity's effigy adorning his neck, radiating piety. However, before he could approach, Rod gestured for him to halt. "I am unharmed. Attend to Carrot first. See to his condition." "Damnation," Rod spoke, gesturing towards the motionless soldier, Carrot, lying beneath the tree. The man had been hurled through the air by a beastman's hammer at the onset of the fray, remaining a mere spectator throughout, with blood pooling around him. Rod feared that the ambush might result in casualties. Though deaths remained uncertain, injuries appeared unavoidable, for even the agile Ranger Lawrence had sustained grievous wounds during the skirmish. Chapter 9. Struggling forward, my lord. It seems that Locat is beyond saving, the accompanying priest reported to Rod with a resigned expression after a thorough examination. He passed away with a single blow. Rod sighed and shook his head. This exemplifies the sheer strength of the beastmen. The disparity between them and humans is not insignificant. After embracing the chaotic deity, these mutated beast folk have grown increasingly formidable, their twisted appearances concealing boundless resentment. Shunned by the human realm, these aberrant beastmen have embarked on a path of brutal vengeance. They seize every opportunity to slaughter normal humans in their quest for retribution. Not every beastman towers at 3 meters tall, yet this race remains a terrifying force. At the very least, their physiques are several times more robust than that of an average human, and a single blow could easily shatter a human skull. It is fortunate that Calo was not reduced to mere pulp. At least they left him with a complete corpse. "Brothers, let us hold a simple funeral for him." Rod spoke softly. The flickering flames illuminated his somewhat weathered face. Unlike other travelers, Rod arrived in this world at the age of 35. The harsh northern climate has weathered him, rendering his skin dry and coarse, while his chiseled features bear the marks of hardship and resilience. A makeshift cremation, though melancholic, was the only option in this desolate and frigid land. With only 4 of them remaining, and 2 of them injured, it was utterly impossible to transport a corpse. Furthermore, their destination was Heidelberg, and time was of the essence. They had to hurry. Calo had been newly conscripted into Blackhammer Fortress a year ago, and to this day, Rod remained unaware of his family's whereabouts. Perhaps he was yet another wanderer. However, who but a vagrant or a destitute soul would venture into this cold and perilous northern territory? At times, Rod perceived his subordinates as akin to the Night's Watch from Game of Thrones, comprised of a motley crew of vagabonds, thieves, and murderers. They found themselves at the northernmost reaches, guarding the kingdom's borders. Yet when faced with a slightly stronger foe, they would be rendered powerless, merely fodder for slaughter. "May a hand guide your soul," intoned the veteran Hu Fu. "My lord, allow me to examine your injuries." The nearby priest, White Rain, persisted with his inquiries. As a priest, his primary duty was to spread the gospel and heal the wounded. Despite his limited medical knowledge and abilities, he felt compelled to aid wherever possible. He had witnessed his lord in a fierce struggle against a group of beastmen, only to see him struck unconscious by the beastman chief. Regardless, he had to inspect and bandage Rod's wounds. However, Rod had his own reasons for declining. He smiled and once more rejected the priest's goodwill. "You must understand, I am the son of the bear god. Even if I were struck by a beastman or pierced by a chaotic warrior, I would heal swiftly. These wounds have nearly mended themselves. The blood flows steadily within me, infusing warmth into every inch of skin, rendering me oblivious to my injuries. Aside from the moment of impact, the sensation of pain is virtually non-existent." Yet he could not reveal this to the priest or anyone else. "It's nothing serious. Just a minor injury. Attend to Lawrence's wounds instead, and help him recover swiftly." Rod reiterated his refusal. Although White did not comprehend why his lord forbade him from treating his injuries, he, as a subordinate, felt it inappropriate to question further. He anxiously walked away to tend to Lawrence, who lay beneath a tree. In the land where stars fall, light emerges. In the land of the vow-keepers, wandering warriors, amidst their endless journeys, there will come a day of arrival. Thousands of miles from home, may the great sun god shine upon you. My brother, may there be a place of rest for you in the sanctified land of glory. Under the moonlight, Priest White presided over the cremation ceremony. Rod, Lawrence, and Hu Fu stood solemnly by the pyre. Even as an ordinary soldier, Rod would not underestimate him. On the contrary, as a lord, Rod held these fallen warriors in the highest regard. Kislev is a nation that reveres battle. Warriors must receive the utmost respect. Rod adhered to this tradition. "My lord, the hour grows late. We must continue our journey. We cannot afford to linger here for the night." After the cremation ceremony concluded, Lawrence spoke with concern. An endless darkness enveloped the woods, and as a patrolling ranger, Lawrence understood that the stench of beastmen would inevitably attract more of their kind, as well as werewolves and other monstrous creatures. In this perilous realm of darkness, no morsel goes to waste. The corpses of the fallen would soon be devoured by carnivores. And at times, even their own kind would feast upon one another's remains, for in the frigid wilderness, food is a rare commodity. Lawrence's worries were well-founded. He had witnessed 3 mutated wolves tearing each other apart over a human corpse, ultimately dismembering it to share the spoils among themselves. The image of those blood-red wolf faces remained etched in his memory. "Understood. Hu Fu, can you still walk?" Rod turned to inquire. He noticed Hu Fu leaning heavily on his sword, his face contorted in pain. Clearly, he too had endured a fearsome blow from the beastmen. However, unlike Rod, he lacked extraordinary regenerative abilities and could only rely on his body to heal gradually. The priest could provide some healing, yet White was clearly not of bishop caliber, limited to the most basic of divine arts. "Yes, I can still manage, my lord. Hold on. Once we reach Heidelberg, you shall enjoy warm food, a hot bath, and perhaps even the company of fair maidens," Rod jested. Hu Fu managed a faint smile, recognizing that his lord aimed to uplift their spirits, fostering a sense of optimism rather than dwelling in sorrow. The absence of sufficient sleep was a torment. Their heads throbbed painfully as they subsisted on hard rations. When thirst struck, they resorted to the filthy snow beneath their feet. Compared to life on Earth, this realm was akin to a purgatory. Yet Rod understood that enduring such hardships was essential for a brighter future. All struggles were for the sake of what lay ahead, perhaps out of loyalty to his master. The steed instinctively lay down, allowing the injured to climb onto his back, bearing him onward through the treacherous terrain. Chapter 10. The Castle Meeting, Part 1, among the group. Apart from Rod and the priest, the others bore expressions akin to those fleeing from calamity. So much so that the guards of Heidelberg initially mistook them for beggar refugees seeking entry into the city, until their eyes fell upon the battle-bear banner atop Rod's head, the emblem of the Northern Lord. "Greetings, Lord of the Blackhammer. Please wait a moment. I shall inform my lord." Heidelberg, situated approximately 100 kilometers south of Blackhammer Fortress, lacked a significant military presence, much like its northern counterpart. The land was barren and the climate frigid. Barren Varial. The Lord of Heidelberg guarded this territory, an ancestral domain akin to Rod's own. However, the situation here was slightly more favorable, being further south. They experienced fewer incursions from the monstrous beasts. Nevertheless, this did not exempt them from the threat of marauding beastmen and werewolves. Rod understood that persuading Baron Varial hinged on clarifying the imminent threat posed by the beastmen this year. Otherwise, despite the nominal allegiance of the northern lords to the Kislev frontier, years of disconnection had rendered them solitary in their struggles, each preoccupied with their own troubles, indifferent to the plight of others. If one were to identify a singular advantage Heidelberg possessed over Blackhammer, it would be its slightly larger populace. 2 small farms contributed to a higher resident count and an increased number of soldiers. Yet, its castle was not as formidable as Blackhammer, evident in both its architectural craftsmanship and materials. Due to their proximity, the 2 regions shared nearly identical beliefs. From the moment Rod stepped through the castle gates, he noticed the imposing statue of the bear god standing in the courtyard. The colossal effigy of Essen was vividly lifelike, as if it could truly intimidate foes and safeguard the populace. An innate connection compelled Rod to gaze upon it several times. In a sense, much of the power coursing through him was bestowed by this unfamiliar deity. Ah, Lord Rod of Blackhammer, what brings you here after such a long absence? In a short while, Baron Varial strode forth from within the castle. Rod recognized him from 2 years prior, just as he remembered, a balding, portly man clad in thick cotton garments. Though his figure appeared stout, it bore an air of frailty, suggestive of a kind of feeble corpulence. However, the greasy excess around his waist indicated that he indulged in culinary delights. In the Northern Kingdom, animal husbandry thrived beyond agriculture, allowing Varial to relish in a diet replete with meat if he so desired. Yet, this was of little interest to Rod. Brother, it seems you have grown more robust. Your spirits must be high of late, Rod complimented. Despite his awareness of Varial's true nature, a modicum of politeness was necessary. After all, unlike his genuine comrades, this Baron, though outwardly cordial, was notoriously miserly. Rod recalled how Varial had always profited from trade with Blackhammer, taking advantage of the dealings. However, his father had advised against quibbling with the local lords, prompting Rod to overlook such transgressions. Haha, not too shabby. The harvest from the farms has been quite satisfying this year. What troubles you? Has Blackhammer again faced assaults from those savages? Varial feigned concern, his brow furrowing. Not yet. The evil month has not yet arrived. However, we were ambushed by beastmen on our way here. The woman accompanying him, seemingly much younger than Varial, with golden hair and blue eyes, appeared freshly past adolescence, her fair skin and delicate features exuding a noble air. Yet, she did not seem to be his lover or wife. It was plausible that Varial had taken a young and beautiful companion, though such figures typically did not grace public events. Beastmen, those mutated savages often roam the forests. I presume you did not take the main road, but rather a shortcut. Indeed, we opted for a quicker route to reach here as swiftly as possible. Come, let us sit and discuss. He gestured courteously. Rod entered, while several guards, including the ranger Lawrence, remained outside. The stone columns rose from the ground floor, supporting the upper structure of the castle. The light grew dimmer as they progressed, the rough stone floor extending toward the Lord's chamber, with a meeting room to the left. Upon entering, Rod relinquished his cold iron sword to a guard. Although Varial did not request it, Rod understood the necessity of this protocol. Brother, your hasty arrival at Heidelberg surely signifies urgent matters. Speak. What is it? Whatever I can assist with, I shall do my utmost. Once inside the meeting room, Varial took a seat without delay. The pale sunlight streamed through the window, casting a white sheen upon the table. Blackhammer may be in peril. The scholar has observed that this year's evil month will endure longer than any prior. You know well that the prolonged duration of the evil month correlates with an increase in the numbers of beastmen and werewolves. They will descend en masse from the northern forests, sweeping across the entire north. This has become the norm. Once the evil month passes, they will disperse. Varial's brow twitched slightly. No, you have not grasped my meaning. This year, the evil month may last for over a week. Yet Varial fell silent, the atmosphere turning awkward. Thus, are you here to convey intelligence? Not merely to relay information. In the name of our ancestors, Blackhammer beseeches Heidelberg for reinforcements. Rod turned to Varial, speaking earnestly. Chapter 11. The Castle Meeting, Part 2. Brother, there is a situation you may not fully comprehend. The soldiers in Heidelberg are not as numerous as you might imagine. Including the reserve forces, there are at most around 200 troops within this castle. Moreover, like your men, most of them are soldiers who have not passed the kingdom's assessments. They possess only marginally more experience than farmers and would stand little chance in actual combat. Historically, we have relied solely on the castle walls to fend off these beasts, lamented Veril as he sat in his fur-lined chair, a look of despair etched upon his face. Seven beastmen. Brother, on my way here, I encountered 7 beastmen warriors. They stand an average of over 2.5 meters tall, with the tallest among them reaching an astonishing 3 meters. Their strength surpasses that of a bison. A single blow from them could crush a helmet. Their mutations have intensified, heralding the rise of chaos. Before Veril could further dismiss the threat, Rod interjected with his insights. Casting a glance at Lord Veril across the table, Rod continued. This year's month of evil will last at least a week. The carcasses of various beasts in the forest have been increasing, which is an ominous sign indicating the growing numbers of beastmen and werewolves. The beasts that serve as their food have been hunted to near extinction. It is certain that when the month of evil arrives, they will become insatiably bloodthirsty and frenzied, targeting both humans and the livestock we raise. The first wave of assault will once again be initiated by the werewolves, lacking siege weaponry. They will merely scour the areas surrounding the castle before heading south in search of more prey. However, the beastmen will not spare any human stronghold. Based on the intelligence I have gathered, their numbers will surpass the total from the previous 3 years combined. With the strength of Blackhammer Fortress, we will be unable to hold our ground. After Rod's declaration, Veril remained unmoved. If possible, he would have liked to say, "That's your problem, not mine." Thus, before his companion could refuse any further, Rod pressed on. "Brother, do you know where these beastmen are appearing? They are encroaching further south. This indicates that the areas infected by the winds of chaos are expanding. Even on our way to your castle, we encountered piles of animal carcasses, most of which had been stripped of their innards. They are not without strength, they are merely biding their time. Once Blackhammer Fortress falls, the next target of the beastmen will be Heidelberg. Is what you say true?" At last, Lord Veril could no longer remain seated. He inquired with a tone tinged with skepticism. "Absolutely, and if you wish, I can have my men bring forth the heads of the beastmen for you to see." Veril nodded in acquiescence. Moments later, the forest ranger Lawrence presented a bloodied head to Rod. It belonged to the leader of the beastmen they had encountered in the woods 2 days prior. Rod adeptly peeled away the tattered cloth that enveloped the head. The acrid scent of blood gradually filled the air, causing Veril and the girl beside him to cover their noses, their expressions filled with revulsion. Unlike Rod, Veril had inherited his forebears' territory and army, yet lacked the spirit of their arduous struggle, resulting in his scant experience in battle. Faced with the gruesome sight of the corpse, he was inevitably overwhelmed with nausea. As the final layer of cloth was removed, the faces of the two before Rod paled in terror. It was a gigantic head adorned with the features of a bull, its size nearly double that of a normal human. The horrific blood-stained fangs protruded from its grotesque lips, while its large nostrils flared outward, and a pair of formidable bull horns curved slightly, sharp enough to rival spears and swords. Coupled with the blood that clung to it from Rod's slaughter, Veril felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, nearly prompting him to vomit. However, before Rod, a fellow lord of the castle, he managed to suppress his reaction. The girl beside Veril leaned in closer, observing the bloodied bull head. "Is it truly a transformation from a human?" Her tone was laced with astonishment, her emerald eyes reflecting the beastman's terrifying visage. Within the confines of her limited knowledge, she could not fathom the original form of this creature. Indeed, all beastmen are mutations of humans. They were once known by the far less flattering name of beastified humans. Rod paused, gauging their expressions before continuing. "Brother, as you can see, they are undergoing mutations, their sizes growing larger by the day, accompanied by an increase in strength. Consequently, they require more sustenance to sustain their energy expenditures, which explains the dwindling flora and fauna in the forest. In just 1 week, during this month of evil, I cannot predict how many beastmen will besiege my castle. However, should their numbers exceed thrice our own, Blackhammer Fortress will undoubtedly fall. Therefore, in the name of our ancestors, I implore you to dispatch soldiers to assist in the defense of the city. The great King Kaladu once bestowed upon us the northern territories, where our ancestors fought side by side and vowed to protect our homeland's northern borders. Yet, a century has passed, and we now live lives of solitary struggle. This is not what our forebears envisioned. For the sake of their oath, you must send your troops, my brother. Under Rod's persuasive rhetoric, Veril found himself at a loss for words. However, what truly struck him was not Rod's eloquence or the glory of their ancestors, but the terrifying sight of the beastman's head. As the Lord of Heidelberg, he had encountered beastmen before, but never had he seen such a fearsome and grotesque creature. Let me contemplate. Veril slumped in his chair, his gaze fixed upon the bloodied beastman's head, his breath coming in ragged gasps. As a lord, he could scarcely imagine the terror his people would experience should these monsters invade the city. It would be a nightmare. Blackhammer Fortress. Yes, as the foremost line of defense in the north, it is indeed where the werewolves and beastmen will strike first. Preserving Blackhammer Fortress could restrain a portion of the beastmen and werewolves. At the very least, the dread will not fully permeate to the gates of Heidelberg. Chapter 12. Ice Magic Rod ultimately secured the support of Lord Veril of Heidelberg. 50 fully armed infantrymen would depart the following day for Blackhammer Fortress to assist in guarding the castle. As long as they could hold the fortress until the arrival of the evil moon, the situation would remain manageable. The threats posed by beastmen and werewolves would not spread to the southern regions, ensuring Heidelberg's safety. However, this arrangement did not fully satisfy Rod's aspirations. It fell short of his expectations. 50 castle guards constituted 1/3 of Heidelberg's military strength, yet for the beastmen, it was merely an appetizer. The fortress served as a formidable bastion, but one could not ascertain whether the beastmen would devise new siege weaponry. If siege ladders or ropes were employed, the 200 defenders of Blackhammer Fortress would be rendered ineffective, unable to withstand the overwhelming strength of the beastmen on the walls. Rod's next objective was Iron Ring City. Akin to Blackhammer Fortress and Heidelberg, a northern stronghold under the jurisdiction of Baron Aubry. Geographically, Iron Ring City and Blackhammer Fortress, along with Heidelberg, formed a triangular area, serving as the front line against the northern beastmen, werewolves, and various malevolent creatures. However, like Lord Veril of Heidelberg, Baron Aubry was also an unambitious nobleman. His domain was larger than the combined territories of Rod and Veril, encompassing mines, pastures, and vast woodlands, rendering him the most powerful among the three. The beastmen posed a tangible threat to him, but werewolves hardly registered on his radar. Yet, if Rod could secure his support, the defense of Blackhammer Fortress would face minimal challenges during this year's evil moon. The beastmen and werewolves would not traverse the vast grasslands. The food-scarce wastelands were a nightmare for them, likely leading to starvation midway through their journey. They would seek out areas where humans or livestock congregated. Therefore, for Rod, gaining the support of Lord Aubry of Iron Ring City was of paramount importance. Upon leaving Heidelberg, Rod was accompanied by a female companion, Caroline, the girl who had previously stood beside Lord Veril in the room. It was not until she introduced herself that Rod realized this fair-haired, azure-eyed maiden was the daughter of Lord Veril. Additionally, she was a frost witch. Unlike other witches, Caroline was considered fortunate within the ranks of witches. She awakened her ice magic talent at the tender age of 13 and was summoned to a magical academy for ice witches to receive formal instruction and training. Upon graduation, she would assume the new identity of a frost witch. These young women were either summoned to the royal palace as personal attendants to the Snow Queen or dispatched to various noble households as mistresses or wives to assist in governing the kingdom. Caroline was indeed fortunate, as her lineage was already noble. Although Veril's territory was small and weak, he was still a local lord, and his daughter was not a commoner. Upon her graduation, she avoided the fate of becoming another noble's mistress and was instead assigned to the borderlands to aid her father. Rod had previously recalled Veril, but had no recollection of his family, and was unaware he had a daughter. Frost witches could be considered a distinctive faction within the Warhammer world, predominantly found in Kislev, owing to the unique properties of ice magic. The formidable ice magic could only be wielded under frigid conditions. The colder the climate, the more potent the magic. During the harshest depths of winter, the power of ice magic peaked, while in the warm summer months, its efficacy waned. In regions close to the equator, ice magic was nearly rendered ineffective. Kislev, situated at the northern end of the Old World, provided a cold climate that served as a wellspring for the use of ice magic. Due to the peculiar nature of ice magic, those who wield it, such as the frost witches, often exhibited unusual traits. Their bodies underwent changes from prolonged exposure to ice magic. The most evident alteration was a decrease in body temperature, rendering their forms cold and smooth. The changes in Frost Witch apprentices were subtle, while higher-tier witches became as frigid as solid ice. Caroline was a third-tier witch, freshly graduated from her apprenticeship. Her physical changes were not yet pronounced. Outdoors, her breath still emitted visible white vapor, indicating her temperature remained higher than the surrounding environment, albeit slightly cooler than that of an ordinary person. However, Rod was less concerned with her physical state than with her combat capabilities, or rather, her self-preservation. After all, they were in the wilderness. Although the road to Iron Ring City was not overly perilous, encountering a horde of werewolves or beastmen would pose a significant challenge for Rod. It was not that he could not defeat these wandering beastmen and werewolves, but rather that he could not ensure the safety of everyone. Having an additional companion sometimes equated to an additional burden. Fortunately, Caroline's prowess did not seem too weak, according to her own words, with ample time. Dispatching a dozen beastmen would pose no issue. However, this was contingent upon having someone to protect her. After all, Frost Witches were often delicate maidens who struggled to cast spells when confronted by beasts. Before they could complete their incantations, an enemy could strike with a single blow. Thus, Frost Witches typically remained at the rear during combat, casting spells from a safe distance. Rod was aware of a type of battle mage within the Empire who could engage in close-quarters combat while casting spells, but Caroline clearly did not belong to this category. Chapter 13. Caroline. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed along the path as they searched for a place to rest before nightfall. The north was a stark contrast to the south, or the capital of the kingdom. Here, the paths were devoid of taverns or inns. No one would dare to establish an inn in such perilous territory, plagued by various mutated beasts, and travelers were few and far between. Thus, Rod was compelled to construct a makeshift shelter for the night. Fortunately, even after dusk, the ground remained illuminated by the ample moonlight. Unlike the single moon of Earth, this realm boasted two moons, the large one overhead, known variously as the evil moon by the northern folk, the dark moon by beastmen, and the chaos moon by the Norskar. The other, called Manaslib, resembled a conventional moon. Both moons appeared extraordinarily large, as if they were within reach, dominating the vast sky. The silvery light cast upon the snow reflected a dazzling brilliance, simultaneously illuminating the enchanting visage of the Frost Witch. Caroline sat upon a clean stone pedestal, occasionally glancing at the robust man before her. In her recollections, the Lord of Blackhammer Castle had not been so sturdy. However, since his arrival in Heidelberg, she had encountered a different lord, a man who appeared somewhat older yet exuded a greater masculinity. This masculinity was unlike her father's, who merely hid within the castle, issuing commands to his subordinates and indulging in various women. The lord before her seemed to carry a profound past, his demeanor and movements radiating a sense of calm. His legendary feat of slaying 7 beastmen single-handedly was a tale worthy of being etched into the annals of history. As Caroline observed Rod, he had already completed the small dwelling for the witch's overnight stay. He began by wielding his sharp cold iron sword to clear a patch of ground, then used Hufu's hammer to flatten and solidify the earth. He subsequently drove sharpened branches into the ground, leaning against a large tree while constructing a dense wooden fence. Covering the entire frame with tattered cloth and strewing it with dried leaves for camouflage, he finally retrieved a blanket to lay on the ground within the enclosure, creating a simple yet effective shelter. It appeared quite rudimentary, yet it had taken him a couple of hours to assemble. "Your tent is ready, Lady Caroline," Rod said, sitting down, slightly out of breath. "You seem rather reluctant. Was this prepared specifically for me?" she inquired. "Of course, it is a gesture of respect and consideration for you. Otherwise, I would not have wasted 2 hours building such a seemingly useless shelter. Do you think it necessary for a group of men to erect a small nest to sleep in at night?" "It would only delay our journey," Rod replied, weariness evident in his voice as he sat by the fire. Sweat dripped from his forehead, seemingly unaffected by the frigid air. In truth, the chill posed little challenge to him. The blessing from Essen coursed through his veins, allowing him to resist the cold at any moment. This contrasted sharply with the Frost Witch, whose hands were perpetually cold, glacial to the touch, even in summer. "Do you all typically sleep in trees?" Caroline asked, peering curiously into the shelter, contemplating her resting place for the night, while Rod sat on the stone, wearing a look of resignation. "What's wrong with that? It is far safer above ground. Climbing trees is not a matter of shame. Rather, it can be a life-saving skill during critical moments." I suspect you have never been pursued by a pack of beasts, have you, young Miss Caroline? Rod retorted with a hint of sarcasm. I do not require it. Magic can aid me against all dark creatures, and it can protect me. Besides, I find this space a bit too large. Caroline quickly shifted the topic, feeling outmatched in their verbal sparring. Yet, Rod seized the opportunity to tease her further. Are you concerned about waste? If so, I would not mind squeezing in with you tonight. After all, we must not let resources go to waste, Rod jested earnestly, causing Caroline's face to flush crimson. She retreated into the shelter, conveying a sense of evasion. Is this how we are to sleep? The night is long. Shall we not converse further? Rod continued his playful banter. The fire crackled under the night sky, radiating warmth and illuminating Rod's chiseled features. What would you like to discuss? Caroline asked. Ice magic. The Frost Witch. I wish to learn more about the Frost Witch. I have heard that those who awaken are summoned to the Ice Queen's palace for selection and training. However, most do not pass the tests or are eliminated during training. Is this true? Rod inquired with genuine curiosity. At this, Caroline's confidence blossomed as she paused before responding. Yes, it is true. The number of witches sent to the capital varies each year. Once there, the newly awakened must endure the harshest of selections. The headmaster of the Magic Academy personally tests their affinity for magic and their mastery of icy energy. Beneath the depths of Kislev lies a lost ancient sanctuary that delves deep into the polar ley lines, where gifted frost witches can draw upon the icy energy for their own use. However, as you noted, many awaken without substantial talent, unable to sense the icy essence of the land, and can only draw upon the meager icy breath of the air. Such individuals are destined for elimination. Those who remain are not necessarily successful. They must train daily until they master the use of ice magic. However, unlike other forms of magic, ice magic possesses a powerful backlash. During training, the witch's body temperatures drop continuously, their thoughts and emotions becoming numb and merciless. This process is harrowing. Upon passing the trials, one can become a true frost witch, but failure results in severe magical backlash. A chilling wave can freeze a person instantly. In the practice grounds of the Magic Academy, one would witness numerous beautiful ice sculptures. Those who, through lack of focus or insufficient ability, succumb to the magical backlash and turn to frost. Some relished the telling of their own tales, and Caroline spoke animatedly, seizing the rare opportunity to share within the castle, where her father showed little interest in such matters, preoccupied instead with trade, harvests, and women. Given Rod's keen interest, Caroline seized the moment with enthusiasm, a willing speaker to his eager ears, despite some embellishments in her narrative. Observing the young girl's innocent optimism, Rod was reminded of his own daughter back at Blackhammer Castle. They shared a semblance, although Caroline was a decade older than Dennis. It seemed that a lack of experience with the hardships of common life had preserved her purity and optimism. It must be a magnificent sight, he mused. More accurately, it is a tragic spectacle, Caroline added. Indeed, it must be. By the way, I have also heard that within the inner city of Kislev, the Ice Queen's palace is constructed of ice, stretching for dozens of kilometers? Rod queried. That is an exaggeration. Not all structures are made of ice. Only the outer walls of the palace utilize colossal ice stones. Furthermore, it does not extend for dozens of kilometers, but rather just a little over 10. The Ice Queen's formidable power maintains the integrity of these ice walls even in summer. However, I suspect it is more for show than actual utility. After all, a standard wall would suffice for defense, Caroline remarked, making a shushing gesture as she spoke. This statement was merely a private remark, one that should not reach the ears of the Queen. Otherwise, it would spell trouble for oneself. Rhodes also chuckled lightly and winked at the girl, indicating his understanding. Chapter 14. The Iron Ring City. On the journey to the Iron Ring City, heavy snow finally began to fall, nearly obscuring the path ahead. Had it not been for their familiarity with the terrain, Rod and his companions might have lost their way. As the sinister month approached, the temperature plummeted abruptly. An ominous sign. They had 3 days remaining. In 3 days, the first sinister month would arrive, heralding the howls of bloodthirsty werewolves in the forest, followed by their assaults on the towns under the cloak of darkness. These creatures would tear apart any living being they encountered, shredding them into pieces and devouring the remnants. Rod understood that his time was running short. The warhorses neighed restlessly, as if they could sense their master's unease. Lawrence and Huff had nearly recovered from their injuries. Yet the priest, White, continued to regard Rod with that peculiar gaze, as if he were determined to uncover the secret behind the Lord's swift healing. For devout followers, miracles are the ultimate pursuit of a lifetime. Even a fleeting glimpse could strengthen their faith. The old priest undoubtedly sought answers in their Lord. However, Rod would not grant him that opportunity. He feigned being cold, though he felt no chill. In contrast, the frost which accompanying him tightly wrapped her thin cloak around herself, ensuring not a single gust of cold air could penetrate. Although her body possessed a cold constitution, Carolyn was not a high-level witch. Her body temperature was only a few degrees lower than that of an ordinary person. If it dipped further, she would feel the cold, for she remained a mere mortal. Flesh and blood are susceptible to the whims of warmth and chill. She cast a glance at Rod, hoping he might exhibit some gentlemanly demeanor by offering her his bear fur coat. Yet Rod stood tall, eyes fixed ahead, seemingly devoid of any inclination towards gallantry. As evening approached, the group finally arrived at the Iron Ring City. This fortress was several times larger than Blackhammer Fortress. Correspondingly, its permanent population surpassed that of both Blackhammer and Heidelberg by several multiples. If one were to inquire about the presence of substantial fortress strongholds along the northern border, undeniably, only the Iron Ring City would qualify. Despite its name, the Iron Ring City was not a city in the traditional sense. Throughout the northern frontier of Kislev, no proper city existed. The Iron Ring City was still a fortress, albeit a grand one. Thus travelers from the north had grown accustomed to calling it a city, perhaps to fulfill their fantasies and aspirations, hoping that one day the Snow Queen would establish a true city here, providing the people of the north with a destination. However, Rod did not share this sentiment. He knew little of the Snow Queen's true nature. Cold as ice, she approached all matters with consideration and strategy. The distance of the northern frontier from the capital posed challenges for establishing a grand city here. The capital would struggle to maintain control, and over time, an independent city-state would emerge, weakening royal authority. The queen was no fool. Her calm intellect could contemplate all of this. Hence, no grand city would arise in the north, at least not during her reign. As the cold wind mingled with the falling snow, Rod and Carolyn caught their first glimpse of the castle's interior upon the opening of the Iron Ring City's gates. Compared to Blackhammer Fortress and Heidelberg, the Iron Ring City was indeed a grand citadel, nestled among the mountains, built in layers. The spiraling roads were flanked by towering lookout towers and watchtowers, with a catapult installed atop the central tower. When enemies approached the gates, this small catapult would transform into a weapon of mass destruction. Unlike Blackhammer Fortress, the Iron Ring City boasted a small market within its walls, with some soldiers residing there long-term, interacting with the local populace and merchants. In contrast, the limited space of Blackhammer Fortress could not accommodate such a marketplace. Rod acutely realized that he had a long journey ahead. After a considerable wait, Baron Aubrey, the Lord of Iron Ring City, finally emerged from the fortress. Clearly, he relished in his status. Although their titles and ranks were nominally equal, Aubrey perceived himself as superior due to the scale and strength of Iron Ring City far exceeding that of Blackhammer Fortress. Humanity is the most power-hungry and status-conscious of all races. A small town can have dozens, even hundreds, of administrators, with various officials and magistrates occupying multiple ranks. A slight elevation in rank could lead to pretentiousness, yet they remained mere mortals. Rod detested this hierarchy, but he had no choice. He needed the assistance of Iron Ring City for Blackhammer Fortress. Lord Rod of Blackhammer, what brings you to my doorstep? It is hardly springtime, and the various game and delicacies are not yet prepared, Baron Aubrey greeted, flanked by a row of black-clad knights holding steel spears and clad in heavy plate armor. A display befitting the royal guard. However, Rod knew this was merely for show. In actual combat, such heavy armor would hinder mobility. One could hardly expect to withstand the brutal blows of beastmen while clad in such attire. Oh, you've misunderstood, my old friend. I have not come seeking revelry or feasting. There is a matter of great importance that requires your counsel. Rod extended his right hand in a gesture of politeness. Baron Aubrey's brow twitched. Yet he smiled as he shook Rod's hand, his gaze lingering on the young woman beside Rod. Carolyn, adorned in an elegant white gown, a common choice for diplomatic occasions, exuded an air of nobility. However, it left little to the imagination. Her swan-like neck was bare, the delicate collarbone and alabaster skin on display, and though she was merely 20, she stood tall and graceful. This is Lady Carolyn, the daughter of Baron Variel of Heidelberg. She has accompanied me on my journey, a frost witch recently returned from the Kislev Academy of Magic. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Rod hastily shifted the conversation, introducing Carolyn's dual identity to Baron Aubrey to prevent any unwarranted advances. Those who graduated from the Kislev Academy of Magic, recognized and protected by the Snow Queen, commanded respect wherever they went. Aubrey, being merely a local lord, would think twice before harboring any ill intentions towards a frost witch. Rod's strategy proved effective. After introducing Carolyn's dual identity, Baron Aubrey's demeanor visibly stiffened. "It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady. Shall we proceed inside to converse? Oh, by the way, Rod, you mentioned there was something you wished to discuss with me?" Aubrey inquired as he turned back to Rod. Chapter 15, The Lord's Banquet, Part 1, for Aubrey. A connoisseur of fine cuisine, it is imperative that every guest samples the local delicacies of Iron Ring City, regardless of their identity. All matters are to be resolved at the dining table. If something cannot be settled there, it is unlikely to be resolved elsewhere. Thus, before Rod could utter a word, Aubrey commanded his attendants to prepare a sumptuous feast, eager to extend a warm welcome to his distant guest. The castle's interior was adorned with vibrant decorations, the glass dome reflecting the dazzling flames from the hearth. A line of charcoal braziers lined the edges of the room, their warmth chasing away the chill of the heavy snowfall outside. Inside the castle, one could hardly feel the cold. Caroline had removed her cloak, revealing her youthful, graceful figure. The only guests at the table were Rod and his companions. The rest comprised the castle's residents, Lord Aubrey, his maid, steward, chef, and guards. Despite the limited company, Aubrey was ever the gracious host, seizing every opportunity to display his hospitality. A parade of steaming dishes was brought forth, with Aubrey himself seated at the head of the long table, flanked by Rod and Caroline. Pastor White sat beside Rod, while Lawrence and Huff occupied the far end. The clear hierarchy of the gathering left Lawrence and Huff feeling somewhat out of sorts. At Blackhammer Fortress, they had gathered around a round table to discuss matters, with Lord Rod displaying no airs of superiority. Having grown accustomed to such an informal atmosphere, they now found themselves adhering to an unfamiliar protocol in this foreign territory, aware of the condescension in some glances directed at them. Yet, there was little they could do, as they were merely ordinary soldiers. Being able to sit at the same table as the Lord was already a privilege in Aubrey's eyes. Had it not been for Rod's presence, Lawrence and Huff might not have been permitted entry to the hall at all. Roasted lamb is our staple here, Rod. In the north, we have little else, but we do have plenty of livestock. The finest cattle and sheep of Kislev are sourced from this region. The cold climate compels these animals to gain weight to maintain their body heat. This is our advantage and our specialty, Aubrey boasted animatedly, not allowing Rod a moment to interject. True to his style, Aubrey believed that matters should be discussed only after a few drinks. And how could one indulge in drink without first savoring meat? The aroma of the succulent lamb whetted Caroline's appetite, and she could hardly contain her saliva. It seemed this man had indeed come for an adventure, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his visit amidst the feasting. Rod observed that Aubrey's banquet table was quite distinctive. This was the first true roasted lamb he had encountered in this otherworldly realm. The long stone table featured a groove carved down its center, filled with charcoal soaked in grease, with a long iron rod inserted into the lamb's mouth and propped above the groove for roasting. The grill, slightly raised above the table, allowed everyone to partake in the meal. Naturally, guests of stature did not serve themselves. Even the smallest fiefdoms demanded that servants serve their lords. The sheep from Baroness Ranch, having fattened throughout the winter, were now ready for slaughter. What a pity you could not wait a few more months after this winter. The cattle and sheep will be even more plump, Aubrey lamented as he stuffed a piece of roasted lamb into his mouth, the sweet juices nearly spilling from the corners. Caroline's eyes glistened with desire as a servant quickly cut a piece of lamb leg and placed it on her plate. Rod found little joy in the meal but conformed to the customs of the land, offering polite agreement. The salted lamb was exceptionally tender. However, compared to the authentic roasted lamb of his past, the flavor of Aubrey's feast fell short. The absence of ginger to eliminate the gamey taste and the lack of various spices to enhance the flavor were glaring omissions. Ginger, native to Arabia, thrived only in equatorial climates, and attempts by merchants from the Empire and Bartonia to cultivate it had all ended in failure. As for spices, their origins were even more distant, hailing from the far-off kingdom of India, with few ships from the old continent having ventured there. Most spices were traded by Arabian merchants to those from the Empire and Bartonia. Due to the perilous maritime route, the price of spices soared, often exceeding that of gold by the time they reached the empire. Given that Kislev was situated at the northern extremity of the empire, even the nobility seldom indulged in such luxuries. Iron Ring City's location at the frontier naturally explained the absence of these products. The scarcity of these two essential ingredients diminished the flavor of the otherwise splendid roast by 2/3. Nonetheless, having meat to eat was still a blessing. Rod took a bite and resigned himself to listening to Aubrey's incessant boasting. Dragon's Breath wine, my friends, is a cherished vintage I have safeguarded for many years, procured from the White Wolf Wastes. It is a rare find indeed. Do you know how this wine is made? Aubrey continued to extol its virtues. While no one truly listened, each person feigned respect. The dragon kin had long since faded from the public eye, with some claiming that they had vanished entirely. Thus, Rod and his companions took Aubrey's claim of Dragon's Breath wine with a grain of salt. The banquet was not solely comprised of food and drink. There were also songs and dances. However, in this desolate northern region, few possessed genuine talent for song or dance. Yet, Aubrey had no need for such refinement. He was not seeking the grace of courtly dances, but rather the folk dances of the north. Having grown up in Iron Ring City, Aubrey had seldom ventured to the kingdom's capital and was largely unfamiliar with the culture of the empire. Rod noticed a diminutive figure beside Baron Aubrey, presumably his steward. Every dish had to pass through the steward's scrutiny before it could reach the lord's plate. He was likely a devoted servant, wary of potential poisoning in the castle. For where there is prominence, there are bound to be malice and ulterior motives. Finally, as the dishes were cleared and the banquet neared its conclusion, Rod spoke up. Brother, I must express my gratitude for your generous hospitality. Now, there is a matter I must discuss with you. Chapter 16, The Lord's Banquet, Part 2. What troubles you so urgently, my old friend? Baron Aubrey inquired, his brow furrowed, as the tantalizing aroma of the feast lingered in the air. Yet, having indulged himself, fatigue was evident on his countenance as he reclined in his stone chair, weariness overtaking him. The accursed moon approaches, Rod stated. Isn't that rather commonplace? It comes once a year, and in a few days, it will pass. Those werewolves and beastmen are merely mindless hordes. They cannot scale the towering walls and will retreat to the southern regions in search of prey. By then, the kingdom's regular army will vanquish them. This matter hardly warrants our concern. We are merely tasked with providing a buffer. Do you truly expect us to confront them directly with our limited forces? Indeed, I do not anticipate a direct confrontation with these werewolves and beastmen. But this year is markedly different, Rod replied. In what manner is it different? Have the beastmen mutated? Grown taller? Grown stronger? Not merely that. They have not only increased in stature and strength, but their numbers have also surged. By how much? Aubrey pressed. According to the scholar's calculations, this year's accursed moon will be a once-in-a-century event, with the numbers of beastmen and werewolves exceeding threefold of previous years, Rod explained. Aubrey's expression grew somber. Allow me a moment to ponder. Do you wish for me to aid in the defense of Blackhammer Keep? He fixed his gaze on Rod. It is not merely for my benefit, but for us all. Blackhammer Keep stands at the forefront of the north, a bastion against the diverse beasts and werewolves. Should it fall, both Heidelberg and Iron Ring City will suffer the consequences. I speak plainly, my friend. I hope you grasp the gravity of this situation. It is a fact. Rod asserted. The warmth of the hearth continued to emanate, but the atmosphere had palpably shifted from earlier camaraderie. The lords of Iron Ring City and Heidelberg, when unencumbered by personal interests, were brothers and friends. However, when matters of self-interest arose, the tone altered significantly. Aubrey was acutely aware that Rod could not afford to hire his troops with mere coin. Blackhammer Keep, situated in a desolate area, derived its sole income from a copper mine excavated over centuries. Aubrey understood precisely how limited Rod's finances were. Fact. Oh no, that is not the case. For over a century, Blackhammer Keep has never truly fallen. Since its inception, it has served as the most formidable line of defense in the north. With merely 25 warriors atop its walls, it has withstood thousands of beasts, Aubrey countered with a cunning tone after a moment of contemplation. History does not equate to the present. A century ago, the Chaos Legion had just been defeated, and the forests and lands had not suffered extensive pollution. At that time, both the Empire and the Kingdom of Kislev were thriving. We had quality soldiers and warriors. However, a century later, everything has transformed. Many things are not as they once were. 100 years of peace has dulled the memory of war, eroding the will of warriors. Our soldiers have never faced the true Chaos Legion. Concurrently, the winds of chaos have continually polluted our lands and forests over the century. The beasts have mutated, and humanity has been infected and transformed. Brother, the beastmen of today are no longer the beastmen of the past. They possess thought and intellect. Should these beastmen devise siege weaponry akin to that of humankind? Impossible. Beasts remain beasts, Aubrey declared resolutely. Do not forget that they were once human. Rod countered. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Lawrence and Caroline had set aside their food and ale, fixated on the impending argument between the two lords. Lawrence understood that his lord was correct, yet as a ranger, he felt unqualified to interject during the lord's discourse. Caroline, as the daughter of Lord Varial and a frost witch, possessed ample authority to speak, but her understanding of the threat posed by the beastmen and werewolves was limited. After all, as a newly graduated frost witch, she had yet to experience the true battlefield. It was then that the gnome's steward behind Aubrey, with a countenance full of wisdom, stepped forth to mediate. My lords, whether it be the accursed moon or the werewolves, let us not forget that the banquet is not yet concluded. Perhaps we should discuss these matters after we have all regained our sobriety. Lord Rod, I assume your visit is not merely for a day or two. We can deliberate these matters once the feast has ended, can we not? The gnome asserted from atop his chair. From this vantage, he appeared no different from a typical individual, yet a closer inspection of his arms revealed their noticeably shorter stature. Rod was poised to retort, but, upon noticing the gnome's winking gesture from his perch across the table, refrained. It seemed he harbored thoughts too delicate to express openly. Observing Aubrey's reaction, Rod discerned that this figure was no ordinary servant. Otherwise, a mere servant would never presume to interject in a lord's dialogue. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alvis, the chief financial officer of Iron Ring City, and Aubrey is my brother. That evening, the gnome approached Rod, cloaked in a black sheepskin cape, his emerald green eyes wide and alert, resembling a spectral wolf poised to hunt beneath the moonlight. However, Rod felt no discomfort. After all, he was no ordinary man. As the son of the bear god, he possessed resistance to all dark entities. Moreover, Alvis was not a dark creature but rather an individual with an unusual appearance, perceived by many as devilish. Yet, at his core, he remained human, endowed with a normal mind, rational thought, and standard physiological needs. Now I comprehend why Aubrey included you in tonight's gathering and sought your mediation between us. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, the astute and clever Lord Alvis, Rod remarked. The gnome promptly dismissed those around them, granting him and the Lord of Blackhammer keep an opportunity for private dialogue. Rod observed that the guards accompanying Alvis were elite soldiers of Iron Ring City, clad in segmented armor and complete steel helmets. Their attire and status only subordinate to the ceremonial guard of Iron Ring City. This indicated the authenticity of his standing. What do you wish to convey to me this evening? You halted our escalating dispute at the banquet. Once the guards had retreated, rendering their conversation inaudible, Rod finally inquired. Alvis stepped forward, raising his chin as he stood before Rod. I wish to express that everything you stated at the banquet is indeed correct, the once-in-a-century calamity of the accursed moon, with beasts arriving in numbers unprecedented. All of this is true. However, you should not have articulated such matters before Aubrey at the banquet. He will not heed your words in your presence. My brother Aubrey is a man fiercely protective of his pride. He will not be swayed in front of you. To persuade him, you must adopt a different approach, the gnome elucidated. Chapter 17. The dwarf Alvis. Rod's face reflected confusion. However, the dwarf quickly clarified, yes, in another manner. As I mentioned earlier, my brother Aubrey is a man of great pride. His lavish feasts and indulgent hospitality towards you are a manifestation of his vanity. He will not acquiesce to your requests, no matter how eloquently you argue. If he initially opposes you and later concedes, he will feel humiliated. Hence, even if he recognizes the threat posed by the beastmen, he will still refuse to assist you. Yet, it is precisely because of his pride and his unwillingness to break his word that we can leverage this trait to secure his aid. How? Rod inquired, bewildered by the dwarf's assertions. He didn't even have time to question why Alvis would assist outsiders rather than his own kin. You see, my brother Aubrey has two great passions. The first is gourmet food, and the second is watching gladiatorial contests. He relishes the thrill of bloodshed, especially when it is others who bleed. In the heart of Iron Ring City lies the Order Arena, where my brother attends a match every month. Your timing is fortuitous. In 2 days, the arena will host its monthly spectacle. My brother will undoubtedly be there. 2 days? No, we cannot wait. In 2 days, the evil moon will descend, and the first wave of werewolves will assault Blackhammer Fortress. Rod's expression darkened, yet the dwarf remained undeterred, continuing his explanation. To achieve your objective, you must exercise patience. Brute force will yield no results. Do not fret. The walls of Blackhammer Fortress are forged from obsidian. The werewolves lack siege weaponry and will merely linger outside for a day or two before retreating. The second wave of beastmen will typically arrive 3 days later. We still have nearly 4 days to traverse from Iron Ring City to Blackhammer Fortress with a rapid march. There is still hope, Alvis continued, and Rod found it curious that this seemingly inconspicuous dwarf possessed such profound knowledge of their predicament, the evil moon, and the werewolves and beastmen. Just as Rod grappled with his confusion, Alvis resumed, "Where was I? Ah, yes, the Order Arena. In 2 days, it will host a contest. My brother will attend, and you may as well. If all goes well, the reigning champion, the savage Mautu, will continue to battle against various gladiators. Rather than a contest, it is more akin to a slaughter. Mautu will slay all living beings, painting his face with the blood of the fallen, a display to unleash his primal fury. He will earn my brother's admiration. The taste of blood is the most cherished flavor for the Iron Folk. You can seize this opportunity to challenge him. Everyone will surely deem you insane, and Aubrey will think so too. At that moment, you must clarify your terms. Should you defeat Mautu, Iron Ring City must dispatch troops to aid Blackhammer Fortress." Alvis pressed his lips together and continued, "The arena has an unwritten rule. Once someone challenges the champion must accept the duel. Even my brother cannot alter this rule. The populace is accustomed to such an atmosphere. They crave the taste of blood and yearn for the most thrilling contests. Your challenge will ignite the crowd, and my brother Aubrey will be unable to quell their fervor. To maintain his standing among the people, he will have no choice but to acquiesce to your request. Thus, you may boldly challenge Mautu." "Wait, how can you be so certain that I will defeat that savage?" Rod retorted, skepticism coloring his gaze. The intricacies of this scheme felt like a trap set by the dwarf. However, Alvis met his doubts with composure, smiling as he replied, "On your journey here, you single-handedly vanquished 7 beastmen. With such prowess, do you truly fear a single savage? How do you know this?" Rod furrowed his brow. "Your little lover spoke of it," the dwarf replied. Rod instantly grasped the implication. Caroline, that blabbermouth, must have been incensed by the Lord's arrogance and recounted his legendary exploits to Alvis. Yet, this dwarf was indeed a formidable character, having thoroughly researched Rod's capabilities prior to their meeting. The plan seemed impeccably crafted, tailored to each individual's personality and strength. But when did Caroline become his lover? Just as Rod began to clarify, Alvis interrupted once more. "The more they mock your audacity, the more it benefits you. It will cause your opponents to lower their guard. You may first observe the match from the stands, study his moves, and familiarize yourself with his strength and agility. Once Mautu has exerted himself, you can then descend to challenge him. I know what you wish to say, chivalric honor. That notion is non-existent. Survival is paramount. Once a man is dead, nothing remains, merely a hollow legacy. A century hence, heroes will be forgotten, while rulers endure." Alvis's words resonated deeply with Rod, and the brief conversation instilled a newfound respect for the diminutive dwarf. Yet, why was he offering his assistance? After all, Aubrey was his brother. An admirable plan. But there remains one question, my friend. Why are you so inclined to assist me? "We are mere strangers, having only met at a banquet," Rod countered. "My lord, you misunderstand. I am not aiding you. I am aiding the entire North, the people of the North. To speak frankly, I am a scholar. Though I am not yet a full-fledged academic, I have a keen interest in history and celestial phenomena. Everything you stated at the banquet was accurate. The evil moon approaches, and calamities are on the rise. A month ago, I observed these omens from my observatory." Alvis's candor temporarily alleviated Rod's concerns. "Moreover, as I mentioned, my brother is a man of immense pride. Once you defeat the savage Mautu, he will have no grounds to utter a no. Consequently, Iron Ring City will be compelled to dispatch troops. In 2 days, provided the weather is not too severe, the forces will reach Blackhammer Fortress. If we can hold Blackhammer Fortress, the North will be secure, at least for a time." A shadow of melancholy crossed the dwarf's face. Rod sensed that Alvis harbored more unspoken truths, yet if he was unwilling to divulge them, no amount of inquiry would yield results. This was the first time he encountered someone so astute, Not all beings in this world of swords and blood were simpletons. Wisdom was not scarce among them. Chapter 18. The Arena of Order, Part 1. The night in Iron Ring City was frigid, and even with a warming brazier in the room, Rod could not feel genuine warmth. This inevitably reminded him of Blackhammer Fortress. That ancestral castle was built atop a hot spring, where summers felt no different from the outside world, while winters presented a stark contrast. Outside, the air was biting cold, yet inside the castle, a scene of warmth and tranquility prevailed. Even in the main bedroom, directly influenced by the hot spring, both servants and lords could wander and rest freely without their outer garments. According to the steward Muros, the ancestors chose this location for the castle precisely because of that hot spring. In winter, achieving sufficient warmth could mean the difference between life and death. The warm currents of the spring flowed through the castle like the blood in a body, ensuring that the temperature within Blackhammer Fortress did not plummet too low. It is important to note that it was situated nearly at the northernmost edge of Kislev, beyond which no civilization dared to tread. If one had to mention inhabitants beyond that, it would only be the Norscans dwelling among the northern mountains. Yet, to the people of the old continent, those savages were akin to beasts. Their men consorted with wild animals, bathing alongside their warhorses, taming colossal mammoth war elephants to fight for them, consuming raw flesh and drinking blood. Such humans had long been excluded from the ranks of civilization. Over the centuries, some Norscans had descended from the north to become mercenaries for the empire, gradually integrating into imperial society. However, these individuals could hardly be considered true Norscans anymore. As Rod pondered these thoughts, he listened to the midnight chimes of the castle bell, and drowsiness gradually enveloped him. Upon awakening the next day, the dwarf Alvis awaited him outside. He intended to escort the Lord of Blackhammer Fortress to the Arena of Order in Iron Ring City, a place renowned for its darkest and most sanguinary spectacles, allowing Rod to gain insight into the local customs and culture. While the entire northern realm shared a similar cultural backdrop, subtle distinctions existed among different locales. Rod recognized that Alvis's true aim might be to familiarize him with the arena, especially since he was to face the fiercest of savages in combat the following day. There was no harm in becoming acquainted with the venue in advance. The Arena of Order was situated at the very heart of Iron Ring City. By the time they arrived, it was nearing noon. The circular arena rose majestically at the end of the path, flanked by various shops and brothels. Like Blackhammer Fortress, Iron Ring City was also a concentric castle, with the fortress at its core and a surrounding circle of towns. This architectural style was prevalent throughout the northern territories. From a distance, the towering castle loomed amid a cluster of lowly buildings, exuding a medieval charm. However, this was not merely for aesthetic appeal, it was rooted in practicality. In the kingdom's centuries-long history, no lord had possessed the strength to enclose an entire town, as doing so required an immense expenditure of manpower and resources. In this era, erecting a complete wall was no small feat. It was a monumental undertaking. Come, King of Blackhammer Fortress, allow me to show you Iron Ring City's oldest and grandest structure, the Arena of Order. Alvis led the way, enthusiastically providing a commentary. Caroline, like an inquisitive young girl, brimmed with curiosity about everything, as if countless wonders awaited her each day. Rod could not help but feel concern for Variel, wondering how the Lord of Heidelberg was faring with his daughter exploring the outside world. Though it could hardly be termed an adventure, it was ultimately less secure than remaining within the castle. Yet, this Heidelberg which was ever so willful. If this era had popcorn or other snacks, Rod was certain that Caroline would be indulging in them while strolling the streets. The Arena of Order's antiquity could be traced back to the founding of Iron Ring City, built by soldiers eager for competition to alleviate their boredom during their northern garrison duties. Initially, it was merely a square platform, where spectators sat on stone benches surrounding the arena to watch the gladiatorial contests, accommodating no more than 100 people. Later, with the arrival of peacetime, a steady influx of commoners from various regions led to the arena's expansion, ultimately reaching its current grandeur. Its circular design allowed for the maximum number of spectators while ensuring that every corner of the stands could witness the entirety of the contest. Alvis continued his introduction. Rod noted that this dwarf always maintained his gaze forward when speaking, exhibiting a respectful demeanor, unlike others who often lingered their eyes on the beautiful frost-haired witch. In this regard, Alvis displayed a more gentlemanly quality than the ostentatious nobles. Were it not for his deformed legs, Rod believed he could have been a wise ruler, perhaps even surpassing the current lord of Iron Ring City, Aubrey, with his brother in command. However, such musings were futile. His misshapen form had determined his fate, and it was already a stroke of luck for him to serve as the local financial overseer, given that many dwarves were often killed at birth, deemed as potential products of chaotic corruption and thus promptly eliminated and burned. The fact that Alvis had survived to this day and risen to the position of financial overseer in Iron Ring City suggested hidden family histories. Yet that was not for Rod to speculate upon. In many respects, the Arena of Order was the bloodiest locale in all of Iron Ring City. If one were to compile statistics, I could confidently assert that the number of beasts and humans perishing within its confines over the past century undoubtedly surpassed the total casualties of war. Consequently, the arena's basement was said to be perpetually haunted by ghosts. Of course, that was merely a legend. I had never witnessed it myself. He chuckled softly while introducing this. He observed Rod's expression, yet from a side glance, Rod appeared utterly impassive. According to Caroline, this lord of Blackhammer Fortress rarely smiled, save for the occasional smirk. However, those familiar with him understood that he was not stern but rather serious in the presence of strangers, while he enjoyed camaraderie with soldiers and warriors, often wearing a smile in the company of family. The people of Blackhammer Fortress knew that Lord Rod's daughter, Denise, was the happiest and most carefree princess in the north. Chapter 19, The Arena of Order, Part 2, Esteemed Lord Rod. May I inquire how you single-handedly vanquished 7 Orcish foes during that skirmish? Did they attack you simultaneously, or did they come at you one by one? Alvis, being a clever fellow, occasionally posed peculiar questions that others dismissed as mere curiosity. However, Rod perceived that he was probing for something deeper. Scholars, as a rule, are rarely simple-minded. They engage in esoteric studies, excelling in the realms of mysticism and religion. Rod found Alvis somewhat bothersome, yet acknowledged his utility. One by one, did they come? Where's the truth in that? Did you not tell my father that those orcs attacked you together? You were injured as well. Before Rod could finish his sentence, the restless Miss Caroline interjected, leaving both Rod and Alvis feeling quite awkward. Miss Caroline, I believe you must have misheard. If 7 orcs had indeed attacked me at once, no amount of skill would have allowed me to escape. Seeing Alvis's inquisitive gaze, Rod hastily extricated himself from the uncomfortable situation. The gnome smiled but refrained from further inquiry, perhaps understanding that delving deeper would yield no revelations from the Lord of Blackhammer Keep. After all, they were still acquaintances. They began their tour around the periphery of the arena, progressing steadily until they reached the armory. This was the final stop for gladiators before they entered the arena, where challengers selected their weapons: stone hammers, axes, spears, and iron swords. Bows and arrows were strictly prohibited. In the eyes of the iron folk, archery was a sign of cowardice. Only during sieges, when outnumbered, would the warriors of Iron Ring City resort to bows. In a fair contest within the arena, the sight of arrows was entirely absent. Both the Lord of Iron Ring City and its inhabitants preferred the visceral spectacle of close-quarters combat over the distant skirmishing of archers. Rod observed the gladiators practicing their combat skills. Some bore no shackles, chains, or leg irons, indicating that they were free men. Not all gladiators of Iron Ring City were slaves. In fact, a significant portion were free citizens. Some even professional gladiators. The rewards for victory in these contests were substantial, often surpassing a year's worth of ordinary earnings. Consequently, many strong yet idle men engaged in this perilous sport. The spirit of competition coursed through the veins of the Iron Ring populace, where blood and strength were revered. Whenever Rod took note of a phenomenon, Alvis was always ready to elucidate. Perhaps when the divine deprives one of something, they bestow upon them other invaluable gifts. Alvis had lost his physical health, yet possessed an extraordinarily sharp intellect. The gnome's intelligence sometimes left Rod feeling quite intimidated. Fortunately, Alvis remained perceptive to the larger picture, consistently aligning himself with Rod's interests. They arrived at the dungeon area, a place where various slaves, war criminals, and rapists were imprisoned. The pungent odor of sweat caused Caroline to halt at the entrance, while Alvis led Rod inside. They were to meet the legendary wild man, the Mao-Tu. If all went as anticipated, Rod would face him personally the following day. Do not underestimate your opponent, my lord. Though he is a wild man, he is not to be confused with the Orcish brutes who merely roar and possess brute strength without understanding combat techniques. Mao-Tu, on the other hand, is a seasoned champion of the arena. For 15 years, No gladiator has survived his axe. His strength can rend a bull asunder, and his skills are unrivaled among gladiators. Alvis continued to speak as they walked, ensuring their conversation remained private, even dismissing the guards. He seemed to have an inherent trust in Rod. "I shall take this seriously," Rod replied. "May you succeed. Blackhammer Keep needs you, and the North needs you," Alvis said with a smile. "Oh, it has been 200 years, 2 full centuries, since the North has faced a true threat. The entire kingdom, including the Southern Empire, has encountered no genuine danger. People have long forgotten the essence of war in this peaceful land. Yet, war has never truly ceased. The specters of chaos and greenskin threats have not vanished. Do you know, my lord, that whenever this world teeters on the brink of crisis and destruction, the gods bestow their divine power upon a mortal to act as a savior to rescue this beautiful planet? 200 years ago, the great General Magnus of the Empire was one such individual. However, 2 centuries have passed, and the gods have ceased to favor mortals. While the world of men becomes increasingly perilous," Alvis lamented. Rod instinctively sensed that the gnome's words held deeper meaning, yet chose to disregard it. "Is it true? The gods grant their power to mortals?" Rod feigned ignorance. "Indeed, as long as the world remains sufficiently dangerous. When mortals cannot resist evil alone, they shall descend," Alvis responded. "Then why do they not descend themselves? Being gods, couldn't they simply eradicate the Dark Legions with one fell swoop?" Alvis smirked. "However, there is one striking phenomenon," he continued. "What is it?" Rod inquired nonchalantly. 3 months prior, a blue comet fell from the northern sky, heading toward the frozen forest. According to historical records, whenever a blue comet descends, significant events are imminent, either a portent of chaotic invasion or a divine blessing from the gods. Thus far in my studies of celestial phenomena, I have not encountered anything akin to this. "It is indeed thrilling news," Alvis said, leaning closer to Rod as if fearing that others might overhear. As they conversed, they unwittingly arrived at the holding area for wild men. Mao Tu, the formidable champion of the arena, awaited them within. Chapter 20. The Arena of Order, Part 2. The moment Rod encountered the creature known as Mao Tu, he finally comprehended the origin of the moniker. His entire form was nearly engulfed by a thick mane of hair, and a robust jawline was adorned with a dense black beard. His arms were as solid as granite, and his face bore countless scars, remnants of numerous bloody confrontations. Mao Tu exuded an air of aggression. The gladiators who had once been incarcerated alongside him had perished, victims of his own violent tendencies. His temper was notoriously volatile. Even the slightest provocation would incite him to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon others. Just envision his colossal frame. A single blow from him could prove fatal. As the host, Alvis methodically introduced the proceedings. Mao Tu, seemingly aware of the murmurs from those beyond the iron bars, let out a roar of discontent. However, the chains that bound him curtailed his freedom, confining him to a limited space for practice. In truth, the sandbags and corpses scattered about were not intended for training. Rather, they served as vessels for his pent-up fury. One of the human cadavers lay dismembered, blood pooling around it. Wisps of white mist escaped the nostrils of the savage. And even from behind the iron bars, Rod could sense the raw violence and savagery emanating from him. Compared to the beastmen he had previously encountered, Mao Tu was equally, if not more, formidable. No wonder the little gnome insisted that Rod familiarize himself with the surroundings and the people. Knowledge of both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in battle. Alvis, much like Rod, was a man of reason, analyzing the situation beforehand to formulate a strategy. "Lord Rod, I am aware that you do not fear a barbarian. However, I still hope you will heed my counsel. Once the event commences tomorrow, observe Mao Tu's fighting style from the stands for at least 3 bouts before descending to challenge him. There is no dishonor in this. Our ultimate objective is to secure victory in the Battle of the Evil Moon. Beyond this goal, all else is trivial." After exiting the arena, Alvis reiterated his advice. Though Rod had known this gnome for a brief period, he could sense the genuine concern behind Alvis's words. Of course, it was also feasible that the gnome harbored ulterior motives to harm him, but what advantage would that serve? What benefit would it confer upon Aubrey? Blackhammer Fortress had always been the frontline defense against various monstrous entities and chaotic forces. It was precisely because of the fortress's protective presence along the northern borders that Heidelberg and Iron Ring City could enjoy a relatively safe and peaceful environment. "I understand," Rod replied with a nod. The free-for-all tournament finally commenced on the third day following Rod's arrival in Iron Ring City, drawing nearly the entire populace to witness this monthly spectacle of life and death. As planned, Rod attended the event alongside Caroline and White. Lord Aubrey of Iron Ring City and his gnome brother Alves were also present in the stands. Upon their meeting, Rod courteously greeted Aubrey, exchanging a meaningful glance with the gnome. "It is wonderful to see you here, witnessing our unique gladiatorial event," Aubrey exclaimed. "Ah, yes, I relish it. Just listen to the roar of the thousands of spectators, the splatter of blood upon the arena floor, and the ferocious cries of beasts battling one another. This is where a man ought to be." Aubrey welcomed them warmly. As before, provided no matters of interest were at stake, the surrounding lords were amicable, treating Rod with respect, for they were of equal standing and nobility. Strategically, Blackhammer Fortress served as their shield and bulwark. They had no reason to belittle Rod. Rod smiled faintly, embracing Aubrey briefly before finding an optimal vantage point from which to observe the arena's combat up close. However, the scene before him stirred a sense of futility within Rod. The entire northern frontier languished under the threat of beastmen and various monstrous entities. The evil moon had descended. Yet these people remained oblivious, indulging in their own merriment. To awaken them to reality, it seemed, would require the monstrous army to be at their gates. Rod found little interest in the initial matches, which featured mere lowly combatants engaged in their brutal skirmishes. Criminals, beasts, and, when there were not enough offenders, even free citizens were summoned to take their place. Anyone daring to challenge a gladiator in pursuit of prize money was welcome to join, including the elderly and women, save for children. This starkly contrasted with the imperial tradition of combat, where the contests in the Empire and Britannia emphasized chivalric values, striking only to the point, typically avoiding lethal outcomes unless the opponent was particularly savage or had committed egregious crimes. In such cases, fatalities might occur, but generally, combatants in the Empire and Britannia would show mercy. Among the most chivalrous, Britannia's knights, if one party faced an unfair advantage due to external factors, would often request to postpone the duel until their opponent had fully recovered their strength. Should one party falter due to interference from a third party, the challenger would likewise take a step back, allowing the opponent a moment to regain composure before resuming their battle. It could be said that while humanity across the old continent was interconnected, their cultures differed vastly. Kislev, being closer to the north, was evidently less dogmatic and civilized. They only required the sight of blood and the thrill of fervor to satiate their desires. Chapter 21. The Pool of Blood, Part 1, Taro Mautu. At last, with a thunderous shout from the host, the star of the Order arena, Mautu, made his entrance. His arrival undeniably marked the climax of the entire competition. The crowd erupted into cheers, their collective roar echoing through the arena like a tidal wave. At that moment, Rod began to comprehend why Aubrey was so enamored with this sport. The cheers of 1,000 spectators resonated like thunder, stimulating the most sensitive and primal nerves within you, igniting a fervor as if you were about to engage in battle on a blood-soaked battlefield. The competitive spirit, deeply rooted in the hearts of the northern people, influenced them at every turn. Even the typically graceful and composed witch, Caroline, exhibited an unusual excitement. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she were on the verge of losing herself in the atmosphere. It seemed she truly had come for adventure. Observing this scene, Rod could only reflect silently. The more time he spent with Caroline, the more he perceived her as a child, naive and unrefined. Despite being 12 years his daughter's senior, in many respects, she appeared less mature than Dennis. Perhaps, in a few years, the adult Dennis would surpass her in maturity. Truly, she was a child who refused to grow up. Rod couldn't help but whisper his thoughts. "What?" Caroline caught him off guard. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely referring to Alvis," Rod explained, gesturing for Caroline to look at Alvis. There. The dwarf was similarly animated, his excitement palpable. Caroline then smiled and rejoined the collective revelry. Maudu raised his weapon in the center of the arena, shouting towards the audience. His roar resonated like a beast's growl, electrifying the residents of Iron Ring City, who had come to witness the match. The emotions within the crowd surged once more. It wasn't until the host signaled the audience to quiet down that the cheers gradually subsided. Brothers and sisters, the most exhilarating moment has finally arrived. Next, we shall witness the match of the legendary Taro Mautu. In Iron Ring City, Taro is a legend. For 15 years, no gladiator has managed to defeat him. Taro Mautu is a living legend, and this legend will continue. Now, let us embark on a bloodthirsty journey and welcome the first true gladiatorial contest, the challenger, Baron Kano. The host announced loudly from the podium. As the iron gates of the arena slowly opened, a fully armored human gladiator stepped into the arena. By human standards, this challenger named Baron was quite imposing, towering over 180 centimeters, wielding an oak shield and short sword, clad in heavy plate armor, and donning a massive iron helmet, with his face obscured by an intricate net of iron wire resembling a wasp's nest. He was armed from head to toe. The challenger's heavy attire did not evoke disdain from the audience. On the contrary, the common folk were quite satisfied with this outfit, for without such robust armor, any human challenger would struggle to withstand the 3 strikes of the wild man Mautu. Imagine defeating an opponent with 3 blows. How dull that would be. It would resemble mere slaughter rather than a contest. Thus, the challenger's entrance elicited little reaction. In stark contrast to the fully armored human contender, the wild man Mautu appeared almost unencumbered. He wore only a simple hardened leather armor, massive steel shoulder guards on either side, with a thin breastplate between the straps, leaving his lower body nearly unprotected, revealing his thick leg hair. The only distinctive feature was his helmet, a colossal horned helm. The sharp steel horns jutted out from the sides, resembling the fearsome horns of a bull. This image evoked memories of the legendary chaotic warriors, although no one born in this era had ever seen such warriors. Now, the match begins. With the host's command, the 2 gladiators commenced their brutal clash. Rod observed that although the human challenger was well-equipped and robust, he appeared somewhat intimidated in the presence of the towering and legendary fighter, Taro Mautu. From the outset, Mautu dominated the atmosphere. He stood firm, axe in hand, with a look of disdain. As the challenger charged, Mautu merely sidestepped lightly and executed a trip, sending the aggressive challenger crashing to the ground. A chorus of boos erupted throughout the arena. For the spectators of Iron Ring City, who yearned for a challenging competition, such a one-sided affair was utterly unentertaining. Some even shouted for Mautu to swiftly execute his opponent and proceed to the next match, deeming such a challenger unworthy of battle. Amidst the audience's discontent, the fallen human gladiator rose once more, charging at the champion, Taro Mautu. However, predictably, he was swiftly brought down again. In an instant, as the challenger lunged forward, the wild man swung his axe in a sweeping motion, bringing the blade crashing down upon the gladiator's lower limbs. Before the challenger could thrust his short sword, the sharp battle axe severed his calf. In an instant, the arena's sand was stained with blood, a gruesome, severed leg lying amidst the chaos. The challenger collapsed, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, blood soaking his lower half. Yet, the crowd erupted in euphoric cheers. Execution! Execution! Aubrey clenched his fist, his thumb pointing downwards, signaling for the execution. Immediately, Mautu stepped upon the challenger's chest, gripping his axe with one hand, and with a swift stroke, he severed the gladiator's neck. The bloodied head rolled away silently. The arena erupted into even more fervent cheers. Mautu! Mautu! They shouted passionately, reveling in this feast of blood. Soon, the executed human gladiator was dragged from the arena, making way for the next challenger, a frenzied green-skinned creature. Chapter 22, The Pool of Blood, Part 2, The Greenskins. Symbols of destruction and bloodlust in the Warhammer universe embody the only comical race in an otherwise grim world, upholding a philosophy of fight if you dare. The Greenskins have ravaged the old world for centuries. Time and again, they have been vanquished, only to rise anew. Their numbers seem infinite, an inexhaustible tide emerging from the parched, barren wastelands south of the Blackfire Pass, where countless warlords have threatened the safety of the human empire and the dwarven kingdoms throughout history. Distinct from the orcs of the Warcraft universe, the greenskin orcs of Warhammer are a peculiar breed, reproducing through spores and eschewing notions of honor and courage. Their singular creed is a relentless thirst for bloodshed, with combat regarded as the highest joy. A mere 3 days without a fight drives them into a frenzy, their insatiable bloodlust rendering them devoid of any sense of honor. In dealing with such a savage race, humanity often resorts to a policy of total annihilation: kill, loot, burn. Yet, exceptions exist, such as the slave traders of Iron Ring City. When human captives become scarce, these traders frantically capture greenskins to serve as premium gladiators. Greenskin orcs, possessing superior strength and speed, unleash a ferocity that ignites the atmosphere of the arena, offering spectators an unparalleled visual spectacle. Before us stands a wild challenger, this frenzied greenskin orc. Compared to the previous contender, he is indeed a formidable opponent, yet the arena's champion, the wild man Mautu, remains unimpressed. Before the referee can signal the start, both beasts charge at one another. The greenskin, however, is no pushover. He seizes the axe handle swung by Mautu with his unarmed left hand. The orc's strength far surpasses that of a human, and when brute force fails, Mautu resorts to a powerful body slam. The orc reacts swiftly, rolling to evade the strike as Mautu's axe crashes into the ground, raising a cloud of crimson dust. The impact is tremendous. Even a greenskin cannot withstand such a violent blow. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, the greenskin crashes to the ground, his tusks splintering and blood filling his mouth. Yet, the savage orc refuses to concede. With sheer determination, he rises once more, spitting out blood as he swings his warhammer in retaliation. Injured and diminished, the orc warrior appears feeble before the bull-like Mautu. Before the hammer can descend, Mautu's horned helm collides with the orc's chest. With a sickening sound of piercing flesh, the wild man's helm drives into the orc's pectorals. The sight is astonishing, as the robust orc warrior is lifted by the wild man before being violently slammed back to the ground. The crowd erupts with astonished cries, followed by wild cheers. Strength and savagery converge as the arena's champion, Mautu, once again illustrates what true ferocity entails. The greenskin is left sprawled on the sandy arena floor, a gaping wound in his chest from which blood pours forth. Yet, Mautu's slaughter does not cease. This arena is neither the Empire nor Britannia. Here, one may indulge in unrestrained violence, and the more brutal the slaughter, the greater the satisfaction of the bloodthirsty audience. Thus, with the tacit approval of the crowd, Mautu mounts the greenskin orc, unleashing a barrage of rock-solid punches upon the orc's face. The sound of solid impacts reverberates as if striking a piece of desiccated meat. With Mautu mercilessly pummeling the greenskin's visage, the orc's eyes burst, his nose twists, and his lips contort grotesquely, blood seeping from the disfigured face. The brutal display goes unchecked by the spectators. On the contrary, the sight of the bloodied greenskin elicits a fervent response from the audience, who chant Mautu's name as if he were avenging them. Indeed, the greenskin orcs have previously invaded human territories, displacing countless innocent lives. And this brutality serves as a cathartic release for the ingrained resentment of the old world populace. Finally, the battered greenskin lies motionless in the arena, akin to a headless corpse sprawled upon the ground. Some women quickly shield their children's eyes from the gruesome spectacle. Rising from the carnage, Mautu stands, bloodied and exhaling wisps of vapor from his mouth and nose. He then raises his voice in a triumphant roar, igniting the arena into a frenzy. Mautu! Mautu! The crowd erupts in fervent adulation for the wild man, their star, their beast, the embodiment of fear within the Order arena, and the most terrifying creature of Iron Ring City. Without the need for execution, the greenskin orc, bloodied and breathless, is dragged from the arena. The third challenger is yet another human, but predictably meets defeat. Mautu's razor-sharp axe cleaves through the air, severing the gladiator's head with a single blow. As the feast of slaughter nears its conclusion, just as the audience prepares to depart, a powerful and commanding voice resonates from the stands. Lord Rod of Blackhammer Keep rises from his seat. Chapter 23, The Pool of Blood, Part 2. Rod Lorne, I challenge you. The wild man. Rod stood tall and shouted, his voice echoing through the cold winter air. The biting gusts of wind whipped against his face, lifting his long brown hair, as his formidable figure stood proudly in the pale sunlight, akin to a grizzly bear. If the previous challengers were mere fledglings, Rod's entrance undoubtedly astonished the crowd. A lord of a castle, a seasoned human warrior with a wealth of battlefield experience. His duel with the arena champion promised to be a spectacle to behold. However, given Rod's stature, it seemed inappropriate for him to engage directly in combat. For many years, the public had not witnessed a lord take to the field in battle. During the fiery years of conflict, human lords had been the mightiest warriors, leading their soldiers through the crucible of war. Yet, 2 centuries of peace had dulled the spirits and resolve of these noble leaders. They had become complacent, no longer embodying the virtues of courage and tenacity, gradually retreating from the front lines, allowing their subordinates to charge into battle. This was true for Lord Aubrey of Iron Ring City and Lord Varial of Heidelberg as well. Wait, Rod. Do you even realize what you just said? Lord Aubrey inquired, his voice carrying over the distance. Rod could clearly hear the concern in his old friend's tone. I am fully aware, my friend. I am challenging this gladiator. Rod reiterated, his demeanor calm and unwavering. Indeed, as a warrior blessed by the bear god, Rod possessed every confidence in his ability to handle this wild man. After observing 3 bouts, Rod had gained a fair understanding of the brute's capabilities. He was powerful and aggressive but lacked finesse. In a contest of strength, the wild man was no match for him, and in terms of technique, he was even less of a threat. Thus, it was a trifling matter to confront him. However, others, including Lord Aubrey, remained unaware of this certainty. To him, Rod was still the farmer lord, a man who toiled alongside his subjects in the fields, capable of slaying a beast or two, but challenging a wild man seemed reckless. Yet, Rod appeared utterly undeterred. His insistence left Aubrey with no recourse. You know this is no trifling matter. In the arena, blades are merciless. If you cannot best that beast, I cannot save you, Aubrey said gravely. I understand, but I must challenge him, Rod replied, his expression so composed that it left no room for negotiation. However, I have a stipulation, Rod declared, raising his voice deliberately so that the citizens of Iron Ring City could hear. The dwarf Alvis remained silent, his face inscrutable. What is your demand? Aubrey asked. Shifting in his seat, curiosity piqued. If I win, Iron Ring City must send troops to support Blackhammer Fortress against the onslaught of the wild men. I'm sorry, my old friend, but with the evil moon approaching, I must consider my family, Aubrey muttered under his breath, his tone laced with resentment, almost a threat. However, the crowd's enthusiasm was palpable, and Aubrey could not keep them waiting. Very well, I shall grant your request, my friend. Before Caroline and Lawrence could voice their objections, Rod strode down from the audience stands. Navigating through the dimly lit corridors to the armory, Rod selected a knight's long sword with casual ease. The grand doors of the arena loomed before him, and what awaited him was the savage, blood-soaked sands of the gladiatorial pit. At last, the gates creaked open. Dragging his longsword behind him, Rod stepped into the center of the arena, the harsh sunlight illuminating his determined face. Surrounding the circular arena were the excited citizens of Iron Ring City, their cheers rising in fervor. Across from him stood the wild man gladiator Mautu, a figure as formidable as a bison, wielding a battle axe still dripping with the blood and entrails of his last 3 victims. Yet, Rod remained unfazed. He crouched down, scooping sand into his hand to enhance his grip on the sword's hilt. Meanwhile, the wild man let out a crude laugh, deriding humanity. Humans had never bested him. He had slaughtered countless men, all of whom had approached him with confidence and zeal, only to leave the arena as lifeless corpses. This one would be no different, especially clad in mere cloth. Indeed, Rod was dressed only in a thin cotton tunic, offering little protection. With a dismissive turn, the wild man displayed his rear to Rod, bellowing a wild roar to declare his dominance as the king of the arena. Rod, however, merely fixed his gaze upon him, narrowing his eyes in focus. Soon, the wild man faced him once more, tightening his grip on the battle axe. At the referee's command, the two began their deadly dance. Mautu charged forward, his wild roar echoing as the whistling axe carved a deadly arc through the air, aimed directly at the chest of the Blackhammer Lord. The horrifying scene left Caroline on the sidelines trembling with fear, while Lawrence and Hoof craned their necks to observe every movement of their lord and the wild man gladiator. White sat in prayer to the gods, while the small dwarf Alvis remained remarkably composed, his expression unchanged, as if this were merely an ordinary gladiatorial contest. Chapter 24. Slaughter. The fierce strike from the wild champion, Mautu, was effortlessly evaded by Lord Rod. The blood-red battle axe descended perilously close to Rod's chest, yet it inflicted not a scratch upon him. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience, as it was evident that all were holding their breath for the Lord of Blackhammer Fortress. Simultaneously, there was a twisted anticipation for the savage to rend this challenger into pieces. They yearned for a spectacular contest, a blood-soaked combat. However, Rod was no mere performer. He had no intention of granting the spectators such visual gratification. Mautu, seething with fury after his missed strike, gripped his axe tightly and swung with all his might once more. The battle axe carved a lethal arc through the air, aimed directly at Rod's head. This time, Rod did not flinch. He raised his knightly sword and charged forward like a grizzly bear. Clang! This unexpected turn astonished everyone. For 15 years, No human had dared confront the wild Mautu head-on. Yet here stood Rod, Lord of Blackhammer Fortress, doing so with apparent ease and no sign of pressure. Within mere seconds, the once mighty king of the arena felt an unprecedented weight upon him. Sweat beaded on the face concealed beneath his helmet, his muscles taut. Yet he could not budge the human before him even a fraction. Rod had only exerted 1/3 of his strength. "You are no match for me. Surrender now, and you may yet keep your life," Rod whispered during their struggle. However, the wild man remained unresponsive, knowing only to rely on brute force. Attempting to bear down his axe upon Rod as he had in all his previous battles, seeking to crush his opponent with sheer strength. But Rod was evidently no ordinary human, and Mautu stood no chance. "It seems you cannot comprehend human speech," Rod remarked as he sent Mautu sprawling to the ground, inciting the wild man's wrath. Enraged, Mautu tore off his horned helmet, revealing a fierce visage. Swiftly hoisting his battle axe as a primal roar erupted from the depths of his throat. The massive axe swung, leaving trails of crimson light in its wake. Yet, the seasoned Lord of Blackhammer did not waver. He raised his weapon. The knight's sword reflected a chilling white light under the radiant sun. As the enemy charged, Rod swung his sword in retaliation. The wild man's axe clashed with Rod's long sword, igniting brilliant sparks in the air. The thrilling combat captivated the audience, who were riveted by what would be remembered as the most spectacular gladiatorial match in history. Even Aubrey, too, became engrossed, his wine cup suspended in midair, dark red wine dripping from the rim. The Lord of Blackhammer was not the man they had envisioned. Prior to the clash, he seemed doomed. Yet now, it appeared that the wild Mautu was the one growing weary. He roared as he struck, but Rod effortlessly dodged, seizing the moment to grasp the axe's handle. Smashing the hilt of his sword against Mautu's skull, the blow landed with a resounding thud, causing the wild man to stagger back, stars dancing before his eyes. Roar! 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 Lord Rod's performance left the crowd in awe. They had anticipated grievous injuries for Rod, perhaps even death. However, the unfolding scene told a different tale. Lord Rod Lauren resembled both a colossal bear and a fierce tiger, displaying phenomenal strength and extraordinary agility. Mautu had no opportunity. Instead, the once mighty king of the arena found himself on the ground, battered and bruised. His eyes were swollen, and his steps faltered. Yet, coursing through him was the blood of a berserker. Mautu would not concede defeat. Gladiators did not surrender, doing so meant death. For 15 long years, he had held the title of Arena King, and he could not relinquish it now. The wild man staggered to his feet from the sand once more, panting heavily, his body marred with wounds. Yet he continued to roar and charge forward. Rod chose not to engage him further. With a swift sidestep, he delivered a knee strike to the wild man's head. The impact was fierce and brutal, shattering Mautu's nasal bone. The wild man fell back, blood gushing from his fractured nose, the warm liquid quickly staining his face. The thick hair surrounding his visage rendered him a terrifying sight. For a full 5 seconds, the audience held their breath, forgetting to cheer or applaud. They could scarcely believe that a human warrior had brought down the strongest gladiator of Iron Ring City in less than 5 minutes. Moreover, it was evident that Rod had been holding back. His sword had yet to stain itself with the blood of his foe. Even Aubrey stood in stunned silence. Moments later, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Rod! 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 He did not extend his arms to welcome the adulation of the crowd, but rather approached Lord Aubrey of Iron Ring City with humble composure. "You shall not go back on your word, correct?" Rod called out. Aubrey felt a wave of shame wash over him. However, words once spoken were like spilled water, impossible to retrieve. Everyone had heard, and now their admiration for Rod surpassed that of the fallen champion. "Of course not," Aubrey replied. He struggled in vain, but Rod held tightly to the axe, as though draining the lifeblood from a beast. The wild man's blood flowed forth, first in torrents, then in a slow seep. The former champion of the arena was thus drenched in his own blood. The gruesome spectacle initially left the audience in shock, but soon it was met with even more fervent shouts. The frenzied cries surged like a tidal wave, as if they sought to lift the very roof of the Order Arena. Chapter 25. The Dangerous Witches. Thank you, my friend. The successful acquisition of the forces from Iron Ring City is entirely due to your strategic brilliance. 300 castle guards from Iron Ring City have gathered in the square, and Rod does not forget to express his gratitude to the advisor before him. Well, he may be somewhat short in stature, but there is no denying that his intellect far surpasses that of the average person. Thank you for your kind words. No one in Iron Ring City has ever praised me in such a manner, Alvis replied with a smile. Behind him, the Iron Ring guards assembled, their armor clinking in unison. Rod relished the sound. It was the symphony of swords and conquests. Humanity's survival in this blood-soaked, dark continent relies on steel and flame, discipline and faith. The sight of such a disciplined formation instilled in Rod a glimmer of hope, despite the considerable disparity between local armed forces and the kingdom's regular army. I understand the secret, Rod chuckled. Aren't you coming with me? No. Iron Ring City requires a treasurer. I cannot leave for even a moment. Besides, who would want a dwarf to lead them into battle? Look, I cannot even ride a horse, Alvis jested. Rod's expression grew somber. When they fight, I must provide them with provisions and wages. When they return victorious, I am responsible for organizing their triumphal ceremonies. You see, none of this can be accomplished without me. Noticing Rod's heavy mood, Alvis attempted to lighten the atmosphere once more by changing the subject. By the way, you must exercise caution regarding that frost witch beside you. The Ice Queen, Katarina, has assigned the frost witches to various castles and towns to assist the local lords, not to roam freely. I know, but Caroline is willing. She is just a Na'vi little girl. I cannot control her. Even her father cannot manage her. Indeed, he had once advised her against meddling. But Caroline would not listen. Perhaps having spent too long at the Kislev Magic Academy, she was oblivious to the outside world. Upon arriving in her father's territory, she felt liberated to act as she pleased, akin to a bird escaping from a gilded cage, filled with curiosity about the world beyond. This is where the trouble lies. As long as nothing goes awry, all is well. However, should any issues arise, you and Varel will bear the responsibility, Alvis warned. We shall address that when the time comes. After all, the evil moon is approaching, and Blackhammer Fortress could use a magician. The Frost Witches, having studied at the Kislev Magic Academy, mastered ice magic while being indoctrinated by their mentors to pledge allegiance to the Queen and the kingdom. Such concepts were ingrained in their minds throughout their lengthy academic journey, rendering each witch a fervent supporter of their cause. After graduation, these witches were assigned to the side of various noble lords, seemingly providing them with beautiful and graceful wives or lovers, yet in reality, serving as spies. Should a local lord entertain thoughts of rebellion, the first to know, and the first to act, would be the Frost Witch at his side. If the Frost Witch's personal power could not thwart her husband's or lover's treachery, she could relay the information to the Ice Queen in the capital. Katarina would be promptly informed, and the kingdom's regular army would swiftly march to the lord's domain to unseat the traitor from his throne. Thus, the Frost Witches are not merely weapons for the Ice Queen. They are also her vigilant eyes. It is for this reason that the Ice Queen places such great importance on them. Some high-ranking Frost Witches even directly participate in discussions on the kingdom's core issues. They are the Queen's loyal servants, steadfast warriors. In Kislev, while there are numerous Frost Witches, only a few possess lethal capabilities. They can be broadly categorized into 10 ranks. The Apprentice Mage is considered the lowest tier of witch, while first-tier witches are those recently selected from among the common folk for their talent. They cannot yet control their magical powers and must undergo extensive training at the academy to learn to harness their ice energy. Second-tier witches have mastered basic spells and can cast minor enchantments. They can freeze the water in a cup or create frost crystals on their hands, yet are not yet capable of conjuring ice arrows. This group constitutes the vast majority of the witch cohort. Then, there are those like Caroline, who have graduated and possess a certain level of combat ability, capable of casting ice arrows and frost rings. However, they still require incantation time and cannot perform instantaneous spells. This group accounts for 30% of the entire witch assembly. As for the higher ranks, 4th, 5th, and 6th tier Frost Witches, greater innate talent is necessary, while those above the 7th tier must undergo trials to attain their status. They serve as the Queen's personal guards and may sometimes directly engage in the kingdom's political and military affairs. These witches are exceedingly rare and precious members of her retinue. They are proud and beautiful, their skin is pale and cold as ice. If they so desire, any man who approaches them will be frozen into a statue. At times, they can even freeze the surface of a lake or summon snowstorms from the sky. Such is the terrifying magical prowess of the Queen's formidable forces. Naturally, their numbers are exceedingly limited, few in count. The Ice Queen herself belongs to the 10th tier of witches, a legendary Frost Witch. Chapter 26. The Malevolent Moon, Part 1. as the sinister moon ascended. The cold night air swept against the frigid walls of Blackhammer Fortress. When Rod arrived at the castle with 300 reinforcements from Ironring City, the werewolves had already commenced their siege. Shadows loomed ominously from all directions, and the terrifying howls of the wolves echoed relentlessly. Under the malevolent moonlight, the very forms of the werewolves began to subtly shift, growing larger and more robust, as the frenzy of blood surged within them. The guards of Blackhammer and Heidelberg stood resolutely upon the icy ramparts, unleashing arrows and hurling javelins and spears at the advancing werewolves. "Follow me, charge!" Rod bellowed from atop his steed. The moonlight cascaded down upon the 300 soldiers of Ironring City. Initially gripped by fear of the werewolves, they felt an inexplicable surge of divine blessing under the leadership of Lord Rod, and their terror vanished in an instant. At the moment Rod spurred his horse into the fray, the soldiers from Ironring City followed suit, charging forth. The werewolves besieging Blackhammer Fortress sensed the threat, and many turned, roaring and baring their horrific fangs, while nearly half of them redirected their assault towards the incoming human reinforcements, numbering over 100. Despite their numerical advantage, Rod understood that the battle would still be arduous. Humans were not the equals of these beasts in the wilderness. Yet, they had no choice. If they could not swiftly breach the fortress and unite with the defenders within, they would face calamity when the second wave of beastmen approached. Under the moon's ominous glow, Rod was the first to plunge into the throng of werewolves. With a mighty swing of his cold iron sword, he cleaved through the nearest werewolf, the momentum of his steed propelling his knightly blade through the creature's skull, inflicting a fatal wound. Black blood sprayed forth as the first werewolf tumbled to the ground, only to be dispatched by the infantry that followed. Rod continued his charge, undeterred. Instinctively, horses feel fear in the presence of werewolves. However, the trained steeds had outgrown such terror, carrying their riders into the fray. Though the werewolves were formidable in stature, they could not withstand the might of the heavily armored knights. Rod, guiding his steed, barreled through one werewolf after another, the sound of pained howls ringing beneath his horse's hooves. Yet, he had no time to linger on the bloodied corpses as he pressed forward, pulling the reins tight as his steed leapt high, repelling a bloodthirsty werewolf. As they landed, his knightly sword followed suit, a flash of cold light piercing through the body of the werewolf that dared to stand in his path. The soldiers from Ironring City surged in after him. However, in the chaos of close combat, the ordinary soldiers were not so fortunate. Despite their numbers, they struggled against the ferocious werewolves. Before their swords could find their mark, the ravenous beasts were upon them, tearing into the soldiers with vicious bites, leaving them mangled and unrecognizable. Blood and flesh splattered as claws rent through flesh, unleashing horrific cracks. Behind Rod, a soldier from Ironring City was brought down by a fierce werewolf, poised to deliver a fatal bite when Rod thrust his sword into the creature's back. The werewolf struggled to rise, only to have its throat slit by a nearby infantryman. But other soldiers were not so lucky. Beside Caroline, a warrior from Ironring was beset by two frenzied wolves, his arm torn off and his thigh reduced to bone. Flesh was ripped away, leaving Caroline horrified. Fortunately, her studies at the Magical Academy had not been in vain. The Frost Witch quickly enveloped herself in a layer of ice armor and began to chant a spell. As the werewolves killed Ironring soldiers and charged towards her, she retaliated fiercely. Despite their best efforts, the werewolves could not breach the thin barrier of ice, only to be countered by Caroline's magic. As she completed her incantation, the muddy snow beneath her began to freeze rapidly, sending forth a violent surge of magical energy. Countless slender ice crystals erupted from the now crystalline ground, resembling sharp blades that pierced the bodies of the werewolves. One werewolf lunging at Caroline was impaled by a sharp ice shard, its body suspended in midair. The other werewolves struggled to free themselves from the icy spears, but the frigid energy bound them, freezing the surrounding flesh and blood, rendering escape impossible. In mere minutes, 7 or 8 werewolves lay slain around Caroline. Meanwhile, the situation worsened for Rod. A savage werewolf toppled his steed, and as he fell to the ground, 3 or 4 werewolves converged upon him. He tightened his grip on his sword, evading one werewolf's attack, thrusting his blade into its abdomen, then swiftly withdrawing it. With a furious roar, he sent another werewolf flying, but was still tackled by a third. With the ferocious beast pinning him down, its jaws wide open, ready to bite into Rod's head. He summoned his strength. In less than a heartbeat, Rod seized the werewolf's throat, rolling over to pin the creature beneath him, unleashing a flurry of brutal punches. Like the day a wild man had felled a greenskin, Rod rained down blows upon the werewolf's head until blood splattered, and its skull was reduced to a gruesome pulp. Ice wall. Under Rod's command, the soldiers of Iron Ring pressed deeper into the densest throng of werewolves. Not far ahead loomed the ice wall of Blackhammer Fortress, yet many werewolves still obstructed the path between Rod's men and the fortress. Huff, Lawrence, Caroline. Together. Amidst the chaos of battle, Rod surveyed the surroundings and quickly devised a plan. He would lead the charge, with the others providing cover, carving a path through the werewolves. Above the ice wall, the guards of Blackhammer Fortress hurled spears, relentlessly targeting the werewolves standing before Rod. 10, 12, 14. The number of werewolves slain by Rod's sword continued to rise, and before long, the gates of the ice wall swung open, as Chief Knight Virgil led the most elite warriors of Blackhammer Fortress forth from within. Chapter 27. The Malevolent Moon, Part 2. Snowflakes danced in the icy winds, relentlessly assailing the frigid Blackhammer Fortress. He exhaled warm breath that transformed into vapor, dissipating into the air. After more than half an hour of fierce combat, Rod was drenched in sweat. The leather vest he wore beneath his armor had become thoroughly soaked, the linen clothing clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Yet, he could not remove his armor, for under the watchful gaze of onlookers, it would easily reveal his unique indifference to the cold. The old priest occasionally scrutinized him, and Rod understood he must endure a little longer. He had to appear as ordinary as anyone else, for no one could stand bare-armed in the harsh winters of the north. Such an image would be unseemly, and besides, the werewolves could strike back at any moment. Being without armor was not an option. Virgil, Rod called out. Moments later, the blood-soaked chief knight hurried to Rod's side, panting heavily. He appeared equally exhausted. During the recent skirmish, this loyal knight had risked his life, bursting forth from behind the ice wall to save his lord. Although Rod did not approve of such recklessness, he refrained from rebuking him, recognizing the knight's unwavering loyalty. He merely patted his shoulder and advised him to avoid such perilous actions in the future. At that moment, the chief knight, with a bandage wrapped around his head, stood before Rod with a sincere expression, awaiting orders. Have them throw torches down to burn the bodies of those werewolves, Rod commanded. The forest harbored not just werewolves, but also beastmen. Rod knew these bloodthirsty creatures would follow the scent of blood. Originally, there might be 50 to 100 beastmen, but with the scent of blood, that number could swell to 200 to 300. Coupled with the malevolent moon's enhancement of these beasts, Blackhammer Fortress was in grave danger. Thus, the bodies must be incinerated. Upon receiving the order, Knight Virgil retreated, hastening up the city walls to relay the Lord's command to the soldiers. Rod immediately turned his gaze toward Caroline. The Frost Witch's role became evident at that moment. Esteemed Miss Caroline, I would like to request a favor, Rod said with a courteous smile. What is it? Caroline inquired, sheathing her ice spear, her expression filled with curiosity toward this somewhat enigmatic figure. When the soldiers prepare to burn the beast corpses, could you cast a spell from behind to stabilize the ice wall? Lower the temperature to prevent the flames from melting it, Rod explained. His politeness and the intensity of his gaze upon Caroline made the Frost Witch feel a twinge of bashfulness. Are you trying to exhaust me? Caroline retorted. She did not immediately acquiesce, her face reflecting reluctance. It was not that she was unwilling, but rather that her abilities were limited. Though the Frost Witch was formidable, Caroline was merely a third-tier witch, far from the level of the great Frost Witches. Maintaining the stability of the ice was trivial for the Ice Queen, yet it posed a challenge for a novice like Caroline. However, if it must be done, she could manage it, albeit at the cost of her remaining magical energy. Once depleted, she would be utterly drained, unable to cast spells for the remainder of the day. Nonetheless, Rod anticipated this. He did not expect Caroline to slay any werewolves or beastmen during the battle. He merely required her to undertake some special tasks. The responsibility for defeating enemies would fall to the archers and spearmen, for they were far more efficient. After all, in the world of Warhammers, truly exceptional mages were masters of close combat, their lethality unparalleled. Exhausted? Indeed, it will be tiring, but can you idly watch as the beast horde overtakes the town? If we do not incinerate these corpses, more beastmen and werewolves will be drawn by the scent. Your efforts could save a small town, perhaps even countless innocent lives. A little fatigue is worth it, Rod smiled. Reluctantly, Caroline nodded, realizing that at least the people here would remember her, a thought that lingered in her mind. After addressing the werewolf matter, Rod urged the soldiers to rest and eat, for once battle resumed, even the time to dine would be a luxury. The adage trained soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for a moment rang true. The training of ordinary days was for moments like this. The werewolves were manageable. They would attack at night and retreat if they found no success. The beastmen, however, were a different story. They would strike both at night and during the day. Occasionally, they would take turns attacking, allowing those who fought the previous night to rest while others continued to assault the human fortifications. With siege weaponry at their disposal, the threat posed by the beastmen was significantly greater than that of the werewolves. Taking advantage of the soldiers' brief respite, Rod ascended the main tower of Blackhammer Fortress to inspect the defensive weaponry. Seeing their lord ascend the tower, the soldiers promptly made way and saluted. Rod signaled for them to forego formalities at such a time and urged them to eat quickly. The steward, Miros, handed Rod a piece of bread, which he bit into without a glance. The mixed rations of nuts, cured meats, and bread constituted the finest fare available at Blackhammer Fortress. As he chewed, he personally examined the massive siege weapons. The heavy crossbow was the largest siege instrument at Blackhammer Fortress. Its origins could be traced back to the time of Rod's great-great-great-grandfather, around the time of the Third Chaos Invasion during the era of the devout Magnus. Rod's ancestor had led his men into that unprecedented monumental battle. After the war, Rod's forebear had captured a siege crossbow from the Norscan raiders, which was the precursor to this defensive apparatus. When Blackhammer Fortress was established, the crossbow was dismantled and relocated to the walls as a vital tool for defense. Due to the sheer size of the Norscan siege weapon, it required the combined effort of 5 men to operate it for a single shot, its range far surpassing that of ordinary crossbows. If aimed accurately, it could easily destroy siege towers or trebuchets outside the fortress. However, Rod's men were merely ordinary soldiers, and their proficiency in operating such war machinery fell far short of what was truly competent. Blackhammer Fortress stood as a monument to a bygone era, steeped in history. Yet its former guardians had long since vanished, replaced by a cadre of inexperienced recruits who had never tasted the bitterness of true battle. Gazing at the ominous moon on the horizon, Rod felt a profound sense of melancholy. Chapter 28. The Dark Moon, Part 2. In the pitch-black depths of night, Blackhammer Castle lay in tranquil silence, the distant howls of wolves from the forest beyond gradually fading into nothingness. Rod sensed that this was not a good omen. Based on past experiences, the retreat of the werewolves often heralded the approach of another, far more terrifying creature. The beastmen were drawing near. Within the castle's chambers and corridors, the floor was strewn with soldiers injured during the previous night's battle against the werewolves. They lay in small groups, the severely wounded confined to beds, awaiting the ministrations of physicians. However, in this savage world, medical knowledge was so primitive that even sterilized instruments were a rarity. Minor injuries could be treated, but those gravely harmed were left to pray for divine mercy, hoping to survive the night. Occasionally, a priest might be able to attend to some of the more critical cases, but such instances were exceedingly rare. Most of the time, the gods did not heed the pleas of mortals. Even the most devout priests of the empire could not guarantee that every prayer would summon divine intervention. This was especially true for priests in the remote northern regions of Kislev. A priest of White's caliber might spend a lifetime seeking miracles, yet the results would be meager at best. Still, this would not deter him from pursuing the divine. The old world was fraught with peril, and humanity often found itself engulfed in helplessness and despair. Thus, the need for a deity to place their hopes upon emerged. This was the very reason for the prevalence of various religions throughout the old world. O great and benevolent God, Shalak, I beseech you to save these innocent souls. They are your faithful children. May your radiant glory shine upon us, and we shall offer our unwavering devotion. White approached a grievously wounded soldier from Iron Ring City, holding a carved wooden statue while murmuring prayers. The injured man lay with his eyes tightly shut. One of his hands had been amputated, and he was now engulfed in a fever, uncertain if he would survive the night. White's prayers were earnest, yet minutes passed without any sign of a miracle. The wounded soldier remained on the pristine bed, his breath faint. A melancholic atmosphere enveloped the castle. The ice walls had been reinforced a second time. For the moment, even a horde of werewolves would pose no threat, provided they did not scale the walls. The moon cast shadows, and Blackhammer Castle loomed in the near distance, slumbering like a giant. Standing atop the ice wall, Rod gazed into the boundless darkness of the forest, conversing softly with Caroline. Compared to the previous night, Caroline had regained much of her vitality, while Rod appeared increasingly troubled. "It is not the werewolves I fear. It is the beastmen," Rod declared. The dark moon hung ominously in the sky, like a harbinger of doom, unsettling the entire forest. "The beastmen are coming," he added. "I am quite curious to see them," Caroline replied, her confidence unshaken in the face of impending danger. She had reason to be so assured. Historically, when the dark moon arrived, the lords of the northern castles would each fight their battles, closing their gates to allow the beastmen to pass, waiting for the threat to dissipate with the end of the dark moon. This year, however, Rod had gathered troops from 3 castles, making it unlikely that the beastmen could conquer Blackhammer Castle. Caroline was eager to discern how much of her magical prowess she had truly mastered during her years at the academy. "I assure you, you would not wish to encounter them," Rod said solemnly. "One must see to know," Caroline retorted proudly, her gaze drifting back to Rod as if appraising her prey, a look that made him feel uneasy. "My lord, may I dare to ask a question?" Caroline suddenly inquired. "What question?" Rod furrowed his brow. Wary of the clever girl's next query. "Are you truly just a lord?" Caroline posed, "No offense intended, but your combat abilities far exceed those of an ordinary human. Typically, human lords do not possess such formidable strength, and your performance thus far has surpassed that of a typical lord." Rod recognized that the witch had noticed his unusual capabilities. It was no surprise. From his victories in the arena against the wild men to his encounters with werewolves at Blackhammer Castle, he could hardly remain inconspicuous. While ordinary soldiers might overlook such feats, a wizard like Caroline could not. "Then what do you believe I am, aside from the Lord of Blackhammer Castle? A bear warrior? Or perhaps a secret member of the White Wolf Knights? Who can say? In any case, castle lords should not possess such extraordinary combat skills. Your display in the arena was astonishing, and your prowess during the siege of Blackhammer Castle was equally remarkable. It raises suspicion," the witch pouted. "Suspicion? What, in your mind, ought a castle lord to be? One who hides behind walls, directing his subordinates to slay the enemy? That is not the vision I hold of a castle lord. In ancient times, when the spirit of chivalry thrived, a human lord was expected to charge into battle, leading from the front. The martial skills they cultivated were unmatched. That is the most precious legacy our ancestors bestowed upon us, spirit and culture. Yet, in times of peace, humanity has long forgotten our glorious past and our most cherished values. "I merely uphold this tradition," Rod replied with earnestness. "That may be so, but," Caroline persisted, unwilling to let go, as if determined to unearth some hidden truth within him. Yet, Rod appeared remarkably composed, clad in the simplest of armor, wielding the most ordinary of weapons. His most prized possession was a cold iron sword, yet even that was an heirloom, a weapon of unremarkable craftsmanship and material, preserved not for its extraordinary power, but for the countless battles it had witnessed alongside its master. As Rod had said, it was merely a legacy of spirit. Only one type of person could slay 7 beastmen in a single blow and effortlessly defeat the champion of the arena, Caroline remarked, her curiosity piqued. "You are a chosen one." "A chosen one?" Rod was taken aback by the witch's perceptiveness, yet he maintained his composure, continuing to feign calmness. "Such claims should not be made lightly. Have you ever seen a chosen one clad in such poor armor, wielding such ordinary weapons? If I were a chosen one, I would not be in this position today. In Kislev and throughout the Empire, the chosen ones hold a position of great esteem, commanding armies at their beck and call. I clearly lack such power," Rod chuckled, observing the witch's expression. Caroline's demeanor softened slightly. She nodded, half convinced, realizing that the man before her did have a point. Just then, as their conversation unfolded, a resonant and ancient horn echoed from the dark forest. The beastmen had begun their nocturnal assault. Chapter 29, Beastmen, Part 1, Beastmen, exclaimed Rod. He unsheathed his great sword, its blade reflecting the eerie moonlight. In the inky darkness, countless figures emerged from the forest. Rod and Caroline knew these were not men, but ungulates, beastmen. Savage roars mingled with the beastmen's distinctive horn calls, echoing through the forest, startling birds from their roosts. En masse, the beastmen surged towards the human settlement. The ice wall, though sturdy and tall, might not withstand the onslaught of these beasts. Under the malevolent moonlight, their forms became clearer. Rod estimated their numbers to be in the hundreds, perhaps even thousands, almost 3 times the usual. Ordinarily, the Kislevites would deploy their regular army to quell such a horde, but now they were on their own. Fortunately, Rode had managed to gather the forces of the 3 castles before the beastmen launched their full assault. The crossbowmen of Heidelberg stood ready, bolts knocked, awaiting the moment the beasts entered their range. Soon, the alarm bell tolled from the Blackhammer Keep's tower. The first bolt, a massive siege weapon of the keep, hurtled through the night, piercing a beastman who was too slow to evade it. The burly creature was impaled, pinned to the ground by the force of the projectile, its lifeblood staining the earth. Yet, this spectacle did not deter the frenzied advance of the other beastmen. Amidst a cacophony of roars and howls, they charged towards the ice wall. The frost witch, Caroline, began her incantation. Her eyes turned a deep blue, like Arctic ice. Her fingertips shimmered with a chilling light, and the air around her plummeted in temperature. Rode's armor and the witch's robes were soon covered in a thin layer of frost as her magical power intensified. On my command, release. Rode roared from atop the ice wall, brandishing his sword. Instantly, hundreds of human soldiers loosed their arrows, a hail of fletched death descending upon the charging beastmen. However, these were not mere beasts. They wielded weapons and shields. The vanguard raised their shields, deflecting the arrows with a staccato of impacts. Only a few shafts found purchase in the flesh of the unshielded warriors, but the beastmen's immense size and resilience allowed them to shrug off these wounds. They plucked the arrows from their bodies and continued their frenzied charge. Leading the charge were 2 hulking minotaurs, wielding crude siege hammers, roughly hewn logs adorned with the horns of fallen beastmen. These weapons, though primitive, possessed the power to breach the gate with more force than any human siege engine. Fire at will, Rode commanded, abandoning any hope of coordinated volleys. A scattered barrage of arrows flew towards the advancing beastmen. Simultaneously, Caroline completed her spell. A biting gale erupted behind her, engulfing the beastmen in its frigid embrace. The vanguard was instantly frozen, their limbs immobilized, their warhammers clattering to the ground. Within seconds, a dozen beastmen were transformed into shimmering ice sculptures. The icy shards within the gale lashed at those behind, tearing skin, blinding eyes, and even piercing hearts. One by one, beastmen fell victim to the frost witch's potent ice magic. It was, without a doubt, the most devastating display of magic Rode had ever witnessed. However, the spell took its toll on Caroline. Exhausted, she teetered on the brink of collapse. Guards, Rode called out, ordering them to escort her to the rear. He then rallied the veterans of Blackhammer Keep and the Iron Ring Guards of Iron Ring City to defend against the remaining beastmen. The 2 Minotaur warriors finally succumbed to the relentless arrow fire, but their warhammers were quickly seized by those behind them, who continued the assault on the gate. Rode could feel the ground trembling beneath his feet. He knew he must stand firm. If the gate fell, the morale of the defenders would shatter. The towering ice wall had stalled the beastmen's advance, but the gate was about to give way. With a thunderous crash, the main gate of Blackhammer Keep splintered and collapsed. A Minotaur warrior, wielding a heavy axe, charged through the breach, felling a Heidelberg soldier with a single blow. The soldier's skull shattered, and he convulsed on the ground. More arrows rained down on the bloodthirsty Minotaur, but his crude armor deflected the shafts. Rode, with a roar, leaped from the ice wall onto the Minotaur's head, plunging his cold iron sword into the beast's neck. The Minotaur bellowed in agony and collapsed, sending up a cloud of snow. Rode, using the falling beast as a springboard, landed on his feet. Retreat. Fall back to the castle, he shouted. The castle guards fled in disarray. The beastmen's siege was a true war, far more brutal than the werewolf attack of 2 nights prior. Their immense size, savage roars, and bloodthirsty attacks left the defenders with little chance. It took 3 men working together to barely wound a single beastman. Archers, prepare fire arrows. With the town overrun, First Knight Virgil ordered the gates of the castle opened to allow the retreating soldiers to enter. At the same time, he ordered the archers to prepare fire arrows. Fire was another weapon against the beastmen, so long as they didn't hit their own comrades. Chapter 30. The Beastmen, Part 2. The retreating castle guards were felled one by the frenzied beastmen. Their bodies trampled as if in a brutal massacre where the walls provided no sanctuary. As they fell back from the icy barrier to the castle, anguished screams echoed through the air, mingling with the vivid crimson of spilled blood. I must halt their advance. Snowflakes drifted around him, quickly melting in the warmth of his body, while the roars of the beastmen and the cries of the humans stirred a seething heat within Rod. The cold iron sword in his grasp trembled in response. Yet, after a brief moment of disorientation, his vision sharpened, revealing a world clearer than ever before. The movements of the beastmen slowed before him, as if he had gained newfound agility and acute perception. Snow fell alongside flying arrows as Rod bellowed and charged forth. A horned beast stood in his path, and with a swift thrust, Rod pierced its chest, using its body as leverage to draw his great sword. With a ferocious roar, he surged ahead, confronting a blood-soaked beastman wielding a massive wooden hammer. Instead of retreating, Rod tightened his grip on his sword and countered the onslaught. In the howling northern wind, the knight's blade cleaved through the beastman's formidable weapon, and with astonished soldiers as witnesses, Rod's sword cleaved through the beastman's skull. Scalding blood and repulsive brain matter gushed forth from the severed head. Yet, even more astonishing scenes unfolded. Rod roared like a colossal bear as a hulking minotaur warrior approached, its fearsome horns signifying its rank among the beastmen. Without uttering a word, the minotaur charged forward, its nostrils flaring and massive hooves shaking the ground beneath. Blackhammer Fortress, situated in the desolate northern wastes, had neither the means nor the funds to enchant weapons. Even the combined income of 3 years would not suffice for such an endeavor. Moreover, the longsword wielded by their lord was merely a mundane two-ended blade, devoid of any magical properties, far from a rare treasure. Before anyone could voice their confusion, Rod sheathed his longsword, dispatching another beastman as if it were livestock. The lord's sword pierced through the beastman's jaw, emerging from the back of its skull, blood spraying forth like a boiling spring. A flash of arcane light marked the end of yet another beastman beneath the lord of Blackhammer Fortress. At the castle gates, the bodies of beastmen lay piled at Rod's feet. Finally, as the last Blackhammer soldier rushed into the castle, the frost witch unleashed her ice wall spell. "Rod, run!" Caroline shouted. The next moment, a solid ice barrier erupted beneath his feet, countless tiny crystals swiftly converging and visibly filling the entrance, sealing the castle doors. Seizing this moment, the soldiers strained to secure the gate. "Brother, hold on. I can barely breathe," a soldier gasped, collapsing in despair. As Rod crossed the blood-soaked threshold, he beheld the injured sprawled across the ground, with soldiers and medics frantically attending to the wounded. Many bore grievous injuries, some missing limbs, blood gushing uncontrollably, while others lay impaled by spears, moaning in agony. The physicians were at a loss, and White knelt in prayer for divine intervention, but to no avail. Blood continued to flow, saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. "Archers, guard the gates." The chief knight, Virgil's voice echoed from the walls. Though the gates had been shut, the battle was far from over. The threat of another assault from the beastmen loomed. "Prepare boiling oil." Rod, unable to tend to his own wounds, sprinted up the castle, issuing commands to the soldiers at his side. They responded promptly, springing into action. Outside, the town had succumbed to the beastmen, who gathered at the base of the fortress, unleashing terrifying roars. Clearly, their numbers remained substantial, though they lacked the tools for another siege. Soon, the beastmen began to clear the battlefield. "What are they doing?" Caroline, weary and astonished, approached Rod. "Provocation. They mock our fear and cowardice," Rod panted in response. Outside, groups of beastmen scavenged the bodies of fallen human soldiers, decapitating them and mounting their heads upon spears. Among them, a particularly imposing beastman directed his kin, stacking the corpses of humans, their bloodied heads skewered atop the mound, creating a scene reminiscent of hell itself. "My ice arrows can take it down," Caroline exclaimed, her voice brimming with urgency. "No, it's unnecessary. Focus on recovering. We cannot predict when we will face another battle," Rod cautioned, halting her spellcasting. "The crossbow's range is sufficient. Fire the bolts," he bellowed. The massive crossbow atop the castle began to operate, as several laborers from Blackhammer Fortress strained to maneuver the enormous machine. 2 men hoisted a hefty bolt onto the launching platform, while others cranked the winch, the device creaking under the pressure as it gathered force, aiming squarely at the hulking beastman outside. At last, with a resounding thud, the bolt was released. The flaming projectile soared like a meteor, hurtling down from the castle towards the beastmen below, yet it failed to strike the beastmen's leader, instead smashing through the pile of corpses into a shattered heap. Chapter 31. Dennis fought throughout the night. By the following day, the area outside Hammerhold finally fell silent. The gruesome corpses attracted flocks of crows and scavengers, which circled above the castle or descended upon the town, pecking at the mangled bodies. No one dared venture outside the city to collect the dead, for the beastmen might be lurking in some unseen corner, waiting for the inhabitants of the castle to emerge before they struck. The soldiers could only watch helplessly as the carrion birds carried off the remains or feasted on them right there. Yet, they felt relieved that their lord had timely brought reinforcements. Otherwise, given the scale of this year's evil month, the meager forces at Hammerhold could never have held their ground. Rod did not recall when he fell asleep, but upon awakening, he found himself lying in a comfortable chamber with his daughter Dennis and the steward, Muros, by his side. Particularly Dennis, whose youthful face was etched with worry and fear. She had never experienced such a terrifying night. "I thought you would not wake up, father," Dennis called softly, then nestled against Rod's chest, seeking comfort. "How could that be? Your father is not so easily defeated. I am unscathed, merely fatigued from last night." "Do not worry, my precious daughter," Rod murmured, his rough hand gently stroking Dennis's silvery long hair. The little girl, just 8 years old, was naturally beautiful. Perhaps resembling her mother, Rod surmised. Alas, that woman had passed away 3 years ago. Otherwise, he would have gained a beauty as his wife upon his arrival in this world. Rod sighed. "Father, where have you been these past few days? Virgil had no word from you, and we feared you were in danger," Dennis said, looking up at her father. Her pair of sapphire blue eyes sparkled with innocence and beauty. In comparison to the bloodthirsty beastmen outside the castle, Rod realized that humanity in this world could be regarded as a beautiful race. Of course, they paled in comparison to the tall, affluent, and fair elves. However, elves seldom appeared in human society. Their haughty demeanor was never endearing, and more often than not, people admired only their appearances and charismatic allure. Danger. Indeed, I encountered some peril, but it has all been resolved by your great father. Those beasts stood no chance against me, did they? Rod smiled, reassuring her. Father, how much longer will they surround us? Dennis perched at the edge of the bed, resting Rod's hand on her shoulder, yearning to be held like before. Soon, in no more than 3 days. Once they run out of food, they will retreat. The castle is impregnable. Those beasts cannot scale its walls. Rest assured, my dear, for the next few days, you must remain in your room and not wander about. Do you understand? The evil month is the most perilous time, Rod instructed. Yes. Dennis nodded earnestly. A pale beam of sunlight filtered through the window, casting a silvery sheen across the flagstone floor, reminiscent of delicate frost, evoking a slight chill. Rod caressed his daughter's hair. Help me up, my dear daughter, he requested. Dennis and Steward Muros assisted Rod as he rose from the bed. Now, I must go out and see everyone. Until the evil month has passed. My presence will bring them comfort, Rod declared. Lord, Rod. As he traversed the castle corridors, soldiers greeted him along the way. The biting wind and snow assailed him, carrying the lingering scent of blood, dispelling his drowsiness. He knew that savage beasts still roamed outside, waiting. Hammerhold had completely severed ties with the outside world. No one could leave the castle, nor could anyone enter. Unless the Ice Queen dispatched a regular army to cleanse the area of the beastmen, an almost impossible scenario. Everything relied on their own strength. Fortunately, the soldiers and provisions were still adequate. The reinforcements from Heidelberg had arrived with rations, and similarly, the soldiers from Iron Ring had brought a week's worth of supplies. A week's time would suffice to wait for the evil month to conclude. My lord, the guard Belganer of Hammerhold addressed Rod with respect. A deep wound marred his shoulder, treated with herbal poultices. Though the infection had been averted, it would take time to heal, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. You are very brave. Brother, Essen will remember your courage and loyalty, and the bear god shall bless us, Rod acknowledged, recalling each soldier's name within the castle. After all, the forces at Hammerhold were few, numbering just over 50, a mix of unfit new recruits who could not serve in Kislev, alongside some bandits and hunters. Although these individuals were impoverished, they found respect under Rod's leadership. This was one reason the soldiers were willing to fight for their lord. Conversely, the soldiers from Heidelberg and Iron Ring were less charitable, grumbling inwardly. They could have been enjoying warm meals and cozy fires in their own fortresses rather than battling these bloodthirsty creatures, risking their lives due to Rod's request for aid. Now, they found themselves besieged. I apologize for bringing you to this dark place, where you bleed and suffer. Rod approached the captain of the Iron Ring Guard. Speaking humbly, the captain was a towering warrior, and the scar on his brow, coupled with his rough hands, indicated his prowess, having earned accolades through his own efforts. Rod admired such individuals, even though they were rare in Kislev. No, you are not at fault, my lord. It is your tireless efforts that have united the forces of the 3 cities here, allowing us to withstand these beastmen. Otherwise, should Hammerhold fall, it would spell disaster for Iron Ring, the captain replied. Moreover, our reinforcements arrived too late. Had they come sooner, we might have avoided many casualties. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 32. The Bear Spirit. In the cold embrace of winter, shadows danced eerily beneath the frigid sky, where the world was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. The coniferous trees were adorned with heavy flakes, as if the slightest disturbance could trigger a small avalanche. Rod lay upon the ground, surrounded by an endless expanse of snowy woodland. Though it was winter, he felt no chill. The silence was profound, devoid of human presence. Yet, his senses were remarkably acute. He could discern the faint rustle of insects burrowing in the earth, spot birds perched on branches several miles away, and feel the gentle whisper of the wind weaving through the leaves. As he turned, attempting to rise, he extended his left hand only to discover that his body was enveloped in a thick coat of fur. He had transformed into a colossal white bear of the forest. This was impossible. It must be a dream, Rod reassured himself. Yet, the dream felt so vivid. He could control the bear's body, feel its warmth, and sense the surge of blood coursing through him, fortifying him against the northern cold. The icy wind brushed against his ears, and the soft snow beneath his paws was palpable. If this were a dream, why was it so authentic? Rod pondered, struggling to adapt to his newfound form. Slowly, he rose, snow cascading off him like a miniature avalanche. Standing before a towering tree, he realized his stature surpassed that of an ordinary forest bear. He took a few steps, his vision strikingly clear. Soon, he heard the distinct sounds of wild beasts in the distance, feral, primal, and bloodthirsty. The stench of them wafted through the air, and it was as though he was one with the white bear. Unable to escape this dream, he sought an exit within it. The snow continued to fall. The white bear treaded upon the thick blanket of snow, its padded feet rendering its movements nearly silent, while its snowy fur aided in concealing its presence. Drawing near, Rod commanded the bear to halt, crouching in the underbrush as a group of beastmen approached, more specifically, beastfolk. They appeared muscular and robust, with grotesque hooves that seemed both sturdy and powerful. Leading the pack were hornless beastmen, some mutated remnants of humanity, displaying red or brown skin and underdeveloped horns, their frames slender as they scouted ahead. Following closely were the horned beastmen, the main force of the group, sporting immense horns that were said to thicken and lengthen with age and bloodlust. Those adorned with the most formidable horns held higher status within their tribe. The beastfolk marched boldly through the forest, while the white bear remained hidden in the underbrush, undetected. Rod could faintly comprehend fragments of their conversation, words like humans, town, and castle. Where were they headed? The beastfolk continued onward, and Rod trailed behind. At last, he beheld a white castle in the distance. Its black walls were cloaked in snow, the uppermost sections pure white, the middle black, and the base, encasing the castle, snow white as well. Blackhammer Castle. Rod finally recognized it. Was this not his own domain? Why had the bear brought him here? What message did it wish to convey? Before Rod could ponder further, a thunderous noise from above yanked him abruptly from this dream. Painfully opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with his ranger subordinate, Lawrence. What? Beastfolk? Information flooded his mind, and Rod exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, beastfolk. They scaled the walls using siege ladders. Lawrence shouted. Organize the soldiers to block their advance and destroy the ladders. Rod bellowed. We have done so. But there are too many beasts. They have already seized part of the castle. Lawrence replied urgently. My lord, you must make a decision quickly. We cannot hold out much longer. Why did you not inform me sooner? That all transpired in less than 5 minutes. Rod retorted, exasperated. I rushed to summon you immediately. Virgil has already organized troops for the counterattack. As Lawrence explained, he helped Rod don his armor. Yet, in his haste, Rod disregarded the armor, seizing the long sword and axe hanging on the wall, commanding Lawrence to lead him to the fray. Now, we must repel the beasts, Rod ordered. The castle walls represented humanity's most formidable defense. Should they fall, the meager forces of Blackhammer Castle would be helpless against the onslaught of the beastfolk. Rod sprinted toward the breach with fervor, while Lawrence struggled to keep pace, the others lagging behind, breathless. The breach lay to the southwest, a blind spot where the beast folk had erected their ladders, making detection difficult. "Follow me." Without pausing for further questions, Rod drew his sword and urged his men to charge forth. Several castle guards, armed with bows and spears, retreated while witnessing their lord lead the charge, rallying to follow him. The cold wind, mingled with snowflakes, swept through Blackhammer Castle. In the corridor, Rod swung his sword. The first beastman he encountered impaled by his blade. Without time for a finishing blow, he stomped on the beastman's chest, withdrawing his sword to roar at his next foe. He fought with the strength of a giant bear, knocking down a beastman warrior and swiftly slashing his throat before he could react. Warm blood sprayed across Rod's face, and he wiped it away, pressing on to the next adversary. A ferocious horned beast swung a massive battle axe, but Rod deftly dodged and retaliated, his cold iron sword cleaving deep into the beastman's thigh. As the beastman howled in pain, Rod thrust his sword upward, piercing his throat. Blood poured like rain, drenching Rod and transforming him into a figure of carnage. Yet, heedless of his appearance, Rod continued to fight. With each beastman that approached, the danger of losing the castle multiplied. Although archers atop the tower were engaged in fending off the climbing beast folk, their efforts were insufficient. The rate at which the beast folk ascended far exceeded their capacity to shoot them down. "Fetch Caroline. Have her freeze that ladder." In desperation, Rod called upon the Frost Witch. Realizing that with dozens of beast folk scaling the ladders each minute, victory was utterly beyond reach given the current combat effectiveness, he shouted to Lawrence, who quickly knocked an arrow and maneuvered through the crowd in search of Caroline. Amidst the chaos, flickering flames illuminated the panicked throngs, making it nearly impossible to locate any specific individual. Chapter 33, Awakening. Brothers, fight with me. Blackhammer, keep, shall never fall. As blood rained down, illuminated by the flickering flames, Rod raised his sword and bellowed. Despite the pervasive fear, the soldiers steadfastly fought under the banner of the Blackhammer Lord. A colossal Minotaur warrior pulverized a nearby human infantryman with a single blow of his hammer. The warrior's helmet, now smeared with blood and gore, was instantly reduced to a crimson pulp. The archer's volleys of arrows failed to impede the behemoth's advance as it crushed human infantrymen as if they were mere infants, trampling their skulls. Rod was perplexed as to how this creature had managed to ascend the walls. With no time to dwell on it, Rod was compelled to intervene personally once more. He seized a torch from a guard and hurled it at the Minotaur, enraging the beast. Subsequently, he charged towards the Minotaur warrior. The Minotaur, equally enraged, emitted a bestial roar as its twin battle axes, resembling butcher's cleavers, whirled through the air. However, Rod denied him any respite. Upon approaching his adversary, Rod leaped onto the nearest staircase. The Minotaur's axe cleaved through the wooden steps beneath Rod's feet, reducing them to splinters. Rod, anticipating the attack, leaped into the air, bellowing as he soared towards the Minotaur, plunging his frost iron sword into the beast's chest. The Minotaur emitted a mournful cry as it collapsed to its knees. As it attempted to rise once more, Rod seized the axe from his waist and, with a single, decisive blow, cleaved into its skull, bathing the Minotaur's head in warm blood. "Caroline," he cried. During the search, another beastman charged forward with a guttural roar. Rod parried the brute's heavy blow with his battle axe, simultaneously advancing with forceful strides. He seized the beastman by the neck, and before the creature could react, the Blackhammer Lord's concealed blade sprang forth, delivering a fatal strike to the throat. Blood soaked Rod's right hand. Rod was acutely aware that he could continue fighting in this manner, dispatching one beastman after another. However, human endurance was finite, and when his strength waned, the beastmen would inevitably turn the tables. After all, he was merely a mortal. "Caroline," he continued to shout. Her target was conspicuous, yet Lawrence, Huffer, and the others shielded the witch vigilantly. Arrows ceaselessly flew from the ranger's bows, impeding the beastman's approach to Caroline. Caroline, with eyes firmly shut, focused her mental energies on casting her spell. Frost incantations flowed from her lips, and after 30 seconds, frost began to form along the ramparts, and the siege ladders used by the beastmen to scale the high walls began to freeze. Subsequently, Caroline's incantations accelerated, and the rate of freezing of the ladders and walls intensified. Within a limited area, the temperature plummeted rapidly. After a minute, the towering siege ladders of the beastmen were encased in ice. While retaining the appearance of ladders, their slippery surfaces rendered them impossible for the burly beastmen to climb. The assault was finally contained. She did it. Rod exclaimed in elation. The warriors of Iron Ring and Blackhammer keep fought shoulder to shoulder, unleashing volleys of arrows followed by a coordinated advance with spears. The beastmen continued their frenzied assault, but without reinforcements, their numbers dwindled steadily. Do not falter. Follow me. Approximately 30 beastmen were crammed into the narrow castle corridors, where Blackhammer keeps archers and javelin throwers rained down projectiles. Spear and shield bearers, led by Rod, advanced slowly. They trod upon the corpses of beastmen, advancing relentlessly. One by one, the towering figures fell before them. Soon, the sound of ice cracking emanated from the siege ladders behind the beastmen. Countless minute fissures appeared on the towering ladders, and under the influence of the frost magic, these fissures rapidly spread. Within seconds, the entire siege ladder shattered like exploding ice, sending shards of ice raining down, battering the unsuspecting beastmen and severing any possibility of further scaling the walls. Roar! As the monstrous, bestial humanoids fell, the tide of battle gradually turned in favor of Blackhammer Keep. Within the fire-strewn castle, the strains of victory seemed to be slowly emerging. However, amidst the carnage of the castle battlefield, Rod suddenly recalled Dennis. His daughter was still in her room. He had instructed her to remain inside. He fervently hoped she had heeded his words and not ventured out, for how could a frail young girl hope to evade the beastmen's butchery? Virgil, lead the soldiers and slay those beasts. Rod roared. Simultaneously, he pushed his way through the throng and raced towards Dennis's room. The trail of corpses stretched from the castle's outer perimeter to its inner chambers, with bloodstains splattered everywhere, even extending to the innermost room. Dennis, Rod mentally cried out, praying that the worst had not occurred. He traversed the final corridor, and the overwhelming stench of blood and the bestial reek forced him to confront the reality that the beastmen had been there. The guards had been dismembered and crushed. Yet no beastman corpses were to be found. They had charged into the deepest recesses of the castle. Though few in number, they had wrought devastation. Rod raced up the spiral staircase, finally reaching his daughter's room. The scene that greeted him left him speechless. Everything was utterly unexpected. At the entrance to his daughter's room, the blood had congealed, the door had been forced open, and the doorframe was covered in thick frost. Rod's initial thought was that Caroline had been there. However, upon rushing into the room, the sight that met his eyes filled him with profound shock. The entire room was enveloped in extreme cold. From the floor to the walls, furniture, and ceiling, everything was encased in thick, solid ice. Several beastmen who had invaded the room were also frozen solid by the potent frost power. The power of the ice was so formidable that the beastmen still retained their dying expressions and poses. Dennis, Rod cried out, frantically searching for his daughter. In his haste, he slipped on the ice and fell to the ground, only to discover his daughter Dennis cowering and weeping in the gap between the cabinet and the bed. She was distraught, her face etched with terror, and her hands were covered in frost, mirroring Caroline's appearance when casting spells. This is impossible, Rod exclaimed in disbelief. He approached and embraced Dennis. Dennis sobbed as she clutched her father, her nearly frozen hands clinging tightly to Rod. Rod could feel a chill emanating from her back, penetrating his clothing and enveloping his skin. Had it not been for his exceptional physique, his back would have been frostbitten. It's all right, my dear, Rod murmured. He carried his daughter to the bed and spread out her hands, from which wisps of cold air rose like white smoke. At that moment, Rod was compelled to accept a harsh reality. His daughter Dennis was also a frost witch, and one with extraordinary talent. Caroline had studied and trained at the Kislev Magic Academy for 6 years before becoming a third tier witch capable of freezing enemies. His daughter Dennis, at the tender age of 8, had frozen an entire room, along with the 5 beastmen who had entered, without any training or instruction. The sheer power of it was terrifying. It's all right, Daddy's here, Rod said, comforting his daughter while his mind was in turmoil. According to Kislev law, if anyone within the kingdom awakened with frost talents, they were required to be taken to the capital, Kislev, for formal training under the watchful eyes of the Ice Queen. Rod knew full well what kind of place that was, and he was determined to prevent Dennis from being discovered. He vowed to himself that Dennis would not be found. Chapter 34. The truth as Roderick pondered how to conceal the incident. A series of rapid footsteps echoed outside the chamber. Cursing inwardly, Roderick hurried out to find Muros, the steward, accompanied by 2 Blackhammer guards. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Muros inquired, visibly bewildered. He, like Roderick, had been anxious about Lady Denise's safety. However, Upon reaching the top-floor chamber, they were confronted with an astonishing sight. The door was encased in a thick layer of ice, as if it had endured a century of bitter winters, with waves of frigid air emanating from within. Roderick Lawn stood before it, his expression grave. "Ice, can't you see? It's a layer of ice." "But, my lord, I don't recall Lady Carolina coming up here." "Indeed, she did not," Roderick replied, furrowing his brow. He gestured for the steward to approach, steering him aside for a private word, while instructing the two perplexed guards to remain at the entrance and prevent anyone else from ascending. "Muros, you are my most trusted confidant, are you not?" Roderick asked in a hushed tone, drawing Muros to a corner. The somber expression on Roderick's face filled Muros with an ominous foreboding, as he had never witnessed his lord in such a state. "Yes, my lord, it is my honor." Roderick sighed softly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Muros, gazing out at the snow-dusted village below. "Since you are my most trusted aide, there is something I must confide in you. This matter is for your ears alone, and you must swear to keep it secret," Roderick insisted, seeking the steward's solemn oath. "I swear it, my lord. Speak freely. Denisa, my daughter, has awakened her latent abilities, the gift of frost." Roderick's face was etched with a hint of bitterness. "A frost maiden?" The steward's face registered utter astonishment. He struggled to believe that Denisa possessed the frost talent. Yet, the scene before him, combined with Roderick's words, left him with no choice but to accept it. Only a frost maiden could achieve such a feat, freezing an entire chamber. Coupled with Roderick's grave demeanor, Muros was compelled to believe it. "Not yet, but once taken to Kislev, she will be." Roderick's voice carried a note of longing, tinged with sorrow and indignation. "You do not wish for Denisa to leave Blackhammer Keep, do you?" Muros surmised, his brow furrowing as he posed the question. "No, I do not wish for Denisa to leave me so young and journey to Kislev. You know she is but 8 years of age, having grown up carefree within these castle walls. Now, she is to be torn away from Blackhammer Keep, to undergo training in Kislev, to live a communal existence. I fear she will not endure it. Moreover, learning ice magic is fraught with peril, as you well know. A third of frost witches meet with accidents during their training, some even succumbing to death. Even if they successfully navigate their studies and trials, they will emerge transformed, no longer the innocent girls they once were." Roderick lamented. Of course, Roderick would not reveal the true reason to Muros. His concern for Denise's well-being in Kislev was only part of the equation. More significant was his identity as a chosen of Urson. Roderick knew Katarin's nature all too well. She would brook no challenge to her authority. Thus, should he ever find himself at odds with the Ice Queen, Denisa would become her most valuable pawn. She would be kept in Kislev, ostensibly to study ice magic, but in reality, to be held as a hostage. Roderick might never see his daughter again. This was Roderick's deepest fear. Muros was unaware of these true motives. But Roderick's words were sufficient to provide a plausible explanation: a father's love, a reluctance to subject his child to the dangers of ice magic. It was understandable. Indeed, in times of peace, many nobles were hesitant to send their children to magic academies for advanced studies. They possessed their own connections and estates, sufficient to ensure their children a comfortable life and status upon reaching adulthood, without risking their lives learning ice magic. Entering a magic academy was akin to becoming an agent of the Queen, with no certainty as to what ideologies the instructors would instill in the witch apprentices. All that was known was that witches who graduated from the Magic Academy were fiercely loyal to the Ice Queen, a prospect that was hardly appealing to the great nobles and lords. "I understand. I comprehend your distress, my lord. However, I fear this cannot be concealed forever. And as you know, the Ice Queen despises nothing more than the concealment of frost maidens." Muros sympathized with his lord's predicament, yet he also recognized the difficulty of hiding his daughter's nature as a witch. Even if everyone within the castle could be trusted to remain silent, secrets had a way of surfacing, and should the truth be revealed, the entire Blackhammer Keep would be implicated. "Yes, I know, I am well aware. But I cannot bear the thought of Denisa being sent to Kislev just like that." Roderick replied. "Alas, what are your instructions then?" "I swore fealty to your father, and I swear it to you. Whatever needs doing, I shall do it," the old steward said softly. Roderick felt a surge of gratitude for the man. Although he could not trust him completely, if he could not trust Muros, then there was no one in Blackhammer Keep whom he could trust. Adhering to the principle of trusting those he employed, Roderick spoke earnestly to the old steward. "Very well, then, from this day forward, you shall help me keep this secret, and prevent anyone from approaching this place. The 2 soldiers who witnessed the scene shall guard this area, and no one else shall be allowed to ascend until the ice thaws. I understand. Roderick sighed and re-entered the chamber. Denisa was still shaken, her fears stemming not only from the beastman incursion 2 hours prior, but also from the changes within her. She was terrified, unsure when her hands might once again turn to ice. She recalled the scene from 2 hours ago, when the hulking beastman butcher had kicked down the wooden door and stormed into the room. In her terror, her body had become unresponsive, and a surge of cold had erupted from within, as if her very being had been usurped. The icy blast had engulfed the entire room, yet she had felt no cold at all. "Papa, am I a witch?" she asked. Chapter 35. The hot spring and winter. The ominous month has passed, and a week later, Blackhammer Fortress has once again returned to tranquility. The heavy snow continues to drift gracefully towards the northern city, yet the hearts of the people are devoid of fear. They regard Rod as a hero, a savior. It was their lord who sensed danger in advance, tirelessly traversing the land to summon reinforcements from Heidelberg and Iron Ring City, ensuring the survival of Blackhammer Fortress and its soldiers. Those civilians who willingly stayed to fight were generously rewarded, their bonuses surpassing the earnings of 5 years of labor. To this end, Rod made the difficult decision to deplete half of his treasury. While it might seem trivial and devoid of value, it holds great significance. Those who remained will share tales of this grand battle with their relatives and friends, or with others from neighboring towns, proudly boasting of their valor and the rewards they received, which will encourage more to stay in Blackhammer Fortress. In the sparsely populated north, numbers are of paramount importance. The vast northern lands are rich in resources, yet what is truly needed is labor, population. Thus, even at great expense, Rod believes this investment worthwhile. Furthermore, those who bravely sacrificed themselves in battle were given a dignified burial, arranged by Muros. Should any family members remain in Blackhammer Fortress, they may collect a minimum living allowance monthly from the treasury to ensure their sustenance. After all, the primary breadwinner of the family is gone. How will the women and children survive? Rod does not wish to see a rise in those who resort to selling themselves within his castle. At your request, the banquet has been prepared, and invitations were dispatched 2 days prior. By now, the lords of Heidelberg and Iron Ring City should have received the news. The cold wind swept across Rod's cheeks as he inhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude to his steward, Muros. The latter bowed slightly in respect, and Rod kindly steadied him. "Ah, Denise's room. The ice is yet to melt, but rest assured, no one has ventured up there. The corridor has been sealed off. The guards rotate shifts and are unaware of what transpires above. I have instructed the 2 soldiers who witnessed the room to keep it a secret, forbidding them from speaking of it for life." "That is good. Sigh, she should have a joyful childhood. I have only this one daughter. I cannot bear to lose her." Rod's words carried a tinge of bitterness, touching the old steward, who, having his own children, could empathize deeply, strengthening his resolve to keep Rod's secret. Once all matters were arranged, Rod donned a robe and leisurely descended to his basement, the sanctuary of Blackhammer Fortress's hot spring. Pushing open the damp stone door and descending a spiral staircase, he arrived at the hot spring pool. It was a modestly sized basin, half the size of a bedroom, with warm spring water bubbling forth from the earth, enveloping the space in a continuous flow of steam that warmed the entire fortress. The stone walls, covered in steam over the years, had become moist and gleaming, with tiny algae flourishing in the crevices. This breath of life brought Rod solace. In stark contrast to the icy world outside, this was a haven. The sensation reminded Rod of his distant homeland, where, within the confines of a cement room, warmth prevailed, and all was well. Yet now, he had been immersed in this tumultuous world for nearly 4 months. The days of yore felt like a fading dream, while the present moment held the essence of reality. Rod sighed, disrobing completely, and sank into the soothing waters of the hot spring. The long-lost warmth enveloped him, a delightful stream flowing over his skin, a blissful comfort. It was no wonder that the noblemen and wealthy from the south flocked northward in the winter to indulge in the hot springs. A winter bath is indeed a supreme indulgence. This pool was not large, serving as Rod's private retreat. He felt completely at ease, certain no one would intrude. However, just as he was reveling in this long-awaited relaxation, faint footsteps echoed in the damp corridor. "No one should be here. Who goes there? Why so fierce?" Caroline's voice emerged from the mist, gradually revealing her form as she stepped forth from the undulating steam. Rod was rendered speechless by the sight before him. When had she arrived? Could it be that she had been here all along? When did you get here? How did I not see you? Rod inquired, half of his body still submerged, adopting an accusatory tone towards Caroline. She merely looked innocent, clad in light garments, one hand holding a towel as she leisurely dried her damp hair. I've been here all along. I simply wished to see how the hot spring at Blackhammer Fortress felt, to discover if it was indeed as legendary as they say, capable of curing all ailments. Caroline pouted, her expression one of pure innocence. At last, Rod realized she had been here for quite some time, likely sneaking in and soaking for half the day. Upon hearing someone's arrival, she hastily used magic to conceal herself and was preparing to leave, only to be caught by Rod's keen hearing, which was notably extraordinary. Do you not understand that trespassing into someone's private domain is an impolite act? Rod admonished loudly. He nearly stood, only to remember his state of undress, ultimately compelled to remain seated in the pool while conversing with Caroline. Now you know, do you? Rod replied. The frost witches are typically serious beings, yet Caroline, the daughter of the Lord of Heidelberg, is clearly an anomaly. Her curiosity resembles that of a child, brimming with wonder at everything. It is crucial to note that the frost witch's icy constitution is ill-suited for soaking in hot springs, as it conflicts with their frost-laden nature. Fortunately, Caroline is not a high-ranking frost witch. Otherwise, her immersion would surely freeze the entire pool. Moreover, no frost witch would engage in such behavior. Rod understood that in Kislev, the high-ranking frost witches had long since communed with the underground ice crystals, bathing in icy springs to harness greater frost energy, unlike Caroline, who recklessly dove into the pool for pleasure. Thankfully, her body temperature was not excessively low, and she could recover shortly after her soak. My father? Oh, even if he were to come, it would be of no consequence. Frost witches are free beings. As long as I do not engage in actions detrimental to the queen, none can impose upon me, Caroline replied, casting Rod a playful wink. Additionally, this hot spring is delightful, though soaking here will deplete my magical power. Rest assured, I shall not return again. Chapter 36, Celebration, Part 1. In the frigid north, amidst the desolate wilderness, Rod felt the world before him regain its clarity. Indeed, he had once more entered the body of the polar bear, endowed with its vision, hearing, and sense of smell. However, this time, he found himself unable to command its will or movements. Rod could sense the biting cold surrounding him, tearing at his skin like sharp fangs. Despite being cloaked in thick fur, the chill still enveloped the creature. The polar bear was running, a solitary figure darting through the pitch-black forest. Yet this was not the woodland Rod knew. It was not the Black Forest, but rather an icy realm blanketed in deep snow. Everything here was withered. The Black Forest was already exceedingly cold, enduring merely 3 months of summer each year when the snow would melt, allowing the trees to sprout tender leaves. Only during those fleeting months could the Black Forest flourish. This forest was even more extreme, seemingly situated further north, with a climate even more frigid. Before him lay endless barren branches and trunks, all shrouded in snowflakes, rendering the trees' trunks a ghostly white, names unknown to Rod. Yet, it was certain they were ancient. Older than the Kingdom of Kislev, perhaps even older than the Empire itself. They might have existed long before the first chaos invasion. The palpable aura of death emanating from the woods unsettled Rod. The polar bear continued its flight. Rod was unaware of the spirit's destination. The scenery transformed incessantly, the temperature plummeting to levels inhospitable for plant life. At the forest's edge loomed mountains, their white peaks resembling colossal giants lying at the forest's periphery. At their bases, trees became sparse, revealing bare rocks akin to ancestral statues, starkly visible. The bear's spirit pressed on, and as it left the final white tree behind, it entered an expanse of endless mountains. Rod had never been here, but according to his readings, the mountains bore a striking resemblance to the Troll Mountains. Legends spoke of ice trolls that once served in the Chaos Legion dwelling there. They feasted on all living beings, and at times, even trees and rocks could fall prey to their hunger. Their sizes dwarfed the typical greenskins and beastmen, rendering knights insignificant in comparison. Rod pondered why the bear's spirit wished to show him this. Perhaps it aimed to convey some message, or was this a call from fate? Rod was uncertain. Yet this time, he yearned to know. However, his vision began to fade, gradually obscured by an unprecedented blizzard. He felt himself withdrawing from the polar bear's body, gasping for breath as he awakened to a tranquil and serene scene. The room had been meticulously tidied by the servants, the charcoal in the hearth crackling warmly, filling the space with a comforting warmth. A blanket enveloped him, and beneath him lay a soft feather mattress. Everything was delightful. It seemed it had merely been a dream. Just as he contemplated stepping outside for fresh air, the butler, Muros, rapped at the door. "My lord, the guests have all arrived," Muros stated respectfully. "Very well. Let them rest in the room for now. I shall descend shortly," Rod replied, turning to prepare his attire. Unlike other lords, Rod typically dressed himself, unaccustomed to allowing others into his personal space. He only sought assistance when donning heavy armor before battle. Otherwise, he preferred to manage his own affairs. After all, habits formed over the years are hard to alter, and given that Blackhammer Castle is but a small place, a remote village, it was akin to being a village chief in the celestial realm. However, due to the sparse population of Kislev, a mere few hundred souls constituted a lordship. After a brief interval, Rod completed his grooming and appeared before his guests in a neatly tailored brown suit. Approaching him was Alvis, the steward and treasurer of Iron Ring City. It was unsurprising that Aubrey had not come personally. Perhaps in his eyes, resisting the beastmen was a commonplace affair. Or maybe the Lord of Iron Ring City still harbored resentment over having been defeated by Rod's champion. Nevertheless, it mattered little as long as the objectives were achieved. "Oh, Lord of Blackhammer, your accomplishments today are no small feat on behalf of Iron Ring City. I extend my gratitude and congratulations for this magnificent victory," Alvis proclaimed loudly, ensuring all could hear. The absence of the Iron Ring Lord was a minor compensation for this gesture. "Haha, magnificent is perhaps too grand a term, my friend. No. We must acknowledge the facts. You stood against a horde of several hundred beastmen and werewolves, preventing them from breaching the city walls. This is an unprecedented achievement, and all who participated in this battle should feel immense pride," Alvis continued, maintaining his humility and politeness. "Well then, I appreciate your praise. Blackhammer Castle welcomes you all," Rod responded. The modest banquet hall was filled with dwarven stout and imported wines from Britannia, while roasted lambs adorned the table. The charcoal in the hearth blazed brightly, warming the small room. Glass lanterns decorated with colorful embellishments cast vivid reflections on the faces of the guests, while the brown carpet covered the hall, lending an air of sophistication. This constituted the most lavish arrangement that Blackhammer Castle could boast, even if such items were inherited from Rod's ancestors. Nevertheless, it sufficed to uphold appearances. For this feast, Rod had procured the finest wines from his cellar, as without the aid of these two cities, Blackhammer Castle would not have endured to this day. The nobles and Queen of Kislev seemed to adopt a laissez-faire attitude towards the fate of the North. In a corner, Rod noticed the arrival of Caroline's father, Baron Varel, the Lord of Heidelberg. His face bore an expression of discontent as he stood opposite Caroline, pulling her aside to speak, his demeanor resembling that of a debtor in distress. Rod understood that he was indeed displeased. During the Battle of the Cursed Moon, Heidelberg had suffered the loss of over 20 soldiers, and half of the reinforcements sent to this location had perished. This represented a substantial loss for Heidelberg. Of course, the collaboration of the three territories in repelling the beastmen was not a trivial matter. However, judging by Varel's countenance, his focus lay more on the fallen soldiers than the overall victory. Moreover, Caroline's rebelliousness likely added to the Baron's woes. Chapter 37 Celebration, Part 2. The banquet at Blackhammer Fortress featured delectable dishes such as onion omelette, lamb bread, and grilled devilfish. While the fare may not have rivaled the exquisite delicacies of Iron Ring City, it was nonetheless befitting of a lord's feast. Notably, the grilled devilfish was a local specialty, characterized by its ebony body and slightly blood-red dorsal fin. This remarkable fish thrived in geothermal springs, distinct from the species typically encountered. The devilfish flourished in waters exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, with higher temperatures promoting better growth. Thus, the hot springs and thermal rivers became its natural habitat. Beneath Blackhammer Fortress lay a geothermal spring, its scalding waters sustaining a plentiful supply of devilfish. Unlike other fish, this uniquely shaped creature, having lived for years in the high-temperature pools, boasted tender and flavorful meat, imbued with a delightful spiciness. In the relatively bland northern cuisine, such naturally seasoned meat was undoubtedly the epitome of culinary delight, representing one of the principal sustenances of Blackhammer Fortress. As Rod called upon others to join him, Alvis had already begun to indulge in the sumptuous meal at the table, except for the 3 roasted lambs, which remained untouched. All other dishes were being savored. It was customary for guests to wait for the host to start before partaking in the meal. Rod's greatest concern was the relationship between Caroline and her father, Varial. After a dialogue lasting over 20 minutes, they finally took their seats. However, their expressions indicated a lack of harmony, a common issue among fathers and daughters. In both of Rod's lives, he had scarcely encountered pairs of fathers and daughters whose relationships were entirely amicable. There always seemed to be a hint of friction. Moreover, the mischievous and naive Caroline was bound to clash with her timid and cautious father. Let us raise a glass in celebration of this great victory. Cheers. As Rod settled down, Alvis took his place and raised his cup with exuberance. Everyone echoed in agreement, and the atmosphere became lively. Glasses clinked, and praises flowed freely. Rod felt compelled to stand, but as a dwarf, standing would not elevate him significantly above his seated height. Lawrence and Huff exchanged whispers below, while others began to wield their knives and forks, eagerly attacking the succulent roasted lamb. Greasy juices stained everyone's hands, and unlike the professional culinary artistry of Iron Ring City, Rod's lamb was simply roasted and served. Typically, Rod did not indulge in the habit of eating while cooking, preferring to subsist on the simplest of foods to meet his basic needs. The banquet hall of Blackhammer Fortress was modest, equivalent to 2 combined rooms. The corners were filled with an abundance of wine and beer, creating an atmosphere of crowded festivity. Fortunately, Alvis and Varial had brought only a few companions, 4 from Iron Ring City, a groom, a knight captain, and 2 attendants. Varial's party comprised just 3 individuals, including himself, whereas Rod's table overflowed with guests. 2 captains from the defense of Blackhammer Fortress were seated at the table, along with Varial's playful daughter Caroline. The chief knight Virgil, the captain of the castle guard, Curry, and the master archer, the northern ranger Lawrence. Alvis did not mind mingling with the lower ranks, but Varial's mild discontent was apparent. However, to Rod, these individuals held equal importance to the noble lords, having participated in the frontline battles and thus meriting a voice in the discourse. This banquet was more than a mere repast. It was a gathering for reflection and discussion. Despite the malevolent month having passed, its return next year loomed ominously, alongside more ominous phenomena that necessitated serious dialogue. Alvis appeared well prepared, enthusiastically sampling the devilfish dish before devouring the lamb with gusto. In no time, he found himself quite sated, sitting back in his chair while observing the others with a keen eye. In contrast, Varial had remained glum since the commencement of the feast. Rod surmised that Varial had something to discuss, but, given the crowded setting, hesitated to speak. "My lord, I have heard that the battle was brutal, with the beastmen nearly breaching the castle. They had indeed infiltrated the fortress, but fortunately, everyone worked together to repel those beasts," Rod replied. "Indeed, Miss Caroline is correct. The beastmen nearly seized this castle. Thankfully, the frost witch cast a frost spell, immobilizing their siege ladders, thus preserving Blackhammer Fortress." "Wait, are you saying those beasts employed siege ladders?" Alvis inquired, his demeanor growing serious. "Yes, initially they used battering rams, those cumbersome logs embedded with the horns of slain monstrosities. But our archers and fire oil thwarted them. They then bided their time, climbing from the castle's blind spots under the cover of night. By the time we noticed, it was too late. At least 2 towers had been captured. Regrettably, the beastmen have grown more cunning. You speak truly, they are beasts. Yet they possess an intelligence surpassing mere animal instinct," Alvis remarked, raising his cup in salute to Rod. The rich wine flowed down his throat, leaving a trace of dark crimson at the corner of his mouth, which a servant hastily replenished. "I must also toast our dear Miss Caroline. Your courage saved this castle and countless innocent lives. Am I not correct, the beautiful Miss Caroline?" Alvis turned his gaze toward her, and she smiled, graciously accepting the unexpected commendation. However, Varial, the Lord of Heidelberg, began to show signs of displeasure. "Yet your bravery nearly exposed you, without the Ice Queen's command. The frost witch should not have left her castle. There are only 2 days' journey between Heidelberg and Blackhammer Fortress. Protecting the people from external threats is the frost witch's duty, as stated by Queen Katarina," he retorted. "Did she not also advise you to act within your means? You nearly lost your life scaling the walls. To encounter danger yet refrain from action is not the frost witch's way." The exchange between father and daughter grew increasingly tense. "Ah, Lord Varial, my old friend, do not blame your daughter for this matter. It was I who requested her assistance in defending the castle. With the malevolent month approaching, We all share the responsibility of safeguarding the North. We are warriors, and it is our duty. Caroline displayed remarkable bravery. Without her, Blackhammer Fortress might have fallen. This is a fact I must commend. Rod intervened, alleviating the tension. What good is remembrance? They are dead. Rod, should you not explain why so many in Blackhammer Fortress failed to detect the beastmen's ambush from the shadows? My soldiers are brave, yet their sacrifice cannot be in vain. Varial pressed on, relentless in his inquiry. Chapter 38, Celebrations, Part 2. I lament the fallen warriors. I failed to safeguard them. However, I implore your understanding, Lord Varial. Every fortress possesses its vulnerabilities, and the sheer multitude of beastmen rendered it impossible to garrison every locale. Despite deploying troops to the compromised regions, the beastmen's assault during the Night of the Lone Wind was abrupt, and our forces were stretched thin. Rode elucidated with as much civility as he could muster. Inwardly, he seethed. This cur was nowhere to be found during the conflict. Yet he has the audacity to badger me after borrowing a mere handful of soldiers. He neglects to command from the front lines, yet holds others accountable for the casualties. Of course, Rode bore the duty to safeguard the borrowed troops, but fatalities are inevitable in war. Varial's tirade grew increasingly excessive, prompting even Alvis, who stood nearby, to cast a scornful glance. I offer my condolences. Condolences are insufficient to rectify the situation, Varial retorted, raising an eyebrow. Then how do you propose we resolve this matter? Rode inquired, his patience waning. The defense of the northern territories was a collective responsibility, yet Varial seemed to absolve himself of any involvement. When presented with the Minotaur's head, the man had been paralyzed with terror, but now, with victory secured, he resorted to prevarication. These soldiers were seasoned veterans, cultivated over years. I invested considerable time and resources in their training. Do you comprehend? Varial declared, his words laden with veiled meaning. The astute Alvis immediately discerned the underlying motive. Disputes among nobles invariably revolved around two elements, women and wealth. Varial's intentions were transparent. He sought recompense, pure and simple. I comprehend, and I am deeply saddened. Sorrow is insufficient to rectify the situation. Then how shall we resolve this? Varial's phrasing was circumspect. He refrained from directly demanding funds, instead couching the request in terms of its intended purpose. Yet, it was evident to all that the paltry sum that might reach the families of the fallen soldiers after the lord of the castle took his cut. While the essence of nobility was well understood, Rode was taken aback by the audacity of Varial's request for compensation. It appears Lord Varial must solicit bereavement funds from other lords to placate his populace. How commendable, Alvis interjected, reclining languidly in his chair, his words dripping with sarcasm. This is a private matter between Heidelberg and Blackhammer Keep, in which others have no right to meddle. A private matter? I think not. While Blackhammer Keep, Heidelberg, and Iron Ring Keep may be autonomous entities in terms of governance, we are inextricably linked in matters of military defense. Lord Varial, do you not recall the original purpose of our ancestors' endeavors in this land? What were the aspirations of Emperor Magnus and the Kislevite Queen? Humanity sought peace and tranquility. Hence the creation of the Northern Wall and the Northern Keeps. Though the wall has long since fallen into disrepair, the keeps endure. As long as the threat of beastmen, barbarians, and chaos looms, Blackhammer Keep, Heidelberg, and Iron Ring Keep remain a unified whole. Varial attempted to interject, but Alvis cut him off, continuing, am I mistaken? Baron Varial, my brother, like yourself, provided support in this battle. Iron Ring Keep suffered far more casualties on the walls than your forces. Yet Lord Aubrey feels no need to demand bereavement funds from Lord Rode to settle the affairs. Alvis's words flushed Varial's face with anger, yet he could not formulate a suitable retort. He turned his gaze towards his daughter, hoping Caroline would rise to his defense. However, the Frost Witch, scarred by the ravages of the evil moon, seemed disinclined to side with her father. In some respects, her allegiance to the Ice Queen surpassed her loyalty to her own family. This was a known drawback of Frost Witch training. It was rumored that the Kislevite Academy of Magic was rife with sayings such as, everything you have is bestowed upon you by the Queen. Your abilities, your magic, your status, and your glory are all gifts from the Queen. Who is more worthy of your service than the Queen? If one lacks gratitude, one is unworthy of glory and status. While this sentiment resonated with Frost Witches of common birth, it was considered nonsense by girls from noble families. They possessed noble status by birthright, enjoying elevated status and power without striving. As for their ice powers, The academy merely taught them how to wield magic. A person's strength was not solely derived from learning. Innate talent was crucial. Without the ability to awaken frost magic, not even the Ice Queen's personal tutelage would suffice. Generalizations were often misleading. However, students in this fervent atmosphere were incapable of discerning truth from falsehood. Most girls were only 12 or 13 when they entered the academy. Ignorant of politics, war, and glory, blank slates were the easiest to paint on. The celebratory banquet marking the victory over the evil moon concluded with Veryl's sullen departure. However, his absence did not dampen the spirits of those who remained in the lodge, reveling in their triumph. For those accustomed to a tranquil and peaceful existence, the defeat of hundreds of beastmen and werewolves constituted a monumental victory. Rode joined in the revelry until late into the night. The cellar's vintage wines were nearly depleted in a single evening of unrestrained indulgence, but it was a worthy sacrifice. Without rewards, there was no motivation. A sumptuous feast and fine wine were the most coveted treasures of any northern warrior. Thank you for your intercession this evening, my friend. Your words were sharper than mine. Your eloquence far superior, Rode said to Alvis as they lingered on the castle balcony. The light of the evil moon had faded, replaced by the radiant glow of Mansleep, casting an aura of peace and serenity upon the castle. Let me reiterate, old friend, this was not for you, but for the entire North, Alvis replied with a smile. By the way, Alvis, are you certain your words tonight will not displease Aubrey? I mean, perhaps he harbored similar intentions to Veryl, seeking compensation or rental fees. Rode inquired. Curious. He had a general understanding of the nature of these lords. Self-interest was a trait shared by all nobles and merchants. He did desire it. But my words dissuaded him. I know my brother's character intimately. As I mentioned before, he values his reputation above all else. He pursues profit as well. But when the two clash, my brother invariably chooses the former. This is not unexpected. Everyone has their priorities. Some value emotions, such as kinship, friendship, and love. Others prioritize wealth, dedicating all their efforts to accumulating it. Some pursue status and glory, willing to sacrifice anything to attain power, as evidenced by those who purchase official positions. My brother, Aubrey, craves recognition. He will sacrifice anything for his reputation. Thus, before my remarks to Veryl, Aubrey also sought compensation from you. However, after my interjection, he had no grounds to demand it. Iron Ring Keep will henceforth be known throughout the North as Aubrey the Generous. Yes, my brother will acquire such a title, and having the populace sing his praises is more gratifying to him than anything else. Alves remarked, without a shadow of a doubt, that treating you well is tantamount to treating me well, and likewise, treating the Iron Ring City well. The compensation is a considerable expense for you, a heavy burden. While for Iron Ring City, it is but a trifling cost. A fortnight's worth of tax revenue suffices to bridge this gap. Exchanging 2 weeks of taxes for a lifetime of commendable reputation is undoubtedly worthwhile for Aubrey. Moreover, from a strategic perspective, this transaction is not without its merits. Blackhammer Fortress serves as the frontline bastion of Iron Ring City. Its stability ensures the security of the city itself. As you know, the development of a town hinges upon stability and peace. Without a secure environment, who would venture to trade or settle in your territory? A castle devoid of inhabitants is merely a desolate relic. Thus, this is, in essence, a mutually beneficial transaction. Alvis chuckled. For a moment, Rod found himself envious, pondering why he did not possess a brother of such caliber. A dwarf, deformed, what of it? He possesses a silver tongue and a nimble mind. Should the territory flourish in the future, incorporating such an individual would be nothing short of ideal. Alas, such a vision remains a distant aspiration. Chapter 39. The Grand Road Construction Plan. It is often said that while money may not be omnipotent, its absence renders one utterly powerless. Wherever he roamed, Rod felt the profound truth of this adage. My lord, as per your instructions, the construction team has been located. They have stated they can commence work once this rain subsides. In the dimly lit office of Blackhammer Fortress, the clerk approached Rod to report on his progress. Rod nodded slightly, pushing a pre-prepared bonus toward the edge of the table, signaling for his subordinate to take it. After all, monetary incentives facilitate cooperation. The road construction plan had been meticulously devised by Rod from the outset. To amass wealth, one must first forge pathways, a timeless wisdom passed down through generations. Growing up under the Red Banner, Rod could not forget these maxims recited thousands of times. However, execution proved to be a formidable challenge. Road construction is a specialized endeavor, and Blackhammer Fortress lies in the desolate northern wastes, devoid of available labor. Even if laborers existed, many would not be inclined to engage in such tasks. Those who ventured to the north were primarily refugees, individuals unable to survive in the kingdom's capital or larger cities, the bankrupt and the destitute. Identifying skilled artisans among them would be arduous. Thus, Rod sought out a construction team. This was merely the first step of a long journey. Once the team was secured, it remained to be seen whether they would be willing to toil in this barren and inhospitable region. Road construction, unlike other trades, could take years to complete, and many would be reluctant to reside in such desolation for extended periods, absent taverns, companionship, and the joys of life. Unless the wages were significantly increased, the funds Rod allocated to his subordinates would serve this purpose. After the clerk departed, the steward, Muros, approached Rod, offering him a cup of steaming water while voicing his long-standing queries. He had accumulated numerous questions ever since the young lord had sustained injuries from a horseback accident months prior. His thoughts and perspectives had shifted dramatically, even bolstering his combat prowess. Muros, like others, grasped the opportunity to inquire. Is it true that Blackhammer Fortress lacks resources? That is a temporary situation. We possess resources, however. We lack sufficient manpower. The northern mines are rich in mineral deposits. According to the surveys conducted by prospectors, the copper reserves in that mine could sustain extraction for at least another 2 centuries with our current workforce. Although the soil in the southern plains is not particularly fertile, streams flow through, allowing for potential agricultural development. By cultivating hardy crops, we can ensure Blackhammer Fortress's winter food supplies. North of the Sea River lies a vast expanse of black forest. If we had a formidable armed force, we could organize efforts to harvest timber from those woods, which are far more resilient and robust than those in the south, providing high-quality lumber. The imperial shipyards have a fondness for the timber from the Northern Kislev. Accepting the steaming cup from the steward, Rod took a sip and spoke slowly. I am aware of all this, but what? Time. The timing is not right. Why do we not prioritize production development? If we can secure the town, more people will be drawn here to settle. Once the population grows sufficiently, productivity will naturally increase, and then we can turn our attention to road construction. Of course, this is merely my humble opinion. Rod understood this well, though he sometimes hesitated to voice it. Noticing the elder's unwavering insistence, he leaned closer and revealed the deeper rationale behind the road construction. Having already earned the elder's trust regarding Dennis, he felt comfortable discussing this matter. Do you truly wish to know? Rod turned his face, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. Such an expression was unsettling for the steward, as it typically heralded unfavorable tidings. You have your reasons for remaining silent. However, if you wish to share, I shall listen. He managed a weak smile. Military significance? Muros pondered. Indeed, military significance. The recent battle of the Cursed Moon has illuminated the critical importance of unity in the north. Imagine if I had not fervently sought the support of Lord Aubrey and Lord Variel in the towns of Heidelberg and Iron Ring. Could our fortress withstand the onslaught of the beastmen? The answer is a resounding no. The safety of the north relies on the close cooperation between its city-states and fortresses. The Great Wall lies in ruins, and I do not expect Lady Katerina to reclaim it in my lifetime. Therefore, defending against beastmen, werewolves, or even potential future incursions of chaos must depend on the people of the north themselves. The construction of these 2 roads ostensibly aims to enhance trade between Blackhammer Fortress, Heidelberg, and Iron Ring, but in truth, it serves to interconnect these 3 cities. The path of commerce is also the path of military strategy. Military strategy? You mean to imply that while we present the construction as a trade route, it is, in fact, a preparation for troop movement? Muros inquired. Precisely. During the Battle of the Cursed Moon, Heidelberg and Iron Ring were less than proactive in their responses, believing that even if Blackhammer Fortress fell, the beastmen posed no significant threat to their territories. While there may be some danger, it is not severe. This was the mindset of Aubrey and Variel. Now, should the trade routes be established, these 3 locations will effectively be interconnected. If Blackhammer Fortress falls, the beastmen and werewolves could swiftly march along the trade routes to the next town. Thus, should Blackhammer Fortress face further threats, I would have additional grounds to request assistance from Aubrey and Variel. Will they consider this? Perhaps, but that does not hinder our construction efforts. After all, no one can predict when the beastmen or werewolves might invade again, and the benefits of a completed trade route will be immediately apparent. Not only will Blackhammer Fortress generate revenue, but Iron Ring and Heidelberg will also reap rewards. At the very least, the food-loving Lord Aubrey will have the pleasure of enjoying fresh fish from Kislev Bay rather than frozen, lifeless ones. Moreover, the expenses for constructing the trade routes will be borne by us, much to the delight of the miserly Lord Varial of Heidelberg. With that, Rod's lips curled into a confident smile. This spring, many plans were unfolding in secrecy. Chapter 40. Mobilization. Meeting the winding jungle path led to a long and tortuous journey home. The sight before Rod naturally evoked memories of the spring festival travel rush he had once seen on television in his past life. All were driven by the primal instinct for survival. Rod could not help but reflect on his fortune in having been reborn as a local lord. Had he remained a commoner, life would undoubtedly have been equally arduous. The number of returnees steadily increased, and many tasks began to fall into place. This year, what caught the eye at Blackhammer Fortress was none other than the heaps of animal carcasses piled in the town square. More precisely, they were the remains of beastmen, which Rod had intentionally ordered to be amassed for a concentrated display. What is this? No one knew. It appeared rather frightening. Hey, have you heard? This time during the evil month, our Lord personally led the troops to fend off the beastmen and werewolves. Was it a direct confrontation? Or did he hide in the castle, disregarding our homes? I heard it was a direct fight. He even brought reinforcements from other fortresses. Before Rod's speech had even commenced, the townsfolk began to murmur among themselves, their curiosity piqued by the towering pile of bones. Rod anticipated how the narrative would unfold. Thus, he had discreetly placed individuals among the returning crowd to disseminate tales of the glorious battles against evil. In truth, there was no need for deception. The battles had indeed occurred. Moreover, many of the bankrupt and scavenging individuals had remained to partake in the conflict, their accounts varying from impassioned to brutally vivid. Yet all sufficiently stirred the public's interest. Numerous children, having listened to the veterans' tales, began to idolize these valiant warriors. The beastmen symbolized savagery and strength. In times past, few had the prowess to slay a beastman in combat. Generally, those who could kill a creature of the horned beast level or higher in direct confrontation were venerated as heroes. On that fateful day, during the arrival of the evil month, the earth was shrouded in an eerie green hue. A beastman, colossal as a bison, charged towards us, and Lord Rod led us in valiant resistance. My arrow struck its eye socket, and then, these beasts, in a frenzy, crashed into our defenses. Lord Rod, wielding the sword of glory, struck it down. Of course, I played my part, did I not? Look at this, its horn is thicker than your body. That spring, before Rod's speeches had even begun, many of the common folk of Blackhammer Fortress began to regard their lord with newfound admiration. Even numerous refugees expressed regret for having fled, contemplating that remaining in the north might have afforded them a share of the spoils. The Lord's address commenced on a sunny morning. Beneath the gentle sunlight, Rod, clad in a velvet coat, stood upright, presenting himself as a figure of fearless grandeur. Before he had even finished his words, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers, ignited by a few participating commoners. Seeing such a scene, Rod contentedly waved his hand, signaling that he had yet to conclude. We fought, we bled, we were wounded, yet we triumphed. And as you see, those beasts did not ravage our town, nor did they set our homes ablaze. They were truly defeated. The bones of the beastmen have never been piled so high. This is the testament to our victory. Long live Blackhammer Fortress. Long live Lord Rod. Once again, cheers erupted from the crowd. Rod raised his hand, gesturing for silence. You once felt fear. For no human during the evil month could vanquish the beastmen and werewolves. However, Blackhammer Fortress has demonstrated through our actions that we possess the strength to protect our homeland. Humanity is not weak. What we lack is merely courage and a touch of wisdom. Lady Caroline, the Frost Witch, joined us. Indeed, in the battle of the evil month, she played a pivotal role, utilizing her formidable ice magic to thwart the beastmen's invasion of the town. We emerged victorious, with over 20 beastmen frozen into blocks of ice. Let us cheer for the Frost Witch. The crowd roared like a wave, the sound of celebration cascading in succession. Of course, Rod's influence played a part, but it was clear that the people's fervor was gradually igniting. After all, the towering heaps of beastmen's remains were enough to stir excitement. Yet, we must also acknowledge that the threat of our enemies persists. The evil month will rise again next year, and the beastmen and werewolves will return. However, I wish to convey to you that Blackhammer Fortress will not fall. We shall not abandon a single soul, nor relinquish an inch of our land. We have fought. We have bled. Yet, broken bones shall become stronger, and wounds that have bled shall fear no pain. Standing at the podium, Rod proclaimed, "Among you, there are once destitute wanderers, bankrupt souls devoid of wealth. Yet, in the recent battle of the evil month, they proved themselves through their actions. The gods are fair to all. Opportunities arise only once. Brothers, sisters, cultivate this land with peace of mind. When the winter of next year arrives, I hope to see ever more brave souls standing with me upon these walls, defending against those monsters who can only roar with their mouths." As Rod's words concluded, the crowd erupted into another fervent cheer, led by the veterans, their emotions skillfully guided. Although there were but a few hundred villagers, from their faces, Rod glimpsed a glimmer of hope for the future. An inspiring speech. Descending from the stage, the steward, Muros, approached him, clad in a thick robe. His slightly plump figure glistened with perspiration from the exertion. "Thanks to your script." And Muros handed Rod a sealed letter. Chapter 41. The Journey Begins. Part 1. The journey was arduous, dear brother. Christine Ironclaw, the ranger of Blackhammer Fortress, alongside Lawrence, had served in Blackhammer since the days of their forebears. 3 months prior, Rod had dispatched him to the Empire to procure firearms, attempting to fend off the incursions of the beastmen with gunpowder and artillery. Yet, Ironclaw had vanished without a trace, and both Muros and Lawrence had speculated that the Norscan pirates had blockaded the coastline. However, it appeared that matters were far more complex than they had initially presumed. The weariness etched upon his face and the disheveled state of his attire spoke volumes. Seated upon a stone chair, Ironclaw spoke gravely, "I am aware of this. It is not your fault. Tell me about the situation in the Empire. What did those Imperial folk say regarding the firearms?" Rod inquired with concern. "They are unwilling to sell us the firearms at this price," Ironclaw replied. "Why is that?" Rod pressed. "It is unclear, but it is evident that the new officials do not harbor a friendly disposition towards us." "And what are their terms?" Rod asked. "Triple the price. I have managed to procure other goods, but they refuse to sell the firearms, stating that if we desire them, we must present more gold," Ironclaw lamented. "On what grounds? Are they unaware that we are combating beastmen and various mutated creatures at the front lines? Meanwhile, they languish in their splendid abodes, enjoying their comforts?" Lawrence exclaimed indignantly. "They are aware, yet they remain obstinate," Ironclaw replied, despondently. In truth, Rod had anticipated a similar outcome even before dispatching Ironclaw. Yet he had not expected the new officials of the Empire to be so narrow-minded. Historically, the Empire and Kislev had been esteemed allies, 2 centuries prior. They had been united in alliance, and their relationship with the devout Magnus was amicable. It was Magnus who led the Imperial Dwarven coalition to vanquish the Chaos invasion, thus preserving the Kislev kingdom. Logically, the rapport between these two nations ought to have remained strong. Nevertheless, no friendship withstands the test of time. As the original founders passed away and their descendants, devoid of combat experience, assumed governance, gradual changes began to unfold. The steadfast Kislevites grew accustomed to battling external forces. Their warriors fought day in and day out upon their own lands, increasingly bereft of imperial reinforcements, thereby causing the Empire's influence in this northern realm to wane with each passing day. Eventually, the Kislevites ceased to believe in the Empire's promise of military aid. Subsequently, the Kislevites became obstinate and even rejected all imperial advice, perceiving it as unwarranted interference. Moreover, border skirmishes further soured the relations between the Empire's Ostermark and Ostland provinces and Kislev. "Brothers, I intend to journey personally to the Empire to procure the military supplies we require. Who among you wishes to accompany me?" Upon hearing Ironclaw's account, Rod resolved to venture to the Empire himself to negotiate with those Imperial folk. Firearms were essential. Without them, Blackhammer Fortress could never truly flourish. The beastmen, werewolves, and various forest creatures were formidable and robust. Without firearms, soldiers would require extensive and rigorous training to have any hope of overcoming these beasts. However, with firearms, ordinary farmers could stand against these monsters, provided they understood how to aim and pull the trigger. Yet, Lawrence and Virgil held a different perspective. "My lord, it does not befit your station to procure supplies personally. Those Imperial folk are excessively unreasonable. Without firearms, we can still defend Blackhammer Fortress. If necessary, we may acquire some from the dwarves," Chief Knight Virgil protested vehemently. "Blackhammer Fortress requires development. To To rejuvenate it, we need firearms. Technology alters fate. Without the advent of firearms, humanity might still be in a semi-nomadic state, beset by various beasts and greenskins in the forests. Development is the undeniable truth. Status is of little consequence. Besides, I am seeking their mayor, equivalent to the lord of a city. In terms of status, we are equals. As for procuring weapons from the dwarves, I have considered it. Yet it is impractical. The dwarven territories are quite distant, the transportation arduous and costly, and we must traverse forests, marshes, and mountains, areas frequented by greenskins and beastmen, posing significant risks. While dwarves are honest in trade, we cannot endure such tribulations. Once Rod concluded, silence enveloped the group. Indeed, they had many options. However, given their position at the northernmost edge of Kislev, adjacent to the Sea of Claws, trading with the Empire emerged as the most favorable choice, provided those southerners were willing to cooperate. If it must be done, then allow me to accompany you, my lord, Chief Knight Virgil asserted. His demeanor appeared earnest and devoted. Yet Rod had already identified an ideal candidate. You cannot come, he stated. Why not? Virgil furrowed his brow in inquiry. You are Blackhammer Fortress's finest commander. If both you and I depart, who shall defend the castle? The threat of beastmen and werewolves may have receded with the passing of the dark moon, but it does not imply that the danger has vanished. We face numerous foes, and after my departure, Blackhammer Fortress will still require a leader. Brother, I have faith in you. You can manage this. After I leave, oversee the castle well. Muros will assist you. Rod placed a hand on the knight's shoulder, his gaze radiating trust. He then turned to the ranger, stating, Lawrence, you shall accompany me. Your scouting skills and archery will prove invaluable on this journey. A glimmer of pride illuminated Lawrence's countenance. To be entrusted with responsibilities once more by the Lord was a profound honor. Understood, my lord, he affirmed, raising a fist to his chest as a gesture of his commitment to fulfill this mission to the best of his abilities. Chapter 42, The Departure, Part 2, Wait. Wait, Rod, you cannot leave without saying a word. You are heading to the Empire without informing me. At the coastal pier, surrounded by water, just as Rod was preparing to board the ship to the Imperial Oster territory, a familiar female voice echoed along the land path. The frost which Caroline rode in on her white horse, weary from her journey. The moment Rod laid eyes on the witch, he sensed trouble brewing. Caroline had never been one to shy away from confrontation. Their 2 months of acquaintance had made Rod acutely aware of the exasperation of Lord Variel. Wherever there was novelty, exquisite cuisine, or fine wine, there was this young lady from Heidelberg. She was intrigued by everything and concerned about all matters. Among the witches, Caroline stood out as a true anomaly. I intended to inform you, but upon reflection, it seems I am not obliged to report every little thing to you, Rod remarked. A faint smile gracing his lips. Caroline dismounted and approached, her long hair tousled by the sea breeze, yet her gaze remained fixed on Rod. You are under no obligation to reveal everything to me. After all, you are the esteemed lord of Blackhammer Fortress, a man of unconventional ways. I have no right to expect to know everything. Are you truly not bringing me along? Caroline pressed, her eyes still locked onto Rod's, as if challenging him. However, faced with the imposing frost witch, Rod maintained his calm demeanor. I shall not bring you. You will encounter my old acquaintances there. Then I shall not accompany you. If you wish to meet your old acquaintances, you are welcome to go on your own as a private individual. My journey to the Empire is as the Lord of Blackhammer Fortress. It would not be appropriate to bring a witch along. You know well that in formal settings, a frost witch should not be present in foreign lands. Very well, may our esteemed Lord of Blackhammer Fortress have a safe journey, Caroline conceded. Her words laced with reluctant sincerity as she gritted her teeth. Yet, anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that, at that moment, the inquisitive frost witch was harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Rod. The rogue Lawrence, hiding behind Rod, wore a mischievous grin as he began to handle the accompanying luggage. They boarded a merchant vessel, similar to the one that Ironclaw had taken to the Empire months prior, with the captain heading them towards the port of Oster territory. Although Blackhammer Fortress was situated near the coastline, it lacked its own ship, and the shoreline bore no decent port, only this dilapidated little dock. Rod's ancestors had contemplated constructing a proper port here, allowing for direct trade between the Empire and Bartonia. However, the Claw Sea and Kislev Bay had long been plagued by rampant piracy, predominantly from the Norscan people, known for their strength and ferocity. The Norscans had been a nightmare for both the Empire and the Kislev populace for centuries. During the Third Great Chaos Invasion, the Northern Norscans even acted as the vanguard for chaos, serving as their foot soldiers. Against such a bloodthirsty nation, even the Empire found itself powerless, let alone the impoverished Kingdom of Kislev. As the sails were raised, the land receded further into the distance, shrinking into insignificance. The bay displayed a stunning cerulean hue. The briny sea breeze felt familiar to Rod. He had once lived in a coastal town where the beach was at his doorstep. Now, the ocean's waves and the relentless wind evoked distant memories, like a vivid painting or a dream, so clear, yet so far removed. He and Lawrence swayed aboard the merchant ship, making their way to the city of Bika within Oster territory, a rare trading hub on the northern coast of the Empire. The merchant vessels that came and went often risked pirate attacks to dock there, yet it was the closest harbor to the northern tundra, through which many northern specialties flowed into the Empire. Where there is profit, there are merchants. Even at the peril of being robbed or killed, some would take the risk. The ship Rod and Lawrence boarded belonged to such daring adventurers. Their current voyage had brought a substantial load of ores and furs from Norska's Evernight port to the Empire in exchange for textiles and gold. Rod had paid the fare, and the captain had graciously allowed him aboard. In the unregulated northern seas, identity and status held little weight. As long as one paid, they were treated as esteemed guests. Without money, even an emperor would be disregarded and tossed overboard to feed the sharks. According to the captain, the vessel was called the Flying Giant. However, to Rod, it resembled a large bathtub. As both the Empire and Bartonia calculated taxes based on the deck area of ships, larger deck areas incurred higher tariffs. Consequently, most merchant vessels were built wide and spacious at the bottom, tapering off at the top, resulting in a form akin to that of a gargantuan bathtub. Its hull could hold a multitude of goods, yet the upper deck appeared modest. Rod speculated that should such a vessel encounter tempestuous weather, it would find itself in dire straits, perhaps even capsizing. Thus, both the captain and the first mate were skilled meteorologists. Amidst the sea winds, Rod turned to Lawrence and spoke. Chapter 43. Departure, Part 2. As soon as Rod entered the room, he sensed something amiss. The wooden floor beneath his feet was damp and cold, not due to the sea breeze, but rather an unsettling chill that seemed to emanate from the land itself, accompanied by a faint frost. Yet, winter had long since passed. Just as Rod crouched down to investigate, Caroline's figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Reminiscent of the rippling waves in the hot springs, first a shimmer, then a solid form. Invisibility, a spell commonly employed by wizards. I should have anticipated your use of such a trick. Rod's expression was a blend of anger and resignation. To contend with such a mischievous sorceress, he found himself at her mercy. With an insatiable curiosity and a spirit for adventure, how could one possibly describe this peculiar witch? She trailed him like a shadow, following wherever he went. It is never too late to realize this. Caroline smiled, observing the neatness and comfort of his quarters, far superior to the squalid cabins of impoverished sailors. Rod noted that she had changed her attire, no longer clad in the standard wizardess robes of departure. She now wore men-esque clothing, coarse linen, straw sandals, and a shirt. Even her hair had been cut. Were it not for a keen gaze at her chest, one would scarcely discern her femininity. For the sake of adventure, you truly spare no expense. Rod couldn't help but exclaim, "What choice do I have? To set sail with the Lord of Blackhammer, I must forsake certain comforts," Caroline replied, casually taking a seat in Rod's chair and sampling the wine on the table. "That wine has a hefty after-effect. It is meant to alleviate insomnia," Rod remarked as he snatched the bottle back and returned it to its place. Their conversation flowed freely, devoid of the hierarchical distinctions that had existed prior to their journey. "Isn't that just splendid? On this unsteady vessel, I suspect I shan't sleep well tonight." You remained silent. I remained silent. Who would be the wiser? Yet, Caroline remained unfazed, behaving childishly as Rod pointed out. She blinked innocently in response. Rod chose not to engage. Responding now would be futile. A witch determined to stay will always find a way. Of course, it is not impossible. However, this journey has now imposed an additional burden upon Rod. Caroline would inevitably be unable to cast spells in a foreign land, as that would breach royal prohibitions. And should harm ensue, it would escalate into a diplomatic issue. Hence, throughout their journey, Rod must vigilantly safeguard her identity as the Frost Witch, ensuring she does not reveal herself. Simultaneously, she must avoid trouble abroad. Otherwise, he would bear the responsibility. This was indeed a cumbersome predicament. Rod mused in his heart, and the trials were far from over. Very well, if you wish to stay, then stay. However, I fear my quarters may be insufficient to accommodate your delicate form. Shall we then squeeze onto a single bed? Rod shrugged and retorted, that certainly will not do. I shall occupy the bed while you take the chair. It matters little. It is only 3 nights, and come the end of this voyage, they would arrive at Bakersport, where lodging would await them. Rod pondered. The nights at sea were interminably long, the waves crashing against the hull, splashing onto the deck. Gazing out the window, the inky ocean revealed nothing but an abyss of darkness. It is understandable why those born of the sea often exhibit a fierceness and brutality surpassing that of their land-dwelling counterparts. They are nomads, the ocean their home, and the tempests and towering waves have forged their courage and physique, while the ocean's wrath and obscurity have shaped their dauntless souls. For sailors, death is a commonplace affair. One can never be certain of surviving to the morrow, as a single storm may consume them. A precarious vessel sways like a mere plaything in the palm of the sea god, and should it desire your demise, it is as effortless as crushing an ant. Thus, one might as well indulge in the moment, drink if wine is at hand, seize a woman if she is near. Such was the way of the Norska pirates. They are fierce beasts, even more untamed than wild animals. The Norska pirates may well have been born upon the sea, their ships their very cradle. The teachings of their forebears and prolonged life at sea have instilled a fierce spirit in the boys of these tribes. They fight as naturally as they eat. Lacking wealth, they resort to plunder. Once they have pillaged, they squander. Having squandered, they plunder again. This cycle of looting and slaughter has rendered these northern folk more savage than beasts. However, not all northern pirates are of Norska descent. Some southerners have joined their ranks. Perhaps murderers, rapists, or those wanted by the Empire in Bartonia, or even debtors who, in desperation, sought refuge with the pirates. Such individuals are not uncommon. Yet, as Rod knew, the Norska were not particularly welcoming of these outsiders. In their eyes, the Empire's people appeared far too feeble, despite being of the same species. Prolonged geographical isolation made them seem akin to different races. Caroline had already drifted into a deep slumber beside the Lord, finding solace in his presence, confident in Rod's integrity. Meanwhile, Rod gazed at the undulating sea, his emotions a tumultuous blend, as the dawn's luminescence pierced the inky firmament. Roderick and Caroline awoke within the swaying confines of their cabin aboard the flying giant. The vessel lurched and staggered like a drunkard imbibing strong spirits, the interior and deck resonating with a cacophony of clangs and thuds. Faintly, the desperate cries and screams of the crew could be discerned. What transpires outside? Caroline inquired with curiosity, hastily donning a garment. I know not, but it seems we are beset by buccaneers. Roderick, unsurprised given the prevalence of Norse raiders in the Claw Sea and Kislev Bay, lamented their ill fortune in encountering pirates on their maiden voyage. Compounding their predicament was the presence of a sorceress incapable of employing her craft. Remain here, I shall rouse Lawrence. Upon cautiously opening the door, Roderick encountered a crewman fleeing in disarray. What has occurred? He demanded, seizing the man. Fiends! Fiends have come! The bloodied crewman exclaimed in panic, bolting away before Roderick could elicit further information. Roderick surmised that the fiends were likely Norse pirates, a common appellation among imperial sailors. As he prepared to knock on Lawrence's door, the ranger emerged from the corridor. Pirates, sir. Pirates. The ship is under siege, and the longboats are in their possession. Lawrence, a master of reconnaissance, had evidently detected the peril before Roderick. How many? Roderick inquired, furrowing his brow. 24, perhaps more, Lawrence replied, breathless. Despite the ship's complement of over 50 souls, they were being routed by a force less than half their size. What course do we pursue? Lawrence asked, noting Caroline's presence with surprise. Ascend to the deck and ascertain their destination, Roderick commanded. Blood trickled down the corridor, and the sounds of combat intensified, morphing into a slaughter. Soon, they reached the deck, where carnage reigned. The captain and his first mate were bound and trembling in a corner, drenched in gore. Hulking pirate warriors dragged corpses and tossed them into the sea, leaving trails of blood that crisscrossed the deck like macabre ribbons. Upon spotting the 3 survivors, the pirates converged, their spears and blades aimed at the trio's throats. The leader, a corpulent figure with a greasy visage and a thicket of beard, advanced. Lawrence's weapons were swiftly confiscated, as was Roderick's sword. Unlike the other captives, Roderick and his companions were not immediately executed. The pirates suspected that they might be of noble birth. Lawrence and Roderick, though not ostentatious, possessed an air of distinction. The greatsword suggested that they had captured at least a knight. Nobles, the pirate captain sneered. Tell me, weakling, whence do you hail? Roderick recognized their banner, a rampant saber-toothed tiger. These were Norse pirates, their powerful physiques and rapacious nature unmistakable. As the captain interrogated Roderick, another crewman was hacked apart and cast into the sea. Before Roderick could answer, the pirates noticed Caroline. The Norsemen, notorious for their rapacity and brutality, were captivated by her fair skin and burgeoning figure. A girl, captain, a pirate exclaimed in a lewd tone. Sensing the impending danger, Roderick intervened as two pirates advanced on Caroline. He slammed into a pirate, then pulverized his eye socket with a single blow. As two more pirates grappled with him, Roderick slammed one to the deck, seized a dagger, and plunged it into the other's skull. In an instant, 3 Norsemen lay dead at the feet of the human noble. The pirate chieftain drew his battle axe and charged. Roderick sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a fierce punch to the pirate's face, sending teeth and blood flying. Chapter 45, The Appointment King. My king, Lord of the White Bear. Suddenly, a barbarian wielding a long axe let out a primal call. He knelt on one knee, his gaze reverent. Soon, a second barbarian mirrored his actions, clashing their long swords and axes against their shields before kneeling in submission. The Norscan people revere the valiant, and their actions could only be interpreted in one way. They proclaimed Rod as their new king. With the demise of the old king, a new monarch had emerged in that very moment. Undoubtedly, Rod's earlier display had won the hearts of the crowd. These Norscan pirates, recognizing their inability to challenge this human lord, directly expressed their fealty. Upon seeing the emblem of the White Bear emblazoned on Rod's chest, they aptly referred to him as the Lord of the White Bear. The other individuals aboard the ship were left utterly astonished. Just moments ago, they were mere sheep awaiting slaughter, and now, the very barbarians who sought to take their lives bowed before a human who had only recently boarded their vessel. Until the instant Rod intervened, the crew had remained oblivious to his status as a lord from the northern realm of Kislev. Rod, taken aback by the sudden acquisition of his newfound followers, noted that these 20-odd Norscan warriors possessed exceptional combat prowess, surpassing even the soldiers stationed in his castle. In the wild, a single Norscan warrior could contend with 3 castle guards. Following the Battle of the Evil Moon, Blackhammer Castle had dwindled to merely 40 guards. Thus, the addition of these Norscan warriors would undoubtedly double the castle's fighting capacity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rod recalled the next course of action. Having accepted these new comrades, it was now imperative that they heed his command. This meant that the ship itself would now follow his orders. His first decree was for the Norscan pirates to release the crew, not in the sense of setting them free, but rather liberating their hands to continue their voyage to their intended destination. In truth, there were not many crew members left. Following a massacre, only the captain, first mate, helmsman, and 3 sailors remained, merely 6 individuals. Aside from facilitating the voyage for the pirates and Rod's entourage, they held little value. Initially, Rod had contemplated claiming all the cargo aboard for himself. However, recognizing that the Norscans had pledged allegiance to him as their king, albeit out of a reverence for strength, he understood that failing to offer them rewards from the outset might undermine their loyalty. Thus, Rod allocated 1/3 of the cargo among the pirates, reserving the remaining 2/3 for sale in the Empire. The old captain and a few crew members seethed in silence, witnessing their possessions turn into someone else's property. Yet, they dared not voice their grievances. Their lives were spared by this human lord. Had Rod not intervened, they would have surely met a grim fate. As such, their feelings towards Rod were a complex mix of resentment and gratitude. Rod, indifferent to such sentiments, recognized the inevitability of conflict in the desolate northern lands. The chivalric code was an ideal that belonged to the realm of Bartonia. In the untamed north, clinging too tightly to such principles would ultimately lead to starvation. My lord, do you truly intend to accept them? While they are indeed formidable and possess notable combat skills, they remain barbarians. It is challenging to govern such a wild-hearted people. They adhere to a creed of slaughter and pillage, never engaging in agriculture or labor. Combat is their sole pursuit after indulgence. After Rod had welcomed the Norscan pirates, the ranger Lawrence approached him, voicing his concerns. It was fair to say that Lawrence's apprehensions were mirrored by Rod's own. However, Blackhammer Castle was in dire need of warriors. Having some was certainly better than having none. As for the management of these individuals, that could be addressed in due course, Rod mused. Celta Ek was the first Norskin Rod appointed. He was a robust man, possessing hands rougher than stone, wielding a double-edged axe as his weapon. Additionally, he was skilled in spear throwing and archery, a truly versatile warrior. Rod chose him not for any particular reason beyond the fact that Celta had previously served as the first mate to a pirate captain, boasting physical strength and combat experience second only to the captain himself. Following the captain's demise, Celta became Rod's unquestioned second-in-command. According to Celta, he differed from other pirates. He had grown up in the interior regions of Norska as the son of a tribal chief. Due to familial discord with the High Chief, Celta's father rebelled, only to be vanquished and stripped of his possessions. Rendered an orphan, Celta was exiled to the borders as a laborer. After escaping from the dark mines, he was captured by pirates and gradually earned recognition and respect through countless acts of audacity and ferocity in battle. Rod noted that Celta exhibited distinctive traits of the northern Norscans. He was stronger than his peers, with skin as pale as the Arctic snow. His deep gray eyes bore a fierce, beastly intensity, and his striking red hair was particularly eye-catching, embodying the essence of a berserker. Rod appointed him as his second-in-command, entrusting Celta with the leadership of the group in his absence. Norscans required Norscans to oversee them, and Rod began to formulate this plan. As for long-term management, integrating these wild men into his domain would require careful consideration and deliberation. Wolves are suited for battle, but are untamed and unruly. Everything possesses duality. After settling the Norscan raiders, Rod assigned 2 of them to sail their original longship back to their point of departure while replacing the flags with those of a merchant convoy to avert misunderstandings upon arrival at the Empire's port. Regarding the presence of so many Norscans aboard a single vessel with only a handful of Imperial sailors, Rod planned to assert that they were mercenaries. After all, it was not uncommon for Norscans, known for their martial proclivity, to be hired as enforcers. In these tumultuous times, it was not unheard of for Norscan mercenaries to serve as the main force for a certain duke or lord. Coupled with Rod's existing identity as the Lord of Blackhammer Castle, this journey was virtually flawless in its execution. Chapter 46. Bakeport. The 3-day journey swiftly came to an end. Along the way, the Norsemen proved to be more manageable than anticipated. In the presence of Rod, they displayed a respectful demeanor towards their white bear lord. The consciousness of leadership was one of their most significant traits. A leader possessed all privileges within the ranks, enjoying first access to spoils, the finest food, and the company of women. Even the distribution of post-battle plunder was at the discretion of the leader. Naturally, Rod, as their chief, was entitled to all these privileges. As long as the Norsemen pledged their allegiance to this leader, they would follow him unconditionally, firmly believing that he would guide them to survival, lead them to seize greater wealth, and steer them toward triumph. Ultimately, everything lay in the hands of the leader. However, to ascend to this position, one must be perpetually prepared to face challenges from fellow members. This was a process of renewal and survival of the fittest. Regardless of one's health or age, if someone from the group issued a challenge, it had to be accepted. The victor of the duel would assume command of the group. If the original leader prevailed, he would continue as the pirate captain or chief. If the challenger triumphed, he would slay the former leader and become the new ruler of the band. This primitive and savage system epitomized the traditions of the Norsemen. Rod understood that these 20-odd Norse raiders were formidable warriors, capable of confronting beastmen head-on, yet once one became their leader, one had to be ever ready for challenges from others. Bake City, a port city in the northern part of the imperial region of Oster, was a true metropolis compared to the Blackhammer Fortress where Rod had resided prior. The crescent-shaped harbor was filled with various sailing vessels, their countless masts resembling knights' lances piercing the azure sky. Upon the arrival of the flying giant, finding a place to dock was nearly impossible. Here, one could find specialties from the north, south, and west. This was a sight that Caroline cherished. While Kislev was solemn and austere, Bake was vibrant and prosperous. For an individual, especially one with an extroverted and adventurous spirit, spending too much time in one place often led to ennui. Yet, upon arriving in this entirely different locale, the people and the surroundings would invariably evoke her most primal joy. Lawrence, keep an eye on her. Once docked, Caroline eagerly leapt onto the shore and dashed towards the marketplace. Observing this, Rod hastily instructed Lawrence to pursue and watch over this unreliable sorceress. Along the way, Caroline proved to be of little use aside from creating chaos. Indeed, since their acquaintance, apart from her contribution during the Battle of the Evil Moon, she had showcased her expected role. Otherwise, she was merely a burden. Celta, have the goods unloaded. Then accompany me. I have matters to attend to, Rod commanded. The bustling dock was alive with the comings and goings of laborers eager for work as the flying giant docked. 2 copper coins, sir, just 2 copper coins. And we'll help you move these goods to the warehouse. You surely need a place to rest. Allow me to assist you. The foreman leaned forward, cheerfully soliciting business. Rod gestured. For 2 copper coins, send 3 men to help me unload these goods and transport them to the marketplace warehouse. Be cautious, for if anything is damaged, I will expect you to compensate double. Rod proclaimed loudly. Fear not, sir, we guarantee your satisfaction. The foreman quickly nodded, grinning as he accepted the job. As for the Norsemen, Rod knew they were merely idle fellows who indulged in feasting. When it came to fighting, they were eager, but when tasked with labor, such as moving goods, it was akin to tormenting them. The term raider aptly described them. They had no inclination towards honest labor, relying solely on plunder, seizing women as wives, hoarding gold for frivolous expenditures, and even capturing men as slaves. Once matters were arranged, Rod, accompanied by his newly appointed assistant Celta, proceeded to the underground trade market of Bake City. There awaited his old acquaintance, the imperial merchant Joyson. Rod was no stranger to this city. He had visited numerous times. As Kislev's resources were scant, and many supplies at Blackhammer Fortress were imported from the Empire, including soft bread, textiles, olive oil, and ceramics. Joyson, however, was no upright individual. He was a smuggler. The management along the imperial border was far from orderly, rife with pirates and smugglers. Many who appeared to be respectable merchants were often engaged in illicit dealings behind the scenes. Local officials were also complicit, turning a blind eye to their enterprises in exchange for protection fees. Joyson was such a merchant, navigating the gray areas of legality. Rod had refrained from sending his subordinate, Iron Claw, to seek him out, fearing that without a close rapport, smugglers would be reluctant to entertain him. Navigating through the bustling coastal trade avenue, Rod and Celta arrived at the outer market of Bake City, a place dedicated to the trade of various mundane commodities. Here, narrow streets flanked by 2 to 3-story buildings housed shops on the ground floor, with rooms and various apartments above. Fresh meat, come take a look. Just slaughtered this morning. 1 copper coin apiece, 3 for 2 coins, sir, care for one? Just caught from the sea. Apples, oranges, Lachel S wine, Labai S lemons fine harps. Silver trumpets, mirrors for ladies. Come, take a look, all top-quality goods. The market was crowded with vendors. The pungent aroma of fish and pork mingling with the fresh scent of produce and the stench of decay, while the fragrance of flowers from nearby stalls and the various intoxicating scents from taverns permeated the air, creating an overwhelming sensory experience. Yet, this was the everyday existence of the common folk of Bake City. At last, after traversing the chaotic outer market, Rod and Celta arrived before a particularly inconspicuous establishment. Nestled at the end of a narrow alley, it appeared unremarkable from the outside, yet within, it was dimly lit, yet bustling. There were no guards at the entrance. Yet Rod knew that each shopkeeper inside employed bodyguards. This was the true black market. Chapter 47. The smuggler. Unlike the bustling marketplace outside, upon entering the black market, Rod received no greetings from any of the merchants. They resembled complacent, well-fed citizens, scrutinizing every newcomer with the discerning eyes of butchers. Should they ascertain that a visitor was not there for business, they would be promptly ejected. In stark contrast to the clamor outside, most individuals here sat quietly in corners, engaged in their own matters. The black market lacked any unified management, descending into a shadowy labyrinth of underground chambers. Deeper layers offered increasingly precious wares. The upper tiers primarily dealt in lower-grade goods such as ores, handicrafts, salt, and wine, while the lower tiers boasted valuable merchandise, including cold weapons from the dwarven workshops, ivory from the north, coffee beans from Alabi, tobacco, and even silk and spices from the east. The origins of these goods were often shrouded in obscurity. Some flowed through smuggling routes, others were traded through clandestine powers, while some were simply stolen, unable to be openly traded. These items found their way into the underground market, typically at significantly lower prices than those in legitimate markets. Some merchants, in pursuit of maximum profit, engaged in risky bargains here. When Rod located him, this fellow was conversing with a merchant from Tyler. Upon seeing Rod, he immediately concluded his business and invited him to sit. It had been how long since their last meeting? Half a year? No, more likely 8 months. Joyson led Rod to his private chamber, a secret room carved into the rock walls. There were no windows, no columns, only simple furnishings within. A red earth rug from Tyler lay across the floor, modest yet valuable. Given it was spring and located relatively southward, the room felt pleasantly warm even without a fire. As Rod entered, a maid promptly offered a kiss and nestled into Joyson's embrace, then went to fetch a bottle of fine Bartonia wine for their lord. Oh, 8 months have passed. Though Blackhammer Fortress is small, there is an unending array of tasks to attend to. You take things too seriously. Some matters could easily be delegated to your subordinates. As a lord, you ought to carve out time to relish life. If I were you, I would employ 10 maids to warm my bed, changing one each night. That would be the life of a true lord, Joyson remarked, a confident smile playing on his lips. Clearly, he had his own perspective on the enjoyment of life. In the perilous world of Warhammer, many believed in seizing pleasure while they could. Hedonism had long been a prevailing notion in the Empire. I cannot indulge in such a lifestyle. I must set an example for my subordinates. Moreover, I have a daughter. I must ensure she has a pure childhood. Pure childhood? It is merely childhood. When she grows up, she will face this harsh reality regardless. Do you intend to raise her as a knight? A lady knight? Don't be absurd. Knights lead the most tortured lives. You know that. Joyson laughed, lighting a cigarette. The scent of tobacco quickly filled the room. Regardless, I do not wish for her to witness a father inebriated beyond reason. Besides, the North lacks the beautiful women of your southern lands, Rod jested. Southern? Beautiful women? Do not jest, my friend. Blackhammer Fortress is less than 4 days' sail from Beck City. If this is considered southern, what then of Aldolf? Tropical? Joyson retorted. As for beautiful women, Kislev has plenty. The Frost Witches, for instance, are renowned for their fair and delicate skin and exquisite figures. I've heard the Ice Queen, Katarina, is the most stunning of them all. A single glance could steal your soul. If I could spend a night with her, I would gladly sell all my possessions, Joyson declared, his words laced with lewdness and depravity. Yet, it was undeniable that many merchants in the middle class in the Empire lived similarly, indulging in excess while dreaming of bedding the most beautiful women amidst piles of gold. Rod had been dealing with such individuals for some time. To thrive, one must engage with various sectors of society. The path to success was never without its challenges. As they conversed, the maid returned with the wine, filling Rod's goblet to the brim, then seated herself on Joyson's lap, adopting a coy demeanor. However, her figure and features paled in comparison to Caroline's, leaving Rod somewhat repulsed. Yet, Joyson reveled in the moment. Her name is Betty, a courtesan from Beck City's finest brothel, whom I purchased as my personal maid. Let us get to business. Have you seen the confidential letter? Rod inquired. The woman quickly grasped the situation, adjusting her attire and departing, leaving the smuggler Joyson and Rod to converse privately. Everything else is manageable. You can set the price as you wish. We are old friends, after all, and trust each other. However, I cannot assist with the arms trade. To be frank, I am not well acquainted with the newly appointed city official. I hear he is the nephew of Duke Oster, a dandy who hardly left Wolfenburg before his appointment. He looks down on outsiders, especially those from beyond the Empire, Joyson explained, taking a deep drag of his cigarette before releasing a cloud of smoke that lingered like the murky passage of time. From Joyson's description, Rod began to grasp the implications of the Iron Claw's unsuccessful venture. Surely, we cannot allow disdain for outsiders to obstruct business. Who will bear the financial losses incurred? Rod pressed. No, Rod, my old friend. You have spent too long in Blackhammer Fortress and have become oblivious to many matters. You should venture out more. The Empire issued new decrees 6 months ago to limit firearm exports, and many areas are now restricting their use. Aside from the regular army, which still equips itself extensively, other regions are tightening controls, Joyson continued, extinguishing his cigarette. Why? Quite simply, dissatisfaction with the Empire's rule has begun to fester among the populace. The lower classes are arming themselves, purchasing firearms to resist the Empire's regular troops. In some areas, mercenaries will undertake any job for the right price, further undermining the Empire's stability. Consequently, 6 months ago, the Emperor mandated strict controls over arms trade, requiring formal approval for export. Have you not noticed? Firearms in the black market have dwindled, and prices have surged. Why? Increased risk naturally inflates prices, Joyson stated, his expression grave. Rod could surmise that this decree also affected him. Not only had trade revenues diminished, but the costs of hiring muscle had also escalated significantly. After all, without access to weapons, the number of mercenaries would decline. A reduced supply coupled with persistent demand would inevitably drive prices higher. For a smuggling overlord like Joyson, hiring muscle was indispensable. Thus, without establishing a rapport with the new official, Joyson found himself in a predicament. Chapter 48. The essence of a merchant. The Empire's control over the arms trade has resulted in a reduction of exports, which in turn has led to a rise in the price of firearms. However, the increase is not to the extent of tripling the original cost. There must be some foul play by the newly appointed mayor of Beck City. Upon returning from the smuggler Joyson, Rod has gained a fundamental understanding of the situation. No wonder Iron Claw returned empty-handed. Rod knows he cannot place the blame on him. Nevertheless, since he is here, he might as well pay a visit and try his luck, Rod mused. The following morning, Rod set off for the mayor's residence in Beck City, accompanied by Caroline, Lawrence, and Serta. Caroline donned the guise of a noble lady, presenting herself as Rod's cousin. Of course, she was already of noble birth, and her etiquette and demeanor required no additional instruction, leaving no room for error. Lawrence appeared as Rod's retainer, while Serta adopted the persona of a mercenary. Although their roles and identities differed, their similar experiences allowed them to embody their characters convincingly. Before stepping into the mayor's residence, Serta instinctively sheathed his weapons, remaining outside. As a mercenary, he held no right to enter the building. In contrast, Lawrence and Caroline entered with legitimacy. Unlike the castles of other lords, Beck City, being a port city, presented its administrative headquarters more like a villa rather than a gloomy fortress. As Rod awaited his audience with the mayor, a wealthy merchant sat opposite him, engaging in lively conversation. The Guardian of the North? Oh, no, I have not yet attained such heights. The Guardian is a collective, not an individual. Every castle lord south of the wall is part of that group. I cannot represent them all. As for being a great lord, that is an exaggeration. I am merely a lord, Rod replied with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tull's Rain, the largest salt and jewelry merchant in Beck City. My family has thrived here since the city's inception. Beck Port is a bustling harbor, and the city that has flourished through it is indeed prosperous. I have a rudimentary understanding of your imperial endeavors. I can assure you, you have come to the right place for procuring supplies, the merchant named Tulls enthusiastically proclaimed. This unexpected warmth astonished Caroline and Lawrence, as they had encountered nothing but arrogant individuals along their journey. However, Rod remained unfazed. All merchants prioritize profit, for it is the essence of their pursuit and the sole impetus driving them. He had already conveyed the purpose of this meeting to the city lord prior to his entrance, and it was likely that the mayor had knowledgeable associates. Reflecting on Joyson's earlier remarks, Rod speculated that Tulls, like him, was unfamiliar with the new officials and sought to forge connections and secure patronage. However, Rod was dubious about Tulls's grand titles. Indeed, this is a thriving city. Compared to the north, it is a far more suitable place for living, Rod responded politely. I hear you recently repelled a wave of beastmen attacks from the north? Tulls probed, his eyes darting about like a mouse, keenly observing those around Rod. Yes, indeed. It was the largest beastman force in decades, Rod replied. How many? Tulls inquired. Several hundred, perhaps more, Rod stated. That indeed sounds catastrophic, Tulls remarked. But you managed to hold the castle, so it seems you possess considerable strength. Not enough. In the face of various great horned beasts and werewolves, humanity still appears feeble. Thus, I require a procurement of supplies, Rod replied. I understand. I am engaged in the trade business and have a fair grasp of demands across various regions. Tull smiled. However, you must prepare for the fact that Mayor Clyde is a very busy man. He only arrived here last winter and has numerous individuals to meet daily. His temperament may not be the most amiable, he whispered. I am prepared for that, Rod assured. That's good to hear. However, I am aware that many have sought his counsel recently, and like you, most are in pursuit of arms, he said in an even lower voice. Rod instinctively sensed that Tulls had something ulterior to discuss, for he would not have drawn closer without reason. Did they succeed? Rod asked deliberately. What do you think? Tulls replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I cannot guess, Rod admitted. Allow me to enlighten you. Most of them were unsuccessful, Tulls declared. After a moment, he shifted closer to Rod, lowering his voice further. But I can assist you. I can procure those items for you. He leaned in so close that Rod could detect the heavy scent of perfume emanating from him. The application of such fragrances by men was something Rod found particularly distasteful. Yet he bore it in the presence of others' territory. The price is negotiable, but it will certainly be lower than the rate provided by the mayor, Tulls continued. How much? Rod inquired with a smile. Tulls discreetly raised 2 fingers, indicating double the amount. At that moment, a servant emerged from the mayor's office and approached Rod. My lord, you may enter now. I apologize for the wait, he said politely, gesturing for Rod to proceed. Seeing this, Tulls hastily produced a pre-prepared note and slipped it into Rod's hand. We shall be in touch, he whispered, then cheerfully departed, leaving Lawrence and Caroline with bewildered expressions. Chapter 49. Pride and Prejudice. The newly appointed mayor of Beck City, Davis, was a tall, slender man with a pale complexion, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. This was the first impression he left on Rod. When he met Rod, he sat in an ivory chair, adopting a condescending posture, flanked by his servants and guards. Are you the lord of Blackhammer Fortress, Rod? Yes. Despite his displeasure, Rod maintained the requisite politeness and decorum. I have reviewed your request, and to put it plainly, I refuse to sell you arms and ammunition at such a low price, Davis stated coldly. He did not even deign to look at Rod, his lips moving dismissively, embodying the demeanor of a privileged nobleman. Caroline felt a surge of irritation, yet she had promised Rod to remain silent and refrain from resorting to violence. Thus, she endured in silence for the moment. Your Excellency, is this price truly low? Rod countered. Low. Of course it is low. It is 1.5 times the original price. Are you unaware that the Empire has begun to restrict arms trading across the realm? At least 3 times the price is necessary for a shipment, Davis replied, tossing the documents aside and redirecting his gaze towards Rod, reclining slightly and crossing his legs. Your Excellency, Kislev and the Empire share a long-standing friendship. I have heard that the prices of firearms in the market have indeed risen, but they are not yet at 3 times the original price. I would like to inquire why firearms exported to Kislev require such exorbitant pricing, while other regions do not. Rod asked as politely as he could. Have you conducted your investigation thoroughly? Whom did you consult? That third-rate merchant who just left? Or the market in Highshire? Let me enlighten you as to why exports to your region entail such costs. The northern pirates have become increasingly audacious. The Empire is a nation that honors its agreements. Especially Ostergerd. We must take responsibility for the ships that set sail. Kislev Bay is rife with pirates, thus our escort costs have escalated, Davis explained. His arms crossed as he gazed down at Rod. As long as you sell the goods to me, I can personally manage the escorting matter. Yet Davis appeared unimpressed. You can manage it personally? Do you possess divine powers or multiple arms? Can you escort an entire ship on your own? Mayor Davis scoffed. You need not worry about that. I have my own manpower. Enough of this. I do not trust your lot, raiders, Kislevites. Without the Empire's military escort, I wager that merchant vessels could not reach the north, Davis remarked, sipping his hot tea before continuing. 3 times the price. No room for negotiation. Take it or leave it. If you lack the funds, kindly vacate my presence. I have many matters to attend to, and plenty of paupers like you to deal with. Blackhammer Fortress? What sort of place is that? I have never heard of it before. It seems it is not even marked on the map. Davis's haughty demeanor finally pushed the frost which beside Rod to her limits. She was about to unleash a torrent of invective, but Rod grasped her wrist, forcefully restraining her. In your eyes, is this trade merely a matter of money? Rod retorted. What else do you believe it to be? Mayor Davis shot back. In the recently concluded War of the Abyss Moon, my people risked their lives to repel hundreds of beastmen and forest werewolves, safeguarding the northern defense line. However, we are short-staffed and require the Empire's firearms for support. This is a shared duty and responsibility of all humanity on this continent, is it not? Rod stated with measured resolve, his gaze fixed on Davis, the soft-skinned imperial official, filled with questions. Davis's expression was one of palpable disdain. The news has not yet reached the capital, yet we have already eradicated the beast horde, Rod clarified. News from Kislev travels remarkably fast, Davis replied dismissively. Rod felt an urge to crush him, but in this setting, he could not resort to violence. Moreover, this was within the Empire, should a brawl ensue. The consequences could be dire. For the sake of survival and the future, Rod endured. Caroline, however, was seething with rage. Were it not for Rod's firm grip, she would have likely exploded in anger, which would escalate the situation from a personal issue to a diplomatic crisis between Kislev and the Empire. The Ice Queen would undoubtedly unleash her wrath. Rod had no desire to stir such trouble at this juncture. You should not have restrained me. Were you not angered by his words? Caroline questioned, knowing that had Rod not intervened, she would have certainly slapped the arrogant mayor of Beck City across the face. I am indeed angered. But what can be done? If we wish to import firearms, we must procure them from the Empire. This is the closest imperial port to Blackhammer Fortress. If we cannot source firearms here, we stand no chance elsewhere. The cost will be even greater. We simply cannot bear the transportation expenses, Rod explained, holding Caroline's hand. Then we need not seek him out. Did that merchant not claim he could sell us arms and gunpowder at double the price? Caroline pressed on with a stern expression. That merchant, the largest salt trader and jeweler in Beckport? Do you truly believe his words? Beckport is a significant northern port city in Ostergard. The wealth of this city surpasses that of 10 Blackhammer fortresses and Heidelberg combined. The largest salt trader in Beck would not stoop to such measures for a mere small order, nor would he plead with the mayor to assist us. On the contrary, Davis would likely seek to cultivate a relationship with him. Have you not heard the adage that a strong dragon does not bully a local snake? That merchant named Teeters is merely a small-time trader, with no more than 3 ships at his disposal, Rod analyzed, having perceived the merchant's unreliability from the outset. Though he had chosen not to expose him publicly, the wealthier the city, the more prevalent the deceit. Knowing how to swindle money from others is an art in itself. Then let us forego firearms. I refuse to believe we cannot defend the North without them. Perhaps this abyss moon was merely an aberration, Caroline persisted, feeling stifled, pulling her hand free from Rod's grasp, voicing her discontent. No, it is not an aberration. Alvis has detected that the forthcoming abyss moon will grow stronger each year, with beastmen multiplying in numbers, becoming increasingly frenzied and powerful. Sooner or later, we will require more formidable weapons to defend the North. You must understand that decorum is essential in diplomatic endeavors. Davis is merely an inexperienced youth. He will eventually pay the price for his arrogance and ignorance, but not today. Rod asserted. Chapter 50. Prices 2 barrels of whale oil, 30 bags of copper ore, 20 bags of iron ore, and over 100 furs from various animals. In the dock warehouse, Rod personally tallied the goods and calculated their market prices and total value. In the coming days, he intended to sell off the entire cargo of the ship, exchanging it for gold coins or necessary supplies. He left the old captain and Lawrence to assist him with these matters, while the others were allowed to venture into the city for leisure. Asking the Norscans to sit down and engage in arithmetic would be a death sentence for them. Typically, after plundering, these marauders either indulged themselves or hurried to the nearest market to trade for what they desired, be it wine or women, at a roughly agreed price. Unlike the shrewd imperial merchants who calculated every last copper coin with precision. Captain Roberts, do you harbor any hatred towards me? Rod inquired calmly, seated before a mountain of goods. The old captain, once the master of the flying giant, had fallen from the petite bourgeoisie to the proletariat in an instant due to an encounter with Norscan raiders. The entire cargo of the ship had swiftly become Rod's property. Having completed his tasks, Rod deliberately posed the question to observe the captain's reaction. Why would my lord ask such a thing? Certainly not. You saved my life. How could I hate you? The elderly man appeared somewhat taken aback, pausing before offering his respectful response. However, Rod was not satisfied with such an answer and continued to fixate on him. Honestly, do you hate me? Your ship, your cargo, it all belongs to me now. Do you hate me? Rod asked earnestly. No, not at all, my lord. The ship was not taken by you. It was those pirates. You saved me. I should thank you, though. Robert stammered. Though what? Rod pressed. Though I am now a poor man, burdened with debt. Nevertheless, my life is spared. Then, if I offer you a position, would you be willing to work alongside me? Rod asked earnestly. The old Captain Roberts, taken aback, quickly nodded fervently, indicating his willingness. In truth, he had nowhere else to turn. No ship, no cargo, and lacking any skills for labor. He faced the prospect of becoming a beggar if he left this place. Willing, you say? Rod calmly responded. The old captain initially thought he had misheard until Rod produced an employment contract. Trembling, he affixed his blood seal to the document. Of course, Rod had his own plans for hiring Roberts as captain. Currently, Blackhammer Fortress lacked skilled captains and sailors. Previously, every shipment had to wait for other merchants to pass through for a collective sale. However, these merchants had their own ships and would purchase or at low prices, only to sell it at a premium in the Empire, pocketing the difference. Now, however, Rod possessed his own ship, no longer allowing these merchants to reap the profits. He intended to engage in trade himself. Lacking a captain, he needed a qualified old captain, and Roberts was the perfect candidate. Other captains had their own ships and would not willingly serve as Rod's subordinate. Yet Roberts had nothing left, save for his maritime experience, which was precisely what Rod required. Naturally, Rod did not need to worry about betrayal or the loss of his ship. Each voyage would be escorted by men from Blackhammer Fortress, who, while ostensibly providing protection, would also supervise the captain, ensuring no treacherous thoughts arose. Furthermore, Rod promised him that if he performed well without any navigational errors, he would receive 3% of the profits from each cargo shipment. When these conditions were laid out, Roberts could hardly believe his ears. In the past, when lords clashed, the defeated either faced slaughter or were stripped bare, yet the White Bear Lord had granted him a lifeline and a glimmer of hope. He dared not entertain thoughts of seizing a ship again. The horrific scenes of the Norscan pirates' brutality were still vivid in his mind. After arranging his subordinates' tasks, Rod began to manage the goods at hand. He meticulously compiled a comprehensive list: wolf pelts, 5 gold crowns each, a total of 20, amounting to 100 gold crowns. Red fox pelts, 9 gold crowns each, a total of 5, totaling 45 gold crowns. White fox pelts, 11 gold crowns each, a total of 5, totaling 55 gold crowns. Deer hides, 50 silver shillings each, a total of 60, amounting to 3,000 silver shillings, equivalent to 150 gold crowns. Lion pelts, 20 gold crowns each, a total of 3, totaling 60 gold crowns. White lion pelts, 35 gold crowns each, only 1 available. It is worth mentioning that the noble women of the Empire seemed particularly interested in fox pelts. A single fox pelt would sell for approximately 5 to 6 gold crowns from the hunter, and merchants would buy them up for resale in the Empire's markets, where the price would double. Once they reached the hands of various noblewomen, the price would increase by an additional 30%. Each fox pelt fetched at least 13 gold crowns among the nobility. White fox pelts commanded even higher prices. These furs, sourced from the northern forests and mountainous regions, are incredibly soft and pleasant to the touch. In winter, a pair of white fox gloves is a coveted item among the Empire's elite. Rod calculated that from the fur trade alone, he could expect to earn nearly 500 gold crowns from this venture. What does 500 gold crowns signify? In the old world, a junior noble's annual income seldom exceeds 500 gold crowns. Of course, Rod's current bounty was an unexpected windfall. Trade typically involves various costs, and acquiring these goods would normally require substantial financial outlays. Yet, Rod need not concern himself with such expenses, as this gold was essentially a windfall, having been acquired through plunder. Chapter 51. Threat are you, Davis, the wretched mayor? Who are you? Davis was pressed against the cold wall. He had intended to call for the guards, but a towering brute had clamped a hand over his mouth, rendering him mute. The men before him resembled thieves. Indeed, they were marauders, Northmen, led by the mercenary who had trailed Rod earlier that day. Celta, with a sharp axe at his waist and a tattooed face, had arms thicker than Mayor Davis's thighs. The Northmen had infiltrated the mayor's residence under the cover of night, cornering him as if he were a mere chick. "Do you not recognize us, little man?" Celta's deep voice rumbled. A gleaming dagger pressed against Davis's vulnerable region. The mayor trembled under the gaze of these terrifying marauders, fearing that should one of them act with greater madness, he would forever be stripped of his manhood. "What do you want? Gold? Women? I can give you anything." Davis stammered, his voice quaking. In his study, he was accustomed to command, where none could enter without his say. Now, he longed for a fool to burst in, to alert the guards to his peril. Yet, it was a futile wish. These men had come prepared, knowing all that transpired within. Pathetic coward. Davis's inquiries were met with derisive laughter. The brutish men reveled in the sight of the panicked official, as if he were mere entertainment. The leader, grinning, pressed the dagger closer. "Ah, no. No. 1,000 gold crowns. Oh, no, 2,000. Please, spare me." The cold steel against his skin sent shivers through Davis, who nearly begged for mercy with a whimper. "Ha, gold. Truly a feeble worm." Resting atop the riches left by your ancestors, Celta mocked, tightening his grip around Davis's neck as if he were a tender goose. Mark my words. Should you ever trouble Lord Rod again, I shall ensure you never know a woman again. It was not until over 10 minutes had passed that Davis finally screamed at the top of his lungs. Guards! Damn it, all of you come here. My lord. What is? The steward rushed in first, fearfully inquiring about his young master's plight. Slap. What the hell? Are you fools? 20 of you allowed a band of robbers to slip in and out right beneath your noses, and you remained oblivious? What use are you worthless wretches? I would be better off with a dog. He raged, unleashing all the pent-up frustration onto his attendants. The steward took a blow. Rod. Tell me. Where's that Rod Lawn? I want him dead. Rod. My lord, who is Rod? With numerous visitors each day? The steward struggled to recall which Rod Davis referred to amidst the throng. The Kislev man, the savage from the north. Davis bellowed, his jaw clenched and veins bulging. Never had anyone dared to threaten him so. He was the nephew of General Oster, grandson of Lord Wolfenberg, born to nobility. To be threatened with a blade was unfathomable. A monumental disgrace. Oh, you mean the Lord of Blackhammer Keep? The steward quivered in response. Curse that lord. Where is he now? Bring him to me at once. Davis roared, his voice echoing throughout the villa. My lord, he has already left, the steward murmured. Left? Where to? He departed the city this afternoon. His destination is unknown. Impossible. His men have not left. How could he? I do not know. Worthless. A bunch of useless fools. Davis continued his furious tirade. A band of savages just stormed into my room, my house. Did you not see? Hurry. Send men to hunt them down, capture them. My lord, what kind of savages? Northmen. Go now. I want them dead. Dead before my eyes. Davis commanded. Barley wine, mead, whiskey, and brandy from Bartonia. Oh, thank you, my king, the White Bear King. This journey has been fruitful. On the dark sea, the ship giant soared like a firefly, casting a faint glow in the night sky, while over 20 Northmen reveled on the deck, praising their great king, their new lord. Rod uncorked a bottle and joined in their merriment. A mere few barrels of drink paled in comparison to the bounty reaped from this imperial venture. Selling an entire ship's cargo had netted them 1,000 gold crowns, equivalent to half a year's income for Blackhammer Keep. Rod deemed it trivial to share such a sum with his men. The Northmen chanted praises for their new leader's generosity as the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Brothers, hold on a moment. Let me say a few words. Rod stood amidst the Northmen on the deck. Laughter gradually subsided. When the leader spoke, his men were compelled to listen intently, a tradition among the Northman marauders. Brothers, from this day forth, do not call me the White Bear King. I am not a bear thus. Laughter erupted from the Northmen. Rod raised a hand for silence, and they quickly hushed, attentive once more. Therefore, I am not the White Bear King. You may call me your lord or the Lord of Blackhammer Keep. From this day forth, you are all part of Blackhammer Keep, serving under my command. Come, raise your cups to your lord. Rod declared. The Northmen accepted this without hesitation, lifting their flagons and drinking deeply. Oaths of loyalty need not be lengthy. All understood the tradition. Strength dictates leadership. Regardless of who stood before them, he was their king, albeit with a different title. By the way, where are Celta and Nerba? I have not seen them. After downing the hot liquor, Rod surveyed the deck, suddenly noticing the absence of a few men. Celta had followed them before departure. How could he now be missing? Celta, where the hell are you? Rod called out again, but no one answered. Chapter 52. Returned to Hammerhold, he wept like a little girl, pleading for mercy. 500, 1,000, he cried, offering us gold. Haraha. The following morning, Serta arrived by boat, recounting the antics at the Davis mansion, which elicited hearty laughter from the Northmen aboard. It was gratifying, yet next time, ensure you seek my approval before undertaking such actions, understood? Rod pressed firmly on Serta's shoulder, emphasizing the seriousness of his words. Serta felt the weight of the pressure and realized he could not act independently. Their leader was no longer the reckless Northman pirate of yore, but a rational lord of the castle, under whose banner no impulsive actions were permitted. Beneath Rod's stoic and stern visage, Serta nodded earnestly. Understood. Rod then inquired, what of the vessel? A fishing boat. Seized, Serta replied. Very well, we shall make use of it for now. With favorable winds, they reached Hammerhold 2 days later. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the castle, reminiscent of a specter. Upon entering, Rod sensed something amiss. The guards wore no smiles, their faces devoid of joy, only sternness. The castle felt desolate, servants sweeping the floors, bowing ceremoniously to Rod. "Muros, Virgil," Rod bellowed, dismounting his steed, calling for his steward and knight. Soon, Muros hastened down from the loft, his age evident in his unsteady gait, yet he rushed to greet Rod with all the speed he could muster. Rod, with a warm smile, was prepared to embrace his steward. A journey of half a month had passed, though the cities of the Empire were warm. They were overcrowded and filthy. The north felt far more pleasant, with fresh air, clean stables, and the company of loyal stewards and warriors. However, a shadow of sorrow crossed Muros's face, which Rod immediately detected. Something was undeniably wrong. "Muros, what troubles you?" he inquired, removing his gloves and furrowing his brow. Behind him, the Northmen, under the guidance of the castle guards, entered to rest. "My lord Dennis." Dennis. Pain etched across Muros's visage, an ominous premonition stirring within. "What has happened to Dennis?" Rod pressed anxiously. "She was taken by the Frost Queen's men." Upon hearing this, Rod's mind went blank, as though struck by thunder. The very calamity he had dreaded had come to pass. How could this happen? How could it? Wasn't it only you and I who knew of Dennis? Who took her? Rod stammered, his thoughts in disarray. If anyone had captured his heart since his arrival, it was undoubtedly his darling daughter. From the very beginning, he harbored an extraordinary affection for Dennis, as if she were a beloved from a past life. This bond intertwined the memories of 2 lifetimes, making it feel as though she had been part of his existence for 8 years, as though she were family. Indeed, she was his family, and he was her father. Just before his journey, Rod had been on the cusp of fatherhood. The sensation was unbearable, as though his flesh and blood had been snatched from his embrace twice. While it was conceivable that Dennis might return, the Kislev Magic Academy, the stronghold of the Frost Queen, was a realm fraught with cruelty and unyielding frost. The Queen. Her people. The frost which discovered her. Dennis's frosty powers were too potent for concealment. Even without knowledge of her whereabouts, the witch would have found her. "My lord, we did our utmost. The guards were no match for the Frost Witch. You know we could not stand against her." Muros's voice trembled, nearly bowing in despair, tears brimming in his eyes, filled with helplessness. The spring winds of the north blew chillily, yet Rod remained in a state of shock, envisioning the harrowing ordeal. The Frost Witch must have sensed the anomaly from miles away, galloping on horseback to Hammerhold, tracing the trail of frosty magic to the isolated young witch. Ultimately, she found Dennis, who had been enjoying cake, blissfully unaware that a gift was, in fact, a harbinger of doom. Rod stood motionless, his heart turbulent. What else did the Frost Witch say? His lips felt parched as he forgot to moisten them. This was far from over. The Ice Queen would not spare any noble or commoner who remained silent about her affairs. Rod realized that true calamity lay ahead. She declared that the Ice Queen would not tolerate such transgressions. She insisted, "You must personally journey to Kislev and provide an explanation to the Queen." Muros's words were steeped in desolation. Crows circled ominously overhead, heralding an ill-fated journey. "My lord, Queen Katerina will be filled with wrath. You cannot go." Chief Knight Virgil approached, speaking softly. Rod held no doubts about his loyalty. Virgil's fealty to him surpassed that to the Queen. From his grandfather's era, he had served the Lord of Hammerhold. The Lord's Lord was not my lord. That was the essence of Virgil's loyalty. Yet Rod remained resolute. The voyage to Kislev was imperative. "No, I must go. Brother, I understand your concern, but if I do not, the Ice Queen will send more after me, and I may be accused of treason. Therefore, I have no choice but to proceed." Rod stated. The early spring air was still brisk, and the warmth of his breath manifested as wisps of white mist escaping his lips. He had steeled himself for yet another journey. Chapter 53. Joint liability. The cold enveloped Blackhammer Fort like a shadow. Even though it was spring, the temperature remained frigid. The frost had just reached the point of melting, and the town bustled with activity as its inhabitants tended to their daily tasks. Wisps of smoke rose from the lowly houses, contrasting starkly with the endless expanse of snow, creating a rather desolate scene. Of course, Rod knew that the true source of this melancholy lay within himself, with Dennis. He had no idea where his daughter was now, nor how he would explain her predicament to the Snow Queen upon reaching Kislev. As the chosen of the Bear God, he understood that both power and authority were indispensable. It was impossible for him to confront an entire kingdom alone. Before attaining absolute power, he must endure in silence. Caroline had appeared on the balcony without him noticing. Standing behind Rod, her expression devoid of the cheerfulness and mischief she had displayed just days prior. Instead, she appeared grave and earnest. When it came to the Snow Queen, the Frost Witch always adopted a serious demeanor. Furthermore, from another perspective, Caroline bore a degree of responsibility regarding Dennis's situation. As a newly graduated Frost Witch and a subordinate of the Snow Queen, it was troubling that she had failed to recognize such a gifted young witch in her midst. Was it due to a lack of magical prowess or a deliberate concealment? If the Snow Queen were to investigate, Caroline knew she could not evade accountability. "Do you not feel cold?" The Frost Witch inquired softly from behind him. "Yes, it is cold. The north has always been frigid," Rod replied without turning, recognizing her voice. He felt troubled, even reluctant to engage in conversation with her. "What do you intend to tell the Snow Queen about Dennis?" she asked, stepping closer, her tone a mix of concern and reproach. "How can I say it? My daughter has been discovered as a witch and imprisoned and sent to the capital. How can I convey that? No matter what I say, she will not believe me." "Then speak the truth. Perhaps the Queen will indeed trust your words." She responded with an icy tone. "But if she does not believe, we will both suffer the consequences." "I know. Yet let us think positively. Perhaps the Queen will believe you. She requires lords like you to guard her borders in the north. Moreover, the magical academy in Kislev is not as terrifying as you imagine. What I previously stated was merely an exaggeration. Do not try to comfort me. We both know that only a small fraction will pass the evaluations. Most children either go mad or perish. Those who graduate successfully have endured rigorous trials. Some high-ranking witches even forget their fathers and families, only remembering the Snow Queen. I sincerely hope Dennis lacks such extraordinary talent. Becoming a witch, despite the immense power it entails, comes at too great a cost," Rod stated in a low voice, his words tinged with a sense of desolation. "Do not be so pessimistic. There is something you might not know about the Frost Witches," Caroline said, twirling her long hair. "Though life at the academy is arduous and learning magic poses significant dangers, it is not compulsory. Not every Frost Witch is required to complete all courses. In fact, if one does not wish to continue, they are not forced to do so. Upon reaching spells of the third circle or higher, one may opt to pursue further studies or withdraw." Caroline continued, attempting to provide reassurance. "Because magic of the third circle and above is perilous. Each advancement incurs a substantial cost, leading to notable changes in both the body and temperament of the Frost Witches. The most immediate transformation is a decrease in body temperature and an increase in coldness and ruthlessness. However, one can choose not to learn." Caroline endeavored to speak words of comfort, yet Rod understood that this was merely a consolation. His daughter, indeed of noble birth, possessed abilities and talents that ranked among the most exceptional within the witch community. With such gifts, the Snow Queen would never let her go. Caroline was correct. After becoming a third-tier witch, most would have the opportunity to choose. However, given Dennis's characteristics, she would have no choice. A once-in-a-century talent. The Snow Queen would never allow her to remain merely a border witch. Katerina would cultivate her, training her to ascend to higher ranks, perhaps even to serve eternally as a personal guard to the Queen. In such a scenario, Rod feared he might never see Dennis again. This was his deepest concern. Chapter 54. The Ice Pepper. After departing from Blackhammer Fortress, Rod and Lawrence journeyed south along the Frost Path. Along the way, they encountered numerous dilapidated villages and desolate landscapes, opting to circumvent the forests in an effort to avoid encounters with adversaries such as beastmen. Kislev, much like the Empire, boasts vast territories. However, much of it is cloaked in wilderness and woodlands. Aside from a few major cities with relatively concentrated populations, the inhabitants in other areas are sparsely distributed, often requiring extensive travel to find any settlements. On the third day, Rod and Lawrence discovered their first village inhabited by living souls. From a distance, they observed a cluster of low wooden huts scattered across the recently thawed, muddy ground, with wisps of white smoke rising from rudimentary chimneys. Upon approaching, they realized the villagers were afflicted by illness. "My two sons. My eldest was killed by a beast in the forest while hunting with an old hunter years ago. My remaining son was bitten by a rat last winter. At first, we thought little of it, but he only began to show symptoms of rat fever last month." 1/3 of the villagers had been infected. Rod and Lawrence visited a farmer's home, where the old farmer of Kislev recounted his family's plight. This was likely the plight of many ordinary farmers in Kislev. The nation was not affluent. Situated in the northeastern corner of the empire, the land was barren, and the climate frigid, yielding only a single harvest annually. This made it nearly impossible for the country to prosper through agriculture. The dangers of pastoral life and hunting further compounded their struggles, and other resources were scarce. Rod recognized that the weathered visage of the old farmer epitomized the existence of a generation of Kislev's lower class. As the farmer spoke, he applied a homemade ointment to his child's wounds. According to him, this was the only remedy effective against rat fever. The boy lay quietly in his father's embrace, burning with fever, and the sight of the rat bite had begun to fester. How unfortunate. Your son will recover, Rod murmured softly. Let us hope so. The old farmer replied. By the way, where are you headed? You dress like knights. Kislev, to the city of Kislev, Rod responded. Indeed, we are knights, knights of the north. Kislev, that is where the queen resides. What business do you have there? It is still quite far from the city. Legend had it that the place was the abode of the Snow Queen, a city constructed of ice, though the farmer had never visited. Perhaps it is a magnificent city. All cities rebuilt from ruins are great. We are merely attending to some matters. Oh, my apologies. I should not pry, my lord knight. The old farmer said again. Do not worry. You are a devoted father. You have done all that you can, Rod reassured him. But it cannot save my son. His injuries are grave, the farmer lamented, his expression growing more sorrowful, furrows deepening on his forehead. Ointment. There is not enough. It is our own concoction, made from goat's milk and ice pepper juice. I can procure some goat's milk, but ice pepper is prohibitively expensive. I cannot afford even a handful with my annual income. Most of this ointment is comprised of dried goat's milk, with only a trace of ice pepper. It is insufficient. Apply it for now. Let us hope it proves beneficial. Do you not agree, my lord knight? The farmer said, squeezing out a bit more to apply to his son's arm, using his bare hands without concern for infection. After all, he had already lost his eldest son, and his wife had passed long ago. Now, with his youngest son on the brink of death, he had little left to hope for. Ice pepper? Rod took the ointment, examining it closely while inquiring about its properties. He had heard of Kislev's ice pepper but had never understood its purpose until now. It appeared to be a medicinal herb, and an exceptionally valuable one at that. Yes, ice pepper is indeed a treasure, found only in the north. Then why is it so costly? Rod asked. As Rod scrutinized the ointment, he listened intently to the old farmer expound on the attributes of local crops. In that moment, a bold idea surged into Rod's mind. Low temperatures, snowy terrain, the frost witch. Information regarding Kislev's ice pepper coalesced in his thoughts. All the challenging growing conditions were perfectly suited to his own territory. Blackhammer Fortress lay at the northernmost tip of Kislev, its climate frigid, and the ground was perpetually covered in snow for half the year. And the frost witch, Caroline, was right at hand. Such a valuable crop, unable to be cultivated elsewhere, perfectly met all the criteria for growth in his own territory. The only potential complication lay with Caroline, but that should not pose a significant challenge. My lord, would you like some hot water? Could you tell me where I might obtain seeds for ice pepper? Rod inquired with excitement. You mean seeds for ice pepper, my lord? The old farmer repeated, seemingly puzzled by Rod's interest in the seeds. Yes, the seeds for ice pepper, Rod confirmed. The old farmer muttered to himself, I understand now. Thank you, my friend. Rod, brimming with enthusiasm, handed a gold crown to the old man. Purchased some genuine ice pepper for your son. Thank you, my lord, thank you, the farmer exclaimed, his tears subsiding. Chapter 55, The Ice Queen, Part 1. In the city of Kislev, as Rod arrived, weary from his journey, dusk fell gracefully upon the land. The sky was adorned with a golden hue, as the evening glow filtered through the clouds, casting a warm light on the grand city. Contrary to the legends that spoke of a city enveloped in ice and snow, the view before him revealed walls and structures crafted from ordinary stone. This metropolis, situated on the plains, was fortified with gates on all sides. The main entrance soared 2 stories high, embellished with a statue of a bear god, making those who passed beneath it feel diminutive, as if traversing beneath the feet of a giant. Behind the towering walls stood watchtowers and formidable bastions, equipped with heavy crossbows. Guards clad in iron mail stood solemnly at either side of the gate, their brown eyes scrutinizing every individual entering or exiting the city. Rod and Lawrence dismounted and proceeded through the main entrance. The Straitsar Avenue led directly to the Bandaga Palace, flanked by 2 to 3-story residential buildings. Important municipal structures were scattered irregularly throughout the city, while monumental towers rose majestically at various corners. At the heart of the city square stood a grand fountain, surrounded by a circular corridor that housed the municipal residence of Kislev's officials. Behind this, the Winter Garden was said to contain over 20 ice springs, a favored retreat of the Frost Witch. Tall fir trees obscured the view, preventing Rod from glimpsing its entirety. After announcing his identity, the guards guided Rod through the bustling marketplace, the temple, the Winter Garden, and the municipal residence, finally halting before the Robersman Hotel. "My lord, you shall rest here tonight. The queen will summon you at dawn," the attendant stated before departing, leaving Rod and Lawrence to settle in the inn. Unlike the architecture of the empire, the structures in Kislev were adorned with exquisite carvings, predominantly featuring rounded domes atop significant religious edifices, which were adorned with paintings, exuding an air of sanctity and splendor. These grand edifices typically occupied extensive areas, their bases nearly matching the square's expanse. Upon entering the hotel room, the twilight deepened, transforming the surroundings into a hushed evening. In contrast to the southern towns, where nightlife thrived after dusk, the northern cities fell eerily silent as night descended. The wide, straight avenues saw only a smattering of passers-by, enveloping the city in an almost profound stillness. As Lawrence and Rod discussed the southern towns, where the night was a time for rest and revelry, they noted how Kislev was markedly different. Situated at the northeastern tip of the continent, the temperatures dropped significantly after sunset. Aside from the faint scent of vodka and sweat wafting from a few taverns, silence reigned supreme. The ice springs in the Winter Garden exhaled cold air, sending wisps of steam into the frigid night. Rod felt a disquietude that stemmed not from the impending audience with Queen Catherine, but from concerns about his daughter, Denise, and whether he would ever see her again. He had initially hoped to glean more information from a palace attendant, yet the man appeared stern and uncommunicative, merely escorting Rod to the inn before departing. Before leaving, Rod noticed an additional pair of Kreml guards stationed at the entrance of the hotel, though only two. This detail was formidable, composed of the Royal Palace's elite guards, renowned for their fierce combat prowess. Two of them could easily match a dozen others. Although he had yet to engage with the beautiful and astute Ice Queen, Rod sensed that Catherine held little regard for him, a feeling that was becoming increasingly palpable. As night crows circled above, emitting mournful cries, Rod succumbed to a fitful slumber upon the plush velvet mattress. Upon awakening the next day, he found the two Kreml guards waiting at his door. At that moment, Rod felt as if he were under watchful scrutiny. Under the guards' guidance, he made his way to the Bandaga Palace, located at the center of the city, in the early morning chill. A wave of frigid air greeted him as he approached the legendary ice walls. The previous evening, from a distance, he had failed to discern the palace's details, only catching a glimpse of the towering golden dome. Now, standing before the palace, he could see that the walls indeed composed of solid ice, encircling the palace like a fairy tale ice castle. Lawrence was denied entry and had to remain outside while Rod, wrapped tightly in his cloak, entered the solemn icy hall with the two guards. Tsar Avenue led directly to the palace's main hall. The further they ventured inside, the colder it became. Unlike the frigid climate of the northern regions, the chill here was a result of magic. Rod surmised that the queen had deliberately conjured this icy atmosphere to assert her authority. Unnatural snowflakes fell upon Rod's shoulders. He should have felt the cold, yet the warmth of his blood coursing through him rendered him impervious to the chill. The guards flanking him were bundled in thick garments and armor, resembling fluffy cotton balls. After traversing the long hallways and avenues, Rod was finally led to the main hall of the Bandaga Palace, where the Ice Queen conducted her affairs and judged criminals. Rod mused to himself that he, too, was likely considered a criminal as he stepped onto the hall's floor. The cold clung to him like a ghost, and within the main hall of Bandaga, enormous ice columns rose before him, supporting the entire structure. The Ice Queen sat at the end of the ice columns, appearing as frigid as a statue. Though unshackled, Rod understood that he was, in essence, a prisoner. He continued forward, flanked by colossal beast sculptures along both sides. Some he recognized, others he did not, such as the massive dragon head and the half-body statue of a saber-toothed tiger. Each statue, without exception, seemed to regard Rod with the intensity of living beings. This oppressive atmosphere might have intimidated a commoner or an ordinary noble, yet Rod pressed on steadily. Soon, he stood before the Ice Queen, Catherine, for the first time. To his astonishment, she embodied the legends, cold as a block of ice. Her visage was strikingly pale, not the natural hue of health, but rather a sickly white, devoid of color. Her skin resembled a frigid stone, as if it had lain dormant within the winter palace for a millennium, utterly devoid of warmth. Were it not for her voice, Rod might have doubted her humanity, suspecting her to be nothing more than a chilling sculpture. Chapter 56, The Snow Queen, Part 2, Baron Rodlorn. Her Majesty. The stature and physique of Katerina appeared perfectly normal. Apart from her pallid skin and lips, Rod sensed no peculiarities. Aside from the chill, she seemed like any other person. However, Rod was acutely aware that beneath this unremarkable exterior lay boundless power. As a legendary sorceress, Katerina possessed the most formidable ice magic abilities. Even her movements and voice exuded an aura of frost. She deliberately refrained from mentioning Rod's title, as if in disdain or perhaps simply unwilling to acknowledge it. Alternatively, the diminutive Blackhammer Fortress was likely inconsequential in her eyes. She had nearly forgotten that the northern village was hardly more than a hamlet. I initially thought you would not come, Rod. Her Majesty commands, and I must obey. Pray, enlighten me regarding your daughter. Provide an explanation, Baron, or you shall face consequences of which you are well aware, Katerina replied icily. She sat there, immobile upon a throne forged of platinum and ice. Yet her voice pierced the air like a chilling arrow. Rod's emotionally charged words were intended more for the ears of the surrounding nobles and courtiers. For despite Katerina's overwhelming power, she needed the support of the kingdom's aristocracy. Everyone has sons and daughters. Rod hoped to exhibit the love and responsibility a father ought to show, in hopes of resonating with some present. How do you intend to prove your assertions? How can you demonstrate your ignorance regarding your daughter's identity as a witch? I truly know nothing of Denise's ice affinity. She has never exhibited any magical inclination throughout her upbringing. Moreover, not a single soul within the castle noticed any anomalies. Your Majesty, Denise grew up within Blackhammer Fortress. My subordinates and soldiers adored her, allowing her the freedom to play within the castle. At times, the soldiers would amuse her and join in her games. We are well aware of the kingdom's laws. Upon discovering a frost witch, everyone has the obligation to report it. If Denise were indeed a witch. Rod paused, feigning contemplation before earnestly continuing. Oh, forgive me, she truly is a witch. What I mean is, everyone in Blackhammer Fortress has known my daughter for years, and no one has detected any peculiarities about her. None, including myself, ever considered her a witch. Had we known she possessed such powers, I believe, without my prompting, others would have reported it. Would they not? Do not question your queen. A high-ranking frost witch beside Katerina admonished loudly. In terms of beauty, she surpassed even the Snow Queen, yet regrettably, she was a cold-hearted individual. Merely a sword at the queen's side, Rod mused. I apologize, that was not my intention. Esteemed Her Majesty, I believe Lord Rod has a point. Although Blackhammer Fortress is modest in size, it is still a small castle. Over 8 years, with the inhabitants and villagers coming and going, it is inconceivable that no one would have noticed. Within the kingdom, while the peasantry may be oblivious to certain laws, the necessity of reporting a frost which is widely known. No one is ignorant of the significance of this law. Its authority is synonymous with royal power. No one dares to defy it. Even if Lord Rod possessed extraordinary abilities to silence his subordinates, it is improbable that the multitude, along with the villagers, could all maintain such secrecy. After all, the law supersedes all. I trust even the people of the northern territories would not openly contravene it. Amidst the silence, Medley, the lord of the Windy City in the south, spoke up. As a lord of the Kingdom of Kislev, he held the right to voice his opinion. The woman upon the throne slightly nodded, and Rod understood that his words had likely swayed her. A lord, in essence, was merely an ordinary man without extraordinary powers. It was natural for him not to detect a witch immediately. Witches belonged to the realm of magic, while humanity, lacking magical affinity, could not perceive such powers unless one was a sorcerer. This could explain how, on a moonlit, tempestuous night, the unfortunate girl suddenly awakened her frosty powers, while her father remained asleep in the castle's tower. Your Majesty, I have a request. It may be somewhat improper, but I beseech your permission. After sensing a more amiable atmosphere, Rod gradually articulated his plea. All eyes were upon him, filled with curiosity and astonishment. Speak, Baron Rod. The Snow Queen's voice resonated once more, this time somewhat softened, lacking the previous sharpness. Your Majesty, I wish to see my daughter, Denise, once more. When your subordinates took her away, I was outside and did not have the chance to bid her farewell. Rod stated. You are aware that once a frost witch is sent to the magical academy, she may not see anyone again. But I am her father. For the sake of the gods, just once. Rod implored again. At last, the Snow Queen nodded. Chapter 57. The Magic Academy. Rod did not understand why the Ice Queen had consented to let him meet Dennis, but he speculated that it might be due to his insignificance in her eyes. A minor lord from the border, commanding no more than 50 men. Residing in a dilapidated castle with scant resources, what threat could such a lord pose to her throne? Moreover, his fatherly longing for his daughter, unable to see her before his departure, made it only natural for him to travel such a long distance to meet her in the capital. Thus, it seemed reasonable that Katerina would agree to this meeting. Under the guidance of the High Witch Roselle, Rod finally encountered his daughter within the dormitory of the Magic Academy. Dennis had donned a new outfit, a fine velvet skirt and an enchanted top. In Blackhammer Fortress, she had never worn such exquisite fabrics, yet in her eyes, Rod perceived a profound sadness. For a child, happiness is not solely founded on material wealth. Rather, it is the spiritual affection and freedom that often cultivate true joy. A carefree environment, a loving father, and companions of similar age outweigh the allure of luxurious living. However, Rod knew that from this moment forward, his daughter Dennis would no longer experience such freedom and affection. The mentors, dormitory supervisors, and the Ice Queen at the Magic Academy sought only their abilities. No one truly cared for them. Upon entering the Kislev Magic Academy, witches became mere instruments. All training and learning were geared towards serving the Ice Queen in the future. Dennis was no exception. Although this was terribly cruel, it was undeniable. Rod gazed at his daughter. Her demeanor was cold, her countenance serene, as if, overnight, Dennis had shed the innocence and playfulness that belonged to childhood, maturing into a figure of melancholy. This maturity pained Rod, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. The Magic Academy, while a place to strengthen witches, was also a prison. "My dear daughter, your father is here," Rod said as he approached and embraced Dennis. Their intimate reunion, though all were aware it would be their last. Tears welled in Dennis's eyes, but she dared not let them fall. Quickly, she wiped her tears and nestled against Rod. "Father, I will study diligently here. The frost witch cannot leave. I must remain until I complete my studies. But I will miss you." Hearing such mature words from his young daughter stirred an uncomfortable feeling in Rod. Despite her youth, Dennis seemed to grasp the complex environment she had entered, no longer the carefree childhood of Blackhammer Fortress. Here, countless eyes scrutinized them daily. Every witch, every action, every utterance was meticulously monitored. Any utterance deemed detrimental to the Queen could lead to immediate interrogation and severe punishment. Dennis had barely been at the Magic Academy for a few days when she heard many similar tales. Her dormitory companions, girls of comparable age or slightly older, were eager to assist young girls like Dennis, as noble upbringing taught them not to bully the weak. "I miss you too, my dear," Rod replied, kissing Dennis's forehead. "The Magic Academy is a sacred hall, my darling. You must study diligently here, mastering all that you need: magic, power, etiquette, knowledge, song, prayer, tradition, and more. You must remain patient and possess the courage and resolve to overcome all challenges. In essence, you must bravely bear all burdens and persist. Do you understand?" Rod gently caressed Dennis's cheek, speaking tenderly. Other noble girls hid behind their beds, observing this moment, envious of Dennis's seemingly wonderful father. Though his attire suggested he was not particularly affluent. "I understand." Dennis nodded. Her fair skin still bore warmth, but Rod knew that soon. That warmth would begin to fade. Like all frost witches, this was an inevitable process, and for a prodigy like Dennis, it would occur even more swiftly. Gaining power comes at a price, and this was one of them. "Well, my dear, I must take my leave," Rod said, rising. He could not linger for too long. Behind him stood the Ice Queen's personal attendant, a frost witch utterly loyal to the Queen. Part of Rod's previous words had been directed at her. Yet, just before he departed, little Dennis grasped his hand. "I will pray to the gods, Father, praying for our safety and health. When the sun rises again, we will reunite. I will wait for that day." Hearing such sentiments from his young daughter left Rod in disbelief, yet he had no choice but to accept it. He turned once more, embracing Dennis, and then painfully exited the room. The days spent in Kislev felt interminable. Despite the splendid accommodations and quality service, Rod felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. It was akin to residing in a prison adorned with silver and crystal, surrounded by individuals who resembled a pack of wolves, perpetually watching and assessing him. 2 days later, Rod encountered Lord Medley from Lone Wind City at the Robersman Hotel, the very lord who had spoken on his behalf before the Queen's throne. The two exchanged polite greetings. "Thank you for advocating for me that day," Rod said courteously. "No need for thanks. I merely spoke from a father's perspective, uttering a few words of fairness." "As a fellow father, I can empathize with your sentiments," the lord replied with a faint smile. He appeared honest. Yet Rod knew that anyone holding a position in that palace was far from sincere. Rather than sharing empathy as fellow fathers, it was evident that this noble from Kislev harbored his own intentions. Perhaps he was not entirely in support of the Ice Queen. This was a recurring conflict between the Tsar and the nobility throughout the ages. At times, the Tsar leaned more towards the noble faction, while at others, he took a firmer stance, much like the current Queen Katerina. With her immense magical prowess and an extensive network of witches and spies across the nation, the Queen wielded absolute authority. However, many noble powers were consequently suppressed. Rod discerned that Lord Medley was one such individual. Perhaps his own daughter had once been forcibly taken to the Magic Academy for education. Chapter 58. The Spring Chill in the North. Indeed, it is a fearsome and frigid realm. My lord, if it pleases you, kindly share the circumstances of the northern territories, for this kingdom has likely long forgotten that place. Yet, as the Lady of Kislev, we must not let it slip from our memory. Lord Medley sat in a grand chair upholstered in tiger skin, engaged in an earnest conversation with Rod. The room was warmed by the persistent heat of charcoal, with flames flickering robustly at times, then dwindling to mere embers. The northern wall stands as a proud monument for the Lady of Kislev. Our ancestors repeatedly vanquished the chaotic invaders, safeguarding this world. However, many years have elapsed. When the strife ceased, the north began to languish into desolation. Today, only the crumbling remnants of the wall remain, and the sentinels of your have long since disbanded. Their fates unknown. The north now consists of a series of scattered fortresses and strongholds, serving as the front line against the marauding beasts and various aberrations. Glory? It has long since faded. Rod accepted a steaming cup of coffee from Lord Medley, taking a small sip before continuing. In the present northern territories, there are perhaps 10 castles and strongholds. To the west, Blackhammer Fortress, Heidelberg, Iron Ring City. In the center, Eagle's Nest and Watchtower. And to the east, Cragstone Fortress, Hearthstone Fortress, and Snorrock City. The combined forces of these 10 strongholds number approximately 10,000. The largest fortress is Watchtower, ruled by Count Cyril, which is said to house 3,000 soldiers and an abundance of iron armor. Indeed, the military presence is substantial. A faint smile graced the weathered features of Lord Medley. His gnarled fingers cradled the teacup, from which wisps of steam rose languidly. Coffee, a luxury from distant lands, was exorbitantly priced. Ordinary commoners could scarcely hope for such indulgence, and even nobles could not partake it well. Yet for this lord of Windward City, it was an everyday affair, a testament to his standing. Alas, it is insufficient. The north, as the most crucial frontier defense of Kislev and the Empire, serves as the first shield against the various chaotic entities. Yet now, this shield comprises a mere 10,000 souls, scattered throughout the north. Should a true chaotic legion invade, such a scant force would be no match for them. My lord, urgent news from Blackhammer Fortress, interrupted the ranger, Lawrence, as he hurriedly presented a note. The missive, a dispatch from the north, bore grave tidings. My apologies, Rod said politely to Lord Medley, unfolding the note before him. The handwriting of Chief Knight Virgil came into view. The message succinct yet imperative. Blackhammer Fortress is in distress. The Nosker battle group is refusing to comply. That very afternoon, Rod requested an audience with Queen Katerina. Your Majesty, the situation has reached a critical juncture. Just as I departed Blackhammer Fortress en route here, my subordinates, those mercenaries, betrayed me. They have proclaimed themselves the rulers of Blackhammer Fortress, demanding protection fees from the farmers and insisting the miners toil for them. Cursed be my misplaced trust in them. These barbarians deserve their fate. Rod lamented before the Ice Queen, his gaze fixed intently upon her, scrutinizing her expression. Fortunately, the Queen appeared indifferent to the plight of the small Blackhammer Fortress. In truth, she had never held any interest in it, nor in Rod himself. Her summons to the capital was solely due to matters concerning the Frost Witch. Dennis was a prodigy, and that was what truly mattered to Katerina. As for Blackhammer Fortress, it was of little consequence, a mere stronghold of 50 souls, dwarfed by the ordinary workshops within Kislev. Barbarians? The people of Kislev should not engage with such savages. We are a civilized nation. Barbarians remain forever uncivilized. They may serve you for a fleeting moment, but loyalty is alien to them. Indeed, Rod concurred. My lord, allow me to assist. It will expedite matters. No, I have an important task for you. Ranger Lawrence, eager to lend a hand, was halted by Rod. As he hastily organized his belongings, he addressed Lawrence. Do you recall the old farmer we encountered in the wild? Yes, the one who lost his son. Minutes later, Rod completed his packing, which consisted mainly of essential provisions, clothing, and money, the latter being of utmost importance. The journey from Kislev to Blackhammer Fortress would traverse numerous towns and villages, where inns and taverns awaited. Carrying currency would ensure he could replenish his supplies along the way. He placed a reassuring hand on Lawrence's shoulder, emphasizing the necessity to remain in Kislev until the finest seeds were selected. Blackhammer Fortress requires them. Lawrence nodded earnestly. He had never failed to meet his lord's expectations, nor would he in the future. Chapter 59, Brutal Punishment with a Resounding Crash. The door was forcefully kicked open by Lord Rod of Blackhammer Fortress, a man of formidable stature. Before him lay a scene of debauchery and indulgence. Over 20 Norska marauders were reveling in the grand hall of the castle, feasting upon a sumptuous banquet. At the center sat the Norska pirate, Seltar, with his feet propped on the table, ravenously gnawing on a large lamb chop. Beside him, another marauder stuffed greasy chicken legs into his mouth, while two more warriors lounged on stone chairs, carelessly sipping wine from the castle cellar. Others voraciously tore at their meat, shoving large bites into their mouths. Rod's sudden entrance caught the Norska by surprise, leaving them no time to rise before he slammed one of them down onto the table, food flying into their faces, the greasy chicken legs smearing across the features of the unfortunate marauder. As another pirate, enraged by the scene, attempted to retaliate, Rod swiftly seized his wrist. The sound of bones cracking echoing through the hall as he broke the marauder's arm with a single hand. Seltar, rising from his seat and drawing his weapon in defiance, was met with a thunderous punch from Rod, sending him sprawling, blood and shattered teeth spilling from his mouth. Before he could recover, another blow rendered him nearly unconscious. Such a violent display left the hall silent, the Norska stunned into submission. They wished to protest, but Rod was quicker, seizing the bloodied Seltar and dragging him to the center of the hall. With a booming voice, he proclaimed, "A month ago, you begged me to take you in, to be your king. I accepted you, regarded you as brothers, sharing my provisions with you. Yet, merely a month later, in my absence, you have descended into plunder and sloth. Have I wronged you? Have I deprived you?" The Norska marauders remained silent, each nursing their injuries as they listened to their leader's rebuke. The one who had been splattered with food awkwardly attempted to clean himself, brushing off the remnants of chicken. "You are warriors of exceptional caliber, fierce wolves of the north. A true warrior should fight in perilous places, challenging formidable foes, not oppressing the weak and claiming dominion over the meek. Tell me, how many innocent lives have you tormented here?" Rod thundered, his presence akin to that of an enraged bear. All eyes were upon him, none daring to speak, not even the knights and servants waiting outside the door. This was a private council between Rod and the Norska marauders, a moment for him to impart a lesson. Prior to his entrance, Rod had meticulously gathered evidence of the Norska's misdeeds within the town, confirming that their actions were not fabrications of Virgil or others opposed to their presence. The acts of plunder and bullying were irrefutably real. "I am ashamed for you." A farmer was beaten for failing to deliver grain, his provisions forcefully taken. A miner, rewarded for his diligence, had his earnings seized in envy. Do you believe this is the behavior of the strong? Let me enlighten you. It is the mark of cowards. Only cowards prey upon the weak. Though Rod had entered with violence, the Norska viewed this as the most rational resolution to their grievances. Their code of conduct dictated that defiance was met with force until compliance was achieved, a worldview that Rod respected. Once Rod concluded, the guards of Blackhammer Fortress stormed in, fully armed and alert, casting tense glances at the intruders. Sunlight filtered through the windows, casting elongated shadows across the room. "Now, willingly surrender your ill-gotten gains. Return all that you have plundered to the people of Blackhammer Fortress. Furthermore, I must impose upon you a punishment, a severe one," Rod declared. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, no one knowing how these bandit-like Norska would respond. They stared at Rod, seconds ticking by. To an outsider, it appeared as dissent and defiance. However, Rod perceived their submission. At last, Seltarik stepped forward, relinquishing his stolen bounty, clutching the wound on his head as he tossed a pouch of silver coins onto the stone table. The coins, still stained with blood from where Rod had struck him, pooled crimson against the stone. Soon, a second Norska marauder followed suit, surrendering his plunder as the unjust spoils accumulated atop the table. Throughout, Rod remained silent. Only after all 25 Norska marauders had surrendered their ill-gotten gains did Rod lead them out of the Grand Hall. The punishment would be administered separately, in accordance with Norska customs. As to the nature of that punishment, none could know. Rod would not disclose it, merely assuring the residents of Blackhammer Fortress that he would ensure the Norska would compensate for the harm they had inflicted in double measure. Chapter 60. The Hunt Storm, Part 1. Resilient, valiant, bloodthirsty, and furious. The Norska marauders, I know what manner of beings you are. You are a band of formidable warriors. Yet, before they could voice their dissent again, challenging Rod, he spoke once more, but I too am a beast, bloodthirsty and furious. It is the nature of every man. We fight, we crave blood, we yearn for women, and I am no different. Since the chaos at Blackhammer Fortress, Rod had pondered how to lead these Norscans. They are strong and courageous, yet difficult to manage. Fighting, brawling, and seeking women are their only pursuits. However, with the waning of the blood moon, beastmen and werewolves are not easily encountered. To lead them in plundering merchant convoys at sea is impractical, as the Ice Queen and the Empire would inevitably retaliate. After much contemplation, Rod devised a plan. He would lead this band of marauders north into the Black Forest, venturing deep into the perilous woods to hunt. The forest teems with danger, yet it is in such treacherous places that the bloodthirsty nature of these Norscans is awakened. They are born warriors. Wherever there is battle, there they shall be found. By guiding this beastly company into the heart of the Black Forest to engage in combat, not only would they unleash their pent-up fury, but it would also serve as training, honing their fighting skills. Training in the heat of battle proves far more effective than any bloodless drill. Moreover, Rod envisioned that closely following the Norscans would be a logging crew daring to enter the forest. Blackhammer Fortress lies at the northern frontier with scant resources, and timber is one of the few inexhaustible assets. The vast Black Forest grows trees at a pace that far exceeds the speed of logging. Unlike Earth, there are no large-scale logging crews or efficient machinery here. Traversing the expanse of the Black Forest would take an entire week. Historically, no one dared to enter the Black Forest for logging, and for good reason. The woods are rife with beasts and werewolves, formidable threats. Yet now, Rod would lead these Norska marauders to scour the forest, leaving behind a safe expanse for the logging crew to work without fear. Hunting would yield furs and meat, while logging would generate economic gain. It is indeed a trifecta of benefits. Of course, this hinges upon the Norscans submitting to management. And now, Rod strives to truly lead these savages. I once vowed to punish you. Now, the time has come for retribution. You shall repay doubly for what you have plundered. Marauders, warriors, hunters, prove to me through your actions that you are not mere layabouts, but rather worthy of being called my brothers. The morning mist shrouded the forest as Rod roared with a primal voice. No sooner had his words echoed than the Norska marauders unleashed a thunderous roar in response. They are beasts, the mightiest human warriors of the north. And now, under Rod's leadership, they are to embark upon a true hunt. Now advance, forward into the forest. Is this what Rod commanded you to bring from Kislev? A week later, in the inner hall of Blackhammer Fortress, the Ranger Lawrence handed ice pepper seeds to Caroline. The frost which stared at the peculiar plant seeds, utterly bewildered. During her studies at the Kislev Academy of Magic, she had heard of such plants, but knew little about them. After all, this species is an anomaly among flora, and even in Kislev, it is seldom cultivated, as it requires not only extremely low temperatures, but also the magic of a frost witch. Witches are a rare profession across the old continent, with few in number, and those few must shoulder significant military, political, and intelligence responsibilities, leaving little time for cultivating ice peppers. Thus, ice peppers have long been considered luxury goods throughout the old continent, with prices in the Empire and Bretonnia surpassing even the spices from the east. Indeed, I selected these at the Ushkovo Grand Market in Kislev. They are quite costly, nearly rivaling gold in price, Lawrence replied earnestly. Caroline picked up one of the ice pepper seeds, scrutinizing it closely. Unlike other plant seeds, the ice pepper seeds are remarkably hard. exhibiting a crystalline blue hue that beautifully reflects an icy blue glow under sunlight. At first glance, they resemble blue crystals. Yet, they are seeds of a plant. Caroline pinched the seed shell with her delicate fingers, sensing the energy contained within. Rod merely tossed these seeds to me. Yet I am uncertain how to cast the spells needed to ensure their survival, she remarked with displeasure. Fear not, for the Lord had prepared in advance. He instructed me to procure a cultivation book alongside the seeds. It meticulously details the growth cycle, environmental needs, habits, and various characteristics of the ice pepper, along with essential notes for the cultivation process. He is indeed considerate, Caroline said with a stern countenance. But how can he be so certain that I will assist him? Oh, the Lord also conveyed that after the successful cultivation and sale of the ice peppers, 1/3 of the profits shall be yours. Ice peppers are a scarce resource, and thus, the profits will be substantial. But why 1/3? Why not half or 2/3? Caroline turned her gaze to Lawrence, Rod's loyal subordinate. Because the purchaser of this trade covered all costs associated with the procurement at Blackhammer Fortress. Moreover, Lord Rod stated that as long as you assist him in cultivating the ice peppers, the underground hot springs of Blackhammer Fortress shall be accessible to you at all times. Lawrence relayed Rod's words verbatim. At this, Caroline's lips curled slightly into a smile. Chapter 61, The Hunting Storm, Part 2. Disregarding the various rumors circulating within Blackhammer Fortress, Rod resolutely led this band of Norscans into the dark forest for hunting. It soon became evident that his decision was indeed sagacious. Upon entering the forest, the Norscans regained their vigor. They were born hunters, innate warriors, and butchers. The dark forest, a harbinger of terror and nightmares for the Empire's humanity and the Kislevites, transformed into a sanctuary of fervor and blood for the Norscans. They slaughtered every animal and beast that crossed their path, leaving a gruesome heap of carcasses, deer, ponies, wild boars, and foxes, staining the ground with crimson. They ignited bonfires to roast an array of game, typically tearing the meat from the flames at 6/10 doneness to devour it. The blood-soaked morsels were the most exhilarating, succulent, and sweet. Yet, for the Norscans, this was far from sufficient. They yearned for the mightiest of adversaries. The herbivores were hardly worthy opponents. Apart from the wild boars and foxes, which exhibited a modicum of aggression, the rest of the prey were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Their javelins were unfailingly precise. Any quarry struck was doomed, not solely due to immediate lethality from penetration, but because the spearheads remained embedded within the prey, which, in terror, would flee, leaving a trail of blood. The Norscans would follow these sanguine traces to locate their hiding spots, ultimately dispatching them in their weakened state. They were frequently successful, having scarcely missed their mark. Nevertheless, they craved stronger challengers, such as werewolves or beastmen. Now that would be a true battle. Boar, and yet more boar. In 3 days, I have slain an inordinate number of wild pigs, yet I have yet to encounter a single beastman or werewolf. Have they all fled south? Is it the chill of the forest that drives them away? Many Norscans began to reminisce about their former piratical lives. In the Bay of Kislev, amidst the Claw Sea, they pillaged ship after ship, whether merchant or fishing vessels, for any human was a target. They seized cargo and possessions, violating their women. This was the Norscan tradition. Is the forest too cold? No. Beastmen fear not the cold. Perhaps upon our arrival, they all scuttled away, for none dare to face the Norscan warriors. They are afraid. A scarred Norscan warrior proclaimed, his voice a low growl, as he tore into a chicken leg, sending morsels of meat and bone crunching between his teeth. Afraid? Impossible. Beasts may know fear, but they are clearly not beasts, merely a horde of dim-witted hoofed creatures. I shall shatter their skulls and sever their antlers to craft toys for my son. You may find no opportunity. There are no beastmen in this forest in the near future. They have all perished, or at least departed before our sweep. Indeed, I am certain. Wine? No. Not this. I desire the dwarven brewed stout. What in the world is this? Water? The bonfire within the camp blazed fervently, as a group of Norscan marauders sat idly by, bantering. Rod sat among them, smiling as he listened to the coarse chatter of these savages. Their conversations oscillated between tales of combat and women, two indispensable elements of Norscan culture. Meanwhile, Rod sharpened his sword and spear upon the rock, having led this band of Norscans in the hunt over the past 3 days. Although the Norscans possessed considerable hunting experience, Rod's sensory acuity surpassed theirs. He possessed a keener sense of hearing and smell. enabling him to detect the location of prey beforehand and lead them to victory. Over the course of 3 days, the Norscan marauders grew to trust their king even more, convinced of Rod's omnipotence. Hush! Just as the Norscans indulged in meat and drink with unrestrained delight, Rod sensed an anomaly. The evening forest reeked of death. Though the other Norscans remained oblivious to the looming danger, Rod instinctively felt its approach. It was near, a genuine threat, one far more formidable than the menace posed by beastmen or werewolves. Upon signaling for silence, the revelry ceased. They fell silent, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from the depths of the forest. The entire camp grew still, save for the breathing of men and horses, until soon. The pack horses emitted anxious whinnies. They nervously stomped their hooves, striving to escape the ropes binding them, while the hunting dogs bared their teeth and growled towards the dense thicket. Nearby, the leaves trembled slightly, prompting several Norscan hunters to sense the strangeness. They instinctively tightened their grips upon their weapons. As dusk descended, an escalating tension enveloped the camp. Suddenly, Celta's hunting dog broke free from its leash and sprinted into the underbrush. Other hounds, unable to contain their predatory instincts, followed suit, racing into the depths of the woods. The Norscan hunters promptly pursued the direction of the hounds. Chase! Despite recognizing the potential peril, Rod issued the command without hesitation. The Norscans craved battle, true combat. Thus, let them pursue. Otherwise, the monotony of hunting trivial creatures would inevitably drive them to madness. The hunting party split into 3 groups. A shadow darted past not far away. It flitted like a whirlwind, igniting the determination of these savages to capture and slay it. The underbrush and branches rustled, and as the evening darkness deepened, a genuine hunt commenced. Chapter 62, The Storm of the Hunt, Part 2, Navigating through towering trees and leaping over thick patches of grass. Rod moved with remarkable agility. Yet, his quarry remained tantalizingly just beyond reach. Each time he edged closer, the creature would inexplicably accelerate, widening the gap. And just as he contemplated surrendering, it would slow, revealing its elusive form to the clumsy hunter. Rod recognized his own ineptitude as a hunter, but behind him were the relentless Nosker raiders, each driven by a frenzied fervor, chasing after their prey, unwilling to accept that their leader was a coward. With renewed determination, Rod sprinted once more. After bounding across a small brook, the air around him suddenly fell eerily silent. To his astonishment, he realized he had distanced himself from the main group, leaving the Nosker warriors trailing behind. As dusk settled in, the sunlight waned, casting shadows that scarcely illuminated the ground. Rod leaned on his sword, gasping for breath, the stillness amplifying the sound of his heartbeat, which filled him with unease. The temperature began to drop, and suddenly, from the depths of the forest, an ominous sound echoed, like a lion's roar, yet reminiscent of a bird's cry. The threat compelled Rod to tighten his grip on the weapon, his only ranged tool being a spear adorned with golden spirals. He was aware of his formidable spear-throwing prowess, ranking among the best even within the Nosker ranks. However, he knew this would be his sole opportunity. He peered into the thicket, then glanced in another direction. The sound ceased, replaced by the encroaching darkness and the chilling air. Rod contemplated igniting a fire but hesitated, fearing an ambush from the beast. Fortunately, his keen senses, bestowed upon him by the bear god, were not merely a gift of immense strength, but also enhanced perceptual abilities. Yet, curiously, the creature concealed itself remarkably well. Rod could sense traces of its presence, but could not pinpoint its exact location. One thing was certain, this was no ordinary beast. Realizing he was utterly alone, Rod found himself in a perilous predicament. Retreat could lead to an attack, while advancing yielded no target. He removed his cloak and took a hearty swig from his flask. His grip on the spear tightened. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the sky overhead, accompanied by a terrifying roar. It was the voice of a lion. But no lion could fly. As Rod pondered this, the shadow reappeared. Not far off, the vegetation swayed violently, the beast's colossal size causing the ground to tremble. By the gods, he cursed loudly, raising his spear. However, just as he discerned the creature's form, it lunged at him with astonishing speed, leaving Rod no chance to throw his spear. It was a scorpion-tailed lion, with the body and head of a lion, but a tail adorned with deadly barbs and mighty magical wings that could whip up a tempest. It charged at him, and before Rod could even cast his spear, the ferocious creature struck, sending him sprawling. Standing nearly 6 feet tall and as robust as a bull, Rod was flung aside by the beast's terrifying force. He crashed to the ground, mud coating his face, the world around him dimming as he felt as though his very insides had shattered. The spear was lost, and pain surged through him. The scorpion-tailed lion, larger and more powerful than any ordinary lion, possessed a wingspan reminiscent of a griffin, and its sharp stinger resembled a poisoned sword, poised to pierce its prey. The hunter had become the hunted. Rod struggled to rise, but the beast offered no opportunity for retaliation. In less than a heartbeat, the monstrous creature lunged at him again, its maw agape, revealing a row of serrated teeth, poised to deliver a fatal bite to his throat, ending his life in a brutal and bloody manner. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Rod instinctively raised his arm to ward off the beast's assault. Amidst the wild roar, the scorpion-tailed lion clamped its fangs onto Rod's arm. This cruel and horrific bite could have shattered the bones of any ordinary human, yet Rod's extraordinary physique rendered the lion's grip ineffective. It pierced through the armor on his arm, tearing open a gaping wound, its teeth penetrating the flesh but failing to break the bone. The chosen of the gods. His bones were harder than steel. Rod let out a pained roar, but the scorpion-tailed lion paid no heed to his anguished cries. It clung to his arm, dragging him away, blood gushing from his wound like a fountain. Enduring the searing agony, Rod extended his right hand and struck the lion's head with a fierce blow. The violent retaliation caused the beast to release its grip, but it quickly turned to bite at Rod's torso and thigh. Blood flowed from various wounds, and Rod felt his skin and muscles tearing apart. Yet, in this heightened state of tension, he nearly forgot the pain. Fixated solely on the thought of how to slay this creature. If he failed, it would surely kill him. Each time Rod attempted to draw his weapon, the scorpion-tailed lion would seize him again, its razor-sharp claws slicing through his armor and skin, leaving a trail of horrific bloodstains. Against the beast's brutal force, Rod found himself powerless to resist. He could hear the sound of his muscles being torn apart, blood continuously spilling from his body, soaking every inch of his skin. The scorpion-tailed lion dragged its prey along, asserting its savage dominance, its blood-soaked teeth gnawing through armor, repeatedly tearing into flesh. Rod felt he was on the brink of becoming its dinner. However, just as despair began to engulf him, the lion suddenly halted its assault. After a frenzied outburst, the beast fell eerily silent. Yet, this battle was far from over. Though his body was a tapestry of wounds, Rod remained conscious, gritting his teeth against the pain. He was aware that the struggle had not concluded. Becoming the lion's meal was not the end. He glimpsed at the puddle before him, its surface reflecting the lion's form like a mirror. At last, Rod discerned the beast's intentions. The scorpion-tailed lion pinned Rod's shoulder with its forepaw, its tail arched high. The venomous stinger poised like a sword, ready to deliver a lethal strike. Rod understood that this was the lion's ultimate weapon. When it could not penetrate the prey's defenses with its teeth, it relied on this massive, venomous stinger to finish off its opponent. When all of its strength was concentrated in this deadly appendage, it could pierce through steel and stone alike. In this dire moment, Rod tapped into his latent potential. Driven by the will to survive, coupled with the blessing of the bear god, an overwhelming force surged within him. Just before the scorpion-tailed lion could launch its fatal attack, Rod roared as he broke free from its grasp. Chapter 63. Scorpion Lion, come on, you wretch. Rod's lips twitched as he clenched his teeth, saliva and blood trickling from between them. He glared at the scorpion lion, which appeared equally astonished by the audacity of this human. A normal human would never escape the clutches of a scorpion lion, especially one so battered and bruised. Yet, this was precisely what transpired. All the creatures of the forest fled in terror, leaving only a man and a lion to circle each other. They roared in defiance. And soon Rod took the initiative to attack. His wounds were mending rapidly, yet the pain they inflicted only fueled his ferocity. With an axe in one hand and a dagger in the other, he lunged at the beast, which was larger than himself. The scorpion lion reared up to confront him, towering over Rod, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air. Rod gripped his dagger tightly, retaliating with frenzied intent. In a bloodthirsty assault, the dagger pierced the lion's claw. The sound of muscle and skin tearing echoed in the air as the massive scorpion lion was impaled in their one-on-one duel. Seizing the moment of its disarray, Rod yanked the dagger free, a spray of blood erupting as he tore off a toe. Blood gushed forth, mirroring the treatment Rod had received mere moments ago. The knight continued his relentless advance, While the scorpion lion raised its chest to counterattack, the two locked in a desperate embrace, each unleashing hoarse roars of exertion. The scorpion lion flapped its wings, attempting to pin Rod down once more, striking him with its remaining claw. Rod met the assault head-on, wildly swinging his dagger, stabbing at the lion. The sturdy creature became riddled with wounds, its coat soaked in crimson. In a moment of carelessness, both beasts tumbled to the ground, entangled in the mud. When they finally paused, the scorpion lion found itself atop Rod, its furious maw descending upon his head. Yet, Rod seized the opportunity, thrusting his dagger into its eye. The translucent eyeball, akin to yellow crystal, was pierced, blood and viscous fluid splattering from the socket, staining Rod's face in a crimson mask. The metallic scent of blood nearly suffocated him. With no time to wipe the gore from his visage, Rod withdrew his dagger forcefully, leaving behind only a gaping hole and mangled flesh. The mighty scorpion lion staggered back, severely wounded, its wings flapping in a frantic, anguished roar. Yet, amidst this life and death struggle, there was no mercy, no forgiveness. Rod, driven by madness, tightened his grip on his weapon and pressed forward, battling, bleeding, and roaring. The sharp axe blade tore through the lion's flesh, blood splattering as it was forced to relinquish its grip. In the underbrush, the mingling of human blood and that of the scorpion lion stained the earth a deep red. Treading through the muck, Rod launched another frenzied assault. Clots of dried blood clung to his hair, resembling grotesque crawlers upon his brow. With a primal roar, Rod swung his axe with renewed fervor. One of his hands, crushed by a bite, could no longer wield a weapon, yet his other hand remained unscathed. The scorpion lion, with no retreat left, turned in desperation, its thick tail armed with venomous barbs thrusting toward him. But at the moment of impact, Rod evaded, and seizing the opportunity, he retaliated. His battle axe swung down with the strength of a chosen one, severing the lion's tail. The swollen stinger fell away like a ripe fruit, and blood gushed from the severed appendage, flowing relentlessly like a broken pipe. The tide of battle shifted. The once confident scorpion lion now resembled a prey awaiting slaughter. It struggled to flee the battlefield, its massive wings stirring a tempest, yet it could not topple Rod. Under the moonlight, the scorpion lion, tail between its legs, attempted to escape but let out a desperate, mournful cry as Rod seized its lower leg. With a single hand, he grasped the frantic beast. Then, in the scorpion lion's terrified gaze, Rod summoned his strength. In that moment, it was as if divine power coursed through him. Like a barbarian, he yanked the massive scorpion lion from the air, and with a piercing wail, the creature crashed to the ground, mud and blood soaring into the night. Devastated by such a blow, the scorpion lion could no longer move. It instinctively flapped its wings but could not rise again, its limbs too injured to support it. Thick, viscous entrails oozed from its shattered wounds, its breath still warm, yet even this warmth quietly ebbed away. Finally, the wounded scorpion lion exhaled its last breath. Exhausted, Rod collapsed upon the lion's back. In an instant, fatigue and weakness overwhelmed him like a deluge. Beneath the moonlight, Rod leaned against the lifeless scorpion lion, his body a tapestry of injuries, every inch marred, from his face to his limbs, not a single part intact. Time passed, and eventually, the sounds of humanity echoed through the jungle once more. A group of hunters arrived, belatedly, following the scent of blood. They were astonished to discover the enormous corpse lying in the grass. It was a complete scorpion lion, and seated upon it was none other than their leader, Rod. Blood had dyed Rod a deep crimson, yet the Northerners revered him as the son of the gods. Even in the merciless Troll Mountains, no human could single-handedly slay a scorpion lion, yet their leader had achieved the impossible. Chapter 64. The Worshippers merely a week after the skirmish in the jungle. Tales of Rod's solitary triumph over the scorpion-tailed lion spread throughout the Black Forest, reaching even the Troll Mountains. The narrative evolved from initial accounts of a group hunt, the Lord's disappearance, and a one-on-one confrontation with the beast, to later embellishments portraying him as the valiant son who ventured alone into the woods, tearing the creature apart with his bare hands. Various versions circulated rapidly among the tribes at the borders of Norska. Titles such as the White Bear Lord, the King of White Bears, the Beast King of the Forest, and the Scorpion Lion Slayer were conferred upon him in quick succession. Concurrently, an increasing number of Norscans began to enlist in Rod's hunting party, swelling its ranks from an initial 25 to over 50, with devotees continuing to pour in, armed with an array of weapons and diverse accents. These individuals hailed from various origins, yet shared a singular purpose: to follow the chosen one of a true deity. Within a week, their numbers surged to over 80. Rod welcomed these warriors, organizing them into a formidable band of marauders. Though the 80-strong contingent of Norscan warriors may not seem vast, their caliber was exceptional. Compared to their southern human counterparts, these northern raiders possessed greater physical strength, endurance, and explosive power, alongside more refined combat skills. A people who grappled with death daily, their warriors were practically raised in the crucible of battle, honing practical skills far superior to those acquired through mere training. Their roles were distinctly defined, and their combat prowess was unparalleled, characterized by robust physiques and an unwavering resolve in the face of death. They were a bloodthirsty lot, revering strength and reveling in savage slaughter, yet they exhibited remarkable unity. United under the leadership of a man capable of ripping apart a scorpion lion with his bare hands. Fiercer than the most ferocious beasts, they were terrifying hunters and warriors. Akin to a tempest or a colossal wave sweeping through the forest, leaving behind a trail of animal carcasses as offerings for their lord, whom they regarded as the son of the war god. The fame of this troop continued to ascend both within and beyond the forest. Meanwhile, logging teams from Blackhammer Fortress began to work with newfound confidence, harvesting bundles of high-quality timber that were loaded onto ships destined for the high seas. The seasoned Captain Roberts transported these goods to various towns and ports throughout the empire, exchanging them for the supplies and gold required by Blackhammer Fortress. In the forest, Rod took advantage of this momentum, commissioning the crafting of cloaks from the hides of the slain scorpion lions, donning them as symbols of his status and identity. Wherever he went, the sight of that scorpion lion hide signaled his presence, transforming it into a banner that invigorated the morale of his followers. Wood and pelts, indeed, became two vital trade resources following the mines. With gold in hand, various undertakings could progress with greater speed: the construction of roads, the maintenance of castles, and even the erection of new walls, all necessitating gold. As the universal currency of the old world human empire, its utility was boundless. Rod meticulously planned the expansion of Blackhammer Fortress, recognizing the need for protective measures. Rudimentary walls must be erected to instill a sense of security among the populace. He also contemplated establishing a blacksmith's forge to recruit skilled artisans capable of crafting weaponry, while simultaneously training apprentices. The night sky over the Black Forest was a breathtaking spectacle, a tapestry of stars that, if one could overlook the harshness of the environment, revealed a beauty all its own. Under the cloak of night, Rod ascended a high ground, bearing his massive two-handed sword, gazing down upon his camp. The once scattered glimmers of fire now congregated into a brilliant blaze, as nearly 100 warriors gathered in a clearing, singing and reveling in joyous abandon. The aroma of food wafted from the campfires, and barrels of ale were strewn about. Save for those on sentry duty, the rest surrendered to merriment under the night sky. In that moment, Rod perceived a glimmer of hope, a sign that this might be a genuine beginning. 2 weeks had passed since the scorpion lion's venomous bite, and the wounds had nearly healed. Rod vividly recalled the agony he had endured. The flesh and skin on his back had been torn asunder, his right hand nearly rendered useless, the skin broken to the bone, and the bones themselves shattered. Other injuries included a pierced thigh and shredded skin on his calf, where a broken tooth of the scorpion lion remained lodged within his flesh. Had it not been for the Norscan's rudimentary medical skills and pain relief tinctures, that tooth would still reside within him. Yet, nothing could impede Rod's astonishing recovery. His fever abated the very day of the injury. The skin began to mend by the 3rd day, new bone growth initiated by the 4th, and by the 5th day, he could once again flex his fingers with ease. The scars began to fade by the 7th day. His Norscan warriors gazed in astonishment as their leader transitioned from grievous injury to remarkable recovery, the speed of which was nothing short of astonishing. Their admiration deepened, for in their eyes, he was a true leader, the son of the gods. Only a divine being could possess such extraordinary regenerative abilities. More astonishing to Rod was the realization that the areas once ravaged by the scorpion lion's bite seemed to have healed even stronger and more resilient than before. The bone of his severed right hand had returned to its former state, yet its strength now surpassed what it had been, allowing him to nearly catch a blade with his bare hand. Of course, such feats would be contingent upon the type of weapon. With dwarven runic weapons, the outcome would differ entirely. Nevertheless, it remained a fact that with every recovery, his body emerged stronger than it had been prior. Chapter 65. Astrology. The tempest weaves through the forest, emitting a ghostly sigh, while the air is suffused with the scent of ripening fruit. The summer in the Black Forest is fleeting, lasting merely 3 months, during which temperatures rise, various plants bear fruit, and seeds germinate. It is within this brief period that moisture settles on the ground to form rain, rather than falling as snowflakes. This time is invaluable for growth and expansion in the Black Forest, as the revival of life brings forth sustenance, leading to an increase in both animals and herds. After a day of relentless hunting, Rod lay beneath a great tree, gazing up at the sky. The heavens here differ vastly from those on Earth. They boast a colossal moon and a captivating, resplendent Milky Way, with stars twinkling vividly to the naked eye. Similar to Earth, the constellations are categorized by scholars into various formations, yet the shapes and names differ. Rod, lacking sensitivity to astronomy, could discern no special arrangement among the stars, merely recognizing that. According to scholarly observation and classification, the celestial bodies could be divided into approximately 20 constellations, including the Painter's Line, the Old Bull, the Strong Dragon, the Dusk, and the Drunken Sheep, among others. The Painter's Line, from an observational perspective, is relatively simple, resembling an archer drawing a bow, appearing from late winter to early spring. It is said that those born under this constellation possess a meticulous and disciplined nature, excelling in professions such as craftsmen, physicians, lawyers, and archers. However, the reality is that many individuals of the Painter's Line pursue a wide array of vocations. It is worth noting that in both the Empire and Bartonia, farmers comprise the largest demographic. Despite any innate talent, one may ultimately find oneself relegated to the role of a farmer, given the limited opportunities available in the few large cities. The Old Bull is quite straightforward in its symbolism, resembling a plowing bull, typically appearing in early spring. Those born under this sign are said to embody loyalty, honesty, and resilience, making them suitable as knights and soldiers. Although many dispute this notion, it is a common belief in Bartonia that a knight, when selecting a squire, will inquire about their birth constellation, showing particular favor to those of the Old Bull. The Strong Dragon is emblematic of power, appearing at unpredictable times. On summer nights, as one sits in their wheat field, gazing at the stars. If one suddenly spots many stars aligning into a towering dragon, one can rejoice in having witnessed the emergence of the Strong Dragon. However, the appearance of this constellation often heralds misfortune, signaling impending disaster and war to the people of the Old World. The Strong Dragon's appearance is brief, and few are born during this period. Those who are said to grow bold and confident, becoming robust individuals with unwavering convictions and remarkable leadership abilities. In other words, as calamity descends, so too does the promise of a savior. Rod remained uncertain of his own constellation, yet he dismissed its significance. He did not subscribe to such beliefs. Furthermore, each constellation has its own tales and legends. In the grand libraries of the Empire's cities, encyclopedias dedicated to astrology exist. These tomes are seldom sold to the public, although a handful of scholars, driven by necessity and greed, may offer them in the market. However, very few can afford such luxuries. For literacy is rare in both the Empire and Bartonia, and knowledge commands a high price. Often, the cost of a single book can equate to an entire year's wages for a common laborer or farmer. Consequently, many acquire knowledge of constellations through oral traditions. On winter nights, gathered around the hearth with nothing to occupy their time, villagers share these mysterious and fascinating stories, alleviating the tedium of rural life. As Rod counted the stars, drowsiness began to overtake him. Yet, just as he was on the verge of slumber, an unusual commotion in the forest caught his attention. The sound came swiftly, and the earth began to tremble. His extensive combat experience alerted him immediately. This was no ordinary beast herd, but rather a well-organized battalion preparing for battle. Rod unsheathed his great sword and bellowed. The surrounding Norska raiders stood alert, discarding their food, and like Rod, swiftly drew their weapons. Soon, the assault arrived with alarming speed. The first beastman burst forth from the trees, a lowly hornless creature, but quickly, the second and third followed suit. Like a swarm, a multitude of beastmen surrounded Rod and his Norska raiding party from all directions. They howled, launching an unprovoked attack on this human contingent that had ventured deep into the forest. Rod understood that perhaps his own sweeping actions had driven the beastmen and various other creatures to a desperate corner. At this moment, they outnumbered the Norska forces by a significant margin, rushing towards him. Chapter 66. The Battle in the Dense Forest, Part 1. At least 300 beastmen. This was a horde. "My lord," shouted Seltar, a warrior of Norska, gripping his spear and shield, bracing for a fight to the death. Norskans fear not death. Even in the face of foes 100 times stronger, they remain undaunted. For them, dying gloriously on the battlefield is far more desirable than passing away quietly in bed. However, Rod did not wish for meaningless sacrifice. The sheer number of beastmen was overwhelming. "Shall we retreat?" Seltar turned, astonished. "Yes, retreat. Seek a narrow passage, and we shall slay them," Rod commanded decisively. Surrounded on all sides, even the formidable Norskans would find themselves at a severe disadvantage, as they might have to face 3 or 4 enemies simultaneously in the open. The beastmen outnumbered them by several fold. No matter how skilled and powerful the Norskan raiders were, they could not endure such odds. Reluctantly, Seltar and the band of Norskan warriors complied with their leader's orders. After hurling several hunting spears, they began to break through under Rod's guidance. "In the name of Urson, follow me out," Rod bellowed, brandishing his sword as he charged forward, colliding with a hornless beastman, his sharp blade slicing through the abdomen of another beastman in swift succession. Amidst the cries of agony, entrails spilled forth from the wounded creature. The Norskan warriors following closely behind kicked the dying beastman to the ground. "Roar! Die!" A massive beastman wielding a double-bladed axe rushed at Rod, towering over him. Its repulsive, sore-ridden face was grotesque, with deformed horns jutting out, and with a savage roar. The beastman swung its rusted axe towards Rod. With a resounding clash, Rod raised his sword to counter, their weapons colliding in a shower of sparks. However, the disparity in strength soon became evident. Compared to last winter's battle at Blackhammer Fortress, Rod's combat prowess had significantly improved. He had endured wounds from blades and had bones crushed by beasts, emerging ever more formidable. Meanwhile, another hornless beastman charged at Rod's side, only to be seized by Seltar, who twisted its neck with brutal force, the sound of snapping bones echoing as the creature collapsed lifelessly. Yet, despite their localized advantages, Rod insisted that his men break free. They were not facing a mere 10 or 20 foes, but several hundred. This scale posed a genuine threat to the safety of the Kingdom of Kislev. "Damn it! Why must we confront an army of this magnitude?" Rod cursed inwardly. Despite his dissatisfaction, the battle raged on. Soon, amidst the frenzied slaughter of the Norskan warriors, Rod led them to carve an opening. As they surged through, Rod realized that what he had seen was merely a fraction of the beastmen. Many more lurked outside. Behind the swaying shadows of the trees lay a bloodthirsty mass of beastmen. Although most were hornless or newly mutated, their sheer numbers were astonishing. Rod was certain this was a retaliatory strike by the beastmen. The Norskan raiders had ravaged the forest, slaying many beastmen and seizing their food. Now, the beastmen had come seeking vengeance. Hundreds. Rod estimated their numbers to be at least 400 to 500. The smaller hornless beasts surged forth, attempting to impede the advance of the human forces, but were slain by the Norskans, leaving a trail of carcasses behind. Yet, despite their losses, the beastmen relentlessly pursued the human band. The underbrush rustled as a massive horde chased after a hunting party of fewer than 100 humans. Though they were not an ordinary hunting party, the number of beastmen falling to the swords of the Norskans was increasing. But Rod knew the most formidable threats, the horned beasts and minotaurs, were still in pursuit, refusing to relent. As the rain began to fall, shrouding the moon with dark clouds, visibility for humans in the night was poor. The Norskan raiders pressed on, one after another. Fortunately, the flickering light of their torches guided them. At last, under Rod's leadership, they burst forth from the dense forest into a relatively open plain. Here, there were no trees to obscure their view of the approaching beastmen. If only there were a narrow passage or a city wall, Rod mused. But this was not a city. They could not engage in urban warfare. The warriors panted heavily, lacking high ground or any advantageous terrain. They had no choice but to fight to the last. Rod immediately commanded the Norskans to form a circle, with shield bearers on the outer ring and those wielding spears and swords in the inner circle, creating a temporary hedgehog formation. This was their only recourse against the horde. Lacking formal training, the Norskan raiders' exceptional military instincts prompted them to form ranks swiftly, despite the irregularity of their formation. Rod had requested that those with shields stand on the perimeter, Yet the resulting shield wall was merely a jumble of individuals, shielded or not, all packed together. After all, forming a circle was what mattered. The shoulders of brothers served as shields, embodying the Norscan ethos. No sooner had the hedgehog formation been completed than a throng of beastmen surged forth from the forest. Chapter 67. The Battle in the Dense Forest. Part 2. Celta gripped his spear tightly, being the first to hurl it forth. The sharp hunting spear pierced the air like a predator pursuing its prey, soaring briefly before plunging into the chest of a beastman. The beastman, caught in mid-run, fell back with a pained expression, blood gushing from the wound. This particular horde was led by a shrieking shaman. Under the influence of primal, chaotic magic, the beastmen became ravenous, their eyes turning a blood-red hue, claws sharpening, and the primal power surging within them, unleashing wild roars. At last, the beastman warriors charged toward the Norsemen's spear-and-shield formation, colliding with the makeshift spiked wall. The foremost beastman warrior was instantly impaled by a Norse spear, lacking armor. The metallic spear easily penetrated their skin and flesh. Blood sprayed forth as anguished cries echoed in the air. Many hornless beasts succumbed to the spears, while the larger horned beasts barely withstood the onslaught. They severed the spears embedded in their bodies and continued to wield their cumbersome weapons with ferocity. Blood flowed from their wounds, yet the beastmen fought on, undeterred by pain. Beside Celta, a Norse warrior's head was crushed by a horned beast's mace, splattering brains and blood everywhere, his lifeless body collapsing. However, his comrades swiftly took his place. Norse raiders from the Claw Sea, wielding their swords, plunged one into the chest of the horned beast. Even transformed into beastmen, their hearts remained in the same place, and the human warrior's strike was precise, piercing the heart. The horned beast let out a mournful cry, attempting to grasp the blade, but the Norse warrior cruelly withdrew his sword, crimson blood erupting from the wound. In a swift follow-up, he drove the blade into the beast's throat, silencing its breath forever. Elsewhere in the spiked formation, the battle raged with equal brutality. As enemies fell, Norse raiders trampled over their bodies, delivering finishing blows. On the opposite side, Rod had abandoned his longsword. The enemy was too close, the dense formation leaving no room for long weapons. He planted his two-handed sword into the ground and seized a beastman's shield and axe to stabilize himself. "Steady!" the Lord of Blackhammer Fortress shouted, swinging his axe toward a beastman's head. The beastman raised his mace to block, but Rod slammed his shield into its chest. While a human's shield strike might lack force, Rod, as a chosen of the bear god, could stun any beastman with a single blow. The hornless beast was hurled backward, spewing blood, convulsing on the ground. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the Norsemen, with their dense defensive formation and exceptional close combat skills, momentarily held back the beastmen's relentless advance. Swathes of hornless and horned beasts lay fallen at the periphery of the spiked formation. The scales of victory were gradually tipping in favor of the Norse hunting party. Yet, just as hope seemed within reach, an eerie horn echoed from the depths of the forest. With the sudden sound of the horn, the beastman forces besieging the Norsemen began to retreat. Rod squinted into the rain-drenched woods, perplexed by the beastmen's intentions. This was certainly not a genuine retreat. The beastmen were not a cowardly race, unwilling to withdraw before a victor was declared. At most, only 100 had fallen, a mere fraction of their total number. It should not be. Rod soon received his answer. A chorus of urgent roars arose from the dark forest, unlike any he had heard before. The ground trembled beneath him, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. "Centaurs!" the Norsemen shouted. The centaurs, with the bodies of horses and human heads, were indeed a type of beastman, seldom seen in castle battles. Even Rod was witnessing these creatures for the first time. Amidst the terrified cries of the Norsemen, dozens of centaurs charged rapidly toward the human spiked formation. It became clear why they had retreated earlier, to clear a path for the centaur charge. Rod understood now. Yet it was too late. He swung his battle axe and hurled it. The spinning weapon struck one centaur, but more surged into the Norsemen's circular formation. The defensive line crumbled like sand under the powerful impact of the centaurs. Chaos erupted. Those centaurs that breached the defensive circle suffered heavy casualties. Yet they bought precious time for the beastmen behind them, who bore heavy weaponry. Roars of beasts erupted from the depths of the beastmen's throats as the battle swiftly devolved into a melee. "Annihilate them," bellowed the beastman leader from the rear. Resembling a colossal creature clad in heavy armor, brandishing a serrated double-bladed axe as he charged into the fray. Chapter 68. The Battle in the Dense Forest, Part 2. Along the way, the warriors of Nazca were mercilessly torn to shreds by him. The Nazca people fought valiantly, yet they appeared feeble before the beastman chieftain. The massive double-bladed axe in the beastman's grasp wielded the grace of a single-handed weapon, swinging wildly like a meat grinder, leaving a gruesome trail of blood and flesh in its wake. With each strike, he dispatched a Nazca hunter, only to turn his bloody war axe upon another. A Nazca warrior beside him raised his warhammer in defense, only to be cleaved in two, blood and gore splattering across the beastman chieftain's face and body, staining his brown leather armor a vivid crimson. The chieftain's bloodthirsty slaughter invigorated the morale of his fellow beastmen, who were inspired by his thunderous roar that echoed like a sound from the underworld, sending shivers down the spine. Naturally, such a hulking figure and terrifying roar soon captured the attention of Lord Rod. The Lord of Blackhammer Fortress struggled to carve a path through the throng, drawing the great sword from the ground. To confront this beastman, he needed this weapon. The formation had been disrupted, allowing ample space to wield his long weapon. "Come forth, beast," Rod bellowed at the beastman chieftain. The chieftain quickly noticed the human leader, his eyes glinting with bloodlust, muscles rippling with ferocity. After locking gazes for less than 2 seconds, the beastman chieftain charged forward in a frenzy. His roar filled the air, and the ground trembled beneath his great bulk as he charged like a rampaging rhinoceros. Rod, sidestepping to draw his sword, felt sweat and blood trickling down his forehead. Fixated on the advancing opponent, he shouted, and in the instant the beastman's axe fell. He leapt aside, swinging his cold iron sword in a horizontal arc, aiming for the chieftain's waist. The blade tore through the leather armor, leaving a deep gash in the beastman's coarse flesh, crimson and black blood oozing from the wound. The beastman let out a pained roar, but the injury did not halt their assault. Instead, the blood and pain ignited their primal rage, fueling their ferocity in battle. Immediately retaliating, the beastman chieftain swung his axe with wild abandon. What should have been a two-handed weapon was wielded as if it were a mere one-handed tool. The heavy double-bladed axe carved bloody arcs through the air, emitting a wild shriek reminiscent of a storm. Faced with such overwhelming brute force, Rod was compelled to evade the deadly strikes. He leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the blows, bending backward to continue dodging. The beastman's axe smashed into the ground, creating shallow fissures. And when it swung again, it struck the corpse of a hornless beast, cleaving it in two and spilling its entrails. After a frenzied assault, the beastman chieftain finally paused, panting heavily. In that brief moment of respite, Rod seized the opportunity to counterattack. He lunged forward, his long sword aimed at the chieftain's head. However, the beastman still had strength left. He swiftly raised his axe to block, deflecting Rod's sword to the side, then countered with a swing of his own. Rod dodged, the crimson blade slicing through the air beside him. With both attacks proving ineffective, the chieftain let out an irritable roar, lunging forward in an attempt to seize the diminutive human. Rod swiftly retreated, his long sword slicing forward, the cold gleam of steel cutting across the beastman's face, leaving a gash from which blood flowed freely. Unable to contain his rage, the beastman chieftain launched into an even more ferocious assault. With a mighty roar, he charged ahead. And this time Rod had no avenue for retreat. He could only endure. "In the name of the bear god," he shouted, raising his sword to meet the oncoming beast. The cold iron sword struck the beastman's double-bladed axe. Yet surprisingly, the seemingly smaller human warrior displayed no sign of weakness, standing firm and immovable. With the strength of one man, he withstood the beastman chieftain, leaving the surrounding Nazca warriors in awe of the scene before them. The chieftain, seething with rage, his muscles quivering and face smeared with blood, was met with Rod's unwavering resolve. His bones felt as sturdy as steel, his muscles taut like rock. After a wild roar, Rod forcefully pushed the beastman chieftain away. This time, he offered no respite. The chieftain, off balance, stumbled backward, and Rod's keen blade followed swiftly, piercing into the beastman's calf. The chieftain howled in agony, dropping to one knee, barely lifting his axe to block Rod's next strike. But Rod, with a fierce cry, raised his longsword again, delivering another blow in rapid succession. In the chaos, the beastman desperately lifted his axe for defense, but it was knocked from his grasp. And Rod's furious cold iron sword continued its descent, unrelenting, cleaving through the beastman's skull, leaving a horrific gash across his distorted visage. As Rod withdrew his sword, blood and brain matter spilled forth, drenching his form. The beastman chieftain knelt, rain cascading down his body, washing the blood away. Rod, gasping for breath, raised his sword once more, severing the beastman's neck. The grotesque, blood-soaked head tumbled aside, its features utterly unrecognizable. Amidst the cacophony of clashing weapons and the roars of beastmen, word of the chieftain's demise swiftly spread through the ranks, as Rod held aloft the bloody head, bellowing triumphantly. The surrounding horned beasts, hornless beasts, and centaurs fled in terror. Thunder rumbled in the sky, rain poured down upon Rod, and amid the flashes of lightning, his bloodied visage was illuminated. Not far off, a beastman shaman struggled to rally his forces, urging the remaining beastmen to continue their assault on the beleaguered human troops. However, their morale had clearly shattered. A dispirited army is akin to a herd of cattle awaiting slaughter. Their once strong limbs were no longer used for combat, but rather for escape, and thus, the Nazca raiders commenced the slaughter. Chapter 69. The cleansing in the aftermath of the chaotic battle. The clearing of the forest was strewn with over 100 corpses. Some were pierced through by spears, succumbing to their wounds. Others had their limbs severed by axes, bleeding to death. There were those whose skulls had been crushed by blunt instruments, leaving their faces unrecognizable. A small fraction had met their end by having their throats cut. Of course, such feats were not easily accomplished, typically executed by seasoned hunters or high-ranking warriors like Rod. The people rummaged through the bodies of the fallen beastmen, searching for spoils, ragged and damaged armor, weapons suitable for human use, metal trinkets, and so forth. However, most returned empty-handed, to ensure that every fallen beastman was indeed lifeless. The Norscan warriors would approach each one to deliver a final blow, stabbing it in the chest to confirm its demise before they began their search. Yet, the beastmen were also impoverished. They were a race that did not forge their own weapons, relying solely on plunder for their equipment. Weapons would wear out, necessitating further raids. But it was not always guaranteed that they would acquire quality arms. Failure was a frequent companion. Even when they did succeed, many times they lacked enough to outfit an entire troop. Thus, the weapons wielded by the beastmen were mostly second-hand, with none being pristine. More often than not, brute strength was their primary means of combat, with their tusks and claws serving as their weapons. Rod's Norscan followers wandered amidst the pile of corpses for a considerable time, yet they found little of value. Furthermore, the flesh of the beastmen was inedible. They were the mutated products of chaotic corruption, and no one knew what consequences might arise from consuming them, perhaps turning into monsters like them, or perhaps succumbing to poisoning. In any case, no one dared to take the risk. If there was anything of potential use on these creatures, it might be the grotesque horns adorning their heads. To humans, these were worthless, but to certain beings, they held value, such as the greenskins. These Orcish goblins often fashioned horns, antlers, and tusks into horns, while some adherents of peculiar beliefs would create instruments from the horns of beastmen. Thus, what was deemed refuse in human society was not necessarily so among other races. Rod commanded his men to sever the horns and transport them to the town center for a collective display, while the bodies were to be burned on site. As for the destination of the horns, Rod had already devised a plan in his mind. Though he was the lord of Blackhammer Fortress, he maintained clandestine dealings with smugglers who could transport goods across the world, provided there was sufficient profit involved. A group of men toiled in the light drizzle upon the forest clearing for half a day, successfully severing nearly 100 pairs of beastmen horns. They piled the bodies together and then ignited a great fire before departing. In the night, the grotesque mound of corpses blazed fiercely in the forest, and by the following dawn, none would know what had transpired there, leaving only charred bones and remnants of copper and iron. Upon returning to camp, Celta reported the casualty count. A total of 28 comrades had perished in the battle, with 12 sustaining serious injuries. This meant that in a single skirmish within the jungle, Rod had lost nearly one-third of his forces. Reflecting on the recent battle, he recalled that initially, they had sustained minimal losses prior to the breach of the Hedgehog Formation. Their casualties had been in the single digits, while the beastmen had already suffered dozens. Rod silently contemplated the significance of teamwork in combat. He resolved that upon returning, he must prioritize training the Norscan warriors in cooperative tactics. He silently began to formulate his next plan. He was aware that more Norscan warriors would join his ranks. Yet without effective management and a sense of teamwork, they would ultimately be unfit for critical tasks. At the entrance of Blackhammer Fortress, the steward Muros had been waiting for some time. His white hair had increased in number, and since Dennis had been taken away, the elder rarely wore a smile. Watching him grow older day by day pained Rod's heart. Muros had served Rod's family for 3 generations, beginning his service when Rod was but a youth, assisting his grandfather. Then his father in middle age, and now, in his twilight years, aiding Rod. Often, Rod regarded him not merely as a servant or steward, but as family. I am well. I have 100 warriors from the northern frozen lands at my command. The evil moon has not yet arrived. There is nothing that can threaten me, Rod said with a smile, placing a hand on the old steward's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat to convey trust and closeness. They ascended the spiral staircase, light filtering through the window openings, illuminating the corridor without the need for torches. They settled in the office, where a musty odor lingered in the air. With the arrival of summer, humidity seeped into every corner of the castle. Even though the servants cleaned and scrubbed daily, they could not eradicate all traces of the scent. This is the financial report for the past 2 months. Please take a look, Muros said as he retrieved a large ledger from behind the door. The ledger was bordered with silver thread, its cover crafted from thick leather, heavy in hand, and exuding a solid, reassuring weight. Rod appreciated this tangible sensation, as it provided him with a sense of grounded fulfillment. Chapter 70. Wall construction. The yield from ore amounted to 325 gold crowns. Pelts brought in 133 gold crowns. Timber generated 92 gold crowns, and other revenues totaled 127 gold crowns, with taxes at a dismal 12 gold crowns. As he perused the hefty ledger, Rod noted the expenditures and income. Given the relatively stable output of ore and the pelts procured through hunting alongside the Northcar people, the primary sources of income seemed consistent, and he held faith in his steward's loyalty. From the financial records, the various incomes appeared satisfactory, yet the taxation was lamentably inadequate. Blackhammer Fortress was not a grand city. It was merely a modest border castle, populated predominantly by the impoverished. When it came to head taxes, the collection was meager, and trade taxes were even more paltry. As most trade was controlled by the Lord himself, Rod could hardly levy taxes upon his own ventures. Thus, taxation remained the most fragile aspect of his finances. However, over the past 2 months, the influx of commoners seeking livelihood in Blackhammer Fortress had seen a notable increase, which was indeed a cause for optimism. More inhabitants were essential for settlement. Sitting in his unadorned chair, Rod furrowed his brow in contemplation. Population remained paramount. Blackhammer Fortress was not devoid of resources, but rather lacked manpower and labor. This situation bore resemblance to Russia on Earth prior to his crossing, where the vast resources of the Far East went untapped due to inhospitable weather and sparse habitation. Even after the battles against the malevolent tides and the integration of the Northcar, Rod felt the number of commoners within his domain was still insufficient. Nobility, too, were disinclined to settle here. Yes, we require more, my lord. I propose we temporarily suspend road construction. We must focus on tangible improvements that benefit the populace, such as increasing wages, Rod declared, casting the documents upon the table with earnest conviction. The old steward nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in such a notion. He indeed preferred a simpler approach, while his lord would inevitably consider the interconnected interests and subsequent ramifications. I have a most direct idea, Rod continued, his fingers tapping upon the table. However, the construction of walls necessitates time, my lord. If we merely erect walls of earth and timber, the populace will remain unsettled. After all, our adversaries are the beastmen and werewolves. A single charge from these creatures could bring such fragile structures crashing down. Leave this matter to me. You need only assist me in procuring 3 items. What 3 items? Lime, clay, and coal water. May I inquire, my lord, what purpose do you have for these items? The steward, still perplexed, furrowed his brow, eager for clarity. Yet Rod preferred not to elaborate too much. Such matters required direct observation to comprehend fully wall construction. The steward, Muros, was evidently bewildered by his lord's intentions, yet Rod merely instructed him to proceed accordingly. Do not concern yourself with the details. Prepare as I have requested. Once the tasks were arranged, Muros began the preparations. Clay could be sourced locally. Blackhammer Fortress was not situated upon rocky or sandy terrain, making clay readily accessible. Lime was also within reach, as a deep pit mine nearby yielded heaps of waste daily, much of which contained valuable lime. previously discarded as refuse. Now, these excavated remnants were deemed precious building materials. As for coal water, it was readily available in Kislev, which lacked many resources but was abundant in coal. The cost was exceptionally low. Coal water, a variant of coal, could produce high temperatures, crucial for the arduous task of cement production, which required intense heat, a challenge that coal water could effectively address. In the Empire, it even served as one of the fuels for rocket artillery. Despite the ease of acquiring materials, the volume required was substantial. This was not merely for constructing a few houses, but for erecting formidable walls. This endeavor would demand considerable manpower and resources, not to mention finances, yet for the sake of wall construction, this work was indispensable. For the future growth of the population, all efforts were warranted, if necessary. Additional funds could be allocated to incentivize the laborers' diligence. Consequently, Rod decided to reassign some of the road construction workers to the transport team under Muros's command. Chapter 71. Defensive formation. After triumphing over the beastmen warband in the forest and engaging in a series of formidable encounters, the Northmen continued their descent from the north, in search of the legendary Chosen One. The townsfolk gradually grew accustomed to these outsiders, who had once inflicted indelible wounds upon the kingdom of Kislev. Yet now, they increasingly became the subordinates of Rod, integrating into his ranks. The Northmen raiders were akin to a double-edged sword. Their insatiable thirst for bloodshed compelled them to fight relentlessly. Rod understood that by accepting these barbarians, he had embarked upon an irreversible path of war sustained by war. To ensure the Northmen settled down, he had to lead them in constant battles and hunts, a path steeped in blood. Due to the unceasing conflicts, their numbers would not swell excessively. But those who remained would be the elite of the elite. Simultaneously, Rod needed to train these savages, genuine training and teamwork. Following the ambush by the beastmen in the forest, Rod recognized the paramount importance of collective combat. In this brutal world, the sheer number of beasts and greenskins far exceeded that of humanity. Human survival on this continent relied not on brute strength, but rather on a unified spirit and technological advancement. While the Empire's blockade hindered access to technology for the Blackhammer Fortress, Rod could still instill unity and tactical acumen within his guards. Particularly, the Northmen appeared to trust him more with each passing day. They could not dare openly defy a leader who had torn a scorpion lion asunder, for none among them possessed such prowess. Rod's first training focus was the arrangement of formations. The Northmen, being robust and vigorous, required minimal instruction in fighting techniques or endurance training. The primary emphasis was on collective combat. The previous encounter in the forest had left Rod anxious, as even a simple defensive formation had been chaotic. When tasked with cooperation, the shield-bearers had formed a disorganized perimeter, while the spear-wielders stood haphazardly within, resulting in significant gaps between shields. Fortuitously, they faced a mindless horde of beastmen. Had they encountered a disciplined army, the outcome would have been dire. The oblique formation was the first military arrangement Rod introduced. It could be regarded as the simplest. This strategy involved reinforcing a particular flank, ensuring that the forces on that side outnumbered those in the center. As long as the central troops could withstand the onslaught, the flank's forces would crush the enemy and pivot towards the center, encircling the opposing warriors, transforming the battle into a one-sided slaughter. Given the Northmen's fierce combat style, Rod anticipated that as long as they achieved numerical superiority, the fight would swiftly turn in their favor, provided the front line could endure until reinforcements arrived. The oblique formation demanded little from the soldiers. Upon the sound of the horn, they merely needed to follow the commander into a frenzy of assault. As long as they understood orders, turning to execute a flanking maneuver when necessary, they need not rush to pursue fleeing foes. Rod required fewer than 3 days to train the Northmen in this combat method, for it hinged on understanding just 2 commands: charge and flank. In all other situations, they were free to engage as they saw fit. The subsequent formation was a step up in complexity, the defensive formation. It comprised 3 variations. The first was the traditional shield wall defense, where soldiers aligned in a straight line, utilizing large shields and heavy armor to create an impenetrable barrier against powerful enemy charges. While it may appear straightforward, achieving this requires meticulous coordination. Soldiers must stand shoulder to shoulder, shield against shield, forming a cohesive wall. Should any soldier falter, the reserve troops must swiftly fill the breach. For the fiercely combative Northmen, remaining stationary within the shield wall was no easy feat. The slightest provocation could unleash their uncontrollable fury, driving them to confront the enemy head-on. However, should a chink appear in the shield wall, it could prove fatal, allowing the enemy to breach and dismantle the entire defense line in an instant. The second defensive formation, employed by Rod in the previous forest skirmish, was the circular formation. This arrangement, as its name implies, required soldiers to cooperate closely, forming a circle to protect weaker or injured comrades at its center, while the outer soldiers faced outward with shields raised against the foe. The circular structure eliminated worries of attacks from behind or the sides, maintaining troop morale, provided they did not encounter a large-scale cavalry charge or monstrous units like minotaurs or giants, which could lead to disastrous outcomes. Given that many shield bearers wielded spears, the formation resembled a hedgehog from above, hence it was also dubbed the hedgehog formation. The principles remained the same, merely the nomenclature differed. The third defensive formation was the scales formation, also known as the turtle shell formation. This evolved from the foundational shield wall. In essence, the front line formed a shield wall while the back line raised their shields overhead, creating an all-encompassing protective square. The chief advantage of this formation lay in its ability to withstand ranged attacks. Arrows and projectiles would not harm the rear soldiers. Nevertheless, this formation was the most intricate among the three defensive strategies, and Rod harbored no illusions that the Northmen would master it. After all, they were better suited for offense than defense. He realized that in future large-scale engagements, he would require stout defensive units akin to dwarves. Yet, at present, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The shield wall formation was a highly effective defensive strategy, capable of withstanding enemy forces that vastly outnumbered their own. However, in light of Kislev's primary adversaries, dense formations were not always advantageous. In fact, against certain races, tightly packed formations could lead to severe repercussions. For instance, when facing the monstrous beasts of Norska or northern trolls, such formations would render them mere targets. Thus, Rod did not prioritize training in this formation. While success in training would be ideal, especially against swarms of goblins or skaven, he surmised that he would not encounter large-scale greenskin or skaven forces in the near future. If such a situation arose, it would likely fall to the Ice Queen to address, rather than himself. In contrast to defensive formations, Rod placed greater emphasis on assault formations. The Northmen excelled at offense, their savage roars echoing as they charged into battle, wielding massive axes and warhammers, instilling profound psychological pressure upon their foes. This was the bloodthirsty battalion Rod sought. In terms of defense, humanity possessed walls and castles. There was no need to construct a great wall of flesh to repel the assaults of various beasts, unless in dire circumstances out in the wild. Chapter 72. Offensive formation. The training for the shield wall formation persisted for a week. However, the Norsemen struggled to master it effectively. They could discern the sound of the horn and recognize the flags. Yet when it came to actual execution, they faltered. Chaos ensued, reminiscent of their earlier encounter in the forest, as the shield bearers consistently failed to ascertain their positions. Furthermore, the shield wall could not close effectively, leaving persistent gaps. Considering the presence of trolls and mammoths within the Northern Legion, Rod decided to abandon the defensive formation training in favor of offensive maneuvering. Both offensive and defensive formations are pivotal elements in the course of battle. The first formation they would learn, the oblique strike, is one of the offensive formations. However, Rod intended to instruct them in a more intricate offensive arrangement. He began with the scattered strike formation. Rather than a traditional formation, it resembled a flexible array of troops. As their forces would be highly dispersed and agile, it was typically unfeasible to command hundreds of men cohesively. Instead, small squads of 10 to 20 would operate under a captain's local command. This formation is generally employed against large units, such as mammoths, trolls, or giants. It could be said that this was the forte of the Norse raiders. The principle was simple. Before the engagement commenced, light infantry would launch an attack to eliminate the enemy's formidable shock units from a distance, using mammoths as an example. When two armies clashed, encountering a massive unit like a mammoth made it impractical to defend with a dense formation. The sheer size of the beast could wreak havoc with a single step. Close combat against these giants was equally perilous, as being near them was a terrifying prospect. A single stomp could crush one instantly, and a mammoth's tusks could easily overturn cavalry. Thus, hunters were essential. Armed primarily with javelins and bows, they would strike down these colossal battlefield creatures from a distance. However, the effective range of spears and arrows is limited, making it crucial to maintain a proper distance while hunting these war beasts. Rod aimed to train the Norsemen in this skill, to strike from various angles, advancing and retreating as necessary. Having previously hunted large game in the forests and tundras, they were well versed in guerrilla tactics, making the act of hunting manageable, but the challenge lay in coordinating their actions and executing a unified retreat. Typically, once an enemy's large unit was felled, the opposing commander would dispatch a massive force to overwhelm them. If the frontline hunters failed to retreat at this juncture, they would be slaughtered by the enemy's heavy infantry. Rod's objective was to train these Norse raiders to retreat at the first command, rather than linger in battle. No warrior, no matter how formidable, could contend with more than 10 foes simultaneously. Rod mandated that once the shield formation opened escape routes for the hunters, they must swiftly withdraw through those passages. However, the Norsemen, akin to wildlings, often crashed through the shield wall, plunging into the fray, thus throwing their own ranks into disarray. "Stop!" Rod bellowed on the training grounds. A group of rugged Norsemen had no choice but to comply with the command. Though they were discontented, none dared oppose their leader, for none could best him in combat. In their eyes, Rod was a god of war, blessed by the divine. It was an indisputable truth that no one could contend with a son of the gods. Thus, despite their dissatisfaction, they continued their training. In the north, the early summer temperatures were not particularly high, yet the Norse raiders trained vigorously, drenched in sweat. Compared to outdoor drills, this short-distance explosive training demanded greater physical endurance due to the necessity of rapid sprints and javelin throws. By midday, many were left panting and exhausted, requiring substantial nourishment. To this end, Rod dispatched a portion of the raiders into the forest to hunt, while others remained to train. The two groups alternated, cycling through tactical drills while securing meat, for there were no pastures or livestock surrounding Blackhammer Fortress. Adhering to the principle that perseverance leads to victory, Rod trained these savages for a full fortnight. It was only after this duration that the Norse warriors managed to grasp the scattered strike formation and skirmishing tactics. Nonetheless, the current drills could not be deemed wholly successful. The discipline and coordination among the soldiers necessitated prolonged training and refinement. At present, Rod's instruction had yielded only initial results, and achieving perfect synergy would require extensive practice over time or consolidation through several real battles. Throughout this summer, many projects unfolded in an orderly fashion. At the town's periphery, a robust outer wall was gradually being erected, initially enclosing the granaries and wells, alongside the construction of a large arrow tower, which could provide refuge for a few in times of need. The sense of security among the populace steadily increased. More gratifying for Rod was the emergence of the ice pepper seeds sown 2 months prior, now sprouting in the experimental fields of Blackhammer Fortress. Caroline devoted her entire focus to the cultivation of these ice peppers, not only for their lucrative economic returns, but also for the complementary geothermal springs. Under the Frost Witch's diligent efforts, a frost barrier had been cast around the experimental fields, creating a low-temperature domain colder than the winter chill of Blackhammer Fortress. Coupled with Caroline's ice magic, the ice pepper seeds finally broke through the soil, appearing in a form entirely different from what Rod had envisioned. They emerged semi-transparent, resembling blue crystals, glistening and clear. However, it is often said that the most beautiful things can be the most perilous. According to Caroline, these ice peppers were currently quite dangerous, as they still contained a considerable amount of frost energy. Attempting to pluck them by hand could result in frostbite. It was easy to envision that once these ice peppers were successfully cultivated, their economic value would far surpass that of fur and/or trades. Chapter 73. Town planning in the summer. The warm and humid air currents from the Claw Sea collide with the cold winds of the northern wasteland, resulting in a continuous cascade of rain upon this barren land. Sitting in the office, gazing at the gentle drizzle outside, one feels a certain contentment. Aside from the dampness, summer holds little to complain about. Unlike the southern regions of the empire or places like Tyrol, which suffer greatly from swarms of mosquitoes, the summer in Kislev is not excessively hot. If there existed a safe and beautiful little town, Kislev would indeed be an idyllic summer retreat. "My lord, what shall we have for lunch?" The butler Muros entered the room, his demeanor as serene and composed as ever. "Noodles, a serving of eel noodles, with mashed potatoes, please." "I always find noodles to be the most satisfying meal," Rod smiled as he spoke. With that, Muros turned and departed to prepare the lord's meal. Before long, a fragrant bowl of boiled eel noodles was served at Rod's table. "Join me," Rod invited the elderly butler to share the meal. In private moments, Rod displayed an unpretentious demeanor, which is one of the reasons many servants are willing to loyally follow their lord. My lord, thank you, but I have already had lunch. After finishing the meal, Rod engaged Muros in a discussion about official matters. Progress is satisfactory. We have completed 1/3 of the construction according to your plans. We expect to finish within 2 months. Before autumn arrives, we will certainly erect this stone wall. Muros emphasized the word stone wall, as no one had ever imagined the project would advance at such a pace. For the construction of the outer city of Blackhammer Fortress, Rod opted for a rough stone wall. In essence, this involved using local materials, stacking discarded stones to form the wall. As these stones were unprocessed and varied in size and shape, they were piled together, with gaps filled with cement as a binding agent. Once dried, a natural stone wall emerged. This method proved to be the most efficient for wall construction. Otherwise, with the current labor force of Blackhammer Fortress, cutting and neatly stacking stones would likely take several years to complete. The primary purpose of the cement was to unify the wall into a cohesive structure. Very well. Instruct the workers to hasten their pace. We must race against time. Those beastmen could strike at any moment. Completing the wall sooner will greatly bolster the public's confidence. Rod stated. I understand, my lord. Muros nodded. Muros, I have another matter I wish to discuss with you. Rod suddenly inquired. Please, go ahead. What shall we do with the Norskar? Their numbers are steadily increasing, Rod sighed. They are practically a professional army, training and hunting. While a small contingent of Norskar is manageable, once their ranks swell and there are no battles to fight, it becomes a significant concern. I believe they need a place to channel their aggression, Muros replied softly, looking down. I have permitted merchants to establish brothels here. No, that alone is insufficient. Rod raised an eyebrow. What do you suggest? These Norskar require a venue where they can engage in combat regularly, Muros proposed. A gladiatorial arena? Rod furrowed his brow. Indeed. They now possess one outlet in women, they require another. An arena would fulfill their needs. However, I understand your reservations, my lord. If you prefer not to make it a public spectacle like Iron Ring City, it can be constructed underground, Muros smiled. I see. This project can be incorporated into our city building plans. For now, we need not allocate additional manpower for its construction, but once the wall is completed, it shall be our next endeavor. Muros, there is another matter. I wish for more farmers to venture outside the city to cultivate new lands. Rod gazed contemplatively at the map. Economics and military strength are both essential. With the Norskar as our formidable force, we need not overly worry about defense for the time being. However, sustaining such a force necessitates a robust economy. Although hunting yields furs and logging provides timber, these sources are not sustainable. Once winter arrives, hunting activities are severely restricted. The forest creatures dwindle, and each foray into the wild may yield little success. Consequently, furs become scarce throughout winter. As the shadow moon approaches, various beastmen and werewolves will increase, making it folly to engage recklessly with them in the wild. Thus, Blackhammer Fortress will lose 2 critical income sources, timber and furs. New lands, that sounds promising, but my lord, I fear no one will be willing to cultivate fields in the outskirts. Frankly speaking, the people in town lack a sense of security, let alone venturing into the wild. Muros candidly admitted. He was a loyal steward, and Rod appreciated such straightforwardness. Unfortunately, Muros was aging. Rod wondered how many more years he could serve. Approaching 70, and with some mobility issues. Yet, his mind remained sharp and clear. Therefore, I plan to construct towers for these adventurers, Rod declared, utilizing the materials from our wall construction. What purpose do the towers serve? To evade beasts? Muros inquired. The towers serve not only as shelters from beasts, but also as signal beacons. Should beasts approach, farmers can take refuge within the towers and ignite a signal fire, allowing the guards at Blackhammer Fortress to be promptly alerted and dispatch troops to assist those in peril, Rod explained. Of course, the cost of constructing the towers must be borne by Blackhammer Fortress. Initially, we must implement policies to encourage this, mustn't we? That sounds feasible. However, what about the crops? As you know, in the north, wheat can yield only once a year due to the climate. Should a blizzard occur, a farmer's entire year of labor may result in nothing. Muros's face still bore a frown. He had spent decades in this castle and was well acquainted with the operations of Blackhammer Fortress. Essentially, before Rod took command, the economy relied heavily on a mine to produce ore, which was then sold for crops and currency to sustain the soldiers' wages and provisions. In Rod's father's generation, There were several close calls with bankruptcy. I have a plan for potatoes. They are a specialty from the New World, resilient to cold and drought. With a short growth cycle, buried underground, they can avoid being ravaged by beastmen and other monstrosities. Chapter 74. The Challenger as dawn broke with a gray hue. Rod commenced a new round of training for the Nosker people. This time, the focus was on constructing encampments, fortifications, and learning the art of digging wells in the wilderness. These skills were essential for survival in the field. Historically, the Nosker raiders relied solely on plunder and slaughter, reveling in the spoils of their victims. However, Rod's ambition was to cultivate their capabilities beyond mere killing and looting. He aimed to transform these northern warriors into versatile and proficient individuals, capable of erecting temporary defenses against formidable foes and sourcing water from wells when besieged in the wild, ensuring they would not perish at the hands of their enemies. All these efforts were geared towards the formation of a true field army. Nevertheless, such expectations proved to be exceedingly arduous for the Nosker people. To begin with, being roused from their slumber in the dead of night to absorb theoretical knowledge felt like a death sentence to them. To put it bluntly, it encroached upon the very limits of the raiders' tolerance. A scarred Nosker raider erupted in anger, openly defying Rod's perceived tyranny. We are northern men, raiders, brigands, warriors, not those diminutive ones who hide in castles and build abodes. If you seek to learn the art of construction, let those southerners take charge. I refuse to partake. He bellowed, his voice resonating like that of a raging bull. In a display of defiance, he drew his weapon against his leader, signaling a challenge. Clearly fed up with Rod's leadership, this follower sought to oppose him. It was a traditional Nosker custom to challenge their leader to a one-on-one duel. Should he prevail, he would assume command of the group, while the incumbent leader would meet his demise. Of course, failure would mean certain death for the challenger. Come forth, you twisted one. Let us duel one-on-one. Should you lose, the crown will be mine. Should you win, take my life. The Nosker people were unafraid of death. The man roared, striking his shield with his sword, producing a feral sound that commanded respect. A warrior daring to challenge the Son of God deserved reverence. For Rod was not merely a leader. He was the first man to slay a scorpion-tailed lion, a feat reserved for the great chieftains of the Nosker tribe. Yet here he was, facing a challenge, a fair and open challenge, not one to be made when Rod was at his weakest. I accept your challenge, child. Pray tell, what is your name? Rod stepped into the center of the arena, calmly inquiring. He had encountered many such warriors before, enraged, undaunted, and unafraid of death. However, they all overlooked a crucial fact. They were dueling a man of extraordinary prowess, with little hope of victory. Rod twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. As the Nosker raiders on the sidelines tossed him a weapon, a spiked mace. A wild cheer erupted from the Nosker crowd. What do they intend? They are attempting to murder our lord. No, it is their tradition. As long as our lord does not object, we must honor him and allow the contest to proceed. Bondar, the challenger stated, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on Rod as if he were prey. In turn, Rod regarded him, like two beasts locked in a fierce stare. The air was thick with the wild shouts of the Nosker onlookers, chanting in an unknown tongue. The challenger withdrew a vial filled with a combat-like potion, pouring its contents over the blade of his sword. He then thrust the sword into the bonfire, igniting the massive iron blade in a blaze of heat. The other Nosker raiders responded with even more fervent roars, chanting the name Fire God. Yet, Rod remained unfazed. He swung the spiked mace, prowling the perimeter of the arena with a fierce glint in his eyes, resembling a bloodthirsty gray bear. Soon enough, the challenger, Bondar, launched his assault. With sword and shield in hand, the flaming longsword came crashing down with a ferocious arc, the air rippling with the sound of flames tearing through. Rod sidestepped, but was caught off guard by the subsequent swing of the large shield. The massive shadow of the shield struck him hard, forcing him back with a suppressed grunt. Bondar pressed on, cursing as he swung his fiery sword once more. This time, Rod raised his weapon to counter, effortlessly deflecting the challenger's strike. Seizing the moment while Bondar was still recovering, Rod twisted his wrist, driving the rough spiked mace upward toward Bondar's chin. There was no flourish of flames, just a cold flash as the arc of death grazed Bondar's jaw. The Nosker warrior nearly succumbed to the blow, stumbling backward and narrowly avoiding a fatal hit. However, Rod's assault continued relentlessly. The hefty mace whirled through the air before coming down again. This time, Bondar had no time to evade, raising his shield to block. The wooden shield splintered under the force of the mace, sending shockwaves through Bondar's arm, leaving him feeling as though his limb might shatter. With a fire sword raised, he lunged forward to impede Rod's advance. For the moment, Rod relented, taking a step back. In the flickering firelight, Bondar's face was stern and chiseled. A man who had once been one of Rod's own but had betrayed him, openly revolting against his leader. Thus, he was no longer a brother in arms. Rod roared in fury, charging once more at the traitor. Dust swirled around as Bondar was forced to retreat, soon cornered against the arena's edge, with spectators pushing him back into the fray. With no escape, Bondar steeled himself for another strike. Once more, his flaming longsword arced toward Rod's head. Rod howled, blocking with his weapon as their blades clashed violently in the air, each man grappling for dominance. Yet, the flames suddenly surged toward Rod. The fire seared his skin, leaving him howling in rage. In a primal fury, Rod unleashed a powerful punch to the challenger's face. A distinct crack echoed through the air, and Bondar fell to the ground, his nose visibly broken, blood streaming from his nostrils. Yet this was a duel, not a spar. Rod offered him no mercy. He raised his weapon once more, the spiked mace slicing through the air with lethal intent, aimed at Bondar's head. The Nosker warrior barely managed to roll away just in time, narrowly escaping the blow. He attempted to rise, but Rod's boots sent him crashing back down. His fiery sword flung far away. Gasping for breath, Bondar lay exhausted as Rod's imposing figure loomed closer. Desperate, Bondar reached for the dagger at his waist. But Rod was swifter. With no chance to retaliate, he seized the challenger as one might grasp a chick, his iron fist following suit, landing a devastating blow to Bondar's face. The force of the punch obliterated one of his eyes, blood erupting from the socket. Caroline gasped from the sidelines. Yet the Nosker spectators remained unmoved, their bloodlust only heightened by the gruesome spectacle. Kill! 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 They roared, devoid of any sympathy. In the world of the Nosker, might reign supreme. After several more blows, Bondar lay disfigured and bloodied on the ground, awaiting his final execution, or perhaps merely clinging to life by a thread, with only his heart still beating instinctively. Bondar, my warrior, do you have any final words? Rod inquired, perched upon the challenger. Curse you, Rod muttered, then swiftly drew the dagger from his waist and plunged it into his throat. A torrent of crimson gushed forth from the severed vessels, flooding his mouth. Chapter 75. The Ice and Snow Winter Palace come, good girl, once more. Deep within the Kislev Magic Academy, the Ice Queen, Katarina, cradled the young Dennis, guiding her through the art of magic. The cold snowflakes seemed to materialize from thin air, enveloping Dennis's fingertips. Compared to her initial days at the academy, her magical prowess had significantly increased. She learned with remarkable speed, undoubtedly the fastest learner among her peers, a prodigy seldom seen in the Kislev kingdom for a century. Thus, she received special attention from the Ice Queen. Under a simple incantation, the snowflakes in Dennis's hands multiplied, gradually forming a small snowball. She should have smiled, yet she did not. Every other girl mastering magic for the first time radiated joy, but Dennis remained expressionless, her delicate face resembling a piece of ice crystal. Always solitary, she possessed the most formidable magical power, and while others dared not bully her, she was equally disinterested in their company. Before her, Dennis felt this disconnection. She was exceptional, the snowball levitating in her palm, her entire hand adorned with frost, creating a striking image. Now, envision something you cherish, and transform the snowball into your desired shape, Katarina said with a smile. Dennis closed her eyes tightly, her slender fingers gently curling, as the snowball began to morph into various forms, as if an invisible hand were shaping it. Ultimately, it transformed into a galloping little horse, its tiny legs prancing in midair, countless snowflakes cascading down like dust, a sight to behold. A faint smile graced Katarina's lips. It had been many years since she had encountered such an exceptional witch apprentice. My dear, tell me, why do you adore little horses? The queen inquired, her gaze fixed on Dennis, a hint of crimson terror lurking within her gentle eyes. Because my father loves horses, Dennis replied, her gaze still transfixed on the galloping horse, imagining a vast meadow beneath her feet and a blue sky above, even though the chilly dome of the Winter Palace loomed overhead. Oh, indeed, he is a knight. A most unworthy knight, Katarina interjected, her smile fading, replaced by an eerie voice. But fret not, I shall cultivate you into a worthy sorceress. You will become the youngest frost witch in the history of Kislev Magic Academy. In the future, you shall wield power and status, equal to that of Rose and Linda. You shall become a teacher at the academy, and perhaps you will even have a husband, a duke or a minister of this kingdom." As Katerina spoke, she rose from her icy throne, her gaze no longer meeting Dennis's, but looking down upon her with an air of superiority. The queen's frigid words pierced Dennis's heart, instilling within her a sense of oppression, as if magic had forcibly shattered the most cherished aspects of her soul and replaced them with something foreign, cold, unyielding. However, the people here did not welcome her warmly. The other witch apprentices in her dormitory were mostly older and hailing from noble families, while Dennis came from a notably ordinary background, so ordinary that it was almost insignificant. Her mother had passed away early, and her father was merely a minor lord of a castle in the borderlands, a name few would recognize even if mentioned. Amidst the offspring of officials, Dennis felt diminutive. Yet, there were those who stood up for her. An older witch apprentice stepped forward, dispersing the crowd. As the leader among the witches, Daisy would not tolerate the older apprentices bullying Dennis. She approached Dennis, assisting her in organizing various magical tools, then lay beside her on a bed, chatting amiably. The witch apprentices' beds were spacious enough to accommodate 3 adult witches, and upon her arrival, Dennis initially thought it was meant for the dormitory supervisor. It was only upon seeing everyone's beds that she realized this was the standard size, far larger than the cramped bed she had in her small room at Blackhammer Castle, where she could barely turn over. In the winter, while the room had a furnace, even with several layers of feather blankets, it still felt cold. Here, the temperature was constant and quite comfortable. Aside from the loss of freedom and the need to appease others, everything else was pleasant. Yet, freedom was paramount. "Did the queen summon you alone again today?" Daisy inquired softly, lying beside Dennis. Dennis admired her hair, a delicate golden hue. Unlike the bizarre and unnatural powders used by the witch instructors, Daisy's long hair was a natural beauty, and she exuded a subtle fragrance reminiscent of the sea. She had once visited the seaside, just a day's journey west from Blackhammer, where her father used to take her every summer. Now, such trips were no longer possible. "Yes," Dennis replied, fatigue quickly enveloping her. The day's training had been exhausting. She had to endure twice the training of her peers, leaving her perpetually weary. "Did she say anything particularly noteworthy?" Daisy asked, her large eyes filled with concern. "Noteworthy? What do you mean?" Dennis pondered. "It seems not. The queen remains interested in my capacity to learn. Oh, by the way, the queen did indeed share something special with me today. She told me to study diligently, as she plans to arrange a husband and a position for me within the kingdom." Dennis spoke softly, wary of being overheard. "My dear sister, you must be cautious of her. I've heard our queen harbors some unspeakable secrets," Daisy said, her expression darkening. She gazed at Dennis, not with condescension, but with genuine warmth and concern. "What kind of secrets?" Dennis inquired. "Do you know why our queen has lived for so long, yet remains so youthful?" Daisy whispered, lowering her voice to a barely audible murmur. "Those who study advanced magic typically extend their lifespans, do they not?" "No, you are too naive. The longevity granted by magic is at most a few decades to a century. Yet, our ice queen has surpassed even that. It is said she has employed dreadful sorcery, transforming herself into a bloodthirsty monster." "A bloodthirsty monster?" "Indeed, it is rumored that the ice queen sustains herself on fresh blood." "You mean she is?" Dennis began to speak, but was interrupted by Daisy, who winked at her, signaling that some things were better left unspoken, and to not reveal her thoughts. The Magic Academy was rife with prying eyes. Externally, they appeared as the kingdom's elite, enviable witches. Yet, the older apprentices understood the truth. They were merely prisoners of the queen, and this opulent palace was their gilded cage. Chapter 76. Training, establishing camps, constructing walls, and digging defensive fortifications. Ever since Rod triumphed over the challenger, he firmly secured his position as the leader of the Norskar tribe, simultaneously initiating a comprehensive program of militarized training. The true battlefield is one of ever-changing dynamics. A competent soldier must master a myriad of skills. The Norskar people possess formidable survival capabilities in the wilderness, particularly within forested terrains. However, the battlefield is not exclusively a forest. It may consist of plains, hills, mountains, or lakes. To combat various terrains and enemies, Rod mandated that they acquire a broad spectrum of skills. His previous drills and formation were merely preparations for future large-scale battles. Although smaller skirmishes often called for these formations as well, for teamwork invariably outweighs solitary combat, unless one possesses legendary prowess that allows for unparalleled feats. despite murmurs of discontent. The Norskar warriors diligently adhered to Rod's stringent demands, learning the essential skills of camping and fortification. Previously, their outdoor excursions typically involved sleeping directly on the ground or in trees, or erecting a rudimentary tent covered with reeds to endure the night. Rod's requirements, however, stipulated that prior to each encampment, they must first construct walls, then dig traps, and finally set up tents. This method is exceedingly prudent. With these defensive structures in place, they could rest peacefully at night. Notably, among the numerous lords of the borderlands, none employed such tactics, as the training is laborious, often deemed troublesome even by the lords themselves. Indeed, scarcely anyone in the entirety of Kislev demanded such discipline from their soldiers. Such rigorous militarized training is typically reserved for the elite regular troops of the Empire's central provinces. Yet, Rod insisted upon such an approach. These Norskar warriors are destined to evolve into versatile soldiers. One day, their speed and skill in construction will surpass even the most adept builders. Their combat abilities will rank among the strongest in all of Kislev. Upon returning from the capital, Kislev City, Rod was profoundly impressed by the Kreml guard of the Bangeda Palace. Clad in black armor and wielding heavy axes and long shields, or dual-handed battle axes, they were formidable royal sentinels capable of facing 10 foes at once. When under surveillance, Queen Katerina dispatched only 2 Kreml guards, a testament to their formidable strength. Rod aimed to train this cadre of Norskar into similarly elite warriors. In establishing camps and constructing defensive works, Rod first instructed them to select suitable locations. The campsite must be near a water source and have trees and grasses for firewood. The ground should ideally be of moderate firmness, conducive to digging foundations. Typically, this entails first excavating a shallow trench and then piling the excavated earth to form a rudimentary earthen wall. The trench can be set with traps, such as spikes or sharpened stakes, ensuring that any approaching beasts will fall in, alerting the camp's inhabitants. With walls as a barrier, the soldiers would have ample time to rise and confront the enemy. In the forested realms of Kislev and the Empire, such encampments are crucial, as many armies and soldiers do not perish in direct combat, but rather succumb to nighttime ambushes. Humans possess inferior night vision compared to beasts, making this a prudent measure to alert the slumbering to imminent danger. Naturally, this applies to flat terrains. In mountainous regions, one must also consider wind direction, slopes, and escape routes. In hilly areas, camping atop a hill is preferable if a water source is unavailable, as it allows for better surveillance of the surroundings, enabling early detection of threats. However, if a water source exists in a valley, one must balance both needs. The optimal solution would be to construct a protective corridor connecting the lower water source to the elevated campsite, though this is an arduous task. The workload is substantial. Such operations are seldom seen outside the Imperial Regular Army. The training in encampment coincided with formation drills, mutually reinforcing the Norskar warriors' rigorous regimen. Meanwhile, others ventured deeper into the forest for hunting. They alternated their activities, continually honing their diverse skills. Following the training, Rod visited Caroline's experimental field to inquire about the cultivation of ice peppers, which would become the primary source of income for Blackhammer Fortress, a project of paramount importance to Rod. As a scarce resource, the price of ice peppers surpasses that of gold. This is no mere jest. Should the cultivation succeed, the financial standing of Blackhammer Fortress would ascend significantly. They require no fertilizers, as their roots instinctively grow deep to seek the frost energy buried within the soil. The land in this vicinity is quite favorable, with an 80% chance of successful cultivation. Naturally, in frost regions, the yield would be even more robust. Caroline passionately showcased the experimental garden, which was safeguarded under a barrier of frost. Under the influence of frost magic, the ice peppers thrived, known only to a select few, as the project was confidential. What a peculiar variety, remarked Chief Night Vigil. Indeed, and these plants have varying lifespans. Over time, they grow larger, their roots expanding immensely, even reaching the frost layer. The larger the ice pepper plant, the more valuable it becomes, as it absorbs significant amounts of frost energy, enhancing its potency, Caroline elucidated, embodying the essence of a scholar, botanist, and ice pepper expert. Just 2 months prior, such a notion would have been unfathomable. Does it require watering? Murrows inquired curiously. Yes, but only a little. A mere touch will suffice. In truth, frost itself is water, merely frozen. The ice peppers can absorb moisture in their own unique way. They do not demand much sunlight, Caroline explained, plucking a leaf from an ice pepper plant. Observe, its leaves are white, unlike the typical green of ordinary plants. Chapter 77. The New Adversary, Part 1. A commendable harvest, my friend. As the flying giant returned from the Nord territory, Rod once again amassed a substantial bounty of gold coins and provisions. The golden crowns and silver shillings would suffice to pay the workers, while the food could be stored for the winter. The geographical conditions surrounding Blackhammer Fortress often resulted in a scarcity of food. Even though the northern territories could cultivate their own crops, the persistent threats posed by beastmen, ratmen, and greenskins, coupled with the harsh climate, meant that the farmers' yields were frequently poor. Often, just as they were about to harvest, their crops would be raided by beastmen or ratmen. Compared to the northern lands of Kislev, the peasants in the empire led relatively fortunate lives. Rod aimed to stockpile more food before the arrival of the evil month. The cement walls were nearing completion, and if they could withstand the assault of beastmen and werewolves during this year's evil month, then Blackhammer Fortress would truly become a sanctuary in the eyes of the common folk. This would encourage a steady influx of civilians, offering hope for development. My lord, I procured some exquisite Bartonian wine in the city of Prun from the Nord territory. It is said to have been aged underground for 2 centuries. Only the great nobles of Bartonia are privileged to enjoy it, Captain Roberts exclaimed. Months of maritime trade had significantly increased his wealth, bringing him nearly to par with his former life as a smuggler. Given the current salary from Rod and the profits from each trade, his assets would likely double within 6 months. Furthermore, he no longer had to live in fear. He was now conducting legitimate business on behalf of the Lady of Kislev, free from the trepidation of smuggling and bribing imperial officials. That sounds splendid. Thank you, Roberts, Rod replied graciously, uncorking the bottle and instructing a servant to pour a glass for everyone present to sample. It is my honor, my lord. I noticed the new city wall upon entering. Is it genuine? Without a doubt, it is real. Is it magic? Or something else? Roberts asked, puzzled and curious. It is, astonishingly marvelous. With this wall, the sense of security among the people will be greatly enhanced. Without question, I have noticed a marked increase in the number of people seeking a living at Blackhammer Fortress in recent months, Rod noted. Year on year? Month on month? What do those terms mean? Roberts inquired, furrowing his brow. Month on month refers to a comparison with the previous month, while year on year means a comparison with the same time last year. Accurate statistics require comprehensive data collection and comparison, allowing the truth to be discerned from the numbers. The old captain, Roberts, nodded knowingly after hearing this. Just as the convivial atmosphere was settling in, the sound of hurried footsteps from a messenger echoed from outside. Without needing to guess, Rod understood that such urgency signified a new discovery by the sentinels, relaying intelligence directly to this location. My lord, the army has encountered new foes, the guard reported, his expression solemn. What manner of new foes? Rod turned, calmly inquiring. Rod gestured for the guard to speak freely. Those present were trustworthy companions. The small room housed only a few. Chief Knight Virgil, who had defended the fortress until the last during the Battle of the Evil Month, the Ranger Lawrence, who had traversed the land with Rod to procure ice pepper seeds for Kislev, and who had almost become Rod's steward, Serta, captain of the Norska Raiders and Rod's deputy, who had once shielded Rod from harm in the Black Forest campaign, and the old Captain Roberts, who had enjoyed a comfortable life alongside the Lord of Blackhammer Fortress. These individuals were indeed trustworthy. My lord, it is the swamp creatures. They have appeared in the Black Forest, approximately 5 days' journey from the border, the guard stated. Concern etched on his face. How many? Perhaps 100 or 200, or even more. The swamp creatures, these amphibious beasts, typically resided in remote marshes far from human settlements. They rarely ventured out, but their appearance in areas of human activity suggests a dire food shortage has forced them to seek sustenance in the forest. Essentially, they are akin to beastmen, both being chaos-worshipping monsters, yet the numbers of swamp creatures are pitifully few compared to beastmen. Nevertheless, when faced with a group of such bizarre amphibious beings, any normal individual would feel trepidation. These beasts infiltrated the forest, and our people were entirely unaware. They are fortunate, Serta remarked nonchalantly. Do not underestimate them, Serta. The swamp creatures seldom appear, and our understanding of them is limited, Rod cautioned. They have only appeared in the forest and are not advancing towards the fortress. They pose no immediate threat. Perhaps we can afford to ignore them, Virgil suggested. However, the common folk will be unsettled, and the lumber teams will be filled with dread. My lord, do you mean to actively engage them and drive them from the forest? Why not? We require a genuine victory. We have always been on the defensive. This time, we must take the initiative. Since they have intruded upon our territory, we will respond accordingly, Rod declared with a serious expression. Chapter 78, A New Adversary, Part 2. As news of the offensive against the swamp monsters spread, the warriors of Norska could hardly contain their excitement. They roared with fervor, raising their weapons to strike against their shields, unleashing long-buried fury. Prolonged periods of hunting and training had drained their last vestiges of enthusiasm, creating an urgent need for a genuine battle to satiate their inner desires. Thus, on a sun-drenched morning, a formidable hunting party composed of Norskan raiders and Kislev militia once again ventured into the northern Black Forest, in search of the elusive dark creatures. The hounds barked with enthusiasm as they darted deep into the forest, while a vanguard of Norskan hunters broke away from the main force to pursue the trail of the swamp monsters. The remaining hunters formed a long line, advancing slowly through the woodland. To this end, Rod entrusted the standing forces to Virgil once more. Blackhammer Fortress could not be left unguarded. Originally, Rod had intended to keep Caroline at the castle to oversee the ice peppers while assisting in the fortress's defense. However, Caroline, being the Frost Witch, was not one to be constrained by anyone, not even her father's commands, let alone Rod's. She insisted on accompanying the expedition to witness the legendary swamp monsters for herself. Rod, exasperated, found that forbidding her was futile. She always found a way to infiltrate the ranks. Thus, he had no choice but to take her along. That night, while encamped, Rod unfurled the forest map drawn by the scholar. It was a local map, covering an area roughly between the southern Troll Mountains and the northern Blackhammer Fortress, essentially a minuscule portion of Kislev, merely the tip of the iceberg in the grand scheme of the old world. However, the small map had its advantages. It was meticulously detailed, even delineating the road networks, which was crucial for marching. As for its accuracy, it was quite commendable. Rod was well aware of the map's origins, having witnessed its creation firsthand. The area from the Black Forest to the Troll Mountains had previously been unmapped, but after 2 months of hunting operations, the Norskans had thoroughly explored the entirety of the Black Forest, allowing the scholar to produce this map based on their descriptions. The map clearly marked mountains, roads, water sources, clearings, and areas frequented by beastmen. Once the map was completed, the scholar even applied colors. Green indicated fully developed regions where humans had established a foothold and posed little threat, predominantly surrounding the Blackhammer Fortress. Red denoted dangerous areas teeming with wild creatures, including skinning wolves and beastmen, typically dense forests that remained undeveloped, providing excellent cover for dark beings. Yellow represented transitional zones between the two, areas that were under development yet threatened by beasts. Such a clear map would be invaluable to intelligence units in the Empire or Kislev, with some generals or adventurers willing to pay a handsome price for it. Moreover, the pigments used were resistant to long-term solidification. The cartographers possessed a fading agent, a chemical substance that, once applied, would make all the pigments vanish, turning red to white and green to white, only to revert to red again. It was an excellent tool for cartography. From the feedback received from the rangers, it appeared that the swamp monsters had been primarily roaming near the Lauren camp over the past few days, only 2 days' journey away, provided they remained stationary. Otherwise, given the speed of these water creatures, they would only drift further from reach. Seated at the center of the grand tent, Rod spread the map before him, his finger tracing the deep yellow area. The Lauren camp was primarily a woodland encampment for hunters and logging crews, serving as their resting place. Since the emergence of the swamp monsters, lumberjacks and hunters had vacated the area. Now, it was the site most infested by the swamp creatures. They seemed brainless, lacking any semblance of strategy, Ironclaw added. They're merely a horde of mindless water monsters. Do not be so dismissive. They once flourished and were favored by the chaotic demons. Serta interjected. The Norskans possessed a deeper understanding of these dark beings. However, their decline allowed humans to become their replacements, serving as vessels of chaotic corruption, just like my homeland, where every creature, including humans, venerates the chaotic gods. Serta spoke with a tinge of melancholy and resignation. Indeed, Norska was once a pristine land, where its wild and untamed inhabitants conquered the cold, desolate terrain through bravery, tenacity, and indomitable spirit. Yet, proximity to the chaotic wasteland meant that each time chaos descended, they were the first to be tainted. Millennia have eroded the last remnants of Norscan pride, leaving the homeland nearly entirely populated by followers of chaos. Few remain like Serta, who traversed between the Claw Sea and the southern coast as raiders. They possess intelligence, believe me. They are not so easily subdued. And I suspect the emergence of the swamp monsters is not mere coincidence, Serta continued, moving closer to the map, drawing his sword to point at the northernmost edge. There lay a dark domain, the forest's edge, at the foot of the Troll Mountains. In that instant, Rod was struck by a vivid recollection of a strange dream he had experienced on the night of the dark moon, where he had envisioned that very place, the last known location of the bear spirit. What is that? Caroline inquired. First, you must understand that the swamp monsters are not a species fond of venturing out. In fact, their numbers are exceedingly sparse, dwelling primarily in swamps and lakes. They conjure mist through sorcery to conceal their territory, a reclusive race. I suspect the invasion of a more powerful being has forced these swamp creatures to abandon their lands, heading south in search of new habitats and sustenance. Serta's words sent a shiver down the spines of those present. Chapter 79, Jungle Encirclement Charge. Annihilate them. Perhaps due to the absence of scouts or sentinels, the wild creatures showed no inclination to flee until the Norscan warriors under Rod approached the swamp beasts. These monstrous beings continued to consume everything they had acquired, utterly oblivious to the looming peril surrounding them. Rod led the charge, brandishing his warhammer high. As he surged into the camp, the metallic hammer gleamed with a blinding brilliance, and with one powerful swing, he sent a feeding swamp beast flying. Fragments of food and shattered bones scattered across the ground. Following the Lord of Blackhammer Fortress was a horde of bloodthirsty Norscan warriors, eager for battle and craving blood, exhibiting a ferocity surpassing that of the wild beasts in the forest. The barbarian captain, Serta, trailed closely behind Rod. After Rod felled the first swamp creature, Serta's heavy axe cleaved another lesser swamp beast that dared to resist. The grotesque creature was instantly split in half, its entrails spilling forth from its grotesque form. However, as formidable as these two lords were, the remaining Norscans lacked such overwhelming power. Against the towering swamp beasts, standing over 2.5 meters tall, most humans required cooperative effort to bring them down. The primary distinction of swamp beasts from the beastmen lay in their tough carapaces, which boasted defensive capabilities comparable to shields. Common weaponry was insufficient to breach their armored shells. Thus, Rod had equipped all Norscan warriors with armor-piercing weaponry, such as iron hammers, stone maces, and heavy axes. Caught off guard by the ambush, the swamp beasts abandoned their meals to confront the hunters. Arrows inflicted minimal damage upon them. Only brutal hand-to-hand combat could vanquish these foes. The extensive training endured by the Norscans over the past 2 months finally bore fruit in this battle. Although their assault was sudden, the combat unfolded with remarkable order amidst the chaos. Each squad executed their roles with precision. After a volley of thrown spears, the shield-bearers moved in, their heavy shields crashing against the enemy, while sharp hammers and axes descended from above. Those swamp beasts possessed formidable individual combat abilities. They appeared feeble and ineffectual against the well-trained and inherently combative Norscan warriors. After the last of the spears were thrown, Rod and the nearby Norscan warriors surged forward. The Lord of Blackhammer Fortress evaded a thrust from a swamp beast spear and retaliated with a hammer blow aimed at its head. The massive swamp beast staggered back, narrowly avoiding the strike, before lunging forward with its spear once more. Rod swept aside the spear tip with his warhammer and, with a fierce roar, charged in, landing a punch squarely on the creature's face. The cold, hard skin of the beast was disconcerting to Rod, yet, being a creature of flesh and blood, it succumbed to the impact, momentarily dazed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Rod swung his warhammer and shattered the creature's skull, blood and brain matter spilling forth from the fractured cranium. Behind Rod, the Ranger Ironclaw unleashed arrows, but against the heavily armored units, the arrows proved negligible, serving merely to harass. Ironclaw's long arrows struck the leader of the swamp beasts, yet the sharp tips merely ricocheted off, failing to penetrate even the surface. In that instant, 2 robust Norscan raiders charged forth, taking advantage of the leader's distraction. They tackled the creature to the ground, and a heavy, short mace delivered a fatal blow. Before the creature could evade, the mace crashed into its eye socket, causing blood to gush forth from the hollow. Despite the overwhelming numbers, exceeding 100, the swamp beasts gradually succumbed under the orchestrated onslaught of the Blackhammer warriors. The chaotic battle swiftly drew to a close. Remaining swamp beasts gathered, their eyes no longer filled with bloodlust, but instead reflecting a glimmer of fear. Shield wall. Rod swiftly issued the command for encirclement. Under unified command, all Norscan warriors formed a circle, shields facing inward, steadily compressing the swamp beast's position and shrinking the battlefield. The imposing stature of the Norscans, coupled with their dense shield wall, transformed the swamp beasts into trapped predators. They roared and battered against the shield wall, yet the more frenzied their attacks became, the swifter their demise. The corpses of the swamp beasts piled beneath the Norscan shield wall, becoming grotesque heaps of mangled flesh, while viscous blood mingled with mud, staining the ground a deep crimson. However, they were not mere beasts. Under the new leader's command, the remaining swamp beasts began their desperate bid for escape. The half-dozen swamp beasts rallied together and launched a fierce assault against the Norscan shield wall, 50 of them crashing into the formation until, at last, a thin fissure appeared. The human infantry that fell to the ground were mercilessly trampled. A dozen Norscans met their end beneath the feet of the fleeing swamp beasts. Chase! Rod commanded decisively. The Norscan hunting party swiftly regrouped and began the pursuit. They roared and howled like wild men, engaging in a frenzied chase through the jungle after the cornered swamp beasts. However, at that moment, a peculiar, dense fog swiftly enveloped the battlefield. The white mist seemed to be driven by some arcane force, rapidly spreading throughout the forest. Hundreds of Norscans found themselves lost in the swirling mist, resulting in disarray as they collided with one another, nearly injuring their comrades in the process. Gather! Norscans stumbled and gathered around Rod, the mist, laden with moisture, soaking their armor. Voices of irritation and complaints began to permeate the jungle. Send the hounds after them, Serta suggested. Yet Rod knew such advice would yield no effect. Release the hounds, and can you even see where they run? Rod retorted, leaving Serta momentarily speechless. Fortunately, such chaos did not ensue, as the anguished howls of the swamp beasts continued to echo from the depths of the forest. Chapter 80. The Butcher, Part 1. With a razor-sharp, double-bladed battle-axe in hand, an unparalleled combat prowess fueled by fervent passion, the diminutive butcher brought fear to the fleeing denizens of the dark marshes. The towering creatures, no less than twice his height, fell before him like mere shadows. With a thunderous roar, Bogol cleaved the ankle of a lowly marsh beast, swiftly following with a second axe that struck deep into its other foot. Scarlet blood splattered across his face, igniting a profound sense of satisfaction within him. As he drew his axe from the creature's body, he mercilessly split open its abdomen, viscera spilling forth in a gruesome display. Amidst the agonized wails, he set his sights on the next target. Butchers, a rare breed among dwarves, are distinguished by their extraordinary martial abilities and fiery zeal. They traverse forests and mountains in search of worthy adversaries, desiring nothing more than a glorious death amidst the carnage of battle. Indeed, one could consider them machines of slaughter, perpetually engaged in combat, relentlessly seeking worthy opponents. On the battlefield, these stout warriors forego heavy armor, preferring to bear their arms and wield the finest weaponry, aiming to dispatch foes with lethal efficiency. They are bloodthirsty beasts, relentless in their fury, hacking enemies into pieces until not even necromantic spells can resurrect them. They are butchers, seeking death in battle to expunge their past shames. Each butcher carries a unique tale, having once been an ordinary individual, much like any other dwarf, boasting tales of bravado over fine ale, engaging in skirmishes, and unearthing treasures in the mines. Often, it is a profound trauma that drives them down this bloody path. They disregard all rules and constraints. Their earlier lives may have been mundane, yet upon embracing the title of butcher, they pour their entire essence into the fray, ceaselessly roaming the world in search of the mightiest adversaries. To fall gloriously in battle is the ultimate aspiration of every dwarf butcher. Bogol is one such figure. Born in the city of Dulong, he was a member of the Dulong expedition team. Once a ranger, he utilized his skills to assist comrades in exploring uncharted territories and gathering intelligence. However, during an exploration of the Troll Mountains, he and his companions encountered the formidable Troll King, Salongar. The king's immense strength decimated his allies, leaving Bogol grievously wounded. Left to languish in a cave, awaiting death, he found himself spared. After enduring a week within that dark refuge, he was rescued by a subsequent dwarven expedition. Yet, the encounter with the Troll King haunted him. He could not shake the memory of his fallen comrades, and he felt profound shame for surviving when they did not. A month later, having healed, he resolutely abandoned his ranger life to become a butcher. He sold his beloved crossbow and liquidated all his assets in Geelong, commissioning the crafting of 2 double-bladed battle axes from the Artisan Guild. Armed with these weapons, Bogle embarked on an irrevocable path of slaughter, traversing between Geelong and the Troll Mountains, descending southward to hunt his prey. A horde of marsh creatures could not withstand his relentless onslaught and fled for their lives. Yet, Bogle was not one to relinquish his hard-won glory. He withdrew his axe from the back of a fallen creature and, with tremendous effort, hurled it forth. The sharp blade spun wildly through the air, striking a marsh beast with a resounding thud, blood erupting from its body as it fell lifelessly to the ground, its form decaying like putrid muck soaked in water for days. When Rod and his main force arrived, they found the dwarf butcher seated atop the corpse of a slain marsh creature, meticulously wiping his cherished battle axe, which bore remnants of blood and shattered innards. The sight left Rod's Nosker companions astounded, for sprawled across the muddy forest floor lay at least 6 or 7 corpses of the formidable marsh beasts. Known for their immense strength and size, these dark creatures posed a significant challenge, often requiring 3 trained soldiers to barely best one. Yet, this dwarf had single-handedly slaughtered no fewer than 6. Rod was beginning to grasp the formidable power that stood before him. He could easily rival a Minotaur lord. "Humans, tell me, what brings you to this place?" Came a low growl from the butcher, Bogle. His orange-hued, mohawk-like hair billowed in the wind, resembling an extravagant comb, making him all the more conspicuous. His body was adorned with various tattoos, and the muscles glistened with the grotesque blood of the marsh creatures, rendering him an anomaly among dwarves, though the Nosker could readily identify him as a butcher. Simultaneously, the dwarves recognized that these marsh hunters were indeed Noskerans. The dwarves harbored a poor impression of the Nosker, as their allegiance to the 4 chaos gods had branded them as symbols of darkness and evil. Thus, upon their meeting, Rod sensed a palpable tension in the air. What business does a dwarf have in the dark forest? Should you not be mining in a cave with your companions? The expressions of both parties were grim. The dwarf butcher rose from the corpse, his axe nearly gleaming with the light of 1,000 stars after thorough cleaning. Meanwhile, Celta placed a hand upon his weapon. Had they not just fought side by side against the marsh beasts, a confrontation would likely have ensued. "Speak respectfully, no scarin'. Do not mistake your numbers for power. I will not flee. Should another contemptuous word slip from your lips, my axe will sever your head to serve as a drinking vessel." Bogle approached, his magnificent red beard cascading nearly to his navel, a symbol of status and dignity among dwarves. Celta was on the verge of drawing his axe when Rod intervened, halting their futile exchange. "We hail from Kislev, from Blackhammer Fortress. We thank you for ridding us of those marsh creatures. I am Rod, Lord of Blackhammer Fortress." Rod stepped forward, removing his gloves to extend his blood-stained right hand in greeting. Chapter 81. The Butcher, Part 2. Bogle, the stout dwarf, extended his right hand. As their hands clasped together, Rod could perceive the fiery wrath of vengeance reflected in the dwarf's eyes. "Pray tell, why do you hunt these swamp creatures? Rarely do humans initiate an attack against such beings. They are of no value, and you risk your lives, do you not?" Bogle settled himself down, unfastening his flask, and took hearty swigs from it. After each battle, such indulgence was essential. It allowed them to momentarily forget the taste of fear and slaughter. As when the next battle approached, everything felt reborn. "Indeed, we may perish, yet our people shall feel secure, if only the dark creatures did not lurk within this forest." "People? Your subjects?" Bogle inquired, offering his flask. "Yes, my subjects. The north is not safe, and thus, I must endeavor to make it so," Rod replied, taking a sip of the dwarf's strong liquor. It must be said, dwarves are masters of brewing. 1 flask is worth 3. The potency of their spirits far exceeded that of human brews, and Rod suspected the alcohol content surpassed 50%. A single gulp ignited a fiery sensation down his throat, searing all the way to his stomach. He felt as if he could breathe fire if ignited at that moment. "Do you truly believe the North can be made safe?" "That hope has long since faded. Perhaps a century ago it was feasible, but now, impossible. I have roamed this forest for months, and the number of dark beings has evidently increased. This is but a harbinger of chaos's rise. One day, we shall all meet our demise. It is merely a matter of time. Bogol thrust his battle axe into the earth and continued. To perish on the battlefield is a warrior's honor. You, I can see, are a robust and formidable fighter. And what of those Norscans behind you? Might you enlighten me regarding their origins? Bogol had spent his life wandering, encountering many realms of humanity. Kislev, the Empire, Britannia, where he had friends aplenty. Yet, he had never encountered someone quite like Rod. The butcher proceeded with his inquiries, his expressions animated, brimming with an inexhaustible vivacity. Such exuberance was typical of dwarfs, and the butcher epitomized the fervent spirit of his kin. They possessed an endless well of energy and an unwavering optimism. Otherwise, the anguish of losing loved ones would have rendered them lifeless. What manner of person am I? Rod retorted. They scrutinized each other, yet shared a mutual admiration. If circumstances permitted, Bogol would eagerly challenge this remarkable human lord. He was indeed unique. Similarly, Rod found the dwarf before him to be exceptional, a courageous soul, unafraid to embrace challenges. You have employed the Norscans. Nay, not employed. They have joined my ranks of their own volition, fighting for me as free men. Rod spoke calmly. No Norscan would fight for a southerner without recompense. They are wild wolves, untamable beasts. At that moment, the Norscan warriors behind Rod clenched their fists. But he swiftly intervened. We are all beasts. You slay dark creatures, eradicate all beings related to trolls. If that is not beastly, then what is? All right, I concede that beast may indeed suit us. However, if you choose not to speak of it, I possess no interest in prying into others' affairs, Bogol replied, taking another swig from his flask. The vessel bore no insignia, and Rod speculated it was likely inferior liquor purchased from a market stall. The butcher had little desire for luxury. His sole purpose in life was to die gloriously in battle. As long as he did not perish from hunger or thirst, he was content. They do not worship the chaotic gods, Rod stated, dispelling the dwarf's apprehensions. I know, yet I still harbor a disdain for the Norscans. The decisions of our ancestors do not dictate the choices of all. Rod reaffirmed. Very well, we need not debate this matter endlessly, shall we? You are in search of swamp demons, and coincidentally, so am I. That is the crux of the matter. The butcher wiped the remnants of alcohol from his lips, his expression one of satisfaction. Indeed, I know you seek a glorious death in battle, while we simply wish to safeguard the north. No dark creatures shall be permitted within my domain. Then our objectives align, the butcher declared. You were shrouded by that mist earlier. Hence you could not pursue the water monsters. It was the swamp wizard's magic. Are you well acquainted with them? Rod pressed. I have been hunting these water monsters for months. Bogol boasted, pride emanating from him. Then lead us to these creatures. Agreed, but I have a condition. Confound it. You demand conditions for hunting swamp monsters. At last, one of the Norscan warriors beside Rod could restrain himself no longer. In their eyes, the dwarf was excessively verbose. Of course, without me, you would struggle to find them. Bogol shrugged nonchalantly, provoking a desire to strike him. Yet Rod understood this was simply the dwarf's nature. Do you expect to single-handedly confront a horde of swamp monsters? Celta retorted, unimpressed. Why not? You witnessed me fell 6 water monsters alone. I would not mind facing another dozen. The more there are, the greater my chance for a glorious death. The butcher's words left everyone speechless. Yet Rod knew he was capable. He would indeed act upon it. Life held no meaning for him. Slaughter and battle were the only motivations for survival. What are your conditions? Rod asked impatiently. Room and board will suffice. And it would be best to have some liquor as well, Bogol replied, turning to him with a smile. Such terms were a mere bargain for Rod. Considering the combat prowess of this dwarf butcher, he was worth the strength of 10 Norscan raiders, yet required no wages, only sustenance and shelter. This was an exceptional deal. Thus, Rod promptly acquiesced to Bogol's request. Agreed. Rod rose, speaking earnestly. Chapter 82. The Butcher, Part 2. Hey, that little fellow, have you had enough to eat? After recruiting the butcher Bogol into their ranks, Rod and his companions pressed northward in search of the lair of the marsh monsters. Initially, it was agreed that they would provide for Bogol's meals and lodging. However, the dwarf's appetite was astonishing. Each meal consumed nearly 3 times the ration of an average person. Although he was not picky about his food, such voracity sparked discontent among the others. Compounding the issue was the fact that he had not contributed to the hunt, only consuming what was provided, thus offering no assistance to the group's provisions. For a full hour, Rod and his band of Norscan warriors sat idly, watching him devour bread smeared with sardine paste, wild greens, and ham. He continued to gorge himself, entirely oblivious to the impatient glances of those around him. Eventually, Serta could no longer endure the cacophony of his chewing and shouted at the butcher, "Oh, not yet. If possible, I still require 3 more hams. 2 slices of bread. Make sure to add the fish paste, and 2 bottles of beer. Enough. What else can you do besides eat? You can't even catch a rabbit. Why do you have to make such demands here?" Serta's voice reverberated. The surrounding Norscans glared at the dwarf butcher with hostility, their azure eyes fixed upon the red-haired little man, as if they were poised to devour him whole. Yet, the dwarf appeared utterly unfazed by the tension, continuing to chew heartily, juices from the ham dribbling down his chin. He wiped the grease from his mouth, stood with a protruding belly, and declared, "When I was a hunter, you were still in your mother's womb. What does it matter if I consume a few more hams? Is that all the Norscan raiders are capable of? Struggling to catch a wild boar?" At that moment, Rod stepped forward once more. Managing a group is no small feat. Although his subordinates were formidable warriors, they hailed from disparate tribes and races, their cultural differences and historical grievances often breeding conflict. "My lord, allow me to teach this little dwarf a lesson. His mouth is far too unclean." "I shall show him how to behave," Serta implored. Meanwhile, Bogle stood defiantly, disregarding the Norscan's challenge. Rod suspected this provocation was intentional. After 3 days without conflict, perhaps they sought a means to vent their pent-up frustration. With the Norscans incensed by the dwarf's arrogance, Rod reluctantly acquiesced to Serta's challenge. They would duel with sharpened weapons. Standing on the sidelines, Rod genuinely feared that such a confrontation would result in unnecessary casualties. The world of Warhammer was not akin to that of Warcraft. The clergy were more inclined to offer prayers and spiritual solace, rather than heal physical wounds with a mere casting of holy light. Thus, duels were often bloody affairs. And regardless of the victor, both would be left nursing their injuries. However, the Norscans had already been provoked by the dwarf butcher, and denying them this clash would likely only stoke their fury further. Soon, the two were swinging their weapons, engaging in fierce combat. Serta, the son of a fallen chieftain, had undergone rigorous training in martial combat since childhood and had experience as a pirate, hunter, and mercenary, making his mastery of battle techniques formidable. Rod had yet to witness Bogle in action, and this was an opportune moment to gauge the butcher's prowess. Their weapons collided in midair, sparks flying as the impact reverberated through the air, sending them both stumbling back a few steps. Clearly, the barbarian Serta had not anticipated that the dwarf, who barely reached his chest in height, possessed such explosive strength, while Bogle seemed yet to fully engage in the fight, perhaps still hampered by his recent overindulgence. He belched repeatedly, a display deemed contemptuous and disgraceful by the Norscans. Before his opponent could regain his footing, Serta roared and lunged once more. He struck like a ferocious tiger, each blow aimed to incapacitate, wielding his dual-headed axe with lethal precision. Yet, the dwarf butcher effortlessly evaded each strike. Serta's axe came crashing down, but Bogle deftly leaped aside, avoiding the savage assault. Each time Serta charged, the butcher nimbly sidestepped, inciting the ire of the onlooking Norscans, who denounced the dwarf's cowardice. Yet, Rod discerned that the butcher was neither cowardly nor weak. He was merely toying with his opponent, engaging in a game. His skills far surpassed Serta's, and he possessed the strength to easily overpower him. A mere block of Serta's mightiest swing with one hand was enough to demonstrate Bogle's superiority. The dwarf's axe showed no sign of tremor. "Your strength and speed are commendable, but your intentions are all too apparent, making them easy to decipher." Bogle casually critiqued Serta's combat style while drifting along the edge of the battlefield. The more he taunted, the angrier the barbarian captain became. Ignoring the dwarf's jibes, Serta swung his axe again, only for Bogle to bend and evade once more. Each attack was preceded by a mighty roar, yet they failed to connect. "Curse you!" Serta bellowed, infuriated. He charged like a beast once more, his massive axe nearly striking the dwarf. Yet, the butcher always managed to evade at the perfect moment, sidestepping as the Norscan's axe fell harmlessly beside him. In a sudden burst of motion, Bogle lunged forward, his small frame transforming into a powerful force, and in the blink of an eye collided with Serta, who was nearly 2 meters tall and as robust as an ox, sending him crashing to the ground, his weapon flying from his grasp. As Serta struggled to rise, Bogle swiftly positioned himself before the barbarian captain, pressing the keen edge of his axe against Serta's throat, rendering him immobile. Serta realized he had lost. All his frenzied strikes paled in comparison to the dwarf's opportunistic precision. Had this been a battlefield, your head would have rolled. After securing victory, the dwarf butcher sheathed his weapon, brimming with pride, and extended his right hand to Serta. I am simply more skilled. There is no shame in defeat, he proclaimed. Despite the Norscan's lingering dissatisfaction with the dwarf's hubris, they reluctantly agreed to a temporary truce. My lord, what do you think? Is my combat prowess satisfactory? We had an agreement. I would assist you in eliminating the marsh monsters, while you would provide for my sustenance. A powerful warrior requires ample food to sustain his vigor, does he not? After pulling Serta to his feet, Bogle turned to Rod, smiling as he inquired. Quite adequate, Rod replied. However, he is but one man. He cannot carry the burden alone. Nonetheless, I have already envisioned a role for this butcher named Bogle in my mind. He shall serve as the vanguard in battle, tearing through enemy lines with his fervor and axe, while matters of defense remain beyond his concern. Chapter 83. The Dark Marsh. The denizens of the marsh are not solely those brutish creatures wielding hefty stone hammers. In truth, they encompass a myriad of forms: the dark mud beasts, the dwellers, the sludge horrors, the bone gnashers, and even the marsh sorcerers. What you have encountered thus far are merely the lesser beings of this species, predominantly the dark mud beasts, also referred to as femur. The elusive dwellers may remain forever hidden, submerged in the deepest muck, shunning the light of day for years on end. As for the sludge horrors, they are impervious to blades and swords. Their corporeal forms are composed of sludge and decayed wood, rendering any assault with conventional weaponry nearly futile. The bone gnashers, on the other hand, are formidable giants among the marsh creatures, their size and strength far exceeding that of ordinary marsh beasts. A single strike from them could shatter your bones, and they revel in the gruesome act of gnawing on the bones of their slain prey, producing a sound that is all too ghastly. Bogle possesses a more profound understanding of the dark forest than Rod, and he has undertaken his own studies of the marsh creatures. Unlike certain deranged sorcerers with dubious intentions, the butcher's sole purpose in studying these beings is to eradicate them. Rod inquired further, knowing that understanding both oneself and the adversary ensures victory in battle. Before hunting these dark entities, he must grasp their characteristics to devise the most effective strategy. Dark sorcerers, however, cannot be categorized so simply. Every practitioner of magic harbors the potential to become a dark sorcerer. The marsh sorcerers I have encountered can be roughly divided into two categories: flame sorcerers and death sorcerers. If you are unfortunate enough to cross paths with either of these, consider yourself exceedingly unlucky. Their numbers are exceedingly rare, with typically only one per tribe. Given the already sparse population of marsh creatures, the likelihood of humans encountering them in the wild is nearly non-existent, unless, of course, one is on a deliberate quest, as we are. As the butcher spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Rod, hinting at the possibility of encountering such beings in the impending battle. Can you provide me with more intelligence about them? How do these marsh sorcerers cast their spells, engage in combat, and survive? What weaknesses do they possess? Rod inquired. If you encounter one, simply pursue and strike, Bogle replied, his small black eyes fixated on the jungle shrouded in mist. We have arrived, he murmured. Through the sunlight filtering above, Rod could faintly discern the presence of the marshland. There it lay, the enigmatic stone circle materializing through the fog. We have a fight ahead, my friend. Arm yourself and let us proceed, Bogle declared, striding boldly toward the stone circle. Wait, my lord, are you truly going in there so brazenly? It could be a trap. Rod's companions voiced their concerns. After traversing the shadowy forest for days, they had anticipated an ambush. Yet it appeared that the dwarf had no intention of lurking in the shadows, but rather sought a direct confrontation with the marsh creatures. Wait, Bogle, you cannot just walk in. Where are the creatures? Rod grasped the butcher, halting his reckless advance. Continue forward, and you shall see. They may flee, but the stone circle cannot escape, Bogle replied, a smirk of pride gracing his features. Trust me, you will soon behold the true marsh creature tribe. The group trudged through the muddy terrain, pressing onward until Bogle finally halted before the stone circle. He scrutinized the fascinating and ancient structure, which, to Rod and the Nosker people, resembled little more than a crude arrangement of massive stones. Yet within the cultural and spiritual context of the marsh creatures, this might very well represent their town. The dwarf then produced a bundle of parchment from his satchel. The frost which Caroline quickly recognized it as a magical item, an enchanted scroll. Crafted by sorcerers, such scrolls encapsulate specific spells for later use. Unlike other forms of spellcasting, the magic inscribed on these scrolls can sometimes be unleashed without the sorcerer's presence. A multitude of spells, encompassing ice, fire, and death, can be recorded, rendering the scrolls a sought-after commodity, albeit at a steep price, reflective of the intellect and labor of the sorcerers. Rod was astonished that this seemingly disheveled and impoverished dwarf possessed such an item. Standing before the stone circle, Bogle unfurled the scroll and began to recite the incantations inscribed upon it with fervor. Moments later, the scroll ignited, and the mist before them gradually dissipated, revealing towering shadows emerging from the gray haze. "Come forth, cowards. Let us engage in a glorious contest." Bogle bellowed, his eyes locked on the shadows, his axes clashing together with a resounding clang. As the shadows multiplied, a great host of marsh creatures emerged from the gloom as the scroll burned away. "Prepare for battle," Rod commanded, his voice booming. In the next instant, a multitude of marsh creatures erupted from the dark mire. Simultaneously, a green light flickered at the center of the stone circle, revealing the marsh sorcerer, their leader. Bogle added, raising his axe and charging into the fray against the bloodthirsty marsh infantry. "Attack," Rod echoed, issuing the command for a full-scale assault. Thus, two savage forces clashed in a bloody melee deep within the forest. Chapter 84, The Battle of the Sorcerers, Part 1, at the forefront. The Northcar warrior was instantly struck and sent flying by the towering swamp demon. Even the strongest of the northern humans appeared feeble before the monstrous creature. Much like what the dwarf butcher Borgle had said, what they had encountered earlier at the Lorraine camp was merely a hunting party of the swamp demons. Their true forces lie here, at the stone circle. Beneath this ancient structure lie myriad secrets. The swamp demons guarding this place are the elite. Though their heights do not greatly differ from their kin, their strength and physique belong to an entirely different caliber. Even the mightiest warrior of the Northcar, Serta, could do little more than defend himself against these dark swamp beasts. He sidestepped the Bone Crusher's hammer, swinging his double-headed axe towards its skull, only to have it deflected by the demon's wolf-toothed mace. With a wild roar, the Bone Crusher wildly swung its hammer, sweeping Serta off his feet. The barbarian warrior barely had time to react before the hammer struck his ankle, sending him tumbling to the ground with a horrific scream. The terrifying swamp demon then raised its bloodied wolf-toothed hammer, aiming for Serta's head. In a critical moment, the butcher Borgle stepped forward, blocking the demon's strike with his axe while wielding another in his left hand, hewing at the foe before him. The Bone Crusher was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the frenzied dwarf. Serta pulled himself up from the mud, his ankle nearly shattered. It was the butcher who had saved his life. Borgle roared as he attacked, his strikes wild yet lethal, targeting the demon's vulnerable spots. The towering dark swamp demon was driven back by the diminutive butcher, nearly losing its footing. It retaliated with all its might, but Borgle skillfully evaded the attack, letting out a furious roar as he launched a counteroffensive. His sharp battle axe struck the demon's abdomen, and when wrenched free, intestines and thick, viscous blood flowed from the immense wound. Before the demon could recover, the butcher pressed the attack, aiming for its thigh, only to have the demon's massive palm catch the blade, blocking it with a heavy grip. However, Borgle was unyielding. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully wrenched his axe free, severing the demon's 3 fingers, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The wounded demon howled in agony, swinging its hammer in a frenzied assault. Yet the butcher pressed forward. Sensing that his enemy was bleeding and wounded, Borgle knew it was time to deliver a fatal blow. With his right hand gripping the axe, he swept aside the Bone Crusher's weapon, while the axe in his left hand fell swiftly, severing the demon's arm. As the Bone Crusher screamed in pain, the butcher forcefully toppled it to the ground, his bloodied axe following suit, crashing down onto the demon's chest. The blade pierced directly into its heart, blood gushing forth like putrid slime, staining Borgle's face crimson. The entire stone circle descended into chaos. Hundreds of swamp demons clashed with the Northcar raiders. The terrain of the forest swamp made it impossible to form battle lines, compelling Rod to order all soldiers to fight to the death. The clang of weapons striking, the primal roars of beasts, and the anguished cries of wounded warriors filled the air, while blood and flesh rained down. Rod plunged into the fray, seizing a swamp mud monster engaged in combat with a Northcar warrior, forcefully slicing open its throat with a sharp dagger, then discarding the dying creature like refuse onto the muddy ground. However, Other Northcar warriors were not so fortunate. Not far behind Rod, one Northcar raider was seized by a diving monster, dragged into the mire amidst the terrified screams of his comrades, its strength so overwhelming that none could rescue him. Nearby, another Northcar warrior met a gruesome fate as a terrifying mire beast crushed his skull with a heavy stone hammer, the iron helmet crumpling under the force. Scarlet blood flowed from the shattered helmet. Yet even more horrifying battles lay ahead. From the center of the stone circle emerged an elder, unmistakably the leader of the entire swamp demon army, a dark sorcerer. The butcher Borgel was completely absorbed in the thrill of slaughter, utterly oblivious to the emergence of this dangerous figure, while Rod took notice. Adorned with a long string of skulls, the sorcerer was clad in thick scale armor that enveloped his form, his terrifying blood-red eyes scanning every corner of the battlefield. In his hand, a staff resembled a crimson serpent, radiating intense fiery energy. Before Rod could issue a command, the swamp sorcerer unleashed a pure magical assault. Flames ignited beneath his feet, and as his staff swung like a fiery sword, it unleashed a torrent of flame energy upon the enemy. Rod witnessed as Northcar warriors were struck by the sorcerer's flaming staff, crashing into trees, only to explode in a shower of blood and flesh upon hitting the ground, their bodies obliterated by the intense heat. Another Northcar warrior, undeterred by the formidable foe, charged at the dark sorcerer with a fierce roar. However, his strength was insufficient to vanquish this formidable opponent. The swamp sorcerer merely waved his hand, conjuring a terrifying wall of fire before him. The fiery winds engulfed the human warrior, instantly igniting him in a terrible magical blaze. The Northcar warrior, caught midair, writhed in agony as the flames mercilessly consumed his every inch of skin, turning his once pale exterior to charred black. Then, a swamp demon beside the sorcerer seized the human soldier's longsword, decapitating the writhing Northcar warrior. It sought to collect his head as a trophy, to hang it around its neck like its leader, a mark of pride in their conquest. The number of fallen human warriors beneath the stone circle continued to rise, and Rod fought valiantly to carve a path through the throng. His gaze remained fixed on the bloodthirsty dark sorcerer. At last, having felled the final dark mud monster obstructing his way, Rod stood directly before the swamp sorcerer. The sorcerer, too, recognized Rod immediately. The leader of this troop was unmistakable, clad in garb entirely distinct from theirs, from armor to weaponry, from appearance to demeanor. The swamp sorcerer locked onto Rod, and Rod, in turn, focused on him. Yet before charging forward, Rod knew he must take another action. He called out to Caroline. The Frost Witch sensed the impending danger at once. The enemy's magical potency far surpassed her own, yet as the Frost Witch, she had to advance. This was her domain, and the cold atmosphere amplified her frost spells. As Rod initiated his assault, Caroline began chanting the most powerful spell at her disposal. Countless frosts gathered beneath the Frost Witch's feet, while icy shards coalesced from the surrounding air, forming a massive ice arrow. Her eyes transformed into a terrifying shade of blue. Opposite her, the swamp sorcerer's eyes glowed a menacing red, a colossal fireball swirling in his hand, crackling ominously. Flaming skull, ice magic arrow. Almost simultaneously, the Frost Witch and the swamp sorcerer unleashed their spells. The flames coalesced into a gigantic flaming skull, hissing with a sinister grin, hurtling towards the Frost Witch. Meanwhile, the icy magic arrow, shimmering with a chilling light, soared towards the swamp sorcerer. Chapter 85. The Battle of Wizards, Part 2. A tremendous surge of arcane energy clashed violently in the air, resulting in a ferocious explosion. Flames and frost collided in a fleeting moment, generating shockwaves that toppled several nearby Northcar warriors and dark swamp creatures, sending clods of earth and dismembered bodies soaring into the air. Trees in the vicinity were shattered by the force of the energy blast, their trunks snapping like the brittle limbs of an ancient, decaying elder, the upper portions charred black while the lower halves were encased in ice. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the aftermath of the magical duel, the Northcar leader, Lord Rod Lowen of Blackhammer Fortress, had already dashed to confront the swamp wizard. It was a mystery how he evaded the tempest of spells, yet he had indeed emerged unscathed, standing resolutely before the fire-wielding sorcerer. In the name of Essen, Rod bellowed, his sharp battle axe aimed squarely at the heart of the swamp wizard. However, as a high-tier sorcerer, he was not easily vanquished. As Rod's blade surged forth with the swiftness of a predator, the swamp wizard swung his massive flaming staff in retaliation. The two formidable weapons clashed in the air, contrasting sharply with the previous display of elaborate spells. This confrontation was grounded in raw power, a stark simplicity that overshadowed the earlier elegance of Caroline's icy arrows. The black axe struck the swamp wizard's fiery staff with a resounding thud, a sound that resonated through the battlefield. The wizard summoned all his strength to parry Rod's ferocious assault. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, their faces nearly touching, muscles quivering. Rod could discern the swamp wizard's grotesque fangs and long beard, while the wizard scrutinized Rod's stern visage, distinct from that of the Norsegar. Caroline yearned to assist, yet a hulking dark mud creature barred her path. The energy expended on her earlier ice arrow had drained much of her magical reserves, rendering the frost witch unable to swiftly eliminate the lowly swamp creature before her. This defies reason, the swamp wizard exclaimed in astonishment. Typically, flames instilled fear in all beings, human or beast alike, yet this human before him displayed no such trepidation. He emerged from the flames, undeterred, even as the fire licked at his armor. Rod had sustained burns during the battle, yet this had only heightened his resilience against flames. With a roar akin to a raging bear, Rod's axe struck again. This time, the swamp wizard unleashed a full counterattack. His staff transformed into a searing firebrand, unleashing an unrelenting torrent of flames upon his assailant, each blow sending sparks flying. Rod advanced, seemingly treading upon the flames, his combat prowess rivaling that of any warrior or battle priest. Within the inferno, Rod pressed forward relentlessly while the swamp wizard maintained a steady defense. The axe blade clanged against the wooden staff, echoing through the air as Rod aimed for the wizard's head. The swamp wizard retreated a step, narrowly evading the strike while countering with a furious swing of his flaming staff, which connected with Rod's arm in a blaze of fire and smoke. This brutal impact would have consumed a lesser man, yet Rod's extraordinary constitution and armor shielded him from being engulfed. Staggering from the blow, Rod stumbled backward, giving the swamp wizard the opportunity to cast a spell. Moments later, a more intense flame erupted from the ground, ensnaring Rod's feet like a serpent. The wizard's maniacal laughter echoed as he lunged toward Rod, his bloodied maw wide open. Sweat dripped profusely from Rod's brow. In a moment of crisis, he freed his hands and chanted a prayer, the once ordinary iron axe suddenly radiating a blinding white light. To the swamp wizard's astonishment, Rod cleaved through the fiery bindings that ensnared him. In the next heartbeat, the radiant sacred axe arced toward the swamp wizard. The swamp wizard had no time to evade. His blazing staff collided violently with Rod's axe blade. The sound of splintering would reverberated through the battlefield as the ancient wizard's fire staff was cleaved in two, leaving him in a state of disbelief. This was no feat achievable by an ordinary human. The swamp wizard let out a chilling shriek, a sound unlike any previously heard, its resonance spreading like ripples across the battlefield, sending the surrounding swamp creatures trembling in fear. They understood that their leader was truly enraged, and an enraged swamp wizard would lose all reason, unleashing wrath upon every living being in sight. Indeed, after his staff was severed, the swamp wizard descended into madness. Clutching the broken pieces of his staff as dual weapons, he unleashed an even fiercer blaze from both, creating an inferno that kept all creatures at bay, friend and foe alike. Yet within the fiery abyss, Rod surged forth with renewed vigor, akin to two frenzied beasts targeting each other's vulnerabilities. Rod slammed the axe handle against the swamp wizard's head, while the wizard retaliated with his burning staff, striking Rod's wrist. Both faces contorted in pain as they traded blows, each determined to dominate the other. The heat from the flames warped the air, creating ripples that rushed toward Rod. Yet amidst the scorching waves, Rod glimpsed the silhouette of a colossal bear materializing within the mirage. Just before the swamp wizard lunged again, Rod unleashed his rock-like fist, landing a crushing blow to the wizard's forehead. The impact was monumental, akin to the force capable of shattering the innards of a bull. A flash of white light erupted from his fist, and in an instant, the mighty swamp wizard was sent reeling far away. His bones felt as though they had been shattered, yet his magical essence remained unspent, struggling to rise amidst the chaos of dark swamp creatures and human infantry. He sought to seize one of his kin as a shield, but they were all caught in the fray, unable to assist. He opened his grotesque maw, rows of sharp teeth glinting like daggers, and summoned the last of his magic. He had muscles and teeth, He could crush any human's bones. However, just as the bloodthirsty maw was about to descend, the swamp wizard's actions abruptly halted. A razor-sharp axe was lodged in his back, the blade piercing through to his heart. Not far away, the dwarf butcher Bogle reveled in a satisfied cackle. This marked the 35th swamp creature that had fallen to his blade. Chapter 86. After the war you stole my prey, Rod declared disdainfully as he pushed away the swamp wizard. It was never theft, it was mine by right. Without my intervention, you would now be a headless specter. The fact remains, I saved you. How brazen of you. From start to finish. It was Carolyn and I who faced it. While we fought valiantly, where were you? Rod dusted off the grime from his clothes, struggling to rise. His shoulder bore burns that would take days to mend. I was aiding in the slaughter of the water fiends, the dwarf butcher retorted, effortlessly cleaving down a swamp creature that attempted to ambush him. The axe bit deep into flesh, severing arteries, and the creature writhed under the butcher's blade before succumbing swiftly. 36, he stated, withdrawing his axe from the creature's shoulder, thick blood dripping from the blade, as if he had just butchered livestock. Surrounding them, the sporadic clatter of swords and the shouts of warriors filled the air, but with the demise of their leader. Many swamp fiends lost heart and began to retreat into the depths of the forest. You should have targeted the enemy leader from the onset. It would have enabled you to dispatch them more effectively and conclude the battle, Rod admonished. He is a wizard, and you dwarves inherently possess resistance to magic. You ought to have fought alongside me. Yet, it was not a true reproach, for without the dwarf, they would not have located the enemy so swiftly and eradicated them. In the mist-laden stone circle, the hidden swamp fiends were elusive. Only those who had long pursued them could discern their tracks. Furthermore, Bogle interjected, cleaning his axe on the corpse of the fallen swamp creature to avoid excessive staining. I have indeed fought throughout the battle, contributing to the demise of numerous dark swamp fiends. Well, today marks my first true understanding of you. You exhibited remarkable bravery in combat, which is quite unlike your kin. Bogle inquired curiously, his small eyes fixed intently on Rod, making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. Rod was uncertain if anyone besides the dwarf had taken note of the skirmish. Perhaps they were all preoccupied with their own battles, engaged with their respective foes. Why do you say that? Am I not human? What does it mean to not be human? Rod asked wearily, many of his wounds healing, save for the searing pain still emanating from his burnt shoulder. A wizard. A battle priest, a chosen one. One of these identities must surely resonate with you. I have traversed many lands and encountered countless souls. Your strength undoubtedly surpasses that of these brutes, which is why they revere you as their leader. Moreover, few possess the prowess to hunt scorpion lions. Whether independently or by commanding a team, such feats are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Rod was taken aback by the dwarf's profound insight, clearly analyzing his character with remarkable clarity. However, it was not entirely surprising. Bogle had not always been a butcher warrior. His previous role had been that of a ranger. A competent ranger possesses extensive knowledge, particularly regarding ancient races such as dwarves and elves. However, should you choose to remain silent, I shall not press you further. A butcher cares not for who his allies are, but solely for his adversaries and their whereabouts. Noticing Rod's silence, Bogle shifted the topic with ease. The dwarf's inherently forthright nature prevented him from dwelling on matters he found tedious or bothersome. My lord, 32 men, the officer reported, interrupting their conversation. Today, we have lost 32 brothers. Rod winced, clutching his wound as he listened to the officer's account. Out of over 332 casualties. Though it appeared minimal, it was, in fact, significant. In a battlefield dominated by cold steel, the efficiency of killing was low. 32 lives lost was a considerable toll for the entire unit. It was worth noting that prior to integrating the Nosker people, the regular forces of Blackhammer Fortress numbered merely over 40. The daily death toll equated to the standing force of a castle, a truly harrowing statistic. Yet, their adversaries were the swamp fiends, terrifying dark beings, which somewhat mitigated the horror of the loss. Nevertheless, Rod felt a pang of sorrow. He must treasure each soldier, every warrior. While a 10% loss might be bearable in a skirmish, in a larger conflict, such a casualty rate could precipitate a catastrophic rout of the entire legion. In Bogle's presence, Rod instructed the officer, "What are your plans next?" Having arranged the necessary tasks, Rod resumed his conversation with the dwarf butcher. "A butcher has no fixed abode. Wherever there is conflict, there I shall go," Bogle replied. "Your enemies need not be mine." The butcher remained proud. lifting his chin with an air of confidence. Can you enlighten me as to why the modest Blackhammer Fortress faces such grave adversaries? Bogle inquired, his brow furrowed. Quite simply. Darkness approaches. The demon legions are poised to rise once more. Their aim is not solely directed at me, but at the very fabric of the world's order. The old continent, the new world, the ancient realm, and the modern domain will all confront an unimaginable catastrophe. My castle, my territory, lies at the very forefront of this impending conflict, hence my early awareness of this ominous power's arrival. How intriguing. You possess considerable knowledge. Bogle's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity and seriousness, a rare sight for the butcher. Chapter 87. Nightmare. A resounding low growl echoed across the vast snowfields, reaching Rod's ears. The air around him was frigid and laden with snowflakes, the temperature so low that everything was encased in ice. The leaves hung like crystalline ornaments from the branches. The howling northern wind swept over the forest, reminiscent of a wailing specter. The bear spirit. The bear spirit was calling him once more. This marked the third occasion Rod had dreamt of the white bear spirit, and though he was aware of his dreamlike state, he found himself unable to escape. The surroundings felt strikingly real, tangible in touch, sight, smell, and sound. The snow beneath his feet was deep and heavy. Rod could not recall having visited this place before. It was neither Blackhammer Fortress, nor the Black Forest, nor Kislev, or the Empire. It was an unfamiliar realm. Yet, each time he dreamt of the white bear spirit, something significant transpired. The last time he encountered it, the beastmen were besieging a city. Rod understood that this occasion too held meaning, though its nature eluded him. He ventured forward along a woodland path, drawn toward the source of the sound. The snowfall intensified, settling upon him, damp and weighty. He felt the snowflakes clinging to his eyelashes, while a layer of frost coated his stubble. The cold seemed to render even breathing a challenge. No animals were present. The plants were frozen in frost. It was unfathomable how life could thrive in such harsh conditions. The voice continued to resonate, seemingly distant yet imbued with an irresistible allure. For several consecutive days, Rod experienced the same dream. In it, he traversed the snow-covered terrain, wandering through an endless forest. While upon awakening, he found the world outside basking in the warmth of summer. Initially, the dreams were fleeting, but they gradually extended in duration, and within the dreams, his strength waned, leaving him exhausted each morning. I cannot delay. The white bear calls to me. Brothers, I know you may struggle to comprehend my actions. Yet I must heed this call. An important task awaits my completion. Without it, sleep eludes me, and my soul feels as if it is shedding its shell, leaving me a mere shell of a man each day. Thus, I must undertake this mission. What manner of mission? On the fifth morning, Rod bid farewell to his companions, preparing to embark on a journey northward in search of his dream. However, his subordinates were clearly perplexed. They had just achieved a hard-fought victory. This was a moment for celebration, yet their leader chose to pursue a solitary endeavor? It seemed utterly unreliable. Ironclaw immediately inquired, offering to accompany his lord northward for protection, at least for companionship. A formidable task. We shall accompany you. No, this mission must be undertaken alone. You cannot assist me. Why? Celta pressed on. Because this dream belongs solely to me. It beckons me to seek it out alone. It is a trial. Only the mightiest warriors can pass this trial. Success will elevate all aspects of strength, while failure will lead to eternal defeat, with no trace left behind. Yet, Rod himself was uncertain of what this trial entailed. He must follow the voice within, heed the call of the bear spirit, and journey to where he was meant to be. I shall, I promise, my lord. Celta raised his right hand to his chest, swearing earnestly. Yet, Caroline appeared decidedly reluctant. She relished adventure, but she had strayed too far from Kislev. To venture further north would be excessive. The Ice Queen would undoubtedly not tolerate the crossing of borders, especially into the northern territories. That region bordered the Chaos Wastes, where all knew the whispers of the Dark God could ensnare the hearts of men. It was a realm forbidden to sorcerers. Very well. Rod managed a strained smile. You cannot abandon me, my friend. That would be most unkind. You venture north to hunt, yet leave me behind? You must realize that we dwarves possess far superior survival skills in the wilderness than you humans. Borgle, the dwarf, interjected. This is not a hunt. What then? Do not speak to me of trials. Trials mean slaughter. Take me along, at the very least, as a companion. Let me behold the visage of that bear spirit. No, that is not permissible. Then I shall stealthily follow you. The dwarf butcher persisted. I shall shake you off. Rod responded playfully, though with a serious demeanor. Borbel's expression turned grave. He scrutinized the human before him, his eyes reflecting a blend of skepticism and concern. After all, they had just endured a fierce battle together. As comrades. Then I must go. Otherwise, I shall be tormented by nightmares each night. Should I perish, remember to sing my praises. Rod jested. Fear not. I shall extol the virtues of those who survive. Chapter 88. Trial. The farther north he ventured, the colder the climate became. The earth lay encased in ice, with lakes, rivers, streams, and waterfalls all frozen solid, leaving only the water beneath the ice struggling to flow. Fortunately, snow was abundant. When thirst struck, he could simply scoop up the snow from the ground and feed it to his mouth, allowing it to melt into water. The north wind howled day and night as he traversed forests and entered the wilderness. Before him stretched a vast expanse of snow-covered tundra, devoid of towering trees. Only scattered patches of low, sparse mosses gracing the ground. In the distance, the mountains loomed, infinite and imposing, as if they marked the edge of the world, mirroring the scenes he had witnessed in his dreams. The overcast sky seemed perpetually devoid of sunshine, with snowflakes continuing to fall. In such frigid conditions, even with his extraordinary physique, Rod began to feel the chill seep into his bones. His provisions had long since been consumed, leaving him reliant on the meager sustenance of the ice spider he had captured days prior. It was undoubtedly the most repulsive meal he had ever consumed. The desiccated legs, charred black from roasting, still bore a fishy taste, leaving a bitter aftertaste. The ice spider, the only food source in the frozen forest, was a revolting insect that thrived in extreme climates. It was omnivorous, capable of subsisting on the blood and bodily fluids of animals when conditions permitted, yet resorting to gnawing on trees and fungi when times were tougher. This particular specimen was likely a juvenile. He had heard tales of giant spiders in the southern jungles, sized larger than cattle, feeding on living creatures, including humans. Fortunately, the harsh northern environment was inhospitable to such terrifying beasts, and thus Rod had yet to encounter these gruesome creatures. Nevertheless, the northern forests harbored their own dangers: beastmen, skinning wolves, trolls, and various chaotic entities. Luckily, Rod had not crossed paths with such foes during his journey. Otherwise, alone and beset by a horde of wild creatures, he would have surely met his end. Chewing on spider legs and sipping melted snow, Rod pressed onward like a weary monk in training, facing hardship and peril. Yet, the scenes from his dreams were unfolding one by one: icy woods, snow-capped mountains, and misty canyons. The voice of the bear spirit grew ever clearer, whispering like a specter at his ear, occasionally accompanied by eerie sounds. At last, dragging his exhausted body, Rod entered the Troll Mountains, where the climate was bitterly cold, with winds and snow intensifying. Every moment assaulted his body and soul. The fierce northern wind lashed against his face like a blade, while the frigid air made breathing laborious, each inhalation causing excruciating pain in his lungs. At times, even his heart quivered in pain. Moreover, his sleep diminished day by day, and each bout of slumber was haunted by myriad dreams. Yet, this only fortified Rod's resolve. All signs indicated he had not strayed from his path. The bear's spirit awaited him deep within the snow-capped mountains. By night, Rod sheltered beneath a rocky outcrop, where no trees stood and only the hard, exposed stone provided scant refuge from the relentless winds. However, it offered little protection akin to a human dwelling. Only one side could somewhat shield him from the howling north wind. With no dry wood to spark a fire, he relied solely on his own body heat to stave off the cold. Rod wrapped his scorpion lion cloak tighter around him. The soft fur provided some warmth, yet it was merely a meager comfort against the harsh climate. Was this the place where the bear spirit sought to test him? Rod was uncertain. He trudged forward in a state of numbness. Before he could discern the figure before him, the colossal white bear struck him down with a single, brutal paw. The force was terrifying, rendering Rod unconscious almost instantly. His vision blurred into a crimson haze as warm blood gushed from his body, and he could feel his energy dissipating. 2 seconds later, searing pain surged through his brain, a torment far more intense than the agony he had endured during the scorpion lion's attack. This was a true trial. With scarcely a chance to resist, Rod was flung aside by the raging white bear. He had no time to scream before the bear charged at him again. Its speed and strength surpassed that of the scorpion lion, akin to a bloodthirsty deity. Rod felt the world spin around him. Had he not possessed this extraordinary physique? A blow of such magnitude would have shattered a normal person. Blood streamed into his eyes, nearly blinding him. The white bear quickly mounted him, viciously tearing at his flesh. The frenzied trial threatened to drive Rod to the brink of despair. This was a scene he had never envisioned. If this was indeed the will of the bear god, what purpose did it serve? To torment his chosen? Rod could only wonder. Chunks of flesh were savagely ripped from his body, leaving him no time to cry out as blood gushed from his throat, rapidly congealing in the frigid air. The bear's paw pressed his head into the snow, making it almost impossible to breathe, as blood continued to flow from his mangled wounds. His fading consciousness fought against the encroaching darkness. I must fight. I must continue to fight. Otherwise, I shall perish here today. Rod repeated to himself in his mind. He was too pained to speak. Every inch of his skin felt as if it had been flayed. Yet, drawing upon the primal fury within, Rod roared and managed to overturn the white bear. As he dislodged the massive beast from his back, blood gushed forth. However, the bear spirit would not grant him a moment's respite. In less than a heartbeat, the snow-white giant roared once more. It rose to its full height, towering twice over Rod and weighing several times more. It cast a giant shadow upon him. Yet, now fueled by a surge of blood-fueled rage, Rod disregarded the terror. Harnessing the indomitable spirit within him, he unleashed a primal roar and struck out with his fists, engaging the bear spirit in combat barehanded. Each punch landed upon the bear's face as it retaliated with its sharp fangs and claws. Two wild beasts clashed amidst the howling northern winds, bloodied and relentless. Again and again, they fought, both Rod and the bear possessing extraordinary regenerative capabilities. In the realm between heaven and earth, snow fell like confetti amidst the raging winds, a scene of desolation, with only two small black figures embroiled in a fierce struggle. The bear clamped its sharp teeth onto Rod's wrist, prompting him to swing his other fist in a powerful blow to its head. The bear, feeling the wrath of its chosen, loosened its grip, but its bloody claws slashed towards Rod's head. Dodging the attack, Rod seized the bear's head, delivering another onslaught of punches. Blood streamed from the bear's eyes and nostrils, and likewise, not a single inch of Rod's body was unscathed. They battled from mountain summit to valley floor, rolling and rising together until both were breathless, drenched in blood. Chapter 89, The Land of Trolls, Part 1. Upon returning from the Troll Mountains, Rod had undergone a profound transformation. He felt his muscles and bones were more resilient than ever, with a torrent of boundless strength coursing through his veins, as if he possessed an inexhaustible vigor each day. More significantly, he had gained a loyal and formidable companion, the bear spirit, king of the white bears. Unlike an ordinary polar bear, this spirit boasted a physique more robust than that of a scorpion lion, its strength surpassing that of all creatures in the forest. With a single swipe, it could shatter an adult tree, and its sharp teeth could pierce the bones of a griffin, while its low growl sent tremors through the entire woodland. Rod hunted alongside it, departing from the perpetually snow-covered Troll Mountains, traversing the rarely trodden highland tundra and the ice-crystal-laden frozen forest. Along their journey, be it woolly rhinoceroses, mountain snow leopards, ice-field wolves, or beastmen, all chose to steer clear of them, for none dared to provoke their wrath. Moreover, every creature in the forest trembled at the prospect of becoming their prey. Seated by the campfire, Rod muttered a plethora of whimsical names, pondering what to call his new companion. Yet, the white bear seemed indifferent, sitting across the fire, devouring the day as catch a frostrock boar. The hide of the frostrock boar was as hard as stone, yet in the jaws of the bear spirit, it was akin to bread, easily torn apart and swallowed whole. Rod skewered the remaining half with his long sword to roast. While satiating one's hunger is essential, it is imperative first to have a name. So that I may call upon you when needed, Rod stated, chewing on a morsel of cooked meat. Meanwhile, the bear spirit remained unperturbed. Rod knew it comprehended his words. As a bear spirit, its intelligence often surpassed that of humans, capable of understanding not only the common tongue, but also the languages of other races, including Elvish and Dwarvish. In certain respects, the bear spirit surpassed him. Yet, it simply sat there, engrossed in tearing into its prey. How about calling you Teddy Bear? That name has a certain charm. Roar. As soon as Rod uttered this, the bear spirit let out a thunderous roar, causing the snowflakes atop the leaves to tremble and fall. All right, no Teddy Bear, Rod chuckled. Nevertheless, you ought to have a name. After contemplating for a moment, he continued, I have it. Let us call you Ursak. Roar. Upon hearing this, the bear spirit paused its meal, turned to Rod, stared blankly for a moment, and then emitted a satisfied roar. It nudged Rod affectionately, producing a rumbling sound akin to a purr, signifying its contentment. Having filled its belly and acquired a rather impressive name, it was time to rest. The enormous bear head casually rested on Rod's thigh. Its ample body sprawled in the snow, displaying a look of utter satisfaction. In the following days, Rod and Ursak journeyed southward toward his territory. At times, the bear spirit would lead Rod to a resting cave, evicting any unwelcome creatures, allowing them to spend the night within. Indeed, for this lord and his white bear companion, all beasts of the forest could be regarded as mere intruders. No creature dared contest the territory with Rod and Ursak. Initially, Rod was reluctant, yet the bear's spirit persisted. Considering the prospect of new experiences his companion might introduce him to, Rod ultimately acquiesced. Although venturing from the land of trolls posed dangers, it would undeniably bring them closer to their destination. This land was strewn with desolate mountains, dead trees, and fissures. Referring to it as the realm of trolls was somewhat inaccurate, for it had never truly possessed a rightful owner. Trolls had once ravaged this territory, but that was long past, and it had never constituted a nation. Perhaps homeland was a more fitting term. Now, this region was among the most chaotic areas north of Kislev. Greenskins, beastmen, ratmen, and wyverns inhabited these lands, perpetually clashing with one another. A scant few humans had even settled here. Bloodshed and conflict were commonplace. Compared to other parts of the world, Rod held a profound admiration for the humans residing here. They were the epitome of ruggedness, exhibiting greater courage than those dwelling in the northern reaches of Kislev. They survived in this borderland, teeming with exotic beasts, nearly forgotten by the world. While life in Hammerfall was pitiable, it at least offered the semblance of a castle, recognized as territory by the Kingdom of Kislev. Whereas existence here was akin to being isolated from civilization. The human tribes were said to have formed from the remnants of the Great Wall sentinels who wandered northward. In ancient times, these sentinels symbolized bravery. During the era when the wall still stood, they safeguarded their homeland under royal command, acting as shields for the kingdom and its people. Though few in number, each was a master archer and a skilled ranger, enabling them to survive in this perilous land. Yet, the exact number of these tribes remained unknown. Rod speculated they might even be fewer than the inhabitants of Hammerfall. Despite the ever-present dangers, Rod and the White Bear continued their journey across this land. At last, on the fourth day after entering the realm of trolls, Rod beheld the dreadful fissure in the earth's surface. The vast terrain seemed cleaved by a primordial giant, a deep chasm stretching from south to north, vanishing into the horizon. Peering over the edge, the rock faces appeared as if carved by a knife, sheer and smooth. Light barely penetrated near the surface, while deeper down lay an abyss of endless darkness. For those afflicted with acrophobia, lingering for even a moment would be unbearable. Legend had it that this was the place where demons emerged. Yet, Rod pragmatically recalled a notorious ratman stronghold known as the Abyss of Hell, said to reside in the northern part of the troll realm. Whether this fissure led to that dread and mysterious domain remained uncertain. However, now was not the time for exploration. He had been away from Hammerfall for too long. A lord's prolonged absence from his territory could spell trouble. Human hearts were inscrutable, and even knights who swore fealty could one day prove less than loyal. Gazing into the unfathomable depths below, Rod patted Ursak's shoulder, signaling it was time to continue their journey. Chapter 90, The Land of Trolls, Part 2, The Lord of the White Bears. Without a doubt, the attitude of both soldiers and civilians towards their esteemed lord has ascended to the level of adoration. My lord, what is this? Upon entering the Blackhammer Fortress, Chief Knight Virgil, Ranger Lawrence, Steward Muros, Frostwitch Caroline, and others gathered around, all expressing concern for their lord, while simultaneously exhibiting a profound interest in the massive bear behind Rod. He preferred solitude and shunned contact with strangers. Rod smiled, remarking, "You will see that Caroline's frightened demeanor is rather endearing. She hides behind me in a state of panic. However, with time, he will come to accept you." Rod added, "My lord, I am quite curious. How did you capture such a colossal bear? What trials did you endure after parting ways with us?" The bandaged-footed warrior, Serta, inquired curiously. His question mirrored that of the crowd, as more and more people gathered around Rod, eager to experience the bear up close and hear about their lord's adventures. After parting with you, I ventured north along the forest path, traversing the frozen woods, crossing the vast tundra, and ultimately entering the Troll Mountains. Rod recounted, the story unfolding. Come, let us discuss it in detail after we enter the city. Thus, Rod proceeded through the grand gates of Blackhammer Fortress, surrounded by the throngs of eager onlookers, while the enthusiastic civilians remained outside the city gates. The Troll Mountains were even colder than I had anticipated. There, fierce winds raged, often accompanied by hail and blizzards, rendering the land nearly barren. Food became my greatest dilemma. Sustaining myself on insects and tree bark, I managed to reach that desolate place. After bathing and donning warm, dry robes, Rod recounted his adventures in the castle hall. Caroline sat beside him, attentive and expectant, while Serta faced him, reverent and respectful. In the Northern Norska tribe, there exists a legend. Whoever conquers the White Bear King earns the favor of the Bear God, inheriting its power. In a tribe that does not worship the chaotic deities, this is humanity's sole faith. This great beast attacked me from behind. Initially, I had no chance to resist until I found a moment to escape from its claws. Rod recounted at the round table. I battled it for 3 days and nights, until our blood flowed dry and we were both utterly exhausted. As he spoke, Rod rolled up his sleeves, revealing horrifying scars for all to see. Ultimately, it surrendered. To be precise, I was nearing my own limit as well. At that moment, I felt as if my blood was nearly drained, my body temperature plummeting, and I could scarcely maintain the functions of life. Yet, fortunately, I endured. The land of trolls? Caroline gasped, aware of the nature of such a place as the Frost Witch. It was once declared that no sorcerer should step a foot into the realm of trolls. Legend suggested it was a place of demonic resurrection. Caroline inquired, astonished. It's not so exaggerated. Do you believe it? We traversed the land of trolls for over half a month, and during that time, the White Bear and I encountered not a single demon, nor even a troll. The land is vast. Indeed, various dark creatures exist, but not as densely populated as the tales suggest. They tend to be quite dispersed, with several kilometers between sightings of any living being. Surprisingly, we encountered the cavalry of the plains. This aspect aligned with the legends. They originated from the Great Wall, a tribe formed by the sentinels who wandered northward after the wall's abandonment. Their numbers were modest, barely exceeding 200, and excluding women and children. Only a handful were capable of hunting or combat. Rod spoke with great enthusiasm about his encounters in the land of trolls, sharing the most serendipitous of meetings. After revealing our identities to these prairie hunters, I invited them to settle in Blackhammer Fortress, but none were willing. They are indeed commendable warriors. After the Great Wall fell into disuse, they chose to remain in the north, not due to a lack of land in the south, but because the north needed them. They willingly stayed to combat the marauding beastmen and greenskins to defend the northern borders, relaying news to the various fortresses of the north. However, their numbers are far too few, and thus the inhabitants of the north have long been without word of them. Before I encountered them, I too believed this group had vanished. Chapter 91. Harvest season. Isn't it astonishing? The mature potatoes are truly a gift from the gods. Blackhammer Fortress will no longer suffer from food shortages. Indeed, once this crop is widely cultivated, the inhabitants of Blackhammer Fortress will no longer need to fret over food supplies, nor will we have to pay exorbitant prices to import food from afar. This crop requires little technical knowledge and minimal manpower, as it is remarkably simple to cultivate and mature, unlike ice peppers that demand daily meticulous care and a touch of magic to ripen. Potatoes can be regarded as treasures for the impoverished. They are significantly cheaper than flour, yet equally capable of satiating hunger. Rod examined a ripe potato in his hand with great care. It was not as large as the potatoes seen on Earth in his past life. Here, they were quite small, easily held in one hand, with some merely the size of an egg. However, this did not indicate immaturity. It was simply the appearance of these potatoes when fully grown. The frigid northern climate only allowed them to reach such a size. It will take time for the populace to accept them as a staple food, but this should not impede our plans for large-scale cultivation. Moreover, we must act swiftly, as summer is about to wane. I estimate that we can harvest at most one more time this year, which will become a crucial reserve for the winter. My lord, may I make a request? A farmer asked timidly from the side. Speak, Rod replied. Could you provide weapons for me and my children? A crossbow, perhaps? I fear that when winter arrives and the beastmen or other creatures attack, we will need to defend ourselves. The farmer's voice was barely above a whisper. Yet all present heard him. They were aware that Rod had previously distributed weapons to the common folk, allowing them to fight for Blackhammer Fortress. However, permitting the peasantry to bear arms was ultimately not a sustainable solution. Rod quickly provided his response. "No, that is not possible." The farmer's expression instantly shifted to one of despondency, tinged with fear. He understood that requesting weapons for self-defense was not a noble endeavor. Had this been in Bartonia, he might have been expelled and had his land confiscated by the nobility. He had merely heard that during the Battle of the Evil Moon, Rod had armed those desperate enough to wager their lives, and thus he had dared to test his luck. The tower is already built. Should beastmen attack again, simply raise the signal fire. The troops of Blackhammer Fortress will arrive promptly. It is not that I deny you weapons for your own defense, but rather that distributing them to you is futile. You are not soldiers, and without formal military training, even with the finest weaponry, you would stand no chance against the beastmen in the wild. Instead of arming you, it would be more prudent to allocate these bows and crossbows to those who truly require them, Rod elucidated. A cool breeze from the open fields reminded him that summer in the northern region was perpetually fleeting. "My lord, your letter." A voice interrupted as Rod and the others conversed with the farmer. A letter from Blackhammer Fortress had captured everyone's attention. To be precise, it was not from Blackhammer Fortress, but from the distant land of the northern trolls. In the presence of all, Rod opened the letter. He unfurled the parchment, silently reading the archaic script within. After a considerable pause, he remained silent. "My lord, whose letter is this? What does it say?" The elderly steward, Muros, inquired with concern, observing Rod's troubled countenance. "The northern nomads inform me that a force of Norscans is advancing towards us." "Why?" "Because someone from their tribe has come to our region," Rod replied calmly. In truth, Rod had anticipated such a day ever since he single-handedly defeated the Scorpion Lion. Norscans had gradually begun to join his ranks. While initially inconsequential, the growing numbers would inevitably lead to complications. As the saying goes, fame brings danger, and the increasing number of Norscans under his command would undoubtedly draw the attention of the border tribes. After all, they no longer trusted their leader and had chosen to ally with another, a transgression intolerable to the Norscan tribes in the border regions. "It seems those wall sentinels maintain a decent rapport with you," Sir suggested. "Only a fleeting acquaintance," Rod replied. "How many are they?" "The Norscan army?" Sir Virgil asked earnestly. "Over 1,000. Rod sensed that this might be the largest battle he had encountered since his arrival in this realm. The Norscans from the north were clearly not inclined towards negotiation. Their objective was unmistakable: to eradicate Blackhammer Fortress and eliminate him, thereby sending a message to other Norscans that Rod Lowen was but a mere mortal, not a divine being. The army of over 1,000 exceeded the capacity of Blackhammer Fortress to counter. He had approximately 400 troops at his disposal, of which over 300 were Norscans, while the remaining few were from the Kislev clan. This left him with only a third of the enemy's strength. According to the scouts from the Troll Land, this constituted an entire tribal military force. They could not yet ascertain the enemy's exact numbers, but surely there were over 1,000, possibly even 2,000. In such a case, even a steadfast defense of the fortress might not suffice. The Norscans were not beastmen. They possessed sophisticated siege weaponry. If they were to bring along formidable creatures such as mammoths, they could easily breach the castle walls without the need for siege engines. Fortunately, this Norscan contingent appeared to be merely a small tribal force and not a collective action from all the Norscans. Chapter 92, The Northern Invaders, Part 1. The last time I traversed the Troll Kingdom with Yusak, it took us a week and a half. Considering that Bear Spirit was familiar with the route, and that we were traveling light, our pace was swift compared to that of a large-scale army. Thus, I estimated that the Nosker tribe's forces would require at least 20 days to cross the Troll Kingdom. The Sentinels communicated messages via Black Ravens, ensuring that this intelligence was almost instantaneous. Before the vibrant battle map, Rod analyzed the current situation with a calm demeanor. This was no ordinary battle. Previous skirmishes resembled armed conflicts among brigands from neighboring villages. Even during the largest engagement, the Battle of the Cursed Moon, the number of beastmen involved barely exceeded a few hundred, many of whom were mutated beasts, hardly qualifying as soldiers. However, this time, the Nosker tribe was advancing southward with a force exceeding 1,000. A 1,000-strong army posed a dire threat to any kingdom. Rod had 100 reasons to believe that once these northern Nosker warriors conquered Blackhammer Fortress, they would not withdraw peacefully but would instead continue southward, plundering more towns and villages. One could ordinarily appeal to the capital for reinforcements. But Kislev was far too distant from Blackhammer Fortress. By the time the Ice Queen received the news and dispatched troops northward, Blackhammer Fortress would have already fallen. A noble lord who loses his territory suffers a tarnished reputation, and no king would grant him further lands. Thus, Rod understood that this time he would have to fight alone. 20 days was far too short. If the Sentinel's reports were accurate, we faced a significant problem. Where could we possibly gather a force comparable to theirs in such a brief span? Virgil sat in his chair, anxiously studying the map before him. The crude soldier models represented the marauding Nosker forces, while the black Warhammer symbolized the troops that could be mustered from Blackhammer Fortress. It was evident from the map that the disparity in power was stark. Indeed, our forces were insufficient. My lord, there exists an unwritten rule among the Nosker, the champions' duel. You must venture forth and challenge their leader to a duel. Should you prevail, this army would pose no threat, Celta suggested. I have contemplated this, but the intelligence provided by the Sentinels indicates that these northern invaders worship the god of terror. The Sentinels have seen their banners, emblazoned with images of hellhounds aflame. Thus, even if I were to slay their leader in single combat, these warriors would not retreat. They would not relent, but would continue their slaughter, offering captives as blood sacrifices. You have been away from Nosker for too long. After years of piracy, dealing primarily with the Empire, your homeland may not be as traditional as you imagine, Virgil interjected. Are the Sentinels' reports credible? He inquired further. Most likely yes. I trust them. They have no reason to deceive us. The majority of Nosker warriors venerate the Chaos God, and the Rangers would never conspire with them to mislead us. Otherwise, they would not have warned us of the impending war. Regarding the accuracy of the information, I choose to believe them. These individuals were sentinels of the Great Wall, tasked with reconnaissance and defense. The wall may be abandoned, but that does not mean their skills have dulled. In the north, no other army can rival their reconnaissance capabilities. Rod asserted. Ironclaw and Lawrence exchanged uncomfortable glances, for they were originally scouts of Blackhammer Fortress, Rangers. Of course, Rod's intent was not to offend. As the saying goes, the speaker is unintentional, the listener is intentional, and this was such a situation. If the intelligence is accurate, we have little time left. I propose we close the gates, bring all provisions inside the fortress, and prepare for a defensive stand, the chief knight Virgil stated. However, the city walls remain incomplete, and a side gate in the northeastern corner is still under construction. Once the Nosker forces approach, they could easily breach through that gap. We both know that the fortress cannot accommodate such a multitude of civilians, the Ranger Lawrence added. Their discussion descended into awkwardness, each speaking over the other. My opinion is that we charge out and engage them, Rod. You promised me that there would be battles at Blackhammer Fortress. Now 2 months have passed, and I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Though the castle offers ample food and drink, as a butcher, I did not come here to feast and revel. Should you not fulfill your promise and allow me to unleash my bloodlust? In the oppressive atmosphere, the dwarf butcher Bogle suddenly stood, bellowing his discontent. His vibrant orange hair and brash demeanor elicited quiet chuckles from the assembly. Yet, Celta recognized the merit in his words. As the son of the Nosker chieftain, he inherited the tribe's bold spirit and character. Faced with formidable foes, he would charge headlong into battle. After all, his foot had healed sufficiently, and it was time to stretch his legs. Indeed, we shall engage in fierce combat, but not in the manner you suggest, defending the fortress or recklessly charging into battle. I have a plan, Rod declared, silencing the ongoing debate with a firm rap on the table. Instantly, all eyes returned to their lord. 20 days. This is ample time to prepare for the battle. Just as Bogle and Celta suggested, we shall venture forth and confront the advancing Nosker forces. My lord, you? Virgil's face was a mask of confusion, but Rod gestured for him to remain silent until he finished speaking. Rod made a gesture and then rose, moving 3 pieces representing Blackhammer Fortress's forces to the area marked as the Troll Kingdom on the map. It was the juncture where the Troll Kingdom met the Dark Forest. The Nosker tribe. They are numerous and fierce, their sights set directly on Blackhammer Fortress. Indeed, their numbers far exceed ours, by 3-fold or even 4-fold. However, it is precisely this overconfidence that will lead to their downfall. When faced with such a formidable force, other lords would typically close the gates, hoard provisions, and defend the castle. We would think so, but the northern marauders would likely share the same mindset. We shall do the opposite. We will take the initiative and ambush them en route. As Rod spoke, he adjusted the small figurines on the map. The bulk of the tribal forces currently resided in the Troll Kingdom, and in half a month, they would depart the treacherous wilderness, entering the dark forest. Our objective is to intercept them here. They are brimming with confidence, vowing to seize the fortress, yet they will not anticipate an ambush along the way. Why choose this location? The butcher Bogle inquired. Due to the terrain, the forest is more suitable for ambush tactics. We need to scout suitable locations and organize our forces. It will take at least 3 days to reach the front lines from Blackhammer Fortress. If Iron Ring City and Heidelberg are still willing to send troops, we shall gather the largest possible force within 10 days. In those 10 days, the Nosker army will be departing the Troll Kingdom and entering the forest. Were you not just saying they would take half a month to reach the Dark Forest? Think a bit more critically. We must allocate extra time. Nothing is ever so perfectly timed. This is merely an estimation. What if the enemy's march is swifter than we anticipate? Rod replied, half a month and 10 days. We must allow at least 5 additional days in between. Thus, even if the Nosker advance more rapidly, they cannot breach our defenses ahead of schedule. A flawless plan. Upon finishing his statement, Rod stood up, and the dwarf Bogle erupted in enthusiastic applause. Lawrence, Virgil, you shall depart this afternoon, each heading to Heidelberg and Iron Ring City, respectively. Lawrence, you will journey to Heidelberg. Virgil, you shall proceed to Iron Ring City. The situation on Varial's side may prove to be quite challenging, while Aubrey on the Iron Ring side is likely to acquiesce. If all else fails, consider hiring soldiers from them. I shall instruct Muros to arrange the necessary funds. Finally, Rod rose to assign each of his subordinates their respective tasks. Chapter 93. The Northern Invaders. Part 2. The Norsemen are invading? Oh, cursed be it. Why does your lord have so many troubles? Yesterday, it was the beastmen. Today, the Norsemen march south, and what will tomorrow bring? Shall we simply await a grand invasion of chaos? In Heidelberg, as Lawrence arrived, weary from his travels, Lord Werrell was dining with his daughter. He stepped outside to greet him, only to be met with such alarming news. Upon hearing Lawrence's call for troops, Werrell could not help but voice his frustration vehemently. Standing at the castle gates, he berated the decision to support Blackhammer Fortress, a choice he now deemed folly. Lawrence found himself at a loss for words. The tension thick in the air. Just then, Werrell's daughter, Caroline, emerged from behind the city gate, clad in a fine velvet gown. Her fair skin glowed softly in the sunlight. The soldiers parted for her, for she was not only the Lord's daughter, but also the Frost Witch, holding a status in Heidelberg second only to her father. Just a week prior, she had arrived in Heidelberg, and scarcely had she settled in when a messenger from Rod appeared. The Norsemen are advancing southward. How long has this been the case? The Frost Witch was deeply concerned for Blackhammer Fortress, for it harbored her precious ice peppers and free hot springs. Rod had once promised her that 1/3 of the profits from the ice peppers would be hers, coupled with the bond forged through their shared battles. Her concern for Blackhammer Fortress was ever heightened. Father, we ought to lend them our support. You have lingered at Blackhammer Fortress long enough. The Frost Witch should not roam freely. The Queen taught you that. Werrell's face betrayed his displeasure. The stark contrast in attitudes between father and daughter intensified Lawrence's discomfort. He knew that Caroline's connection with her father might persuade Werrell to send troops. However, Werrell appeared to have reached his limit with Rod. Once, Blackhammer Fortress and Heidelberg coexisted peacefully, each minding their own affairs. Yet since the invasion of the beastmen during the Evil Moon, their interactions had increased. Although the construction of trade routes had augmented their commerce, it had also tightened their bonds. Yet she has also taught me that when the kingdom is in peril, the Frost Witch must act without hesitation, Caroline countered. Werrell's face turned an ashen hue with rage. The Norsemen are advancing. But I have heard that Rod has some Norse warriors at his disposal? Yes, there are currently over 100 Norsemen stationed at Blackhammer Fortress, with another 100 roaming the forests for hunting. However, this number is hardly sufficient to face the invaders, Lawrence replied. How many are approaching? Werrell inquired. Thousands, or perhaps more. I have yet to receive precise intelligence. It appears the entire tribe is marching southward, save for the women and children. This is no mere skirmish, it is a genuine battle. We could report to the Queen and request regular troops to intervene. There is no time to lose. The Norsemen march with great haste. Lord Rod estimates that in half a month, they will reach the borders. This is indeed a pressing issue. Father, we must take action. Take action? You wish me to reinforce Rod? To aid him in holding the fortress? Does the Lord intend for us to take the initiative and confront the Norsemen directly? Lawrence interjected. Werrell's laughter echoed. Should I commend your lord's bravery or mock his folly? For centuries, not a single lord has abandoned his castle to face the barbarians in open combat. With that, Werrell's resolve against sending troops solidified. Previously, guarding Blackhammer Fortress had already cost lives. To actively confront the savages was unthinkable. Werrell would not support his neighbor. Father, enough. I shall not send reinforcements. Nor shall you venture forth. I have indulged you for far too long. You must remain in Heidelberg until the Norsemen have retreated. Werrell's unyielding stance shifted the atmosphere, thick with tension. Though Caroline wished to assist, she lacked the authority to mobilize troops. As the two glared at each other, Lawrence recalled the alternative proposal Rod had offered before his departure. My lord, consider this. Blackhammer Fortress stands isolated, without aid for miles around. You are their only ally. If you are concerned for the soldiers' safety, Lord Rod has another suggestion. He is willing to pay a sum of gold as insurance for these soldiers' expedition. Should they return safely from battle, this sum will serve as their reward. If they fall in combat, it will be compensation for their families. Werrell's brow furrowed slightly before he addressed Rod's messenger. Come, step inside. Chapter 94. The Northern Invaders, Part 2. My lord, are you truly prepared to ambush these northern invaders in the forest? Murrows gazed anxiously at his young lord. To him, Rod still appeared quite youthful. Despite having reached the age of 36, he remained a mere boy in the eyes of the old steward. Having served Rod's father for 3 decades and witnessed Rod's upbringing, Murrows held deep affection for both Rod and this castle. This was also the reason he agreed to keep the secret for young Dennis at Rod's request. Can I honestly claim to be unprepared? A force of such magnitude cannot be deemed adequately ready, no matter our preparations. Yet, we have no alternative. An open confrontation would surely lead to our defeat. The pale sunlight filtered through the window, casting a glow upon Rod's face, his voice tinged with weariness. Murrows discerned this fatigue. Indeed, he sighed. Furthermore, in private, you may simply call me by my name. Having spent a lifetime at Blackhammer Castle and served 3 lords, you are the most senior here. Rod turned and smiled, acknowledging the sentiment. Murrows remained silent, yet his eyes conveyed a profound gratitude to Rod. Perhaps under this young lord's leadership, Blackhammer Castle might flourish once more. Murrows nodded, refraining from further comment. By the way, Murrows, over the years, how familiar have you become with the god of bloodshed? Rod casually inquired. Although he had some knowledge, acquiring further insights from another would undoubtedly be advantageous. I possess some understanding, though it is limited to what I learned during my youth at the Imperial Monastery. Please, share what you know. Firstly, as the most brutal of the 4 gods of chaos, the god of bloodshed often assigns his followers bloodthirsty tasks. His devotees scorn notions of honor and morality. Only endless slaughter can satiate their desires. He despises all cowards and the faint-hearted. Moreover, warriors who worship the god of bloodshed predominantly wield melee weapons. They become frenzied and irritable in battle, and once stained with blood, they cannot cease. Thus, my lord, Rod, your strategy of ambushing them is indeed wise. However, one must exercise caution against the frenzied retaliation of these savages. Some followers bear the sigils of bloodshed, making them even more formidable and bloodthirsty. As for the appearance of the god of bloodshed, legend depicts him as a being with crimson skin, seated upon a throne of brass, the base of which is formed from countless bones and skulls. Of course, this is merely a legend, after all. No one has truly laid eyes upon him, have they? The old steward spoke, a flicker of fear occasionally crossing his gaze. Legends, but legends exist for a reason. People do not conjure the images of deities from thin air. Surely, certain phenomena must have affirmed his existence, allowing such tales to be passed down through the ages. My lord, there are deserters. Just as Rod conversed with Murrows, a guard burst in. Let us go and investigate. Minutes later, they arrived at the training grounds, where several deserters from Blackhammer Castle had been captured and bound. Fear mingled with a hint of resentment in their eyes. Rod understood their animosity. Since the arrival of the evil moon, they had faced terrifying foes repeatedly, despite decent wages. No one wished to risk their lives for such meager compensation. Do you have any final words, soldier? Rod asked quietly, standing before the captives. Tell my mother that I died fighting the savages, a young soldier wept. Rod did not respond, merely gazing at him before moving to the next deserter. And you? Just kill me. I will no longer serve you. Since you became lord, how many wars have you brought upon Blackhammer Castle? The soldier's words were cut short as Rod drew his sword, severing his head in a swift motion. The others fell silent, witnessing their lord personally execute another deserter. The atmosphere was thick with silence. 3 days later, in the dark forest. The land of the trolls is vast, mostly consisting of tundra and wilderness. The Norska, advancing from the north, must traverse the dark forest to reach Blackhammer Castle, unless they choose to navigate by sea. Reports from the Sentinels indicated that the Norska tribe continued their march across the plains. This further solidified Rod's resolve to ambush them en route. The dark forest spans an immense expanse, bordering the land of the trolls. To reach Blackhammer Castle from the north, one must navigate through this forest. Though the foliage is dense, there exists but a single path. While wandering hunters and adventurers may traverse the underbrush, armies require established routes to march swiftly. No one would allow a large force to venture through an uncharted, dense wilderness, as it would not only slow their advance, but also risk disorientation. Thus, without much contemplation, Rod could anticipate the Norska tribe's route. He would lay traps in this vicinity, awaiting their arrival. This area would serve as Rod's battleground. Over the past months, he had led Norska hunters in this forest, mastering its geography and climatic conditions. Now was the moment to leverage these advantages. Therefore, while the Norska tribe may currently possess greater strength, they remain oblivious to their opponent. Brothers, we must act swiftly. We have but 2 days to fell sufficient trees to construct traps and fortify our defenses before the tribe enters the forest. This battle concerns the lives and safety of us all. Having selected the ambush site, Rod assigned tasks to his soldiers. The militarized training they had undergone in preparation for facing the Norska raiders was now bearing fruit. Though they were Norska themselves, under Rod's command, these savages were not only masters of combat, but also skilled builders. They could erect a military camp or dig trenches and traps in a remarkably short time, capabilities not possessed by other Norska raiders. Rod had chosen this particular site for its unique topographical advantages. To the left of the road lay a small, elevated ridge, where archers and all-ranged units could conceal themselves and shoot from above. To the right, a marshland stretched out. Chapter 95, The Blood Battle at Nosker, Part 1. In the dense, shadowy embrace of the Black Forest, Rod himself took to the field, laboring alongside his 400 soldiers. They feverishly excavated a line of traps along the winding forest paths, first creating deep, gaping pits, then driving sharpened stakes into the ground, and finally camouflaging them with a thin layer of soil and leaves, rendering them indistinguishable from the ordinary trail. Simultaneously, on a nearby hillside, they set up similar traps and loosened stones to prevent the enemy from mounting a full-scale assault on the heights, ensuring that the position could be held. Rod had initially contemplated employing fire as a tactic, burying coal or pitch to ignite with arrows later. However, recalling the warning from a messenger of the Nosker tribe regarding the presence of ice wolves, large beasts with an acute sense of smell, he feared that if discovered, the ambush would be compromised. Thus, he resolved to forego the incendiary strategy in favor of a more straightforward earthen construction for warfare. The sharpened stakes were deeply embedded in the earth, interlacing like the fangs of a beast, hidden beneath the surface. The traps were triggered by the entry of enough Nosker savages into the designated area, at which point Rod would unleash the ambush to hunt them down collectively. Once all preparations were complete, reinforcements from Heidelberg and Iron Ring City arrived at the front lines as promised. As Rod had anticipated, Iron Ring City, under the direction of Alvis, dispatched troops without charge, while Heidelberg provided soldiers on a lending basis. The combined forces totaled over 200, adding to Rod's existing 400, culminating in a modest army of 600. However, when juxtaposed with the nearly 2,000-strong Nosker invaders, Rod's forces were woefully outnumbered, possessing only about 1/3 of the enemy's strength. Yet, this disparity did not dampen the morale of his troops. The men who remained were seasoned warriors, having survived the brutalities of battle, and they placed their unwavering faith in their leader, whom they regarded as a true champion chosen by the gods. With several days remaining until the enemy's encroachment, Rod led his men in prayer within the forest, beseeching the bear god for strength. During this period, he forbade the lighting of fires to prevent detection by the enemy. Rations became their primary sustenance, and for the sake of victory, all endured in silence. At this moment, Frostfang walked steadily beside Asabar. They had traversed the forest for 3 days and nights without encountering a single foe, scarcely spotting any wildlife. However, Asabar was not surprised. The arrival of such a vast tribe into the woods would naturally frighten away the beasts. Frostfang, too, noticed nothing amiss, remaining loyally by the chieftain's side. The Bloodspear tribe. Asabar recalled vividly the day he inherited the chieftainship from his father at the tender age of 25, following the death of his brother. The Bloodspear tribe had long been notorious for their bloodthirsty savagery, boasting the finest hunters, with bloodied spears as their totem. Legend spoke of their ancestor, Yalman Cooper, a giant of the hunt, who had slain a thunderous beast with a blood-stained spear. The sole path through the dark forest wound like a serpent, meandering through dense underbrush, occasionally crossing streams or skirting hills, at times broad as a plain and at others secluded as a valley. As they traversed this narrow trail, Asabar should have felt cautious. Yet what need had they for concern? Even the fiercest beasts dared not attack his forces, while the Kislev women undoubtedly trembled within their castle walls. Hastening their pace to reach the next encampment before dusk, Asabar tightened his grip on the reins and called out loudly. The 1,000-strong contingent snaked through the forest, lightly equipped for their plunderous journey, carrying little, yet the logistics of nearly 2,000 men were not easily manageable. It was these supply wagons that hindered their speed. As the sun dipped lower, the forest fell into a deeper silence. Asabar rode to the center of the formation, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappling shadows on the ground that flickered beneath the pounding hooves of his steed. A few crows circled ominously, their harsh cries cutting through the tranquil air. Asabar harbored a disdain for these creatures. Their intelligence was unsettling. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Asabar. Just as he prepared to command a halt, the forward troops fell victim to a brutal ambush. Piercing screams echoed through the twilight forest. The 500-strong vanguard was ensnared within the spiked traps of the Blackhammer Fortress coalition, blood saturating the ground. At the front lines, the dying sun cast long shadows as hundreds of Nosker warriors found themselves ensnared in the deadly traps, their bodies impaled on jagged stakes, unable to move, blood pooling in the pits. Almost simultaneously with the trap's activation, Rod commanded a volley of arrows to be loosed. The ambushing Blackhammer coalition, hidden on the heights, unleashed a relentless rain of arrows upon the narrow forest path, heralding the symphony of slaughter within the dark woods. Annihilate them, leave not a single one alive. On the heights, Chief Knight Virgil, under Rod's orders, directed all ranged units to unleash their full might. Arrows rained down upon the trapped Nosker. Some fortunate enough to be cushioned by the bodies below escaped impalement, yet they could not withstand the deluge of arrows descending from above. The battlefield, now a morass of blood and carnage, saw steeds and ice wolves leaping from the mound of corpses, frantically fleeing deeper into the forest, while those barbaric soldiers, unable to escape, faced a brutal slaughter. Brothers, in the name of Essen, charge with me. Following the torrential downpour of arrows, Lord Rod of the Blackhammer drew forth his massive sword, standing at an impressive height of 7 feet, and charged into the chaotic fray of the Nosker tribe. Behind him, the spirit of the White Bear and 300 northern barbarian warriors surged forth, resembling a relentless tide of darkness cascading down the hillside. Thus began a grand feast of slaughter. Chapter 96, The Blood Battle of Norska, Part 2, for the glory of Blackhammer Fortress. Beneath the crimson remnants of the setting sun, Rod bellowed fiercely as he charged forward, his sword cleaving through the enemy before him with a single swing. Blood spewed forth from the bisected corpse. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the enemy ranks, Rod led his elite force straight into the heart of the foe. Fight! Brothers, slay them all. Leave none alive. Rod roared, his blade painting arcs of death in the sanguine air as it tore through flesh and bone. In the midst of wild roars, the massive iron sword pierced the heart of a Norskan warrior standing before him. Without hesitation, Rod stepped onto the fallen enemy's chest, ruthlessly withdrawing his bloodied sword. As another Norskan soldier charged towards him, Rod's great sword swung fiercely, severing the opponent's head from its shoulders. Behind him, the dwarf butcher Bogol reveled in the carnage. His battle axe whirled like a pair of meat grinders amidst the throng, first cleaving through a Norskan hunter's foot, then slicing through his calf. Blood gushed from the severed limb as the butcher stood atop the lifeless body, delivering a final blow that split the skull open. A cornered tundra wolf lunged at Bogol, nearly matching his height, its speed formidable, yet the butcher's strength was greater. As the beast charged, he gripped his axe tightly, bending his knees to lower his center of gravity, and at the last moment, he swung the axe down upon the creature's body. The massive tundra wolf leapt into the air but missed its target, only to find Bogle beneath it, cleaving open its belly with a single strike. Blood and entrails spilled forth, drenching the butcher in the wolf's lifeblood. Yet, rather than being repulsed, he relished the scent. This was the essence of slaughter. This was the butcher's destiny. "Come forth, beasts!" he roared, rising from the ground to charge at the next enemy. All around, the battlefield was awash with the blood of combatants, while above, the arrows of the Blackhammer coalition continued to rain upon the enemy. As the sun dipped lower, the forest path became littered with the corpses of foes. In less than 10 minutes, at least 700 or 800 Norscan raiders had fallen to the blades of the Blackhammer coalition. However, the tide of slaughter was soon halted. Under the leadership of the Norscan chieftain, the northern barbarians steadied their footing, even when ambushed and ensnared in traps. The number of tribal warriors remained double that of Rod's forces. The Norscan did not yield like the ratmen or goblins. As long as their leader stood firm, they would not retreat in cowardice. Quickly, the northern raiders began their counterattack. They surged forward, trampling over the corpses of their comrades, relentlessly assaulting the defenses of the Blackhammer coalition. From the forest path to the surrounding hills, Norscan warriors swarmed like a tide. As Rod had anticipated, the swamp to the right was impassable, forcing all to engage on the path and to the left. They raised their shields high, crashing against the heights with relentless fervor. The defenders atop the heights of Blackhammer Fortress fought back with all their might. Soldiers rolled stones and logs down the slope to impede the Norscan's advance. Everywhere, crushed Norscan soldiers lay strewn about, some with shattered limbs, others with their skulls crushed, blood and brain matter splattered across the ground, while some were utterly flattened, leaving only a gruesome pool of red flesh. Yet, this did not deter the Norscan from their furious charge. On the heights, Chief Knight Virgil commanded the archers to fire at will. The skinning wolves had begun to infiltrate the battlefield, initially held back during the ambush. These special forces of the Norscan tribes had now found their footing under the leadership of Chieftain Asabal. To breach the defenses, the chieftain ordered all non-combatants to join the fray. The terror of the skinning wolves lay not in their sharp fangs and claws, but in their gruesome appearance. These bloodthirsty werewolves earned their name by skinning their human victims and donning their hides as armor. Now, these feral werewolves were nearly upon the heights. Cloaked in layers of human skin, their eyes glinting with a sanguine glow, howling like demons from the abyss. Knight Virgil was compelled to form a second line of defense with his soldiers to withstand the Norscan charge against the heights. According to Lord Rod's pre-battle arrangements, this high ground was of utmost importance, destined to determine the course of the entire battle. In an era of cold steel, warfare relied on both strength and stamina. Attacking uphill drained tremendous energy, a truth known to every commander. Fight to the bitter end, Chief Knight Virgil roared, brandishing his sword as he decapitated a skinning wolf. Behind him, the guards of Blackhammer Fortress formed a shield wall to repel the oncoming werewolves and Norscan savages. The brutal struggle unfolded in the forest, from the winding paths to the heights, from the swamp's edge to the traps surrounding. Plans were rendered obsolete. The initial strategy had envisioned chaos among the enemy ranks upon triggering the traps, allowing the commander and his elite to strike, causing a cascading rout among the Norscan forces. Yet, the reality was that their numbers were overwhelming. After slaying hundreds, these barbarians did not falter. Instead, the unwilling Norscan chieftain initiated a counteroffensive. This was an entire tribe. Defeat meant annihilation. Thus, they fought with the desperation of survival. As Knight Virgil's guards were overwhelmed by the bloodthirsty werewolves, one soldier screamed in agony, attempting to kick the beast away, but within moments, he was torn to shreds. Blood dripped from the wolf's fangs, and just as it prepared to strike again, a crossbow bolt flew in and pierced its eye. Virgil, fighting for his life, shoved a skinning wolf away with his shield, only to be targeted by another Norscan warrior. The savage's bloodied axe rained down upon Virgil's kite shield, the metal clashing with a resounding ring. After enduring a flurry of blows, Virgil staggered back. And as a Norscan lunged, he thrust his sword coldly into the enemy's gut. He sought to fell his opponent, but a ferocious werewolf clamped its jaws around his calf, dragging him down. Just as the skinning wolf prepared to feast, a cold spear pierced its body. The Frost Witch Caroline had come to his aid. The soldiers of Heidelberg, under her command, valiantly held the line. "Cover me, grant me time to cast," Caroline shouted. Her hands stained with blood, streaks of crimson marking her face. Despite his wounds, Virgil maintained his role as captain and commander. Only his orders could rally the troops once more. "Brothers, gather together, protect the witch," he shouted, struggling to rise as a Norscan cavalryman charged at him. Clad in tattered pelts, wielding a crude spear, the barbarian glared fiercely as he charged, but before he could reach Virgil, a halberd from Iron Ring's infantry struck him down, the steed whinnying as it galloped past the knight. In the face of peril, the troops continued to regroup. They had no choice. If the Norscan Bloodspear tribe seized the heights, the battle would be lost. A dozen shield-bearing infantrymen encircled the Frost Witch, providing her with steadfast protection. As the incantation of magic began to resonate, the temperature around Caroline plummeted abruptly, and frost swiftly coalesced visibly around her. Her eyes transformed into a crystalline blue, and the magical energy surged with increasing intensity. Before long, a colossal cloud of ice loomed in the blood-red sky, swirling like a vortex of oceanic waters. Countless sharp hailstones gathered within the cloud, heralding the Frost Witch's hailstorm spell. In the next instant, a gaping chasm tore through the heavens, and an avalanche of ice fragments plummeted towards the ground at an astonishing velocity, akin to a snowstorm, relentlessly descending upon the Bloodspear tribe, who were assaulting the high ground. Chapter 97. The Blood Battle of Norska, Part 2. Countless hailstones, each resembling the size of a fist, howled down upon the earth, unleashing a devastating ice storm in localized areas. Dozens of werewolves and warriors from the Bloodspear tribe were struck by these icy projectiles, spilling their blood upon the ground. Some had their skulls shattered, brains splattering forth. Others were hit in the torso, collapsing lifelessly. Still more were crushed beneath massive blocks of ice, their bodies reduced to a gruesome pulp. Infantrymen screamed in agony while warhorses fled in terror, and cavalrymen, in their panic, trampled their own comrades, turning them into mere flesh and gore. At the fringes of the ice storm, as the hailstones struck the ground, they shattered into sharp shards that pierced the bodies of the Norska warriors. The entire slope before the high ground was a scene of carnage. On the elevated terrain, the soldiers of the Blackhammer Fortress clanged their long swords against their shields, cheering for the successful magical onslaught of the Frost Witch. Yet, the battle was far from over. Behind the blood-soaked battlefield, the warriors of the Norska tribe let out even more ferocious roars. Blood and death invigorated their primal instincts. Their bodies swelled, their eyes turned a ravenous red, and they launched a more savage assault upon the high ground occupied by the coalition. Chieftain Asabal led the charge himself, his battle axe dancing in the air. After severing the head of a Heidelberg soldier, he swung it toward another infantryman from Iron Ring City. Despite the latter's chainmail and shield, the chieftain's axe pierced through, cleaving the arm in two. Beside Asabal, a tundra wolf leapt high, roaring as it pounced upon the guards of Blackhammer Fortress. Its immense strength left the soldiers powerless to resist, and the sound of breaking bones filled the air as the wolf tore off the entire arm of one guard. Blood stained the wolf's face as it lunged at another guard engaged with the tribal warriors, its sharp fangs sinking into the soldier's throat. With a violent tug, it ripped the carotid artery, blood gushing from the torn wound and filling the soldier's mouth. "My lord, we cannot hold the high ground," a nearby guard shouted to Rod, pointing towards a wooded hill not far away. Following the guard's gaze, Rod saw that the area below the high ground was teeming with the Norska warriors. Clearly, the remaining Norska tribesmen were organized and charging towards the wooded high ground with formidable force. Despite having lost nearly a third of their soldiers to ambush, the entire Norska tribe's army retained its fierce fighting spirit. They were devotees of bloodshed, for whom killing was of utmost importance. "Brothers, assemble. In the name of Essen, charge with me," Rod bellowed, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Around him, more and more Norska warriors began to rally to their lord. Under the dying rays of the setting sun, Rod and the White Bear launched an assault on the densest cluster of Bloodspear warriors. Fueled by rage, the White Bear charged through, hailing from the most brutal of the Troll Mountains. Possessing noble blood and immense strength, he sent clusters of tribal warriors flying as if they were mere cavalry in a charge, scattering the infantry along the way. Compared to the tundra wolves of the tribe, the White Bear's combat style was far more brutal and bloody. After toppling his enemies, he crushed them underfoot. With extraordinary power, the bear Usyk obliterated the fallen tribal warriors with a single claw. As the charge paused, 5 or 6 Norska infantrymen leapt onto his massive frame, roaring as they attempted to assassinate the White Bear. Yet, with a wild roar, the Bear King shook off all the human infantry from his back. He first smashed the face of one soldier, then, in a fit of rage, bit through the throat of another, before seizing the thigh of a third and flinging him aside. Blood sprayed through the air, and his own fur transformed from pristine white to a macabre blend of red. Beside him stood Rod, the lord of Blackhammer Fortress, clad in a blood-soaked battle robe. His enormous two-handed sword, stained with the blood of foes, struck down again and again, withdrawing from the bodies of the fallen, limbs and torsos flying before his eyes. He smashed a fist into the face of a Norska warrior, then plunged his great sword into the man's body, allowing the warm blood to pool upon the ground. The crimson sun cast its last rays upon the earth, and shadows danced among the trees. Just as another tribal warrior surged forward, Rod withdrew his massive sword, gripping the blade with both hands. With a swift motion, the blood-red sword traced a lethal arc, cleaving the approaching tribal warrior in two. Blood and entrails sprayed forth. On the high ground, figures darted about as the white bear and tundra wolves clashed violently. A fierce Norska tundra wolf clamped its jaws around the white bear's neck. However, Usic's thick fur was impervious to the battle's brutality. With a ferocious roar, the great bear flung the Norska chieftain's wolf aside, his growl echoing like that of a king of beasts. Before the wolf could regain its footing, the massive white bear pounced again, its overwhelming strength rendering the wolf nearly defenseless. Before the bloodied tundra wolf, the white bear rose to its full height, its massive form towering even among the Norska. The wolf, Frostfang, crouched and growled, but as the white bear descended, it leapt upwards. The two beasts collided fiercely in midair. Frostfang, with its vast hunting experience, found every technique futile against such raw power. With a single, earth-shattering pounce, the chieftain's wolf was pinned down. The giant bear's claws came crashing down, and a wretched howl echoed as Rod's bear's spirit, Usic, reduced the Norska chieftain's wolf to nothing but a pulp. "Beast, I will kill you." Chieftain Asabal howled in fury, grief-stricken over the loss of his longtime wolf companion. He lunged towards the white bear Usic in a frenzy. Yet, at the moment he was about to strike down the bear, a massive two-handed iron sword blocked his axe. The Lord of Blackhammer had finally reached the high ground, launching a pincer attack against the remaining Norska troops alongside the defenders above. "White Bear King, you have finally appeared," Asabal roared, challenging Rod with all his might, attempting to drive his axe toward him. However, after the Scorpion Lion battle and the Bear Spirit trials, Rod's strength had surpassed that of an ordinary man, bolstered further by the blessings of the Bear Goddessin. Under the furious pressure of the Blood Spear Chieftain, the Lord of Blackhammer remained unmoved. "My presence signifies your doom," Rod growled, then pushed Asabal back. The Blood Spear Chieftain stumbled, and Rod swung his two-handed sword in a great arc, striking again. Asabal raised his weapon to block, but was shaken by the tremendous force, staggering backward once more. Before the chieftain could regain his footing, Rod unleashed another roar, channeling thunderous power as the blade glimmered with white light. In nearly the same angle, Rod's massive sword struck once more, this time with even greater force. Asabal raised his weapon again, but Rod's strength was such that it sent the chieftain crashing to the ground. Both leaders were drenched in dark, viscous blood. As the chieftain attempted to rise, the bloodied sword pressed against his chest, its tip piercing his leather armor, resting against his heart. "Kill me, and you shall not win. My men will fight to the end and slay everyone here." Chieftain Asabal spat through gritted teeth, his blood-soaked face a twisted mask of rage. Yet, Rod remained unfazed. "No, you have already lost." Chapter 98, The Northern Path Charge. "In the name of our ancestors," the ranger leader, Gustav Krau, shouted. As the flickering torchlight mingled with the moonlight above, the war horses galloped through the jungle, though there were only a little over 50 riders. Their imposing presence was enough to intimidate an entire army. Cavalry charges, regardless of the era, wielded devastating power. In the eyes of the terrified tribal warriors, the fearless human rangers from the land of trolls surged directly into the fray, their veins coursing with the blood of Lady Kislev. In an age when savagery reigned, they were the fiercest warriors of the north. During the chaotic invasions, they stood as guardians of the Great Wall. They were the king's shield, the protectors of the people. Time may erode the memories of men, yet it cannot extinguish the faith and convictions deeply rooted within their souls. Rows of Norska infantry were felled by the wall-riding rangers, their spears snapping as they pierced through enemy flesh, swiftly replaced by the swords they wielded. engaging in brutal combat with the savage Norscan warriors. On the opposite side of the battlefield, atop a high mound in the woods, Rod stood expressionless, driving his bloodied great sword into the chest of the tribal chieftain. The blade tore through muscle, cracked the sternum, and pierced the still-beating heart. Blood gushed from the lacerated skin like a small fountain, flowing endlessly. Bear Spirit stood beside Rod, a ferocious force, tearing apart Norscan infantry and cavalry alike. The warhorses, frightened by the massive bear, turned to flee, tossing their riders to the ground, only to be shredded beyond recognition by the great beast. The battle raged on. Yet the dwindling Norscan forces found themselves encircled and slaughtered. Annihilate them, leave not a single one. Rod bellowed from the center of the battlefield. On this day, all had become butchers. The dwarf butcher, Bogol, reveled in his satisfaction as he perched upon the corpse of a fallen Norscan infantryman, cleaving the body into pieces with his two meat cleavers, until blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Victory! The massacre continued for a full 2 hours. And when every member of the Bloodspear tribe had been eradicated, Rod stood atop a mound of corpses, raising his sword high and roaring. The soldiers around him raised their weapons in unison, their faces stained crimson with blood, illuminated by the firelight, resembling demons from the depths of hell. Stepping down from the pile of bodies, Rod approached the ranger leader, Gustav. The latter dismounted and sheathed his weapon, standing before Rod. "My lord," Rod urged. However, Gustav seemed disinclined to join. He took a step back, his expression growing serious. "History shall never forget you, shall it?" Rod continued his plea. Yet, Gustav merely smiled, refusing to ally with Blackhammer Fortress. Before Rod found them, before they became prairie rangers, they had been the king's shield, loyal to Tsar Kislev. An ancient legion. History has long forgotten us. The day the Great Wall fell into disrepair was the day we were cast aside, Gustav sighed. "Very well. Since you choose not to be my comrade, I shall not insist. However, chaos is rising, darkness approaches. I encountered thrice the usual number of beastmen during the War of the Wicked Moon. I understand, and I shall journey eastward to seek out more allies, those like us. Also forgotten in the north. Perhaps they will join your ranks." "Who?" Rod inquired. "Some former companions, the Yugol cavalry." Gustav's revelation invigorated Rod, for after such extensive development, he now commanded a capable infantry force and was economically self-sufficient, yet he lacked a true cavalry unit. Encirclements in battle demanded cavalry, which was why the Bloodspear tribe had been so audacious. Of course, Gustav had only gone to persuade them. Whether he could convince the mightiest cavalry archers of the old continent remained uncertain in Rod's mind. After all, he had no prior connection with them. Whether these arrogant light cavalry would heed Gustav's word was entirely a matter of chance. "Thank you, my friend," Rod expressed his gratitude. Gustav and his group bid farewell. That night, the coalition of Blackhammer Fortress established a camp beside the battlefield, intending to dispose of the bodies collectively, digging a large pit and incinerating them. The long night stretched ahead, and who knew what lay in store? "Hey, brother, care for a drink?" By the campfire, the dwarf butcher Bogol found Rod, who was lost in thought. Accepting the beer bottle, Rod took a hearty swig. "How many did you fell this time?" Rod inquired, his gaze fixed on the butcher, almost able to predict his next expression. 26. "Damn, not nearly enough. I could have slain more, but the bodies obstructed my path. There will be more opportunities." Rod replied with a smile. "Now, let us talk business, brother. What are your plans next?" "Those rangers have departed, which is truly regrettable." The butcher, Bogol, asked. After numerous battles, Bogol and Rod had forged a deep friendship, though such camaraderie required time to solidify. Yet, for now, they were already brothers in arms. "What do you mean? You're not thinking of seeking out more skirmishes, are you?" Rod grew wary, for the dwarf butcher was renowned for his fervor in battle, each butcher hoping to end their life gloriously on the field. Yet Rod had no desire for such a fate. There were too many wars in the world, and with his limited strength, it seemed unnecessary to provoke others. Merely avoiding conflict was a blessing. No. Even if I wished for a fight, this region appears devoid of foes for the time being. Unless you continue northward to invade Norscan territory, which would be pointless. My thought is that it's time to return to my homeland and reunite with my kin." "Your homeland?" Rod inquired curiously. Bogol enthusiastically invited him. He was somewhat excited. Having amassed considerable wealth through 2 recent battles, he could exchange these treasures for silver and procure numerous fine goods in Dulong City. Blackhammer Fortress was too small. with logistics and markets woefully underdeveloped. Even with riches, one could not acquire quality items, such as authentic dwarven wines or truly powerful weapons, all of which were unavailable in Blackhammer Fortress. However, Julong City was a different story. But I do not doubt them. Rather, how will they trust us? After all, your kin have not witnessed our battle against the Norscan tribes. Rod expressed his concerns. The journey to Julong City was fraught with peril. The entire north was unsafe, especially beyond Kislev. Rod had experienced the darkness when accepting the trials of the bear god. There were countless lurking beasts, chaotic creatures, and harsh climates. Vogel grunted in agreement. Chapter 99. Northern allies. The news of Rod's impending journey to Julong City spread like wildfire, causing a tumultuous stir within the camp. Apart from the reinforcements from Heidelberg and Iron Ring City, the other soldiers were taken aback by their lord's decision to venture forth into uncharted lands. This unexpected departure could easily undermine their morale, with some even speculating that their lord was fleeing, seeking refuge while allowing Blackhammer Fortress to fend for itself. However, there were those who comprehended Rod's intentions, mostly seasoned veterans who had followed him for many years. They understood that their lord would never abandon them. He would rather sacrifice his own life than forsake Blackhammer Fortress. To quell the unrest, Rod felt compelled to gather everyone and articulate his thoughts. Brothers, soldiers, all those who have served under me for years and those newly joined to the ranks of Blackhammer Fortress. I am aware of your concerns and the whispers circulating among you. I implore you to place your trust in your Lord. Trust that I will not abandon you. Standing upon the high platform beneath the harsh, pale sunlight, Rod addressed the assembled officers and soldiers. Since the Battle of the Evil Moon, we have endured 3 perilous confrontations. If Rod Lawn were a coward, he would have fled long ago, rather than linger until now. Blackhammer Fortress stands resilient at the northern frontier not solely due to its formidable walls and massive stones, but because of us. Our relentless courage in battling the enemy has preserved its existence. However, relying solely on ourselves is insufficient. As you have witnessed, our adversaries grow stronger with each wave, their numbers swelling and their might becoming increasingly daunting. Therefore, I must make a choice: to remain cooped up within the fortress, awaiting an even more powerful foe, or to step outside and forge connections with the world beyond. We need allies, my brothers. And the dwarves of Julong City are precisely those allies. As Rod spoke, the sunlight cast a gentle shadow behind him. Although discussions persisted, his eloquent address gradually hushed many of the soldiers. Moreover, we require weapons and manpower. Blackhammer Fortress demands greater resources. Otherwise, how can I provide for you all? Let us not speak of noble ideals. We all need compensation, and it falls upon me to ensure your wages and the fortification of Blackhammer Fortress. Trade with the dwarves will significantly enhance our circumstances. Blackhammer Fortress must evolve. Rod's speech quickly garnered approval. Even those who previously held differing opinions or misunderstandings found themselves silenced by his compelling words. An impressive address, is it not? What brings you here, Lady Witch? Rod jested, having already surmised her intent. He was well acquainted with her thoughts. Is it forbidden to seek you out without a specific matter to discuss, Lord of Blackhammer? Caroline replied as she approached from behind, her cascading hair flowing over her shoulders, exuding a faint fragrance of youth. Oh, of course. Would you care for a cup of coffee? Imported from the distant Araby port, a package worth its weight in tobacco. Rod turned to her, smiling. He noted Caroline's elegant attire, a form-fitting black robe that accentuated her slender figure, suitable for the mild season, revealing her graceful silhouette. The robe, adorned with patterns of irises, hinted at her curvaceous form, cinched at the waist, enhancing her youthful allure. Such a figure would render any man enchanted. Rod, too, acknowledged his humanity, momentarily captivated by her presence before diverting his gaze elsewhere. No need for pretense. I learned of your plans to Julong City only through the chatter of others. You ought to have informed me beforehand. Why should I? You are neither my wife nor my lover. What compels me to notify you in advance? Rod countered, continuing to organize his belongings. For a lord, traveling without attendants was quite peculiar, yet Rod preferred solitude at times. It provided him a semblance of peace. After all, the world remained unaware of his secrets. Only when preparing for battle would he permit attendants to assist him. Serving as the Lord's attendant at Blackhammer Fortress was a rather undemanding role. Stop feigning ignorance. I only learned of your plans through the soldiers' discussions, and you should have informed me sooner. This journey to Julong City requires your presence alongside me, Caroline insisted, her expression grave and earnest. The youthful tone of her voice nearly elicited a chuckle from Rod. He had anticipated this during the expedition to the Troll Mountains, the frost which had refrained from following him due to the treacherous nature of that realm. Now, however, venturing to the dwarves' city presented a splendid opportunity to explore the outside world, one that Caroline, with her adventurous spirit, would not readily forego. I have no obligation to take you with me. As a woman, you would only complicate matters. What complications could arise? You are human, and so am I. You can ride a horse, and so can I, Caroline retorted, puffing out her chest in indignation, nearly pressing against Rod. There are numerous inconveniences. For instance, at night, I would need to erect a separate tent for you. You cannot possibly share ours, can you? Furthermore, you are quite particular about your meals, necessitating that I procure high-quality ingredients for you. The rest of us men can eat whatever is available. And, Rod teased, leaving Caroline momentarily speechless, I shall manage my own tent and provisions without your concern. Chapter 100. The Lone Wolf Village. A few days later, under the guidance of the dwarf butcher Bogle, the group arrived at the Lone Wolf Village. At first glance, it hardly resembled a village. Desolation surrounded it on all sides, with nothing to shield against the howling northern winds that stirred up clouds of dust. Scattered across the ground were remnants of ancient buildings, all collapsed, leaving only shattered walls and crumbling bricks. Some ice spiders scuttled among the debris, embodying the ravages of time. Everyone, including Rod, scoffed at the location Bogle had chosen. Yet the dwarf remained unfazed. He led the group to a massive ancient tree, so old that its age and species were unknown. Its thick trunk required 5 or 6 individuals to encircle it. The bark, as white as snow, bore countless scars, as if it had weathered innumerable battles. Beneath this venerable tree, Bogle uncovered what he claimed to be the village. Crouching before the roots, he dug through a layer of soil, revealing a heavy stone door before the group. An underground city? Yet, in the eyes of the dwarves, this was no underground city, but merely a forsaken village, Bogle replied. He then asked the others to help him push open the stone door. Fear not, there are no traps. Many years ago, this was a temporary outpost for the dwarf hunting parties, but it has long been abandoned. It still appears on maps. But damned if this isn't a place for the deceased. Nevertheless, we can at least find shelter for the night within. As Bogle spoke, he ignited a torch and led the group inside. The warmth inside was a stark contrast to the cold outside, and importantly, there was no concern about the raging storms that frequently swept through the troll lands. The group felt at ease, except for the bear spirit, which anxiously scratched at the ground. Despite Rod's repeated attempts to persuade it, it refused to enter, leaving Rod with no choice but to allow it to find its own place to spend the night outside. Are you not worried about it? Your companion? Caroline inquired, cautiously following Rod with her torch raised. Do not fret, it can fend for itself. Usik's survival skills far surpass ours. When I encountered him, he thrived in the icy expanse of the Troll Mountains, a place 100 times colder than this. If he can survive there, you need not worry about his ability to endure anywhere else in this world. Soon, Bogle led the group to a resting area, an underground hall. It was evident that this had once been a refuge for the dwarf hunting parties, with soot-stained walls and scattered remnants of animal bones on the floor. Bogle swept the broken bones aside and kindled a fire. Do not worry about the air, my friends. It is quite warm here. When the dwarven craftsmen established this village, they created 5 ventilation shafts connecting to the surface, ensuring proper airflow, Bogle reassured, seating himself beside the fire to warm his weathered hands. Now, let us commence with our feast and prepare for dinner. With that, he approached Rod's guards and began unloading their travel packs. Given their lack of game along the way, only a few hares and mice to show for their efforts, Bogle promptly retrieved the mice and hares, skillfully skinning them with a small knife. He then skewered the meat onto sharpened branches and set them over the fire to roast. Dwarves brought their own provisions, but like humans, their rations served as a backup. If one failed to catch game in the wild, the rations would stave off hunger and help endure the difficult days. However, if there was prey, it was wise to consume the fresh meat first, for meat and vegetables certainly had a longer shelf life than dry bread. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Bogle and Rod began preparing dinner, Serta's actions caught the dwarf butcher's attention. Can't you see? I'm searching for useful treasures. Northlander, I must warn you, it is best not to disturb the belongings of the dead, Bogle sternly replied, his eyes flashing with displeasure. Indeed, cultural differences prevailed. For dwarves, scavenging from the deceased was a profound disrespect. Yet, for the Norscans, it was a different matter. They never wasted anything of utility. Situated at the northernmost tip of the old continent, the Norscan peninsula was known for its barren desolation, where every item was a precious resource. They would not squander a single thing. It was not uncommon for a son to wear his father's armor into battle. Well, it's just some rotten food and a rusty axe, Serta retorted. Lone Dragon City. Its tale traced back a millennium to when it was established as an outpost by a dwarven expedition venturing north from the southernmost part of the continent. As the dwarven empire flourished, more explorers journeyed north, and the outpost gradually expanded into a larger settlement. Yet, in those days, it could not yet be deemed a city. Later, a group of dwarves studying wind magic was exiled by the High King and found their way north, ultimately arriving at Lone Dragon City in desperation. Over the millennium that followed, more and more dwarves settled here, particularly those who were cast out and homeless, until Lone Dragon City evolved into a true city. It was perched upon a high mountain, with underground rivers connecting directly to the sea, making it the most prosperous dwarven city in the north. When you arrive there, you will experience it for yourself. It is undoubtedly incomparable to Blackhammer Fortress. Bogle passionately recounted the history, culture, and current state of Lone Dragon City to the group. The aroma of roasting meat filled the air, casting a sense of peace and warmth throughout the chamber. Everyone listened intently. After all, being situated at the border, Blackhammer Fortress lacked much information and had few scholars, leaving its inhabitants largely ignorant of the histories beyond their northern confines. Listening to Bogle narrate their past felt akin to hearing tales of legend. Meanwhile, Rod sat aside, sharpening his longsword. He was already aware of these tales. What mattered most at present was not the history of Lone Dragon City, but rather what he would trade there. After all, this journey was not solely for the purpose of witnessing Lone Dragon City, but also to enhance Blackhammer Fortress's trade revenues, thus augmenting his own wealth. Ultimately, Blackhammer Fortress was his domain, and its income was his own. As the group patiently absorbed the stories, a sudden outcry erupted from Serta by the fire. Something has burrowed into my flesh. It is tearing at my very sinew. Chapter 101. The cold compress technique before them. A small bulge visibly wriggled beneath the skin of Serta's arm, accompanied by the audible sound of flesh being torn. He screamed in agony, attempting to grasp the creature that had burrowed into his body, yet his efforts proved futile. Wherever he pressed, the bulge merely shifted to another location, gnawing at the surrounding tissue. Damn it! What is this? Get it out! Serta cried in terror. A crowd gathered, yet they were equally helpless. It's a pincer's worm. You cannot save him. Let me handle this, Bogle shouted, parting the throng and swiftly crouching beside Serta. Bite down. There's no time for painkillers. I must extract the worm directly. This will hurt, so endure. As Bogle spoke, he tore a piece of rag and stuffed it into Serta's mouth, simultaneously unsheathing a dagger from his belt and preparing to operate on the infected area. Wait, what are you doing? Serta gasped, but before he could protest further, his mouth was filled with the rag. Hold him down, Bogle commanded loudly. Several guards quickly responded, pinning the tribal leader's limbs to the ground as Bogle began his incision. Though his technique was not particularly refined, after all, he was no surgeon, his movements were decisive. He pressed down on the bulge with one hand and plunged the dagger into Serta's arm, slicing through the skin and revealing the vile creature within. Serta's face contorted in agony as he trembled, held firmly by the soldiers, unable to move. Meanwhile, Bogle pressed on. He grasped the writhing worm with a pair of tweezers and cautiously extracted it from Serta's muscle, swiftly tossing it into the fire. The flames erupted with a crackling sound, blood splattering as the worm met its fiery end. The onlookers exhaled in relief. They released Serta, who panted heavily, casting a glance at his wound, now festering with visible white filth. What is that? He asked, breathless. Those are the eggs of the pincer's worm. These creatures embed their translucent eggs into the blood of the infected. Once they develop into larvae, they freeze the blood, causing the tissue to necrotize and eventually tear through the skin to escape the body, Bogle explained, panting himself, clearly shaken by the urgency of the procedure. Like Serta, he felt the tension in his nerves begin to ease, for had he miscalculated, he too could have fallen victim to infection. Being slain by a worm is hardly the glory a butcher seeks, he mused. What now? Can't you extract those eggs too? Serta gasped, sweat beading on his forehead as blood continued to seep from his arm. Damn it, you chose this place. Did you not know such dangerous bloodworms existed here? Serta shouted angrily. This place has been abandoned for years. Who could have known bloodworms lurked within? Besides, in these wilds, finding a sheltered spot to rest was already a stroke of luck. Had you stayed by the fire, would you have encountered such a situation? Bogle retorted fiercely, the tension between them escalating. At that moment, Rod stepped in to defuse the conflict between the two hot-headed individuals. Enough. First, bandage him. We will discuss it further in Dragon City. With the Lord's command, all fell silent. Two Norskal warriors began to wrap bandages around their captain's arm. The white linen quickly stained crimson. Wait, perhaps I have a way to treat the wound, Caroline suddenly interjected, her confidence radiating. What method? Rod asked, turning to her. The others were skeptical of Caroline's solution. Wizards were notoriously unpredictable. A well-cast spell could yield remarkable results, but a misused incantation could injure allies as well. Moreover, the Frost Witch was not known for her healing abilities, leaving everyone with a significant question mark in their minds. Using low-temperature freezing, I will apply a cold compress to the wound. As she spoke, Serta could already envision the pain that awaited him. It would surely be worse than the knife's edge. He looked to Rod, awaiting his decision. Though he doubted the witch, he trusted his lord, believing in the wisdom of his leader. What do you intend to do? Rod asked, still apprehensive. First, you must remove the bandages. I will use frost spells to stanch the bleeding and then freeze the wound to eliminate the worm eggs. Lastly, I may need to apply some ice pepper externally to ensure the frost magic remains effective, as I cannot cast spells constantly, Caroline explained. While the others struggled to comprehend her reasoning, Rod grasped the essence of her plan, to stop the bleeding and simultaneously disinfect the wound. All living organisms require specific conditions to survive. Extreme temperatures can annihilate them. The use of freezing magic aimed to eradicate the eggs of the pincer's worm. Rod was relieved to learn that ice pepper could extend the freezing effect. Understanding its value extended beyond merely treating rat fever. Very well, give it a try. But do not freeze his hand off, Rod replied quietly, glancing at Serta and nodding reassuringly. Soon, the freshly applied bandages were removed once more. Serta felt an urge to curse. Why hadn't she mentioned this before? The repeated torment was something few could endure. Caroline concentrated, casting her spell, an elementary incantation, indeed. Every witch's first lesson in magic typically involves the freezing spell. Like a gentle shower, delicate snowflakes emanated from her palm, drifting towards the infected wound. As there was no direct contact, the risk of contagion was mitigated. Gradually, the temperature dropped, and soon the bleeding ceased. The entire area around the wound turned black with frost. Observing the slow yet steady progress of the treatment, Rod realized that he had discovered the most valuable trade item for their expedition to Dragon City. Chapter 102. Goddess of Mercy in the Realm of the Divine. How could the casualties be so devastating? Neuros understood that such grave injuries were beyond the physician's capacity to mend. Yet, as the steward of Lord Rod, he promptly arranged for both physicians and priests to provide aid. The physicians offered tangible treatment, their blades striking true, while the priests predominantly provided spiritual solace, soothing the scars left by war. We ambushed the forces of the Nazca tribe at the front, but their numbers were overwhelming. After slaying nearly half of their warriors, they commenced their counterattack. Lord Rod led us in steadfast resistance until we were finally joined by the rangers from the land of the trolls. Lawrence succinctly recounted the harrowing battle from days past. The ambush strategy proved effective, yet the bloodthirsty brutality of the fear cultists was an unforeseen factor for Rod. Once ensnared in the throes of slaughter, they forgot their fear. Otherwise, any army suffering such losses would have long since fled in disarray. Bring all the injured into the castle. I shall arrange for the physicians to treat them. Muros sighed, his heart heavy with the sheer number of casualties. Many may no longer require treatment, Lawrence pessimistically remarked. Milady, please pause. This is the concentration area for the critically wounded, and your presence may not be appropriate. In the early morning, outside the infirmary of Blackhammer Fortress, a group of enigmatic devotees arrived, clad in pure white robes with deep blue cloaks draped over their shoulders. Their fair skin and sharp features revealed them to be northern folk. The guards halted their entrance into the critical care zone. Inside, the injured were merely awaiting death. Their survival hinged solely on the will of the heavens. Why is it inappropriate? The leading priestess inquired, her voice tranquil and devoid of emotion. Because this area is designated solely for physicians. The individuals within are gravely injured, Outsiders' presence does not aid their recovery. Please understand, the guard replied politely. This was the elite guard of Rod, known for their quality. Naturally, upon seeing the distinguished women before them, they dared not treat them with disdain. We are not outsiders. Rather, we have come to heal these wounded souls. Trust us. This is our primary duty, spoke the silver-haired priestess, stepping forward to reveal her stunning blue eyes. A serene aura emanated from the priestesses, and despite their few words, the guards instinctively sensed that these women were not ordinary individuals. At the very least, they posed no threat. Yet, adhering to their duties, the guards felt compelled to report to their superiors. Muros soon received word and descended from his office. Upon his arrival, the three priestesses remained patiently waiting. They exuded such tranquility and grace that a mere glance could instill a sense of peace and calm. With a mindset of attempting the impossible, Muros permitted them entry into the infirmary. It was a modest room, with approximately 30 beds, half of which were already vacant. 13 soldiers had departed the previous night. There are many who may no longer require treatment, Muros gently stated. Observing the priestesses as they tenderly knelt before a critically wounded soldier, their gazes filled with compassion and love. A peculiar sensation washed over Muros. He instinctively felt that allowing them entry was the right decision. The physician nearby wore a frown of discontent, asserting that these unknown women should not be present with his patients. However, Muros chose to disregard the physician's displeasure. If he could not heal the injured, let the priestesses attempt their miracles. After all, in Kislev, there were indeed those who had been healed by the priests. May the goddess Shirok bless you. The priestess placed her hand upon his forehead, sensing his warmth, and then leaned close to his chest to feel his heartbeat. He had been brought in unconscious, only now beginning to regain some awareness. Shoo! Muros was explaining when the priestess halted him with a gentle gesture. She then retrieved a crystal-clear blue vial from her robes. What are you about to do? Muros asked anxiously. I beseech the mother to heal him. The priestesses extended their right hands, caressing the wounded man as they chanted a mysterious prayer. Even after living most of his life, Muros was certain he had never heard such a prayer before. Though apprehensive, the invocation was profoundly serene, akin to the sacred spring water flowing between lofty mountains, or the gentle spring breeze caressing the cold winter earth. Gradually, a faint white light enveloped the soldier's body. It was so subtle, yet all present beheld it. What followed was even more miraculous. After an extended period of prayer, the deep gash upon the soldier's abdomen began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Devoid of bloodshed or cries of agony, only tranquility, as calm as water beneath the sacred hymn. Astonished, Muros curiously inquired about the origins of the priestesses. From whence do you hail? He asked. It matters not. We are merely humble servants. It is the goddess Shirok who has healed him. She gazed at the soldier, who had now peacefully drifted into slumber. The bandages may be removed. His wounds have healed. Ensure he receives adequate nourishment and rest, and in a few days, he shall fully recover. Can you treat others as well? The people here, they all require healing, Muros implored excitedly. Unknown, it is the decision of the goddess Shirok. We are merely tasked with conveying her divine will. The priestess nodded, indicating that the authority did not reside with her, but rather she was a servant of the divine. In the following days, the three mysterious priestesses remained in the infirmary, where they astonishingly healed 5 more critically injured and 8 lightly wounded individuals. The news of the goddess of mercy gracing Blackhammer Fortress spread throughout the town. Meanwhile, Muros diligently penned an important letter destined for the north, intending to inform Lord Rod, his master, of the priestess order he had discovered, an exceedingly rare group capable of healing the wounded and alleviating plague. On the battlefield, the fear of casualties often held men back, yet if such a team existed to specifically treat severely injured soldiers, undoubtedly the morale and courage of the troops would be significantly bolstered. Chapter 103, The Prey in the Pitch-Black Silence of the Monastery. Not a soul could be found, only dust-laden bookshelves and wooden crates scattered about. The vacant chambers were illuminated solely by flickering candlelight in a few corners. Rod found himself seated on an ancient wooden chair, perusing through a hefty tome. The sensation and imagery were strikingly vivid. He was indeed there. The pages of the ancient book were inscribed with dense, archaic script, some of which he could decipher, while others remained utterly incomprehensible. Rod was bewildered as to how he had arrived in this place. It felt like yet another dream. However, akin to his previous dreams, he was unable to escape. Under some mysterious force, the book's pages began to turn on their own, producing a rustling sound despite the absence of wind. The intricate characters and ancient illustrations flashed before his eyes. Abruptly, a terrifying whisper echoed in his ears. The voice was captivating, as if it sought to extract his very soul, transporting him into another realm. The air around him grew chillingly cold. In an instant, the walls of the monastery vanished. Before Rod, a grand tapestry gradually unfolded. The earth surged like black lava, trees and grass turned to ash, and nearby, several charred mountains flowed with a crimson liquid resembling molten rock. Above, thick smoke and mist shrouded the sun's radiance, and the ground began to tremble. Was it an earthquake? Oh, no, it was an entire legion on the move. Rod took a step, striving to steady himself. Yet, the ground beneath him cracked open. Fiery red lava erupted from the depths, forming walls of flame several meters high. At the periphery of his vision, orderly rows of black dots began to materialize. They were the fabled Chaos Legion, clad in heavy armor, wielding formidable dark weapons. They marched in unison across the land. Where they tread, not a blade of grass remained, and flames engulfed the surroundings. Behind these armored warriors loomed colossal war beasts, bloodthirsty chaos mammoths. They trampled the fractured soil like small mountains, causing the ground to shake with each step. A swarm of bizarre creatures soared overhead, their harrowing cries reverberating through the air. This immense legion advanced inexorably towards a distant human city, a vast metropolis. The great clock in the town center chimed, yet the morale of the defenders was in disarray, leaving them powerless against the impending doom. A rain of fire descended from the heavens, wantonly incinerating the realm of the living. Countless undead emerged from their graves, ravenously consuming the living above. The streets were transformed into a slaughterhouse. The city was reduced to ashes. This was the apocalypse. This was the fate of mortals. A demonic whisper resonated in the sky. Rod glanced upward to behold two eyes, akin to city gates, shimmering with a fiery glow amidst the misty heavens. The visage of the god of terror began to materialize. Come, pledge your loyalty to me, brave warrior, and you shall be bestowed with eternal blessings and boundless power. You shall. Before the nefarious whispers could conclude, Rod was roused by a celestial voice. Rod, awaken, we must depart. Caroline's lovely visage appeared above him, her long hair cascading down, brushing against his face. Through the collar's seam, a glimpse of spring could be discerned within. How long have I slept? Being awakened from slumber left Rod feeling utterly drained. Glancing around, he noted that everyone had packed their belongings, ready to leave this rabbit hole. Last night, Serta had dubbed the dwarf's village the Rabbit Hole, for it resembled a cavern burrowed into the earth. Several tunnels crisscrossed within, connecting a few makeshift bedrooms. This was what the dwarfs called their village. 6 hours, or perhaps even less. Regardless, you were awake before I fell asleep. Did you know you have a terrible habit of snoring? I hardly slept a wink all night, Caroline complained. Rising, she casually cast a frost spell, extinguishing the fire on the ground. With a weary body, Rod dusted himself off and rose, making his way through the narrow passage. The air outside was suddenly invigorating. The atmosphere above ground was indeed preferable to the subterranean depths. As humans, it was unfathomable to understand why dwarfs preferred to dwell underground. Perhaps their physiology differed fundamentally from that of humans. The sky above remained overcast, which was to be expected. The further north one traveled, the less sunlight there was. When the group, weary from their journey, emerged onto the surface, they were astonished to find that the 20 or so horses tethered to the great tree had vanished without a trace. Evidence of the war horses having broken free and the ties being severed was clear, yet the bear's spirit was nowhere to be seen. Something passed through here last night, Rod remarked, his sensitivity attuned to the dangers lurking in this bloody and brutal world. He had developed the habit of being perpetually vigilant against nearby threats. Without the pack horses, we cannot reach the city of the dragon, Serta complained. Perhaps you cannot, the butcher retorted. The two exchanged hostile glances once more. Enough. Regardless, let us first locate the horses, Rod interjected, wishing to avoid further bickering. The bear's spirit was guarding them, its white fur blending seamlessly with its surroundings, almost undetectable unless observed closely. The white bear circled the war horses restlessly, as if concerned they might bolt again. What do you think passed overhead last night? A beast? Caroline inquired. That is a possibility. However, we found no tracks beneath the white tree aside from those of the pack horses, Bogle analyzed keenly. If it wasn't a beast, then what could it be? Beastmen? Werewolves? Serta countered. I just mentioned that aside from the horses, there were no other tracks, meaning nothing else passed over the ground. Bogle shot a glare at the towering Norska man, questioning his intelligence. Could it have been a flying beast? That is also unlikely. For a flying creature to startle the pack horses, it would require a large predator. If such a creature existed, we would have noticed it by now. Moreover, if it were indeed a bird or similar predator, why were none of the pack horses harmed? Were they too small to satisfy the appetite of that aerial giant? Chapter 104. The Greenskin Tribe, Part 1. Days later, Rodney's lingering apprehension did not materialize. They continued their tranquil journey across the vast prairie, drawing ever closer to their destination, Dulong City. The air grew colder, and the distant plains gradually gave way to towering mountains and rolling hills. Below them, the mighty river surged. "Hey, if you keep drinking like that, you'll finish off all our wine," Celta remarked. His injuries had nearly healed, and thanks to the combined effects of ice magic and ice peppers, the infection from the pincers had miraculously subsided, restored to his robust self. Celta engaged in daily banter with Bogal. "Oh, don't be so stingy, my friend. This little amount of wine won't even suffice for a meal. If it runs out, so be it. Once we reach Dulong City, there will be plenty of fine wines to enjoy, and I can assure you, the dwarven brews are far superior to your human concoctions. At the very least, they have a far richer history. Brewing is an art that demands skill from the brewmaster. Quality water, an optimal environment, temperature, and humidity. Among all beers, I hold a particular fondness for Bergman beer. It is a quintessential dwarven brew, its flavor, its potency, simply exhilarating. When we get to Dulong City, I shall treat you to a generous tasting." As Bogle spoke, he snatched the wine pouch from the guard and took a hearty swig. The sweet, rich liquid flowed smoothly down his throat, leaving a refreshing sensation. He exhaled deeply, his breath turning to mist in the cold air. Even from a distance, one could sense the warm aura radiating from the butcher, who, despite the frigid northern climate, bore his arms bare, a sight that inspired envy. Rodney, too, felt no fear of the cold, yet to maintain a semblance of secrecy, he wrapped himself tightly in layers, a scorpion lion cloak over leather armor, stuffed with linen and rags. At first glance, he appeared no different from an ordinary soldier. Were it not for the majestic scorpion lion cloak, outsiders would struggle to discern who among them was the leader. Wine is fine, but if we're to discuss brewing, you might as well seek another. Not a single brewmaster is among us. Such effeminacy would scarcely find a place in this company. Celta's words carried a hint of provocation, prompting an irritated expression from Bogle, who chose to ignore the barbarian and turned to share tales of dwarven culture and customs with Caroline. Hey, which, the folk of Dulong City, like myself, have little fondness for sorcerers. He rode his diminutive horse, glancing up at the witch, the scene tinged with humor. However, a beautiful witch like you might be an exception. Did you know that many humans believe there are no female dwarves? Allow me to enlighten you. We do have women. How else could we survive and propagate? Do you think dwarves simply spring forth from the stones? No, certainly not. We have our own girls, though they often appear indistinguishable from the boys. Their robust and sturdy physiques are essential for the labor we undertake, making them appear far stronger than your women. Though I must concede, your human females are indeed more aesthetically pleasing. I admit you surpass them in beauty. Some say elves are the most beautiful, but to me, they appear quite the opposite. Thin arms and legs, as if a mere twist could break them. I truly cannot fathom how these pointy-eared beings maintain their vitality through the ages. Bogle's incessant chatter eventually amused Caroline, who, perched upon her white steed, struggled to suppress her laughter. It was evident that the little dwarf had a way with words, managing to lighten the monotony of their journey. Enough teasing her now, Rodney smiled, turning to Caroline. I've seen dwarven women myself. They are not as absurd as he suggests. You shall see for yourself upon reaching Dulong City. There must be plenty of lovely dwarf maidens there, no? Certainly. Dulong City is the largest dwarven city and fortress in the north, brimming with beautiful girls, Bogle boasted proudly. Wait, what is that sound? Amid their light-hearted banter, Rodney detected a disturbance. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. With the keen senses bestowed upon him by the bear god, Rodney sensed impending danger. The bear spirit also detected it, ascending to a vantage point to survey the valley, where a mass of green came into view along the riverbank. What is that? He inquired. Orcs, goblins. Rodney concluded. How many? What are they doing? Celta pressed. It seems they are gathering. No, wait, they are raiding. With sharp eyesight, Rodney discerned the entirety of the green-skinned horde encircling a small group of dwarves. From their elevated position, it appeared as though a wave of green engulfed a tiny black. "We must act swiftly if we wish to maintain relations with Dulong City," Rodney declared. Having assessed the situation, the warriors followed their leader down the slope, while the butcher Bogle excitedly unsheathed his battle axe, leading the charge. For the butcher, engaging in combat was the most exhilarating pursuit, particularly against the savage green-skinned creatures. "In the name of our ancestors, come forth, you filthy vermin," Bogle bellowed as he charged. However, his short legs were a disadvantage. Before he could reach the green-skinned foes, Rodney and Celta surged ahead, plunging into the fray. The diminutive goblins, focused solely on the enemies before them, failed to anticipate the onslaught from behind. Under the assault of Rodney and the berserkers, they were quickly thrown into a panic, scattering in fear. Yet soon enough, the true fighting force of the tribe, the green-skinned orcs, came rushing in. Weoaf! The wild roar echoed from all directions. Humans! The orcs howled with excitement, preferring to slay humans over the hardier dwarves, as their blood was more easily acquired. Weowag! The first bulky green-skinned orc charged forward, roaring as it attacked. However, before its crude axe could reach Rodney, the Lord of Blackhammer Fortress pierced its body with his massive sword. The two-handed blade, longer than a man, thrust cleanly through the orc's chest, emerging from its back. The orc warrior fell, bloodied on the spot. As another orc lunged at Rodney, he deftly sidestepped its axe swing, delivering a powerful punch to its face, the force of which sent the green-skinned creature reeling, blood spraying from its mouth. Rodney then lifted his great sword, spinning to carve a magnificent arc through the air. Blood danced upon the blade, and with another lethal strike, he cleaved the head from a nearby orc infantryman, the grotesque green skull soaring through the air, splattering warm blood across the battlefield. Hot on Rodney's heels, Bogle plunged into the fray, crashing into a green-skinned orc that towered over him. The sharp axe swung toward another orc's ankle, and before it could retaliate, the butcher thrust forward, the axe's sharp point driving into the orc warrior's abdomen. Without allowing the foe to finish its scream, Bogle leapt upward, his dual axes whirling, severing the orc warrior's neck. Seeing reinforcements come to their aid, the dwarves from the merchant convoy charged forth. Though few in number, their heavy armor and hammers posed significant pressure on the green-skinned orcs. As a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, dark clouds gradually obscured the heavens. "Brother, this is the most exhilarating battle I have ever encountered." Beneath the brooding sky, the dwarf butcher, encircled by the verdant terrain, was filled with uncontainable excitement. He roared like a beast, growing more fervent with each clash, as the crimson spray stained his entire being.